Would you like to earn a crown of 3 livers by an easy job?" "What a question, master," answered the mason. "Work is so scarce that I am going back into the country this very evening." "Very well, bring your tools, spade and pickaxe, and follow me." They both went down to the cellar, and the mason was ordered to dig out the pit till it was 5.5 feet deep. While the man worked, Derues sat beside the chest and read. When it was half done, the mason stopped for breath, and leaning on his spade, inquired why he wanted a trench of such a depth. Derues, who had probably foreseen the question, answered at once, without being disconcerted. "I want to bury some bottled wine, which is contained in this case." "Wine," said the other. "Ah, you are laughing at me, because you think I look a fool. I never yet heard of such a recipe for improving wine." "Where do you come from?" 500 a Lincoln. "Cider drinker, you were brought up in Normandy, that is clear. Well, you can learn from me, Jean-Baptiste Ducaudray, a wine grower of Tours, and a wine merchant for the last 10 years, that new wine thus buried for a year acquires the quality and characteristics of the oldest brands." "It is possible," said the mason, again taking his spade, "but all the same it seems a little odd to me." When he had finished, Derues asked him to help to drag the chest alongside the trench, so that it might be easier to take out the bottles and arrange them. The mason agreed, but when he moved the chest, the fetid odor which proceeded from it made him draw back, declaring that a smell such as that could not possibly proceed from wine. Derues tried to persuade him that the smell came from drains under the cellar, the pipe of which could be seen. It appeared to satisfy him, and he again took hold of the chest, but immediately let it go again, and said positively that he could not execute Derues' orders, being convinced that the chest must contain a decomposing corpse. Then Derues threw himself at the man's feet, and acknowledged that it was the dead body of a woman who had unfortunately lodged in his house, and who had died there suddenly from an unknown malady, and that, dreading lest he should be accused of having murdered her, he had decided to conceal the death and bury her here. The mason listened, alarmed at this confidence, and not knowing whether to believe it or not. Derues sobbed and wept at his feet, beat his breast and tore out his hair, calling on God and the saints as witnesses of his good faith and his innocence. He showed the book he was reading while the mason excavated. It was the 7 penitential psalms. "How unfortunate I am," he cried. "This woman died in my house, I assure you, died suddenly, before I could call a doctor. I was alone. I might have been accused, imprisoned, perhaps condemned for a crime I did not commit. Do not ruin me. You leave Paris tonight. You need not be uneasy. No one would know that I employed you if this unhappy affair should ever be discovered. I do not know your name. I do not wish to know it, and I tell you mine. It is Ducaudray. I give myself up to you, but have some pity. If not for me, yet for my wife and my 2 little children, for these poor creatures whose only support I am." Seeing that the mason was touched, Derues opened the chest. "Look," he said, "examine the body of this woman. Does it show any mark of violent death? My God," he continued, joining his hands and in tones of despairing agony, "my God, thou who readest all hearts, and who knowest my innocence, canst thou not ordain a miracle to save an honest man? Wilt thou not command this dead body to bear witness for me?" The mason was stupefied by this flow of language. Unable to restrain his tears, he promised to keep silence, persuaded that Derues was innocent, and that appearances only were against him. The latter, moreover, did not neglect other means of persuasion. He handed the mason 2 gold pieces, and between them they buried the body of Madame de Lamotte. However extraordinary this fact, which might easily be supposed imaginary, may appear, it certainly happened. In the examination at his trial, Derues himself revealed it, repeating the story which had satisfied the mason. He believed that this man had denounced him. He was mistaken, for this confidant of his crime, who might have been the first to put justice on his track, never reappeared, and but for Derues' acknowledgment, his existence would have remained unknown. This first deed accomplished, another victim was already appointed. Trembling at first as to the consequences of his forced confession, Derues waited some days, paying, however, his creditor as promised. He redoubles his demonstrations of piety. He casts a furtive glance on everyone he meets, seeking for some expression of distrust. But no one avoids him, or points him out with a raised finger, or whispers on seeing him. Everywhere he encounters the customary expression of goodwill. Nothing has changed. Suspicion passes over his head without alighting there. He is reassured and resumes his work. Moreover, had he wished to remain passive, he could not have done so. He was now compelled to follow that fatal law of crime which demands that blood must be effaced with blood, and which is compelled to appeal again to death in order to stifle the accusing voice already issuing from the tomb. Edouard de Lamotte, loving his mother as much as she loved him, became uneasy at receiving no visits and was astonished at this sudden indifference. Derues wrote to him as follows: "I have at length some good news for you, my dear boy, but you must not tell your mother I have betrayed her secret. She would scold me, because she is planning a surprise for you, and the various steps and care necessary in arranging this important matter have caused her absence. You are to know nothing until the 11th or 12th of this month, but now that all is settled, I should blame myself if I prolonged the uncertainty in which you have been left. Only you must promise me to look as much astonished as possible. Your mother, who only lives for you, is going to present you with the greatest gift a youth of your age can receive, that of liberty. Yes, dear boy, we thought we had discovered that you have no very keen taste for study, and that a secluded life will suit neither your character nor your health. In saying this, I utter no reproach, for every man is born with his own decided tastes, and the way to success and happiness is often to allow him to follow these instincts. We have had long discussions on this subject, your mother and we have thought much about your future. She has at last come to a decision, and for the last 10 days has been at Versailles, endeavoring to obtain your admission as a royal page. Here is the mystery, this is the reason which has kept her from you, and as she knew you would hear it with delight, she wished to have the pleasure of telling you herself. Therefore, once again, when you see her, which will be very soon, do not let her see I have told you. Appear to be greatly surprised. It is true that I am asking you to tell a lie, but it is a very innocent one, and its good intention will counteract its sinfulness. May God grant we never have worse upon our consciences. Thus, instead of lessons and the solemn precepts of your tutors, instead of a monotonous school life, you are going to enjoy your liberty, also the pleasures of the court and the world. All that rather alarms me, and I ought to confess that I at first opposed this plan. I begged your mother to reflect, to consider that in this new existence you would run great risk of losing the religious feeling which inspires you, and which I have had the happiness, during my sojourn at Buisson-Souef, of further developing in your mind. I still recall with emotion your fervid and sincere aspirations towards the Creator when you approached the sacred table for the first time, and when, kneeling beside you, and envying the purity of heart and innocence of soul, which appeared to animate your countenance as with a divine radiance, I besought God that, in default of my own virtue, the love for heavenly truth, with which I have inspired you, might be reckoned to my account. Your piety is my work, Edward, and I defended it against your mother's plans, but she replied that in every career a man is master of his own good or evil actions, and as I have no authority over you, and friendship only gives me the right to advise, I must give way. If this be your vocation, then follow it. My occupations are so numerous, I have to collect from different sources this 100,000 livres intended to defray the greater part of the Buisson purchase, that I have not a moment in which to come and see you this week. Spend the time in reflection and write to me fully what you think about this plan. If, like me, you feel any scruples, you must tell them to your mother, who decidedly wants only to make you happy. Speak to me freely, openly. It is arranged that I am to fetch you on the 11th of this month and escort you to Versailles, where Madame de Lamotte will be waiting to receive you with the utmost tenderness. Adieu, dear boy, write to me. Your father knows nothing as yet. His consent will be asked after your decision." The answer to this letter did not have to be waited for. It was such as Derues expected. The lad accepted joyfully. The answer was, for the murderer, an arranged plea of defense, a proof which, in a given case, might link the present with the past. On the morning of February 11th, Shrove Tuesday, he went to fetch the young de Lamotte from his school, telling the master that he was desired by the youth's mother to conduct him to Versailles. But instead, he took him to his own house, saying that he had a letter from Madame de Lamotte asking them not to come till the next day, so they started on Ash Wednesday Edward having breakfasted on chocolate. Arrived at Versailles, they stopped at the Fleur-de-Lys inn, but there the sickness which the boy had complained of during the journey became very serious, and the innkeeper, having young children, and believing that he recognized symptoms of smallpox, which just then was ravaging Versailles, refused to receive them, saying he had no vacant room. This might have disconcerted anyone but Derues, but his audacity, activity, and resource seemed to increase with each fresh obstacle. Leaving Edward in a room on the ground floor which had no communication with the rest of the inn, he went at once to look for lodgings and hastily explored the town. After a fruitless search, he found at last, at the junction of the Rue Saint-Honor with that of the Orangery, a cooper named Martin who had a furnished room to spare. This he hired at 30 sous per day for himself and his nephew, who had been taken suddenly ill under the name of Beaupre. To avoid being questioned later, he informed the cooper in a few words that he was a doctor, that he had come to Versailles in order to place his nephew in one of the offices of the town, that in a few days the latter's mother would arrive to join him in seeing and making application to influential persons about the court, to whom he had letters of introduction. As soon as he had delivered this fable with all the appearance of truth with which he knew so well how to disguise his falsehoods, he went back to the young de Lamotte, who was already so exhausted that he was hardly able to drag himself as far as the cooper's house. He fainted on arrival and was carried into the hired room, where Derues begged to be left alone with him and only asked for certain beverages which he told the people how to prepare. Whether it was that the strength of youth fought against the poison, or that Derues took pleasure in watching the sufferings of his victim, the agony of the poor lad was prolonged until the 4th day. The sickness continuing incessantly, he sent the cooper's wife for a medicine which he prepared and administered himself. It produced terrible pain, and Edward's cries brought the cooper and his wife upstairs. They represented to Derues that he ought to call in a doctor and consult with him, but he refused decidedly, saying that a doctor hastily fetched might prove to be an ignorant person with whom he could not agree, and that he could not allow one so dear to him to be prescribed for and nursed by anyone but himself. I know what the malady is, he continued, raising his eyes to heaven. It is one that has to be concealed rather than acknowledged. Poor youth, whom I love as my own son, if God, touched by my tears and thy suffering, permits me to save thee, thy whole life will be too short for thy blessings and thy gratitude. And as Madame Martin asked what this malady might be, he answered with hypocritical blushes. Do not ask, Madame, there are things of which you do not know even the name. At another time, Martin expressed his surprise that the young man's mother had not yet appeared, who, according to Derues, was to have met him at Versailles. He asked how she could know that they were lodging in his house, and if he should send to meet her at any place where she was likely to arrive. His mother, said Derues, looking compassionately at Edward, who lay pale, motionless, and as if insensible. His mother, he calls for her incessantly. Ah, monsieur, some families are greatly to be pitied. My entreaties prevailed on her to decide on coming hither, but will she keep her promise? Do not ask me to tell you more. It is too painful to have to accuse a mother of having forgotten her duties in the presence of her son. There are secrets which ought not to be told, unhappy woman. Edward moved, extended his arms, and repeated, Mother, mother. Derues hastened to his side and took his hands in his, as if to warm them. My mother, the youth repeated. Why have I not seen her? She was to have met me. You shall soon see her, dear boy, only keep quiet. But just now, I thought she was dead. Dead, cried Derues, drive away these sad thoughts. They are caused by the fever only. No, oh no, I heard a secret voice which said, Thy mother is dead, and then I beheld a livid corpse before me. It was she, I knew her well, and she seemed to have suffered so much. Dear boy, your mother is not dead. My God, what terrible chimeras you conjure up. You will see her again, I assure you, she has arrived already. Is it not so, madame? He asked, turning towards the Martins, who were both leaning against the foot of the bed and signing to them to support this pious falsehood in order to calm the young man. Did she not arrive and come to his bedside and kiss him while he slept, and she will soon come again? Yes, yes, said Madame Martin, wiping her eyes, and she begged my husband and me to help your uncle to take great care of you. The youth moved again, and looking round him with a dazed expression said, "My uncle." "You had better go," said Derues in a whisper to the Martins. "I am afraid he is delirious again. I will prepare a draught, which will give him a little rest and sleep." "Adieu then, adieu," answered Madame Martin, "and may heaven bless you for the care you bestow on this poor young man." On Friday evening violent vomiting appeared to have benefited the sufferer. He had rejected most of the poison and had a fairly quiet night. But on the Saturday morning, Derues sent the cooper's little girl to buy more medicine, which he prepared himself like the first. The day was horrible, and about 6 in the evening, seeing his victim was at the last gasp, he opened a little window overlooking the shop and summoned the cooper, requesting him to go at once for a priest. When the latter arrived, he found Derues in tears, kneeling at the dying boy's bedside. And now, by the light of 2 tapers placed on a table, flanking the holy water stoup, there began what on one side was an abominable and sacrilegious comedy, a disgraceful parody of that which Christians consider most sacred and most dear. On the other, a pious and consoling ceremony. The cooper and his wife, their eyes bathed in tears, knelt in the middle of the room, murmuring such prayers as they could remember. Derues gave up his place to the priest, but as Edouard did not answer the latter's questions, he approached the bed, and bending over the sufferer, exhorted him to confession. "Dear boy," he said, "take courage. Your sufferings here will be counted to you above. God will weigh them in the scales of his infinite mercy. Listen to the words of his holy minister, cast your sins into his bosom, and obtain from him forgiveness for your faults." "I am in such terrible pain," cried Edouard. "Water, water, extinguish the fire which consumes me." A violent fit came on, succeeded by exhaustion and the death rattle. Derues fell on his knees, and the priest administered extreme unction. There was then a moment of absolute silence, more impressive than cries and sobs. The priest collected himself for a moment, crossed himself, and began to pray. Derues also crossed himself and repeated in a low voice, apparently choked by grief, "Go forth, O Christian soul, from this world, in the name of God the Father Almighty, who created thee, in the name of Jesus Christ, the Son of the living God, who suffered for thee, in the name of the Holy Ghost, who was poured out upon thee." The youth struggled in his bed, and a convulsive movement agitated his limbs. Derues continued, "When thy soul departs from this body, may it be admitted to the holy mountain of Sion, to the heavenly Jerusalem, to the numerous company of angels, and to the church of the firstborn, whose names are written in heaven." "Mother, my mother," cried Edouard. Derues resumed, "Let God arise, and let the powers of darkness be dispersed. Let the spirits of evil, who reign over the air, be put to flight. Let them not dare to attack a soul redeemed by the precious blood of Jesus Christ." "Amen," responded the priest and the Martins. There was another silence, broken only by the stifled sobs of Derues. The priest again crossed himself and took up the prayer. "We beseech thee, O beloved and only Son of God, by the merits of thy sacred passion, thy cross, and thy death, to deliver this thy servant from the pains of hell, and to lead him to that happy place whither thou didst vouchsafe to lead the thief, who with thee was bound upon the cross. Thou, who art God, living and reigning with the Father and the Holy Ghost." "Amen," repeated those present. Derues now took up the prayer, and his voice mingled with the dying gasps of the sufferer. "And there was a darkness over all the earth. To thee, O Lord, we commend the soul of this thy servant, that being dead to the world, he may live to thee, and the sins he hath committed through the frailty of his mortal nature, do thou in thy most merciful goodness forgive and wash away. Amen." After which all present sprinkled holy water on the body. When the priest had retired, shown out by Madame Martin, Derues said to her husband, "This unfortunate young man has died without the consolation of beholding his mother. His last thought was for her. There now remains the last duty, a very painful one to accomplish, but my poor nephew imposed it on me. A few hours ago, feeling that his end was near, he asked me, as a last mark of friendship, not to entrust these final duties to the hands of strangers." While he applied himself to the necessary work in presence of the cooper, who was much affected by the sight of such sincere and profound affliction. Derues added, sighing, "I shall always grieve for this dear boy. Alas, that evil living should have caused his early death." When he had finished laying out the body, he threw some little packets into the fire which he professed to have found in the youth's pockets, telling Martin, in order to support this assertion, that they contained drugs suitable to this disgraceful malady. He spent the night in the room with the corpse, as he had done in the case of Madame de Lamotte, and the next day, Sunday, he sent Martin to the parish church of St. Louis to arrange for a funeral of the simplest kind, telling him to fill up the certificate in the name of Beaupe, born at Commercy, in Lorraine. He declined himself either to go to the church or to appear at the funeral, saying that his grief was too great. Martin, returning from the funeral, found him engaged in prayer. Derues gave him the dead youth's clothes and departed, leaving some money to be given to the poor of the parish, and for masses to be said for the repose of the soul of the dead. He arrived at home in the evening, found his wife entertaining some friends, and told them he had just come from Chartres, where he had been summoned on business. Everyone noticed his unusual air of satisfaction, and he sang several songs during supper. Having accomplished these two crimes, Derues did not remain idle. When the murderer's part of his nature was at rest, the thief reappeared. His extreme avarice now made him regret the expense caused by the deaths of Madame de Lamotte and her son, and he wished to recoup himself. 2 days after his return from Versailles, he ventured to present himself at Edouard's school. He told the master that he had received a letter from Madame de Lamotte, saying that she wished to keep her son, and asking him to obtain Edouard's belongings. The schoolmaster's wife, who was present, replied that that could not be, that Monsieur de Lamotte would have known of his wife's intention, that she would not have taken such a step without consulting him, and that only the evening before they had received a present of game from Buisson-Souef, with a letter in which Monsieur de Lamotte entreated them to take great care of his son. "If what you say is true," she continued, "Madame de Lamotte is no doubt acting on your advice in taking away her son, but I will write to Buisson." "You had better not do anything in the matter," said Derues, turning to the schoolmaster. "It is quite possible that Monsieur de Lamotte does not know. I am aware that his wife does not always consult him. She is at Versailles, where I took Edouard to her, and I will inform her of your objection." To ensure impunity for these murders, Derues had resolved on the death of Monsieur de Lamotte, but before executing this last crime, he wished for some proof of the recent pretended agreements between himself and Madame de Lamotte. He would not wait for the disappearance of the whole family before presenting himself as the lawful proprietor of Buisson-Souef. Prudence required him to shelter himself behind a deed which should have been executed by that lady. On February 27th, he appeared at the office of Madame de Lamotte's lawyer in the Rue du Paon, and with all the persuasion of an artful tongue, demanded the power of attorney on that lady's behalf, saying that he had, by private contract, just paid 100,000 livres on the total amount of purchase, which money was now deposited with a notary. The lawyer, much astonished that an affair of such importance should have been arranged without any reference to himself, refused to give up the deed to anyone but Monsieur or Madame de Lamotte, and inquired why the latter did not appear herself. Derues replied that she was at Versailles and that he was to send the deed to her there. He repeated his request, and the lawyer his refusal, until Derues retired, saying he would find means to compel him to give up the deed. He actually did, the same day, present a petition to the civil authority, in which Cyrano Derues de Berry sets forth arrangements made with Madame de Lamotte, founded on the deed given by her husband, and requires permission to seize and withdraw said deed from the custody in which it remains at present. The petition is granted. The lawyer objects that he can only give up the deed to either Monsieur or Madame de Lamotte unless he be otherwise ordered. Derues has the effrontery to again appeal to the civil authority, but, for the reasons given by that public officer, the affair is adjourned. These two futile efforts might have compromised Derues had they been heard of at Buisson-Souef, but everything seemed to conspire in the criminal's favor. Neither the schoolmaster's wife nor the lawyer thought of writing to Monsieur de Lamotte. The latter, as yet unsuspecting, was tormented by other anxieties, and kept at home by illness. In these days, distance is shortened, and one can travel from Villeneuve-le-Roi-les-Sens to Paris in a few hours. This was not the case in 1777, when private industry and activity, stifled by routine and privilege, had not yet experienced the need of providing the means for rapid communication. Half a day was required to go from the capital to Versailles. A journey of 20 leagues required at least 2 days and a night, and bristled with obstacles and delays of all kinds. These difficulties of transport, still greater during bad weather, and a long and serious attack of gout, explain why Monsieur de Lamotte, who was so ready to take alarm, had remained separated from his wife from the middle of December to the end of February. He had received reassuring letters from her, written at first with freedom and simplicity, but he thought he noticed a gradual change in the later ones, which appeared to proceed more from the mind than the heart. A style which aimed at being natural was interspersed with unnecessary expressions of affection, unusual between married people well assured of their mutual love. Monsieur de Lamotte observed and exaggerated these peculiarities, and though endeavoring to persuade himself that he was mistaken, he could not forget them or regain his usual tranquility. Being somewhat ashamed of his anxiety, he kept his fears to himself. One morning, as he was sunk in a large armchair by the fire, his sitting-room door opened, and the curé entered, who was surprised by his despondent, sad, and pale appearance. "What is the matter?" he inquired. "Have you had an extra bad night?" "Yes," answered Monsieur de Lamotte. "Well, have you any news from Paris?" "Nothing for a whole week. It is odd, is it not? I am always hoping that this sale may fall through. It drags on for so very long, and I believe that Monsieur Derues, in spite of what your wife wrote a month ago, has not as much money as he pretends to have. Do you know that it is said that Monsieur d'Espagny's Duplessis, Madame Derues' relative, whose money they inherited, was assassinated?" "Where did you hear that?" "It is a common report in the country, and was brought here by a man who came recently from Beauvais." "Have the murderers been discovered?" "Apparently not. Justice seems unable to discover anything at all." Monsieur de Lamotte hung his head, and his countenance assumed an expression of painful thought, as though this news affected him personally. "Frankly," resumed the curé, "I believe you will remain Seigneur du Buisson-Souef, and that I shall be spared the pain of writing another name over your seat in the church of Villeneuve. The affair must be settled in a few days, for I can wait no longer. If the purchaser be not Monsieur Derues, it will have to be someone else. What makes you think he is short of money?" Oh, said the curé, "a man who has money either pays his debts or is a cheat. Now heaven preserve me from suspecting Monsieur Derues' honesty. What do you know about him? Do you remember Brother Marchois of the Camel Julians, who came to see me last spring, and who was here the day Monsieur Derues arrived, with your wife and Edouard?" "Perfectly well." "Well, I happened to tell him in one of my letters that Monsieur Derues had become the purchaser of Buisson-Souef, and that I believed the arrangements were concluded. Thereupon Brother Marchois wrote asking me to remind him that he owes them a sum of 800 livres, and that so far they have not seen a penny of it." "Ah," said Monsieur de Lamotte, "perhaps I should have done better not to let myself be deluded by his fine promises. He certainly has money on his tongue, and when once one begins to listen to him, one can't help doing what he wants. All the same, I had rather have had to deal with someone else." "And is it this which worries you and makes you seem so anxious?" "This and other things." "What then?" "I am really ashamed to own it, but I am as credulous and timid as any old woman. Now do not laugh at me too much. Do you believe in dreams?" "Monsieur," said the curé, smiling, "you should never ask a coward whether he is afraid. You only risk his telling a lie. He will say no, but he means yes." "And are you a coward, my father?" "A little. I don't precisely believe all the nursery tales, or in the favorable or unfavorable meaning of some object seen during our sleep. But—" A sound of steps interrupted them. A servant entered, announcing Monsieur Derues. On hearing the name, Monsieur de Lamotte felt troubled in spite of himself, but overcoming the impression, he rose to meet the visitor. "You had better stay," he said to the curé, who was also rising to take leave. "Stay, we have probably nothing to say which cannot be said before you." Derues entered the room, and, after the usual compliments, sat down by the fire opposite Monsieur de Lamotte. "You did not expect me," he said, "and I ought to apologize for surprising you thus." "Give me some news of my wife," asked Monsieur de Lamotte anxiously. "She has never been better. Your son is also to perfect health." "But why are you alone? Why does not Marie accompany you? It is 10 weeks since she went to Paris." "She has not yet quite finished the business with which you entrusted her. Perhaps I am partly the cause of this long absence, but one cannot transact business as quickly as one would wish. But you have no doubt heard from her that all is finished, or nearly so, between us. We have drawn up a second private contract, which annuls the former agreement, and I have paid over a sum of 100,000 livres. "I do not comprehend," said Monsieur de Lamotte. "What can induce my wife not to inform me of this?" "You did not know." "I know nothing. I was wondering just now with Monsieur le Curé why I did not hear from her. Madame de Lamotte was going to write to you, and I do not know what can have hindered her." "When did you leave her?" "Several days ago. I have not been at Paris. I am returning from Chartres. I believed you were informed of everything." Monsieur de Lamotte remained silent for some moments. Then, fixing his eyes upon Derues' immovable countenance, he said, with some emotion, "You are a husband and father, sir. In the name of this double and sacred affection which is not unknown to you, do not hide anything from me. I fear some misfortune has happened to my wife, which you are concealing." Derues' physiognomy expressed nothing but a perfectly natural astonishment. "What can have suggested such ideas to you, dear sir?" In saying this, he glanced at the curé, wishing to ascertain if this distrust was Monsieur de Lamotte's own idea or had been suggested to him. The movement was so rapid that neither of the others observed it. Like all knaves, obliged by their actions to be continually on the watch, Derues possessed to a remarkable extent the art of seeing all round him without appearing to observe anything in particular. He decided that as yet he had only to combat a suspicion unfounded on proof, and he waited till he should be attacked more seriously. "I do not know," he said, "what may have happened during my absence. Pray explain yourself, for you are making me share your disquietude." "Yes, I am exceedingly anxious. I entreat you, tell me the whole truth. Explain this silence and this absence prolonged beyond all expectation. You finished your business with Madame de Lamotte several days ago. Once again, why did she not write? There is no letter, either from her or my son. Tomorrow I shall send someone to Paris." "Good heavens," answered Derues, "is there nothing but an accident which could cause this delay? Well then," he continued, with the embarrassed look of a man compelled to betray a confidence, "well then, I see that in order to reassure you, I shall have to give up a secret entrusted to me." He then told Monsieur de Lamotte that his wife was no longer at Paris, but at Versailles, where she was endeavoring to obtain an important and lucrative appointment, and that, if she had left him in ignorance of her efforts in this direction, it was only to give him an agreeable surprise. He added that she had removed her son from the school and hoped to place him either in the riding school or amongst the royal pages. To prove his words, he opened his paper case and produced the letter written by Edouard in answer to the one quoted above. All this was related so simply, and with such an appearance of good faith, that the curé was quite convinced, and to Monsieur de Lamotte the plans attributed to his wife were not entirely improbably. Derues had learnt indirectly that such a career for Edouard had been actually under consideration. However, though Monsieur de Lamotte's entire ignorance prevented him from making any serious objection, his fears were not entirely at rest, but for the present he appeared satisfied with the explanation. The curé resumed the conversation. "What you tell us ought to drive away gloomy ideas. Just now, when you were announced, Monsieur de Lamotte was confiding his troubles to me. I was as concerned as he was, and I could say nothing to help him. Never did visitor arrive more apropos. Well, my friend, What now remains of your vain terrors? What was it you were saying just as Monsieur Derues arrived? Ah, we were discussing dreams. You asked if I believed in them. Monsieur de Lamotte, who had sunk back in his easy chair and seemed lost in his reflections, started on hearing these words. He raised his head and looked again at Derues, but the latter had had time to note the impression produced by the cure's remark, and this renewed examination did not disturb him. Yes, said Monsieur de Lamotte, I had asked that question. And I was going to answer that there are certain secret warnings which can be received by the soul long before they are intelligible to the bodily senses, revelations not understood at first, but which later connect themselves with realities of which they are in some way the precursors. Do you agree with me, Monsieur Derues? I have no opinion on such a subject, and must leave the discussion to more learned people than myself. I do not know whether such apparitions really mean anything or not, and I have not sought to fathom these mysteries, thinking them outside the realm of human intelligence. Nevertheless, said the cure, we are obliged to recognize their existence. Yes, but without either understanding or explaining them, like many other eternal truths. I follow the rule given in the Imitation of Jesus Christ. Beware, my son, of considering too curiously the things beyond thine intelligence. And I also submit and avoid too curious consideration. But has not the soul knowledge of many wondrous things which we can yet neither see nor touch? I repeat, there are things which cannot be denied. Derues listened attentively, continually on his guard, and afraid, he knew not why, of becoming entangled in this conversation as in a trap. He carefully watched Monsieur de Lamotte, whose eyes never left him. The cure resumed. Here is an instance which I was bound to accept, seeing it happen to myself. I was then 20, and my mother lived in the neighborhood of Tours, whilst I was at the seminary of Montpellier. After several years of separation, I had obtained permission to go and see her. I wrote, telling her of this good news, and I received her answer full of joy and tenderness. My brother and sister were to be informed. It was to be a family meeting, a real festivity, and I started with a light and joyous heart. My impatience was so great that, having stopped for supper at a village in some 10 leagues from Tours, I would not wait till the next morning for the coach which went that way, but continued the journey on foot and walked all night. It was a long and difficult road, but happiness redoubled my strength. About an hour after sunrise, I saw distinctly the smoke and the village roofs, and I hurried on to surprise my family a little sooner. I never felt more active, more light-hearted and gay. Everything seemed to smile before and around me. Turning a corner of the hedge, I met a peasant whom I recognized. All at once it seemed as if a veil spread over my sight. All my hopes and joy suddenly vanished. A funereal idea took possession of me, and I said, taking the hand of the man who had not yet spoken, "My mother is dead. I am convinced my mother is dead." He hung down his head and answered, "She is to be buried this morning." Now whence came this revelation? I had seen no one, spoken to no one. A moment before I had no idea of it. Derues made a gesture of surprise. Monsieur de Lamotte put his hand to his eyes and said to the cure, "Your presentiments were true. Mine, happily, are unfounded. But listen, and tell me if in the state of anxiety which oppressed me I had not good reason for alarm and for fearing some fatal misfortune." His eyes again sought Derues. Towards the middle of last night I at length fell asleep, but interrupted every moment. This sleep was more a fatigue than a rest. I seemed to hear confused noises all round me. I saw brilliant lights which dazzled me, and then sank back into silence and darkness. Sometimes I heard someone weeping near my bed. Again plaintive voices called to me out of the darkness. I stretched out my arms, but nothing met them. I fought with phantoms. At length a cold hand grasped mine and led me rapidly forward. Under a dark and damp vault a woman lay on the ground, bleeding, inanimate. It was my wife. At the same moment, a groan made me look round, and I beheld a man striking my son with a dagger. I cried out and awoke, bathed in cold perspiration, panting under this terrible vision. I was obliged to get up, walk about, and speak aloud, in order to convince myself it was only a dream. I tried to go to sleep again, but the same vision still pursued me. I saw always the same man armed with 2 daggers streaming with blood. I heard always the cries of his 2 victims. When day came, I felt utterly broken, worn out, and this morning you, my father, could see by my despondency what an impression this awful night had made upon me." During this recital, Derues' calmness never gave way for a single moment, and the most skillful physiognomist could only have discovered an expression of incredulous curiosity on his countenance. "Monsieur le Cure's story," said he, "impressed me much. Yours only brings back my uncertainty. It is less possible than ever to deliver any opinion on this serious question of dreams, since the second instance contradicts the first." "It is true," answered the cure. "No possible conclusion can be drawn from 2 facts which contradict each other, and the best thing we can do is to choose a less dismal subject of conversation." "Monsieur Derues," asked Monsieur de Lamotte, "if you are not too tired with your journey, shall we go and look at the last improvements I have made? It is now your affair to decide upon them, since I shall shortly be only your guest here. Just as I have been yours for long enough, and I trust you will often give me the opportunity of exercising hospitality in my turn. But you are ill, the day is cold and damp. If you do not care to go out, do not let me disturb you. Had you not better stay by the fire with Monsieur le Cure? For me, heaven be thanked, I require no assistance. I will look round the park and come back presently to tell you what I think. Besides, we shall have plenty of time to talk about it. With your permission, I should like to stay 2 or 3 days. I shall be pleased if you will do so." Derues went out, sufficiently uneasy in his mind, both on account of his reception of Monsieur de Lamotte's fears and of the manner in which the latter had watched him during the conversation. He walked quickly up and down the park. "I have been foolish, perhaps. I have lost 12 or 15 days and delayed stupidly from fear of not foreseeing everything. But then, how was I to imagine that this simple, easily deceived man would all at once become suspicious? What a strange dream! If I had not been on my guard, I might have been disconcerted. Come, come, I must try to disperse these ideas and give him something else to think about." He stopped, and after a few minutes' consideration turned back towards the house. As soon as he had left the room, Monsieur de Lamotte had bent over towards the cure, and had said, "He did not show any emotion, did he?" "None whatever." "He did not start when I spoke of the man armed with those 2 daggers?" "No, but put aside these ideas. You must see they are mistaken. I did not tell everything, my father. This murderer whom I saw in my dream was Derues himself. I know as well as you that it must be a delusion. I saw as well as you did that he remained quite calm, but in spite of myself, this terrible dream haunts me. There, do not listen to me, do not let me talk about it. It only makes me blush for myself." Whilst Derues remained at Buisson-Souef, Monsieur de Lamotte received several letters from his wife, some from Paris, some from Versailles. She remarked that her son and herself were perfectly well. The writing was so well imitated that no one could doubt their genuineness. However, Monsieur de Lamotte's suspicions continually increased, and he ended by making the cure share his fears. He also refused to go with Derues to Paris, in spite of the latter's entreaties. Derues, alarmed at the coldness shown him, left Buisson-Souef, saying that he intended to take possession about the middle of spring. Monsieur de Lamotte was, in spite of himself, still detained by ill health, but a new and inexplicable circumstance made him resolve to go to Paris and endeavor to clear up the mystery which appeared to surround his wife and son. He received an unsigned letter in unknown handwriting, and in which Madame de Lamotte's reputation was attacked with a kind of would-be reticence, which hinted that she was an unfaithful wife, and that in this lay the cause of her long absence. Her husband did not believe this anonymous denunciation, but the fate of the 2 beings dearest to him seemed shrouded in so much obscurity that he could delay no longer, and started for Paris. His resolution not to accompany Derues had saved his life. The latter could not carry out his culminating crime at Buisson-Souef. It was only in Paris that his victims would disappear without his being called to account. Obliged to leave hold of his prey, he endeavored to bewilder him in a labyrinth where all trace of truth might be lost. Already, as he had arranged beforehand, he had called calumny to his help, and prepared the audacious lie which was to vindicate himself should an accusation fall upon his head. He had hoped that Monsieur de Lamotte would fall defenseless into his hands, but now a careful examination of his position, showing the impossibility of avoiding an explanation, had become inevitable, made him change all his plans, and compelled him to devise an infernal plot, so skillfully laid that it bid fair to defeat all human sagacity. Monsieur de Lamotte arrived in Paris early in March. Chance decided that he should lodge in the Rue de la Mortellerie, in a house not far from the one where his wife's body lay buried. He went to see Derues, hoping to surprise him and determined to make him speak, but found he was not at home. Madame Derues, whether acting with the discretion of an accomplice or really ignorant of her husband's proceedings, could not say where he was likely to be found. She said that he told her nothing about his actions, and that Monsieur de Lamotte must have observed during their stay at Buisson, which was true, that she never questioned him, but obeyed his wishes in everything, and that he had now gone away without saying where he was going. She acknowledged that Madame de Lamotte had lodged with them for 6 weeks, and that she knew that lady had been at Versailles, but since then she had heard nothing. All Monsieur de Lamotte's questions, his entreaties, prayers, or threats, obtained no other answer. He went to the lawyer in the Rue de Paun, to the schoolmaster, and found the same uncertainty, the same ignorance. His wife and his son had gone to Versailles. There the clue ended which ought to guide his investigations. He went to this town. No one could give him any information. The very name of Lamotte was unknown. He returned to Paris, questioned and examined the people of the quarter, the proprietor of the Hôtel de France, where his wife had stayed on her former visit. At length, wearied with useless efforts, he implored help from justice. Then his complaints ceased. He was advised to maintain a prudent silence and to await Derues' return. The latter thoroughly understood that, having failed to dissipate Monsieur de Lamotte's fears, there was no longer an instant to lose, and that the pretended private contract of February 12th would not of itself prove the existence of Madame de Lamotte. This is how he employed the time spent by the unhappy husband in fruitless investigation. On March 12th, a woman, her face hidden in the hood of her cloak, or Therese, as it was then called, appeared in the office of Maître N., a notary at Lyons. She gave her name as Marie Francois Perfia, wife of Monsieur Saint-Faust de Lamotte, but separated as to goods and estate from him. She caused a deed to be drawn up, authorizing her husband to receive the arrears of 30,000 livres remaining from the price of the estate of Buisson-Souef, situated near Villeneuve-le-Roi-les-Sens. The deed was drawn up and signed by Madame de Lamotte, by the notary, and one of his colleagues. This woman was Derues. If we remember that he only arrived at Buisson February 28th and remained there for some days, it becomes difficult to understand how at that period so long a journey as that from Paris to Lyons could have been accomplished with such rapidity. Fear must have given him wings. We will now explain what use he intended to make of it, and what fable, a masterpiece of cunning and of lies, he had invented. On his arrival in Paris, he found a summons to appear before the magistrate of police. He expected this, and appeared quite tranquil, ready to answer any questions. Monsieur de Lamotte was present. It was a formal examination, and the magistrate first asked why he had left Paris. "Monsieur," replied Derues, "I have nothing to hide, and none of my actions need fear the daylight, but before replying, I should like to understand my position. As a domiciled citizen, I have a right to require this. Will you kindly inform me why I have been summoned to appear before you, whether on account of anything personal to myself, or simply to give information as to something which may be within my knowledge? You are acquainted with this gentleman, and cannot therefore be ignorant of the cause of the present inquiry." "I am, nevertheless, quite in ignorance of it." "Be good enough to answer my question. Why did you leave Paris, and where have you been?" "I was absent for business reasons." "What business?" "I shall say no more." "Take care, you have incurred serious suspicions, and silence will not tend to clear you." Derues hung down his head with an air of resignation, and Monsieur de Lamotte, seeing in this attitude a silent confession of crime, exclaimed, "Wretched man, what have you done with my wife and my son?" "Your son," said Derues slowly and with peculiar emphasis. He again cast down his eyes. The magistrate conducting the inquiry was struck by the expression of Derues' countenance and by this half-answer, which appeared to hide a mystery and to aim at diverting attention by offering a bait to curiosity. He might have stopped Derues at the moment when he sought to plunge into a tortuous argument and compelled him to answer with the same clearness and decision which distinguished Monsieur de Lamotte's question. But he reflected that the latter's inquiries, unforeseen, hasty and passionate, were perhaps more likely to disconcert a prepared defense than cooler and more skillful tactics. He therefore changed his plans, contenting himself for the moment with the part of an observer only and watching a duel between two fairly matched antagonists. "I require you to tell me what has become of them," repeated Monsieur de Lamotte. "I have been to Versailles, you assured me they were there." "And I told you the truth, monsieur. No one has seen them, no one knows them, every trace is lost. Your honor, this man must be compelled to answer. He must say what has become of my wife and son." "I excuse your anxiety, I understand your trouble, but why appeal to me? Why am I supposed to know what may have happened to them?" "Because I confided them to your care." "As a friend, yes, I agree. Yes, it is quite true that last December I received a letter from you informing me of the impending arrival of your wife and son. I received them in my own house and showed them the same hospitality which I had received from you. I saw them both, your son often, your wife every day, until the day she left me to go to Versailles. Yes, I also took Edouard to his mother, who was negotiating an appointment for him. I have already told you all this, and I repeat it because it is the truth. You believed me then, why do you not believe me now? Why has what I say become strange and incredible? If your wife and your son have disappeared, am I responsible? Did you transmit your authority to me? And now, in what manner are you thus calling me to account? Is it to the friend who might have pitied, who might have aided your search, that you thus address yourself? Have you come to confide in me, to ask for advice, for consolation? No, you accuse me. Very well. Then I refuse to speak. Because, having no proofs, you yet accuse an honest man. Because your fears, whether real or imaginary, do not excuse you for casting, I know not what odious suspicions, on a blameless reputation, because I have the right to be offended. Monsieur, he continued, turning to the magistrate, I believe you will appreciate my moderation and will allow me to retire. If charges are brought against me, I am quite ready to meet them and to show what they are really worth. I shall remain in Paris. I have now no business which requires my presence elsewhere. He emphasized these last words, evidently intending to draw attention to them. It did not escape the magistrate, who inquired, What do you mean by that? Nothing beyond my words, your honor. Have I your permission to retire? No, remain. You are pretending not to understand. I do not understand these insinuations, so covertly made. Monsieur de Lamotte rose, exclaiming, Insinuations, what more can I say to compel you to answer? My wife and son have disappeared. It is untrue that, as you pretend, they have been at Versailles. You deceived me at Buisson-Souef, just as you are deceiving me now, as you are endeavoring to deceive justice by inventing fresh lies. Where are they? What has become of them? I am tormented by all the fears possible to a husband and father. I imagine all the most terrible misfortunes, and I accuse you to your face of having caused their death. Is this sufficient, or do you still accuse me of covert insinuations? Derues turned to the magistrate. Is this charge enough to place me in the position of a criminal if I do not give a satisfactory explanation? Certainly, you should have thought of that sooner. Then, he continued, addressing Monsieur de Lamotte, I understand you persist in this odious accusation. I certainly persist in it. You have forgotten our friendship, broken all bonds between us. I am in your eyes only a miserable assassin. You consider my silence as guilty. You will ruin me if I do not speak. It is true. There is still time for reflection. Consider what you are doing. I will forget your insults and your anger. Your trouble is great enough without my reproaches being added to it. But you desire that I should speak, you desire it absolutely. I do desire it. Very well then, it shall be as you wish. Derues surveyed Monsieur de Lamotte with a look which seemed to say, I pity you. He then added, with a sigh, I am now ready to answer. Your Honor, will you have the kindness to resume my examination? Derues had succeeded in taking up an advantageous position. If he had begun narrating the extraordinary romance he had invented, the least penetrating eye must have perceived its improbability, and one would have felt it required some support at every turn. But since he had resisted being forced to tell it, and apparently only ceded to Monsieur de Lamotte's violent persistency, the situation was changed, and this refusal to speak, coming from a man who thereby compromised his personal safety, took the semblance of generosity, and was likely to arouse the magistrate's curiosity and prepare his mind for unusual and mysterious revelations. This was exactly what Derues wanted, and he awaited the interrogation with calm and tranquility. Why did you leave Paris? The magistrate demanded a second time. I have already had the honor to inform you that important business necessitated my absence. But you refuse to explain the nature of this business. Do you still persist in this refusal? For the moment, yes, I will explain it later. Where have you been? Whence do you return? I have been to Lyon and have returned thence. What took you there? I will tell you later. In the month of December last, Madame de Lamotte and her son came to Paris. That is so. They both lodged in your house. I have no reason to deny it. But neither she herself nor Monsieur de Lamotte had at first intended that she should accept a lodging in the house which you occupied. That is quite true. We had important accounts to settle, and Madame de Lamotte told me afterwards that she feared some dispute on the question of money might arise between us. At least, that is the reason she gave me. She was mistaken, as the event proved, since I always intended to pay, and I have paid. But she may have had another reason which she preferred not to give. It was the distrust of this man which she felt, exclaimed Monsieur de Lamotte. Derues answered only with a melancholy smile. Silence, monsieur, said the magistrate. Silence, do not interrupt. Then addressing Derues. Another motive. What motive do you suppose? Possibly she preferred to be more free and able to receive any visitor she wished. What do you mean? It is only supposition on my part. I do not insist upon it. But the supposition appears to contain a hint injurious to Madame de Lamotte's reputation. No, oh no, replied Derues after a moment's silence. This sort of insinuation appeared strange to the magistrate, who resolved to try and force Derues to abandon these treacherous reticences behind which he sheltered himself. Again recommending silence to Monsieur de Lamotte, he continued to question Derues, not perceiving that he was only following the lead skillfully given by the latter, who drew him gradually on by withdrawing himself, and that all the time thus gained was an advantage to the accused. Well, said the magistrate, whatever Madame de Lamotte's motives may have been, it ended in her coming to stay with you. How did you persuade her to take this step? My wife accompanied her first to the Hôtel de France and then to other hotels. I said no more than might be deemed allowable in a friend. I could not presume to persuade her against her will. When I returned home, I was surprised to find her there with her son. She could not find a disengaged room in any of the hotels she tried, and she then accepted my offer. What date was this? Monday, the 16th of last December. And when did she leave your house? On the 1st of February. The porter cannot remember having seen her go out on that day. That is possible. Madame de Lamotte went and came as her affairs required. She was known, and no more attention would be paid to her than to any other inmate. The porter also says that, for several days before this date, she was ill and obliged to keep her room. Yes, it was a slight indisposition, which had no results, so slight that it seemed unnecessary to call in a doctor. Madame de Lamotte appeared preoccupied and anxious. I think her mental attitude influenced her health. Did you escort her to Versailles? No, I went there to see her later. What proof can you give of her having actually stayed there? None whatever, unless it be a letter which I received from her. You told Monsieur de Lamotte that she was exerting herself to procure her son's admission either as a king's page or into the riding school. Now, no one at Versailles has seen this lady or even heard of her. I only repeated what she told me. Where was she staying? I do not know. What, she wrote to you, you went to see her, and yet you do not know where she was lodging. That is so. But it is impossible. There are many things which would appear impossible if I were to relate them, but which are true nevertheless. Explain yourself. I only received one letter from Madame de Lamotte, in which she spoke of her plans for Edward, requesting me to send her son on a day she fixed, and I told Edward of her projects. Not being able to go to the school to see him, I wrote, asking if he would like to give up his studies and become a royal page. When I was last at Buisson-Souef, I showed his answer to Monsieur de Lamotte. It is here. And he handed over a letter to the magistrate, who read it, and passing it on to Monsieur de Lamotte, inquired, Did you then, and do you now, recognize your son's handwriting? Perfectly, monsieur. You took Edward to Versailles. I did. On what day? February 11th, Shrove Tuesday. It is the only time I have been to Versailles. The contrary might be supposed, for I have allowed it to be understood that I have often seen Madame de Lamotte since she left my house and was acquainted with all her actions, and that the former confidence and friendship still existed between us. In allowing this, I have acted a lie and transgressed the habitual sincerity of my whole life. This assertion produced a bad impression on the magistrate. Derues perceived it, and to avert evil consequences, hastened to add, My conduct can only be appreciated when it is known in entirety. I misunderstood the meaning of Madame de Lamotte's letter. She asked me to send her son. I thought to oblige her by accompanying him and not leaving him to go alone. So we traveled together and arrived at Versailles about midday. As I got down from the coach, I saw Madame de Lamotte at the palace gate and observed, to my astonishment, that my presence displeased her. She was not alone. He stopped, although he had evidently reached the most interesting point of his story. Go on, said the magistrate. Why do you stop now? Because what I have to say is so painful, not to me, who have to justify myself, but for others, that I hesitate. Go on. Will you then interrogate me, please? Well, what happened in this interview? Derues appeared to collect himself for a moment, and then said with the air of a man who has decided on speaking out at last. Madame de Lamotte was not alone. She was attended by a gentleman whom I did not know, whom I never saw either at Buisson-Souef or in Paris, and whom I have never seen again since. I will ask you to allow me to recount everything, even to the smallest details. This man's face struck me at once, on account of a singular resemblance. He paid no attention to me at first, and I was able to examine him at leisure. His manners were those of a man belonging to the highest classes of society, and his dress indicated wealth. On seeing Edward, he said to Madame de Lamotte, So this is he, and he then kissed him tenderly. This and the marks of undisguised pleasure which he evinced surprised me, and I looked at Madame de Lamotte, who then remarked with some asperity, I did not expect to see you, Monsieur Derues. I had not asked you to accompany my son. Edward seemed quite as much surprised as I was. The stranger gave me a look of haughty annoyance, but seeing I did not avoid his glance, his countenance assumed a more gentle expression, and Madame de Lamotte introduced him as a person who took great interest in Edward. It is a whole tissue of imposture, exclaimed Monsieur de Lamotte. Allow me to finish, answered Derues. I understand your doubts, and that you are not anxious to believe what I say, but I have been brought here by legal summons to tell the truth, and I am going to tell it. You can then weigh the two accusations in the balance and choose between them. The reputation of an honorable man is as sacred, as important, as worthy of credit as the reputation of a woman, and I never heard that the virtue of the one was more fragile than that of the other. Monsieur de Lamotte, thunderstruck by such a revelation, could not contain his impatience and indignation. "This, then," he said, "is the explanation of an anonymous letter which I received, and of the injurious suggestions concerning my wife's honor which it contained. It was written to give an appearance of probability to this infamous legend. The whole thing is a disgraceful plot, and no doubt Monsieur Derues wrote the letter himself." "I know nothing about it," said Derues unconcernedly, "and the explanation which you profess to find in it I should rather refer to something else I am going to mention. I did not know a secret warning had been sent to you. I now learn it from you, and I understand perfectly that such a letter may have been written. But that you have received such a warning ought surely to be a reason for listening patiently and not denouncing all I say as imposture." While saying this, Derues mentally constructed the fresh falsehood necessitated by the interruption, but no variation of countenance betrayed his thought. He had an air of dignity natural to his position. He saw that, in spite of clear-headedness and long practice in studying the most deceptive countenances, the magistrate so far had not scented any of his falsehoods, and was getting bewildered in the windings of this long narrative, through which Derues led him as he chose, and he resumed with confidence. "You know that I made Monsieur de Lamotte's acquaintance more than a year ago, and I had reason to believe his friendship as sincere as my own. As a friend, I could not calmly accept the suspicion which then entered my mind, nor could I conceal my surprise. Madame de Lamotte saw this, and understood from my looks that I was not satisfied with the explanation she wished me to accept. A glance of intelligence passed between her and her friend, who was still holding Edward's hand. The day, though cold, was fine, and she proposed a walk in the park. I offered her my arm, and the stranger walked in front with Edward. We had a short conversation, which has remained indelibly fixed in my memory. "Why did you come?" she inquired. I did not answer, but looked sternly at her in order to discompose her. At length I said, "You should have written, madame, and warned me that my coming would be indiscreet." She seemed much disconcerted, and exclaimed, "I am lost. I see you guess everything and will tell my husband. I am an unhappy woman, and a sin once committed can never be erased from the pages of a woman's life. Listen, Monsieur Derues, listen, I implore you. You see this man, I shall not tell you who he is, I shall not give his name. But I loved him long ago, I should have been his wife, and had he not been compelled to leave France, I should have married no one else." Monsieur de Lamotte started and grew pale. "What is the matter?" the magistrate inquired. "Oh, this dastardly wretch is profiting by his knowledge of secrets, which a long intimacy has enabled him to discover. Do not believe him, I entreat you, do not believe him." Derues resumed. Madame de Lamotte continued, "I saw him again 16 years ago, always in hiding, always proscribed. Today he reappears under a name which is not his own. He wishes to link my fate with his. He has insisted on seeing Edward, but I shall escape him. I have invented this fiction of placing my son among the royal pages to account for my stay here. Do not contradict me, but help me. For a little time ago I met one of Monsieur de Lamotte's friends. I am afraid he suspected something. Say you have seen me several times. As you have come, let it be known that you brought Edward here. I shall return to Buisson as soon as possible, but will you go first, see my husband, satisfy him if he is anxious? I am in your hands. My honor, my reputation, my very life are at your mercy. You can either ruin or help to save me. I may be guilty, but I am not corrupt. I have wept for my sin day after day, and I have already cruelly expiated it." This execrable calumny was not related without frequent interruptions on the part of Monsieur de Lamotte. He was, however, obliged to own to himself that it was quite true that Marie Perrier had really been promised to a man whom an unlucky affair had driven into exile, and whom he had supposed to be dead. This revelation, coming from Derues, who had the strongest interest in lying, by no means convinced him of his wife's dishonor, nor destroyed the feelings of a husband and father. But Derues was not speaking for him alone, and what appeared incredible to Monsieur de Lamotte might easily seem less improbable to the colder and less interested judgment of the magistrate. I was wrong, Derues continued, in allowing myself to be touched by her tears, wrong in believing in her repentance, more wrong still in going to Buisson to satisfy her husband. But I only consented on conditions. Madame de Lamotte promised me to return shortly to Paris, vowing that her son should never know the truth, and that the rest of her life should be devoted to atoning for her sin by a boundless devotion. She then begged me to leave her, and told me she would write to me at Paris to fix the day of her return. This is what happened, and this is why I went to Buisson and gave my support to a lying fiction. With one word, I might have destroyed the happiness of 17 years. I did not wish to do so. I believed in the remorse. I believe in it still, in spite of all appearances. I have refused to speak this very day, and made every effort to prolong an illusion which I know it will be terrible to lose. There was a moment of silence. This fable, so atrociously ingenious, was simply and impressively narrated, and with an air of candor well contrived to impose on the magistrate, or, at least, to suggest grave doubts to his mind. Derues, with his usual cunning, had conformed his language to the quality of his listener. Any tricks, profession of piety, quotations from sacred books, so largely indulged in when he wished to bamboozle people of a lower class, would here have told against him. He knew when to abstain, and carried the art of deception far enough to be able to lay aside the appearance of hypocrisy. He had described all the circumstances without affectation, and if this unexpected accusation was wholly unproved, it yet rested on a possible fact, and did not appear absolutely incredible. The magistrate went through it all again, and made him repeat every detail, without being able to make him contradict himself or show the smallest embarrassment. While interrogating Derues, he kept his eyes fixed upon him, and this double examination being quite fruitless, only increased his perplexity. However, he never relaxed the incredulous severity of his demeanor, nor the imperative and threatening tone of his voice. "You acknowledge having been at Lyon?" he asked. "I have been there. At the beginning of this examination, you said you would explain the reason of this journey later. I am ready to do so, for the journey is connected with the facts I have just narrated. It was caused by them." "Explain it." I again asked permission to relate fully. I did not hear from Versailles. I began to fear Monsieur de Lamotte's anxiety would bring him to Paris. Bound by the promise I had made to his wife to avert all suspicion and to satisfy any doubts he might conceive, and must I add, also remembering that it was important for me to inform him of our new arrangements, and of this payment of 100,000 livres. "That payment is assuredly fictitious," interrupted Monsieur de Lamotte. "We must have some proof of it." "I will prove it presently," answered Derues. "So I went to Buisson, as I have already told you. On my return I found a letter from Madame de Lamotte, a letter with a Paris stamp which had arrived that morning. I was surprised that she should write when actually in Paris. I opened the letter and was still more surprised. I have not the letter with me, but I recollect the sense of it perfectly, if not the wording, and I can produce it if necessary. Madame de Lamotte was at Lyon with her son, and this person, whose name I do not know, and whom I do not care to mention before her husband. She had confided this letter to a person who was coming to Paris, and who was to bring it me, but this individual, whose name was Marquis, regretted that having to start again immediately, he was obliged to entrust it to the post. This is the sense of its contents. Madame de Lamotte wrote that she found herself obliged to follow this nameless person to Lyon, and she begged me to send her news of her husband and of the state of his affairs, but said not one single word of any probable return. I became very uneasy at the news of this clandestine departure. I had no security except a private contract annulling our first agreement on the payment of 100,000 livres, and that this was not a sufficient and regular receipt I knew, because the lawyer had already refused to surrender Monsieur de Lamotte's power of attorney. I thought over all the difficulties which this flight, which would have to be kept secret, was likely to produce, and I started for Lyon without writing or giving any notice of my intention. I had no information. I did not even know whether Madame de Lamotte was passing by another name, as at Versailles, but chance decreed that I met her the very day of my arrival. She was alone and complained bitterly of her fate, saying she had been compelled to follow this individual to Lyon, but that very soon she would be free and would return to Paris. but I was struck by the uncertainty of her manner and said I should not leave her without obtaining a deed in proof of our recent arrangements. She refused at first, saying it was unnecessary as she would so soon return, but I insisted strongly. I told her I had already compromised myself by telling Monsieur de Lamotte that she was at Versailles, endeavoring to procure an appointment for her son, that since she had been compelled to come to Lyon, the same person might take her elsewhere, so that she might disappear any day, might leave France without leaving any trace, without any written acknowledgement of her own dishonor, and that when all these falsehoods were discovered, I should appear in the light of an accomplice. I said also that, as she had unfortunately lodged in my house in Paris and had requested me to remove her son from his school, explanations would be required from me, and perhaps I should be accused of this double disappearance. Finally, I declared that if she did not give me some proofs of her existence, willingly or unwillingly, I would go at once to a magistrate. My firmness made her reflect. "Good Monsieur Derues," she said, "I ask your forgiveness for all the trouble I have caused you. I will give you this deed tomorrow. Today it is too late, but come to this same place tomorrow and you shall see me again." I hesitated, I confess, to let her go. "Ah," she said, grasping my hands, "do not suspect me of intending to deceive you. I swear that I will meet you here at 4 o'clock. It is enough that I have ruined myself, and perhaps my son, without also entangling you in my unhappy fate." "Yes, you are right. This deed is important, necessary for you, and you shall have it. But do not show yourself here. If you were seen, I might not be able to do what I ought to do. Tomorrow you shall see me again, I swear it." She then left me. The next day, the 12th of March, I was exact at the rendezvous, and Madame de Lamotte arrived a moment later. She gave me a deed, authorizing her husband to receive the arrears of 30,000 livres remaining from the purchase money of Buisson Souef. I endeavored again to express my opinion of her conduct. She listened in silence, as if my words affected her deeply. We were walking together when she told me she had some business in a house we were passing and asked me to wait for her. I waited more than an hour, and then discovered that this house, like many others in Lyon, had an exit in another street, and I understood that Madame de Lamotte had escaped by this passage and that I might wait in vain. Concluding that trying to follow her would be useless, and seeing also that any remonstrance would be made in vain, I returned to Paris, deciding to say nothing as yet, and to conceal the truth as long as possible. I still had hopes, and I did not count on being so soon called on to defend myself. I thought that when I had to speak, it would be as a friend and not as an accused person. This, sir, is the explanation of my conduct, and I regret that this justification, so easy for myself, should be so cruelly painful for another. You have seen the efforts which I made to defer it." Monsieur de Lamotte had heard this second part of Derues' recital with a more silent indignation, not that he admitted its probability, but he was confounded by this monstrous imposture, and, as it were, terror-stricken by such profound hypocrisy. His mind revolted at the idea of his wife being accused of adultery, but while he repelled this charge with decision, he saw the confirmation of his secret terrors and presentiments, and his heart sank within him at the prospect of exploring this abyss of iniquity. He was pale, gasping for breath, as though he himself had been the criminal, while scorching tears furrowed his cheeks. He tried to speak, but his voice failed. He wanted to fling back at Derues the names of traitor and assassin, and he was obliged to bear in silence the look of mingled grief and pity which the latter bestowed upon him. The magistrate, calmer and master of his emotions, but tolerably bewildered in this labyrinth of cleverly connected lies, thought it desirable to ask some further questions. "How," said he, "did you obtain this sum of 100,000 livres, which you say you paid over to Madame de Lamotte?" "I have been engaged in business for several years, and have acquired some fortune." "Nevertheless, you have postponed the obligation of making this payment several times, so that Monsieur de Lamotte had begun to feel uneasiness on the subject. This was the chief reason of his wife's coming to Paris. One sometimes experiences momentary difficulties, which presently disappear. You say you have a deed given you at Lyon by Madame de Lamotte, which you were to give to her husband." "It is here." The magistrate examined the deed carefully and noted the name of the lawyer in whose office it had been drawn up. "You may go," he said at last. "What?" exclaimed Monsieur de Lamotte. Derues stopped, but the magistrate signed to him to go, intimating, however, that he was on no account to leave Paris. "But," said Monsieur de Lamotte, when they were alone, "this man is indeed guilty. My wife has not betrayed me. She forget her duties as a wife. She was virtue incarnate. Ah, I assure you these terrible calumnies are invented to conceal double crime. I throw myself at your feet. I implore your justice." "Rise, monsieur. This is only a preliminary examination, and I confess that, so far, he comes well out of it, for imagination can hardly understand such a depth of deceit. I watched him closely the whole time, and I could discover no sign of alarm, no contradiction in either face or language. If guilty, he must be the greatest hypocrite that ever existed. But I shall neglect nothing. If a criminal is allowed to flatter himself with impunity, he frequently forgets to be prudent, and I have seen many betray themselves when they thought they had nothing to fear. Patience and trust to the justice of both God and man." Several days passed, and Derues flattered himself the danger was over. His every action meanwhile was most carefully watched, but so that he remained unaware of the surveillance. A police officer named Mutil, distinguished for activity and intelligence beyond his fellows, was charged with collecting information and following any trail. All his bloodhounds were in action and hunted Paris thoroughly, but could trace nothing bearing on the fate of Madame de Lamotte and her son. Mutil, however, soon discovered that in the Rue Saint-Victor, Derues had failed 3 successive times, that he had been pursued by numerous creditors, and been often near imprisonment for debt, and that in 1771 he had been publicly accused of incendiarism. He reported on these various circumstances, and then went himself to Derues' abode, where he obtained no results. Madame Derues declared that she knew nothing whatever, and the police, having vainly searched the whole house, had to retire. Derues himself was absent. When he returned, he found another order to appear before the magistrate. His first success had encouraged him. He appeared before the magistrate accompanied by a lawyer and full of confidence, complaining loudly that the police, in searching during his absence, had offended against the rights of a domiciled burgess, and ought to have awaited his return. Affecting a just indignation at Monsieur de Lamotte's conduct towards him, he presented a demand that the latter should be declared a calumniator, and should pay damages for the injury caused to his reputation. But this time his effrontery and audacity were of little avail. The magistrate easily detected him in flagrant lies. He declared at first that he had paid the 100,000 livres with his own money, but when reminded of his various bankruptcies, the claims of his creditors, and the judgments obtained against him as an insolvent debtor, he made a complete volte-face, and declared he had borrowed the money from an advocate named Duclos, to whom he had given a bond in presence of a notary. In spite of all his protestations, the magistrate committed him to solitary confinement at Fort l'Evêque. As yet nothing was publicly known, but vague reports and gossip, carried from shop to shop, circulated among the people and began to reach the higher classes of society. The infallible instinct which is aroused among the masses is truly marvelous. A great crime is committed, which seems at first likely to defeat justice, and the public conscience is aroused. Long before the tortuous folds which envelop the mystery can be penetrated, while it is still sunk in profound obscurity, the voice of the nation, like an excited hive, buzzes around the secret. Though the magistrates doubt, the public curiosity fixes itself and never leaves go. If the criminal's hiding place is changed, it follows the track, points it out, descries it in the gloom. This is what happened on the news of Derues' arrest. The affair was everywhere discussed, although the information was incomplete, reports inexact, and no real publicity to be obtained. The romance which Derues had invented by way of defense, and which became known as well as Monsieur de Lamotte's accusation, obtained no credence whatever. On the contrary, all the reports to his discredit were eagerly adopted. As yet no crime could be traced, but the public presentiment divined an atrocious one. Have we not often seen similar agitations? The names of Bastide, of Castaing, of Papavoine had hardly been pronounced before they completely absorbed all the public attention, and this had to be satisfied, light had to be thrown on the darkness. Society demanded vengeance. Derues felt some alarm in his dungeon, but his presence of mind and his dissimulation in no wise deserted him, and he swore afresh every day to the truth of his statements. But his last false assertion turned against him. The bond for 100,000 livres, which he professed to have given to Duclos, was a counterfeit which Duclos had annulled by a sort of counter-declaration made the same day. Another circumstance, intended to ensure his safety, only redoubled suspicion. On Apeth, notes payable to order to the amount of 78,000 livres were received by Monsieur de Lamotte's lawyer, as if coming from Madame de Lamotte. It appeared extraordinary that these notes, which arrived in an ordinary stamped envelope, should not be accompanied by any letter of advice, and suspicion attached to Madame Derues, who hitherto had remained unnoticed. An inquiry as to where the packet had been posted soon revealed the office, distinguished by a letter of the alphabet, and the postmaster described a servant maid who had brought the letter and paid for it. The description resembled the Derues servant, and this girl, much alarmed, acknowledged, after a great deal of hesitation, that she had posted the letter in obedience to her mistress's orders. Whereupon Madame Derues was sent as a prisoner to Fort l'Evêque, and her husband transferred to the Grand Châtelet. On being interrogated, she at length owned that she had sent these notes to Monsieur de Lamotte's lawyer, and that her husband had given them her in an envelope hidden in the soiled linen for which she had brought him clean in exchange. All this certainly amounted to serious presumptive evidence of guilt, and if Derues had shown himself to the multitude, which followed every phase of the investigation with increasing anxiety, 1,000 arms would have willingly usurped the office of the executioner. But the distance thence to actual proof of murder was enormous for the magistracy. Derues maintained his tranquillity, always asserting that Madame de Lamotte and her son were alive, and would clear him by their reappearance. Neither threats nor stratagems succeeded in making him contradict himself, and his assurance shook the strongest conviction. A new difficulty was added to so much uncertainty. A messenger had been sent off secretly with all haste to Lyon. His return was awaited for a test which it was thought would be decisive. One morning Derues was fetched from his prison and taken to a lower hall of the conciergerie. He received no answers to the questions addressed to his escort, and this silence showed him the necessity of being on his guard and preserving his imperturbable demeanor whatever might happen. On arriving, he found the commissioner of police, Mutil, and some other persons. The hall, being very dark, had been illuminated with several torches, and Derues was so placed that the light fell strongly on his face, and was then ordered to look towards a particular part of the hall. As he did so, a door opened, and a man entered. Derues beheld him with indifference, and seeing that the stranger was observing him attentively, he bowed to him as one might bow to an unknown person whose curiosity seems rather unusual. It was impossible to detect the slightest trace of emotion. A hand placed on his heart would not have felt an increased pulsation, yet this stranger's recognition would be fatal. Mutil approached the newcomer and whispered, "Do you recognize him?" "No, I do not." "Have the kindness to leave the room for a moment. We will ask you to return immediately." This individual was the lawyer in whose office at Lyon the deed had been drawn up which Derues had signed, disguised as a woman, and under the name of Marie Francoise Perier, wife of the Sieur de Lamotte. A woman's garments were brought in, and Derues was ordered to put them on, which he did readily, affecting much amusement. As he was assisted to disguise himself, he laughed, stroked his chin, and assumed mincing airs, carrying effrontery so far as to ask for a mirror. "I should like to see if it is becoming," he said. "Perhaps I might make some conquests." The lawyer returned. Derues was made to pass before him, to sit at a table, sign a paper, in fact to repeat everything it was imagined he might have said or done in the lawyer's office. This second attempt at identification succeeded no better than the first. The lawyer hesitated. Then, understanding all the importance of his deposition, he refused to swear to anything, and finally declared that this was not the person who had come to him at Lyon. "I am sorry, sir," said Derues as they removed him, "that you should have been troubled by having to witness this absurd comedy. Do not blame me for it, but ask heaven to enlighten those who do not fear to accuse me. As for me, knowing that my innocence will shortly be made clear, I pardon them henceforth." Although justice at this period was generally expeditious, and the lives of accused persons were by no means safeguarded as they now are. It was impossible to condemn Derues in the absence of any positive proofs of guilt. He knew this and waited patiently in his prison for the moment when he should triumph over the capital accusation which weighed against him. The storm no longer thundered over his head, the most terrible trials were past, the examinations became less frequent, and there were no more surprises to dread. The lamentations of Monsieur de Lamotte went to the hearts of the magistrates, but his certainty could not establish theirs, and they pitied, but could not avenge him. In certain minds a sort of reaction favorable to the prisoner began to set in. Among the dupes of Derues' seeming piety, many who at first held their peace under these crushing accusations returned to their former opinion. The bigots and devotees, all who made a profession of kneeling in the churches, of publicly crossing themselves and dipping their fingers in the holy water, and who lived on cant and repetitions of Amen and Alleluia, talked of persecution, of martyrdom, until Derues nearly became a saint destined by the Almighty to find canonization in a dungeon. Hence arose quarrels and arguments, and this abortive trial, this unproved accusation, kept the public imagination in a constant ferment. To the greater part of those who talk of the Supreme Being, and who expect his intervention in human affairs, Providence is only a word, solemn and sonorous, a sort of theatrical machine which sets all right in the end, and which they glorify with a few banalities proceeding from the lips but not from the heart. It is true that this unknown and mysterious cause which we call God or chance often appears so exceedingly blind and deaf that one may be permitted to wonder whether certain crimes are really set apart for punishment, when so many others apparently go scot-free. How many murders remain buried in the night of the tomb? How many outrageous and avowed crimes have slept peacefully in an insolent and audacious prosperity? We know the names of many criminals, but who can tell the number of unknown and forgotten victims? The history of humanity is twofold, and like that of the invisible world, which contains marvels unexplored by the science of the visible one, the history recounted in books is by no means the most curious and strange. But without delaying over questions such as these, without protesting here against sophistries which cloud the conscience and hide the presence of an avenging deity, we leave the facts to the general judgment, and have now to relate the last episode in this long and terrible drama. Of all the populous quarters of Paris which commented on the affaire Derues, none showed more excitement than that of the Grève, and amongst all the surrounding streets, none could boast more numerous crowds than the Rue de la Mortellerie. Not that a secret instinct magnetized the crowd in the very place where the proof lay buried, but that each day its attention was aroused by a painful spectacle. A pale and grief-stricken man, whose eyes seemed quenched in tears, passed often down the street, hardly able to drag himself along. It was Monsieur de Lamotte, who lodged, as we have said, in the Rue de la Mortellerie, and who seemed like a spectre wandering round a tomb. The crowd made way and uncovered before him. Everybody respected such terrible misfortune, and when he had passed, the groups formed up again and continued discussing the mystery until nightfall. On Apeth, about 4 in the afternoon, a score of workmen and gossiping women had collected in front of a shop. A stout woman, standing on the lowest step, like an orator in the tribune, held forth and related for the 20th time what she knew, or rather, did not know. There were listening ears and gaping mouths. Even a slight shudder ran through the group, for the widow Masson, discovering a gift of eloquence at the age of 60, contrived to mingle great warmth and much indignation in her recital. All at once, silence fell on the crowd, and a passage was made for Monsieur de Lamotte. One man ventured to ask, "Is there anything fresh today?" A sad shake of the head was the only answer, and the unhappy man continued his way. "Is that Monsieur de Lamotte?" inquired a particularly dirty woman, whose cap, stuck on the side of her head, allowed locks of grey hair to straggle from under it. "Ah, is that Monsieur de Lamotte?" "Dear me," said a neighbor, "don't you know him by this time? He passes every day." "Excuse me, I don't belong to this quarter, and no offense, but it is not so beautiful as to bring one out of curiosity. Nothing personal, but it is rather dirty. Madame is probably accustomed to use a carriage." "That would suit you better than me, my dear, and would save your having to buy shoes to keep your feet off the ground. The crowd seemed inclined to hustle the speaker. Wait a moment, she continued. I didn't mean to offend anyone. I am a poor woman, but there's no disgrace in that, and I can afford a glass of liqueur. A good gossip, you understand, don't you? A drop of the best for Mother Manifret, and if my fine friend there will drink with me to settle our difference, I will stand her a glass. The example set by the old hawker was contagious, and instead of filling 2 little glasses only, Widow Masson dispensed a bottleful. Come, you have done well, cried Mother Manifret. My idea has brought you luck. Faith, not before it was wanted, either. What, are you complaining of trade too? Ah, don't mention it, it is miserable. There's no trade at all. I scream myself hoarse all day and choke myself for 2 halfpenny. I don't know what's to come of it all, but you seem to have a nice little custom. What's the good of that with a whole house on one's hands? It's just my luck. The old tenants go and the new ones don't come. What's the matter then? I think the devil's in it. There was a nice man on the 1st floor gone, a decent family on the 3rd, all right except that the man beat his wife every night and made such a row that no one could sleep, gone also. I put up notices, no one even looks at them. A few months ago, it was the middle of December, the day of the last execution. The 15th then, said the hawker. I cried it so I know, it's my trade that. Very well then, the 15th, resumed Widow Masson. On that day then, I let the cellar to a man who said he was a wine merchant and who paid a term in advance, seeing that I didn't know him and wouldn't have lent him a farthing on the strength of his good looks. He was a little bit of a man, no taller than that, contemptuously holding out a hand, and he had 2 round eyes which I didn't like at all. He certainly paid, he did that, but we are more than half through the 2nd term, and I have no news of my tenant. And have you never seen him since? Yes, once, no, twice. Let's see, 3 times I am sure. He came with a hand cart and a commissionaire, and had a big chest taken downstairs, a case which he said contained wine in bottles. No, he came before that, with a workman, I think. Really, I don't know if it was before or after, doesn't matter. Anyhow, it was bottled wine. The 3rd time he brought a mason, and I am sure they quarreled. I heard their voices. He carried off the key, and I have seen neither him nor his wine again. I have another key, and I went down one day. Perhaps the rats have drunk the wine and eaten the chest, for there certainly is nothing there any more than there is in my hand now. Nevertheless, I saw what I saw. A big chest, very big, quite new, and corded all round with strong rope. Now what day was that? Asked the hawker. What day? Well, it was, no, I can't remember. Nor I either, I am getting stupid. Let's have another little glass, shall we, just to clear our memories. The expedient was not crowned with success. The memories failed to recover themselves. The crowd waited, attentive, as may be supposed. Suddenly the hawker exclaimed, What a fool I am! I am going to find that, if only I have still got it. She felt eagerly in the pocket of her underskirt and produced several pieces of dirty, crumpled paper. As she unfolded one after another, she asked, A big chest, wasn't it? Yes, very big. And quite new. Quite new. And corded. Yes, I can see it now. So can I, good gracious. It was the day when I sold the history of Larry de Valines, the 1st of February. Yes, it was a Saturday, the next day was Sunday. That's it, Saturday, February 1st. Well, I know that chest too. I met your wine merchant on the Place du Louvre, and he wasn't precisely enjoying himself. One of his creditors wanted to seize the chest, the wine, the whole kettle of fish. A little man, isn't he? A scarecrow. Just so. And has red hair. That's the man. And looks a hypocrite. You've hit it exactly. And he is a hypocrite, enough to make one shudder. No doubt he can't pay his rent. A thief, my dears, a beggarly thief who set fire to his own cellar and who accused me of trying to steal from him. while it was he who cheated me, the villain, out of a piece of 24 sous. It's lucky I turned up here. Well, well, we shall have some fun. Here's another little business on your hands, and you will have to say where that wine has got to, my dear gossip Derues." "Derues!" cried 20 voices all at once. "What, Derues, who is in prison?" "Why, that's Monsieur de Lamotte's man. The man who killed Madame de Lamotte. The man who made away with her son. A scoundrel, my dears, who accused me of stealing, an absolute monster." "It is just a little unfortunate," said Widow Masson, "that it isn't the man. My tenant calls himself Ducaudray. There's his name on the register." "Confound it, that doesn't look like it at all," said the hawker. "Now that's a bore. Oh yes, I have a grudge against that thief who accused me of stealing. I told him I should sell his history some day. When that happens, I'll treat you all round." As a foretaste of the fulfillment of this promise, the company disposed of a second bottle of liqueur, and becoming excited, they chattered at random for some time, but at length slowly dispersed, and the street relapsed into the silence of night. But a few hours later, the inhabitants were surprised to see the two ends occupied by unknown people, while other sinister-looking persons patrolled it all night, as if keeping guard. The next morning, a carriage escorted by police stopped at the Widow Masson's door. An officer of police got out and entered a neighboring house, whence he emerged a quarter of an hour later with Monsieur de Lamotte leaning on his arm. The officer demanded the key of the cellar which last December had been hired from the Widow Masson by a person named Ducaudray, and went down to it with Monsieur de Lamotte and one of his subordinates. The carriage standing at the door, the presence of the Commissioner Mutil, the chatter of the previous evening, had naturally roused everybody's imagination. But this excitement had to be kept for home use. The whole street was under arrest, and its inhabitants were forbidden to leave their houses. The windows, crammed with anxious faces, questioning each other in the expectation of something wonderful, were a curious sight, and the ignorance in which they remained, these mysterious preparations, these orders silently executed, doubled the curiosity and added a sort of terror. No one could see the persons who had accompanied the police officer. 3 men remained in the carriage, one guarded by the 2 others. When the heavy coach turned into the Rue de la Mortellerie, this man had bent towards the closed window and asked, "Where are we?" And when they answered him, he said, "I do not know this street, I was never in it." After saying this quite quietly, he asked, "Why am I brought here?" As no one replied, he resumed his look of indifference, and betrayed no emotion, neither when the carriage stopped nor when he saw Monsieur de Lamotte enter the Widow Masson's house. The officer reappeared on the threshold and ordered Derues to be brought in. The previous evening, detectives, mingling with the crowd, had listened to the hawker's story of having met Derues near the Louvre escorting a large chest. The police magistrate was informed in the course of the evening. It was an indication, a ray of light, perhaps the actual truth, detached from obscurity by chance gossip, and measures were instantly taken to prevent anyone either entering or leaving the street without being followed and examined. Mutil thought he was on the track, but the criminal might have accomplices also on the watch, who, warned in time, might be able to remove the proofs of the crime, if any existed. Derues was placed between 2 men who each held an arm. A third went before, holding a torch. The commissioner, followed by men also carrying torches and provided with spades and pickaxes, came behind, and in this order they descended to the vault. It was a dismal and terrifying procession. Anyone beholding these dark and sad countenances, this pale and resigned man, passing thus into these damp vaults, illuminated by the flickering glare of torches, might well have thought himself the victim of illusion and watching some gloomy execution in a dream. But all was real, and when light penetrated this dismal charnel house, it seemed at once to illuminate its secret depths, so that the light of truth might at length penetrate these dark shadows, and that the voice of the dead would speak from the earth and the walls. "Wretch," exclaimed Monsieur de Lamotte, when he saw Derues appear, "is it here that you murdered my wife and my son?" Derues looked calmly at him and replied, I beg you, sir, not to add insult to the misfortunes you have already caused. If you stood in my place and I were in yours, I should feel some pity and respect for so terrible a position. What do you want me, and why am I brought here?" He did not know the events of last evening and could only mentally accuse the mason who had helped to bury the chest. He felt that he was lost, but his audacity never forsook him. "You are here, in the first place, to be confronted with this woman," said the officer, causing the widow mason to stand opposite to him. "I do not know her. But I know you, and know you well. It was you who hired this cellar under the name of Ducaudray." Derues shrugged his shoulders and answered bitterly, "I can understand a man being condemned to the torture if he is guilty, but that in order to accomplish one's mission as accuser, and to discover a criminal, false witnesses who can give no evidence should be brought 100 leagues, that the rabble should be roused up, that divers faces and imaginary names should be bestowed on an innocent man in order to turn a movement of surprise or an indignant gesture to his disadvantage. All this is iniquitous, and goes beyond the right of judgment bestowed upon men by God. I do not know this woman, and no matter what she says or does, I shall say no more." Neither the skill nor threats of the police officer could shake this resolution. It was to no purpose that the widow mason repeated and asseverated that she recognized him as her tenant Ducaudray, and that he had had a large case of wine taken down into the cellar. Derues folded his arms and remained as motionless as if he had been blind and deaf. The walls were sounded, the stones composing them carefully examined, the floor pierced in several places, but nothing unusual was discovered. Would they have to give it up? Already the officer was making signs to this effect, when the man who had remained at first below with Monsieur de Lamotte, and who, standing in shadow, had carefully watched Derues when he was brought down, came forward, and pointing to the recess under the stairs, said, "Examine this corner." The prisoner glanced involuntarily in this direction when he came down. "I have watched him, and it is the only sign he has given. I was the only person who could see him, and he did not see me. He is very clever, but one can't be forever on one's guard, and may the devil take me if I haven't scented the hiding place." "Wretch," said Derues to himself, "then you have had your hand on me for a whole hour, and amused yourself by prolonging my agony. Oh, I ought to have known it. I have found my master. Never mind, you shall learn nothing from my face, nor yet from the decaying body you will find. Worms and poison can only have left an unrecognizable corpse." An iron rod sunk into the ground encountered a hard substance some 4 feet below. 2 men set to work and dug with energy. Every eye was fixed upon this trench, increasing in depth with every shovelful of earth which the 2 laborers cast aside. Monsieur de Lamotte was nearly fainting, and his emotion impressed everyone except Derues. At length the silence was broken by the spades striking heavily on wood, and the noise made everyone shudder. The chest was uncovered and hoisted out of the trench. It was opened, and the body of a woman was seen, clad only in a chemise with a red and white headband face downwards. The body was turned over, and Monsieur de Lamotte recognized his wife, not yet disfigured. The feeling of horror was so great that no one spoke or uttered a sound. Derues, occupied in considering the few chances which remained to him, had not observed that, by the officer's order, one of the guards had left the cellar before the men began to dig. Everybody had drawn back both from the corpse and the murderer, who alone had not moved, and who was repeating prayers. The flame of the torches placed on the ground cast a reddish light on this silent and terrible scene. Derues started and turned round on hearing a terrified cry behind him. His wife had just been brought to the cellar. The commissioner seized her with one hand, and taking a torch in the other, compelled her to look down on the body. "It is Madame de Lamotte," she exclaimed. "Yes, yes," she answered, overwhelmed with terror. "Yes, I recognize her." Unable to support the sight any longer, she grew pale and fainted away. She and her husband were removed separately. One would have supposed the discovery was already known outside, for the people showered curses and cries of assassin and poisoner on the carriage which conveyed Derues. He remained silent during the drive, but before re-entering his dungeon, he said, I must have been mad when I sought to hide the death and burial of Madame de Lamotte from public knowledge. It is the only sin I have committed, and innocent of aught else, I resign myself as a Christian to the judgment of God." It was the only line of defense which remained open to him, and he clung to it, with the hope of imposing on the magistrates by redoubled hypocrisy and pious observances. But all this laboriously constructed scaffolding of lies was shaken to its base and fell away piece by piece. Every moment brought fresh and overwhelming revelations. He professed that Madame de Lamotte had died suddenly in his house, and that, fearing suspicion, he had buried her secretly. But the doctors called on to examine the body declared that she had been poisoned with corrosive sublimate and opium. The pretended payment was clearly an odious imposture, the receipt a forgery. Then, like a threatening spectre, arose another question to which he found no reply, and his own invention turned against him. Why, knowing his mother was no more, had he taken young de Lamotte to Versailles? What had become of the youth? What had befallen him? Once on the track, the cooper with whom he had lodged on the 12th of February was soon discovered, and an Act of Parliament ordered the exhumation of the corpse buried under the name of Beaupre, which the cooper identified by a shirt which he had given for the burial. Desros, confounded by the evidence, asserted that the youth died of indigestion and venereal disease. But the doctors again declared the presence of corrosive sublimate and opium. All this evidence of guilt he met with assumed resignation, lamenting incessantly for Edward, whom he declared he had loved as his own son. "Alas," he said, "I see that poor boy every night, but it softens my grief to know that he was not deprived of the last consolations of religion. God, who sees me and who knows my innocence, will enlighten the magistrates, and my honor will be vindicated." The evidence being complete, Desros was condemned by sentence of the chatelet, pronounced apeth, and confirmed by Parliament May 5th. We give the decree as it is found in the archives. This court, having considered the trial held before the provost of Paris, or his deputy lieutenant at the chatelet, for the satisfaction of the aforesaid deputy at the aforesaid chatelet, at the request of the deputy of the King's Attorney General at the aforesaid court, summoner and plaintiff, against Antoine François Desros and Marie-Louise Nicolet, his wife, defendants and accused, prisoners in the prisons of the Conciergerie of the Palace at Paris, who have appealed from the sentence given at the aforesaid trial, the 30th day of April, by which the aforesaid Antoine François Desros has been declared duly attainted and convicted of attempting unlawfully to appropriate without payment the estate of Buissonny-Souef, belonging to the Sieur and Dame de Saint-Faust de Lamotte, from whom he had bought the said estate by private contract on the 22nd day of December 1775, and also of having unworthily abused the hospitality shown by him since the 16th day of December last towards the aforesaid Dame de Lamotte, who arrived in Paris on the aforesaid day in order to conclude with him the bargain agreed on in December 1775, and who, for this purpose, and at his request, lodged with her son in the house of the said Desros, who of premeditated design poisoned the said Dame de Lamotte, whether by a medicine composed and prepared by him on the 30th day of January last, or by the beverages and drinks administered by him after the aforesaid medicine, he having taken the precaution to send his servant into the country for 2 or 3 days, and to keep away strangers from the room where the said Dame de Lamotte was lying, from the effects of which poison the said Dame de Lamotte died on the night of the said 31st day of January last, also of having kept her demise secret, and of having himself enclosed in a chest the body of the said Dame de Lamotte, which he then caused to be secretly transported to a cellar in the Rue de la Mortellerie, hired by him for this purpose, under the assumed name of Ducaudray, wherein he buried it himself, or caused it to be buried, also of having persuaded the son of the above Dame de Lamotte, who, with his mother, had lodged in his house from the time of their arrival in Paris until the 15th day of January last, and who had then been placed in a school that the aforesaid Dame de Lamotte was at Versailles, and desired him to join her there, and under this pretence of having conducted the said younger Sieur de Lamotte, the 12th day of February, after having given him some chocolate, to the aforesaid town of Versailles, to a lodging hired at a cooper's, and of having there wilfully poisoned him, either in the chocolate taken by the said younger Sieur de Lamotte before starting, or in beverages and medicaments, which the said Derues himself prepared, mixed, and administered to the aforesaid Sieur de Lamotte the younger, during the 11th, 12th, 13th, and 14th days of February last, having kept him lying ill in the aforesaid hired room, and having refused to call in physicians or surgeons, notwithstanding the progress of the malady, and the representations made to him on the subject, saying that he himself was a physician and surgeon, from which poison the said Sieur de Lamotte the younger died on the 15th day of February last, at 9 o'clock in the evening, in the arms of the aforesaid Derues, who, affecting the deepest grief and shedding tears, actually exhorted the aforesaid Sieur de Lamotte to confession, and repeated the prayers for the dying, after which he himself laid out the body for burial, saying that the deceased had begged him to do so, and telling the people of the house that he had died of venereal disease, also of having caused him to be buried the next day in the churchyard of the parish church of St. Louis at the aforesaid Versailles, and of having entered the deceased in the register of the said parish under a false birthplace, and the false name of Beaupre, which name the said Derues had himself assumed on arriving at the said lodging, and had given to the said Sieur de Lamotte the younger, whom he declared to be his nephew. Also, to cover these atrocities, and in order to appropriate to himself the aforesaid estate of Buisson-Souef, he is convicted of having calumniated the aforesaid Dame de Lamotte, and of having used various maneuvers and practiced several deceptions, to wit: first, in signing, or causing to be signed, the names of the above Dame de Lamotte to a deed of private contract between the said Derues and his wife on one side, and the aforesaid Dame de Lamotte, by right of a power of attorney given by her husband on the other, the which deed is dated the 12th day of February, and was therefore written after the decease of the said Dame de Lamotte, by which deed the said Dame de Lamotte appears to change the previous conventions agreed on in the first deed of the 22nd of December in the year 1775, and acknowledges receipt from the said Derues of a sum of 100,000 livres, as being the price of the estate of Buisson. Secondly, in signing before a notary the 9th day of February last, a feigned acknowledgement for a third part of 100,000 livres, in order to give credence to the pretended payment made by him. Thirdly, in announcing and publishing, and attesting even by oath at the time of an examination before the Commissioner Mutil, that he had really paid in cash to the aforesaid Dame de Lamotte the aforesaid 100,000 livres, and that she, being provided with this money, had fled with her son and a certain person unknown. Fourthly, in depositing with a notary the deed of private contract bearing the pretended receipt for the above sum of 100,000 livres, and pursuing at law the execution of this deed, and of his claim to the possession of the said estate. Fifthly, in signing or causing to be signed by another person, before the notaries of the town of Lyon, whither he had gone for this purpose, a deed dated the 12th day of March, by which the supposed Dame de Lamotte appeared to accept the payment of the 100,000 livres, and to give authority to the Sieur de Lamotte, her husband, to receive the arrears of the remainder of the price of the said estate, the which deed he produced as a proof of the existence of the said Dame de Lamotte. Sixthly, in causing to be sent, by other hands, under the name of the aforesaid Dame de Lamotte, to a lawyer on the 8th day of April, at a time when he was in prison, and had been compelled to abandon the fable that he had paid the aforesaid sum of 100,000 livres in hard cash, and had substituted a pretended payment made in notes, the notes pretended to have been given by him in payment to the said Dame de Lamotte. Seventh, and finally, in maintaining constantly, until the discovery of the body of the aforesaid Dame de Lamotte, that the said dame was still alive, and that he had seen her at the town of Lyon, as has been stated above. In atonement has been condemned, etc., etc., etc. His goods are hereby declared acquired and confiscated to the king, or to whomsoever his majesty shall appoint, first deducting the sum of 200 livres as fine for the king, in case the confiscation is not to the sole profit of his majesty, and also the sum of 600 livres for masses to be said for the repose of the souls of the aforesaid Dame de Lamotte and her son. And before being executed, the said Antoine Francois Derues shall suffer the question ordinary and extraordinary, in order that from his mouth may be learned the truth of these facts, and also the names of his accomplices, and the decision of the judges in the proceedings with regard to the above-mentioned Marie-Louise Nicolet, wife of Derues, is delayed until after the execution of the above sentence. It is also decreed that the mortuary act of the aforesaid de Lamotte the Younger, dated the 16th day of February last, in the register of deaths belonging to the parish church of St. Louis at Versailles, be amended, and his correct names be substituted, in order that the said Sieur de Lamotte, the father, and other persons interested may produce said names before the magistrates if required. And it is also decreed that this sentence be printed and published by the Deputy of the Attorney General at the Châtelet, and affixed to the walls in the usual places and cross roads of the town, provostship, and viscounty of Paris, and wherever else requisite. With regard to the petition of Pierre-Étienne de Saint-Faust de Lamotte, a royal equerry, Sieur de Grange-Flandre, Buisson-Souef, Valpefond, and other places, widower and inheritor of Marie-François Perier, his wife, according to their marriage contract signed before Baron and partner, notaries at Paris, the 5th day of September 1762, whereby he desires to intervene in the action brought against Derues and his accomplices, concerning the assassination and poisoning committed on the persons of the wife and son of the said Sieur de Saint-Faust de Lamotte, on the accusation made by him to the Deputy Attorney General of the King at the Châtelet at present pending in the court, on the report of the final judgment given in the said action the 30th of April last, and which allowed the intervention. It is decreed that there shall be levied on the goods left by the condemned before the rights of the Treasury, and, separate from them, the sum of 6,000 livres, or such other sum as it shall please the court to award, from which sum the said Saint-Faust de Lamotte shall consent to deduct the sum of 2,748 livres, which he acknowledges has been sent or remitted to him by the said Derues and his wife at different times, which first sum of 6,000 livres, or such other, shall be employed by the said Sieur de Saint-Faust de Lamotte, who is authorized to found therewith, in the parish church of Saint Nicholas de Villeneuve-le-Roi, in which parish the estate of Buisson-Souef is situate, and which is mentioned in the action, an annual and perpetual service for the repose of the souls of the wife and son of the said Sieur de Saint-Faust de Lamotte, of which an act shall be inserted in the decree of intervention, and a copy of this act or decree shall be inscribed upon a stone which shall be set in the wall of the said church of Saint Nicholas de Villeneuve-le-Roi, in such place as is expedient. And the deed of contract for private sale, made between the late spouse of the said Sieur de Saint-Faust de Lamotte and the above-named Derues and his wife, is hereby declared null and void, as having had no value in absence of any payment or realization of contract before a notary, and the pretended agreement of the 12th day of February last, as also all other deeds fabricated by the said Derues or others, named in the above action, as also any which may hereafter be presented, are hereby declared to be null and void. The court declares the judgment pronounced by the magistrates of the Châtelet against the above-named Derues to be good and right, and his appeal against the same to be bad and ill-founded. It is decreed that the sentence shall lose its full and entire effect with regard to Marie-Louise Nicolet, who is condemned to the ordinary fine of 12 livres, the necessary relief granted on the petition of Pierre-Étienne de Saint-Faust de Lamotte, the 2nd day of May this present month, and delay accorded until after the suspended judgment pronounced with regard to the said Marie-Louise Nicolet. Signed de Gourgues, President. Outremont, Councillor. Derues' assurance and calmness never deserted him for one moment. For 3/4 of an hour he harangued the Parliament, and his defense was remarkable both for its presence of mind and the art with which he made the most of any circumstances likely to suggest doubts to the magistrates and soften the severity of the first sentence. Found guilty on every point, he yet protested that he was innocent of poisoning. Remorse, which often merely means fear of punishment, had no place in his soul, and torture he seemed not to dread. As strong in will as he was weak in body, he desired to die like a martyr in the faith of his religion, which was hypocrisy, and the God whom he gloried on the scaffold was the God of lies. On May 6th, at 7 in the morning, the sentence of execution was read to him. He listened calmly, and when it was finished, remarked, "I had not anticipated so severe a sentence." A few hours later, the instruments of torture were got ready. He was told that this part of his punishment would be remitted if he would confess his crimes and the names of his accomplices. He replied, "I have no more to say. I know what terrible torture awaits me. I know I must die today, but I have nothing to confess." He made no resistance when his knees and legs were bound, and endured the torture courageously. Only, in a moment of agony, he exclaimed, "Accursed money, hast thou reduced me to this?" Thinking that pain would overcome his resolution, the presiding magistrate bent towards him and said, "Unhappy man, confess thy crime, since death is near at hand." He recovered his firmness, and looking at the magistrate, replied, "I know it, Monseigneur. I have perhaps not 3 hours to live." Thinking that his apparently feeble frame could not endure the last wedges, the executioner was ordered to stop. He was unbound and laid on a mattress, and a glass of wine was brought, of which he only drank a few drops. After this, he made his confession to the priest. For dinner, they brought him soup and stew, which he ate eagerly, and inquiring of the jailer if he could have something more, an entree was brought in addition. One might have thought that this final repast heralded, not death, but deliverance. At length 3 o'clock struck the hour appointed for leaving the prison. According to the report of credible persons whom we have consulted, Paris on this occasion presented a remarkable appearance, which those who saw it were never able to forget. The great anthill was troubled to its very lowest depth. Whether by accident or design, the same day had been fixed for a function which ought to have proved a considerable counter-attraction. A great festival in honor of a German prince was given on the Plain de Grenelle, at which all the court was present, and probably more than one great lady regretted missing the emotions of the Place de Grève, abandoned to the rabble and the bourgeoisie. The rest of the city was deserted, the streets silent, the houses closed. A stranger transported suddenly into such a solitude might have reasonably thought that during the night the town had been smitten by the angel of death, and that only a labyrinth of vacant buildings remained, testifying to the life and turmoil of the preceding day. A dark and dense atmosphere hung over the abandoned town. Lightning furrowed the heavy motionless clouds. In the distance, the occasional rumble of thunder was heard, answered by the cannon of the royal fate. The crowd was divided between the powers of heaven and earth, the terrible majesty of the eternal on one side, on the other the frivolous pomp of royalty, eternal punishment, and transient grandeur in opposition. Like the waters of a flood leaving dry the fields which they have covered, so the waves of the multitude forsook their usual course. Thousands of men and women crowded together along the route which the death cart would take. An ocean of heads undulated like the ears in a wheat field. The old houses, hired at high rates, quivered under the weight of eager spectators, and the window sashes had been removed to afford a better view. Attired in the shirt worn by condemned criminals, and bearing a placard both in front and behind, with the words "Willful Poisoner," Derues descended the great staircase of the Chatelet with a firm step. It was at this moment, on seeing the crucifix, that he exclaimed, "O Christ, I shall suffer like thee." He mounted the tumbril, looking right and left amongst the crowd. During the progress he recognized and bowed to several of his old associates, and bade adieu in a clear voice to the former mistress of his prentice days, who has recorded that she never saw him look so pleasant. Arrived at the door of Notre Dame, where the clerk was awaiting him, he descended from the tumbril without assistance, took a lighted wax taper weighing 2 pounds in his hand, and did penance, kneeling, bareheaded and barefooted, a rope round his neck, repeating the words of the death warrant. He then reascended the cart in the midst of the cries and execrations of the populace, to which he appeared quite insensible. One voice only, endeavoring to dominate the tumult, caused him to turn his head. It was that of the hawker who was crying his sentence, and who broke off now and then to say, "Well, my poor gossip Derues, how do you like that fine carriage you're in? Oh yes, mutter your prayers and look up to heaven as much as you like. You won't take us in now. Ah, thief who said I stole from you, wasn't I right when I said I should be selling your sentence some day?" Then, adding her own wrongs to the list of crimes, she declared that the Parliament had condemned him as much for having falsely accused her of theft as for having poisoned Madame de Lamotte and her son. When arrived at the scaffold, he gazed around him, and a sort of shiver of impatience ran through the crowd. He smiled, and as if anxious to trick mankind for the last time, asked to be taken to the Hôtel de Ville, which was granted, in the hope that he would at last make some confession. But he only persisted in saying that he was guiltless of poisoning. He had an interview with his wife, who nearly fainted on seeing him, and remained for more than a quarter of an hour unable to say a word. He lavished tender names upon her, and professed much affliction at seeing her in so miserable a condition. When she was taken away, he asked permission to embrace her, and took a most touching farewell. His last words have been preserved. "My dear wife," he said, "I recommend our beloved children to your care. Bring them up in the fear of God. You must go to Chartres. You will there see the bishop, on whom I had the honor of waiting when I was there last, and who has always been kind to me. I believe he has thought well of me, and that I may hope he will take pity on you and on our children." It was now 7 in the evening, and the crowd began to murmur at the long delay. At length the criminal reappeared. An onlooker who saw him go to the Hôtel de Ville, and who was carried by the movement of the crowd to the foot of the scaffold, says that when handed over to the executioner, he took off his clothes himself. He kissed the instrument of punishment with devotion, then extended himself on the St. Andrew's cross, asking with a resigned smile that they would make his sufferings as short as possible. As soon as his head was covered, the executioner gave the signal. One would have thought a very few blows would have finished so frail a being, but he seemed as hard to kill as the venomous reptiles which must be crushed and cut to pieces before life is extinct, and the coup de grace was found necessary. The executioner uncovered his head and showed the confessor that the eyes were closed and that the heart had ceased to beat. The body was then removed from the cross, the hands and feet fastened together, and it was thrown on the funeral pile. While the execution was proceeding, the people applauded. On the morrow, they bought up the fragments of bone and hastened to buy lottery tickets, in the firm conviction that these precious relics would bring luck to the fortunate possessors. In 1777, Madame Derues was sentenced to perpetual imprisonment and confined at the Salpêtrière. She was one of the first victims who perished in the prison massacres. La Constantine, 1660. Chapter 1. Before beginning our story, we must warn the reader that it will not be worth his while to make researches among contemporary or other records as to the personage whose name it bears. For in truth, neither Marie Leroux, widow of Jacques Constantin, nor her accomplice Claude Perregaux was of sufficient importance to find a place on any list of great criminals, although it is certain that they were guilty of the crimes with which they were charged. It may seem strange that what follows is more a history of the retribution which overtook the criminals than a circumstantial description of the deeds for which they were punished. But the crimes were so revolting and so unsuitable for discussion that it was impossible for us to enter into any details on the subject, so that what we offer in these pages is, we confess quite openly, not a full, true, and particular account of a certain series of events leading up to a certain result. It is not even a picture wherein that result is depicted with artistic completeness. It is only an imperfect narrative, imperfectly rounded off. We feel sure, however, that the healthy-minded reader will be grateful for our reticence and total disregard of proportion. In spite of the disadvantage which such a theme imposes on any writer with a deep sense of responsibility, we have resolved to let in some light on these obscure figures, for we can imagine no more effective way of throwing into high relief the low morals and deep corruption into which all classes of society had sunk at the termination of the factious dissensions of the Fronde, which formed such a fitting prelude to the license of the reign of the Grand Roi. After this explanation, we shall, without further preamble, introduce the reader to a little tavern in Paris, situated in the Rue Saint-André des Arts, on an evening in November 1658. It was about 7 o'clock. 3 gentlemen were seated at one of the tables in a low, smoky room. They had already emptied several bottles, and one of them seemed to have just suggested some madcap scheme to the others, the thought of which sent them off into shouts of laughter. "Pardieu," said one of them, who was the first to recover his breath, "I must say it would be an excellent trick." "Splendid," said another, "and if you like, Commander de Jars, we can try it this very evening." "All right, my worthy king's treasurer, provided my pretty nephew here won't be too much shocked." And as he spoke, de Jars gave to the youngest of the 3 a caressing touch on the cheek with the back of his hand. "That reminds me, de Jars," said the treasurer, "that word you have just said piques my curiosity. For some months now this little fellow here, Chevalier de Moranges, follows you about everywhere like your shadow. You never told us you had a nephew. Where the devil did you get him?" The commander touched the Chevalier's knee under the table, and he, as if to avoid speaking, slowly filled and emptied his glass. "Look here," said the treasurer, "do you want to hear a few plain words, such as I shall rap out when God takes me to task about the peccadilloes of my past life? I don't believe a word about the relationship. A nephew must be the son of either a brother or a sister. Now, your only sister is an abbess, and your late brother's marriage was childless. There is only one way of proving the relationship, and that is to confess that when your brother was young and wild he and love met, or else, Madame l'Abbess. Take care, Treasurer Genin, no slander against my sister." "Well then, explain. You can't fool me. May I be hanged if I leave this place before I have dragged the secret out of you. Either we are friends or we are not. What you tell no one else you ought to tell me. What, would you make use of my purse and my sword on occasion and yet have secrets from me? It's too bad. Speak, or our friendship is at an end. I give you fair warning that I shall find out everything and publish it abroad to court and city. When I strike a trail, there's no turning me aside. It will be best for you to whisper your secret voluntarily into my ear, where it will be as safe as in the grave." "How full of curiosity you are, my good friend," said de Jars, leaning one elbow on the table and twirling the points of his mustache with his hand. "But if I were to wrap my secret round the point of a dagger, would you not be too much afraid of pricking your fingers to pull it off?" "Not I," said the king's treasurer, beginning to twirl his mustache also. "The doctors have always told me that I am of too full a complexion, and that it would do me all the good in the world to be bled now and then. But what would be an advantage to me would be dangerous to you. It's easy to see from your jaundiced phiz that for you bloodletting is no cure." "And you would really go that length? You would risk a duel if I refused to let you get to the bottom of my mystery?" "Yes, on my honor. Well, how is it to be?" "My dear boy," said de Jars to the youth, "we are caught and may as well yield gracefully. You don't know this big fellow as well as I do. He's obstinacy itself. You can make the most obstinate donkey go on by pulling its tail hard enough, but when Genin gets a notion into his pate, not all the legions of hell can get it out again. Besides that, he's a skillful fencer, so there's nothing for it but to trust him." "Just as you like," said the young man. "You know all my circumstances and how important it is that my secret should be kept. Oh, among Genin's many vices there are few virtues, and of these discretion is the greatest, so that his curiosity is harmless. A quarter of an hour hence he will let himself be killed, rather than reveal what just now he is ready to risk his skin to find out, whether we will or no." Genin nodded approvingly, refilled the glasses, and raising his to his lips, said in a tone of triumph, "I am listening, Commander." "Well, if it must be, it must. First of all, learn that my nephew is not my nephew at all." "Go on." "That his name is not Moranges." "And the next?" "I am not going to reveal his real name to you." "Why not?" "Because I don't know it myself, and no more does the Chevalier." "What nonsense!" "No nonsense at all, but the sober truth. A few months ago the Chevalier came to Paris, bringing me a letter of introduction from a German whom I used to know years ago. This letter requested me to look after the bearer and help him in his investigations. As you said just now, love and someone once met somewhere, and that was about all was known as to his origin. Naturally, the young man wants to cut a figure in the world and would like to discover the author of his existence, that he may have someone at hand to pay the debts he is going to incur. We have brought together every scrap of information we could collect as to this person, hoping to find therein a clue that we could follow up. To be quite open with you, and convince you at the same time how extremely prudent and discreet we must be, I must tell you that we think we have found one, and that it leads to no less a dignitary than a prince of the church. But if he should get wind of our researches too soon, everything would be at an end, don't you see? So keep your tongue between your teeth. Never fear, said Jeannin. Now that's what I call speaking out as a friend should. I wish you luck, my gallant Chevalier de Moranges, and until you unearth your father, if you want a little money, my purse is at your service. On my word, de Jars, you must have been born with a coal. There never was your equal for wonderful adventures. This one promises well spicy intrigues, scandalous revelations, and you'll be in the thick of it all. You're a lucky fellow. It's only a few months since you had the most splendid piece of good fortune sent you straight from heaven. A fair lady falls in love with you and makes you carry her off from the convent of La Raquette. But why do you never let anyone catch a glimpse of her? Are you jealous? Or is it that she is no such beauty after all, but old and wrinkled, like that knave of a Mazarin? I know what I'm about, answered de Jars, smiling. I have my very good reasons. The elopement caused a great deal of indignation, and it's not easy to get fanatics to listen to common sense. No, I am not in the least jealous. She is madly in love with me. Ask my nephew. Does he know her? We have no secrets from each other. The confidence between us is without a flaw. The fair one, believe me, is good to look on, and is worth all the ogling, fan-flirting baggages put together that one sees at court or on the balconies of the Palais Roy. Ah, I'll answer for that. Isn't she, Moranges? I'm quite of your opinion, said the youth, exchanging with de Jars a singularly significant look. And you had better treat her well, uncle, or I shall play you some trick. Ah, cried Jeannin, you poor fellow, I very much fear that you are warming a little serpent in your bosom. Have an eye to this dandy with the beardless chin. But joking apart, my boy, are you really on good terms with the fair lady? Certainly I am. And you are not uneasy, Commander? Not the least little bit. He is quite right. I answer for her as for myself, you know. As long as he loves her, she will love him. As long as he is faithful, she will be faithful. Do you imagine that a woman who insists on her lover carrying her off can so easily turn away from the man of her choice? I know her well. I have had long talks with her, she and I alone. She is feather-brained, given to pleasure, entirely without prejudices and those stupid scruples which spoil the lives of other women. But a good sort on the whole, devoted to my uncle with no deception about her, but at the same time extremely jealous, and has no notion of letting herself be sacrificed to a rival. If ever she finds herself deceived, goodbye to prudence and reserve, and then. A look and a touch of the commander's knee cut this panegyric short, to which the treasurer was listening with open-eyed astonishment. What enthusiasm, he exclaimed. Well, and then? Why then, went on the young man with a laugh, if my uncle behaves badly, I, his nephew, will try to make up for his wrongdoing. He can't blame me then. But until then he may be quite easy, as he well knows. Oh yes, and in proof of that, I am going to take Moranges with me tonight. He is young and inexperienced, and it will be a good lesson for him to see how a gallant, whose amorous intrigues did not begin yesterday, sets about getting even with a coquette. He can turn it to account later on. On my word, said Jeannin, my notion is that he is in no great need of a teacher. However, that's your business, not mine. Let us return to what we were talking about just now. Are we agreed? And shall we amuse ourselves by paying out the lady in her own coin? If you like. Which of us is to begin? De Jars struck the table with the handle of his dagger. More wine, gentlemen, said the drawer, running up. No dice, and be quick about it. 3 casts each, and the highest wins, said Jeannin. You begin. I throw for myself and nephew. The dice rolled on the table. Ace and 3. It's my turn now, 6 and 5. Pass it over, 5 and 2. We're equal, 4 and 2. Now let me, ace and blank. Double 6. You have won. And I'm off at once, said Jeanin, rising and muffling himself in his mantle. It's now 7:30. We shall see each other again at 8, so I won't say goodbye. Good luck to you. Leaving the tavern and turning into the Rue Pavie, he took the direction of the river. Chapter 2. In 1658, at the corner of the streets Gitlecoeur and Le Hurepoix, the site of the latter being now occupied by the Quai des Augustins as far as Pont Saint-Michel, stood the great mansion which Francis I had bought and fitted up for the Duchesse d'Étampes. It was at this period, if not in ruins at least beginning to show the ravages of time. Its rich interior decorations had lost their splendor and become antiquated. Fashion had taken up its abode in the Marais, near the Place Royale, and it was thither that profligate women and celebrated beauties now enticed the humming swarm of old rakes and young libertines. Not one of them all would have thought of residing in the mansion or even in the quarter wherein the king's mistress had once dwelt. It would have been a step downward in the social scale, and equivalent to a confession that their charms were falling in the public estimation. Still, the old palace was not empty. It had, on the contrary, several tenants. Like the provinces of Alexander's empire, its vast suites of rooms had been subdivided, and so neglected was it by the gay world that people of the commonest description strutted about with impunity where once the proudest nobles had been glad to gain admittance. There in semi-isolation, and despoiled of her greatness, lived Angelique Louise de Guerchy, formerly companion to Mademoiselle de Pons, and then maid of honor to Anne of Austria. Her love intrigues and the scandals they gave rise to had led to her dismissal from court. Not that she was a greater sinner than many who remained behind, only she was unlucky enough or stupid enough to be found out. Her admirers were so indiscreet that they had not left her a shred of reputation, and in a court where a cardinal is the lover of a queen, a hypocritical appearance of decorum is indispensable to success. So Angelique had to suffer for the faults she was not clever enough to hide. Unfortunately for her, her income went up and down with the number and wealth of her admirers, so when she left the court, all her possessions consisted of a few articles she had gathered together out of the wreck of her former luxury, and these she was now selling one by one to procure the necessaries of life, while she looked back from afar with an envious eye at the brilliant world from which she had been exiled and longed for better days. All hope was not at an end for her. By a strange law which does not speak well for human nature, vice finds success easier to attain than virtue. There is no courtesan, no matter how low she has fallen, who cannot find a dupe ready to defend against the world an honor of which no vestige remains. A man who doubts the virtue of the most virtuous woman, who shows himself inexorably severe when he discovers the lightest inclination to falter in one whose conduct has hitherto been above reproach, will stoop and pick up out of the gutter a blighted and tarnished reputation and protect and defend it against all slights, and devote his life to the attempt to restore luster to the unclean thing dulled by the touch of many fingers. In her days of prosperity, Commander de Jars and the king's treasurer had both fluttered round Mademoiselle de Guerchy, and neither had fluttered in vain. Short as was the period necessary to overcome her scruples, in as short a period it dawned on the two candidates for her favor that each had a successful rival in the other, and that however potent as a reason for surrender the doubloons of the treasurer had been, the personal appearance of the commander had proved equally cogent. As both had felt for her only a passing fancy and not a serious passion, their explanations with each other led to no quarrel between them. Silently and simultaneously they withdrew from her circle, without even letting her know they had found her out, but quite determined to revenge themselves on her should a chance ever offer. However, other affairs of a similar nature had intervened to prevent their carrying out this laudable intention. Jeanin had laid siege to a more inaccessible beauty, who had refused to listen to his sighs for less than 30 crowns, paid in advance, and de Jars had become quite absorbed by his adventure with the convent boarder at La Raquette, and the business of that young stranger whom he passed off as his nephew. Mademoiselle de Guerchai had never seen them again, and with her it was out of sight, out of mind. At the moment when she comes into our story, she was weaving her toils round a certain Duc de Vitry, whom she had seen at court, but whose acquaintance she had never made, and who had been absent when the scandalous occurrence which led to her disgrace came to light. He was a man of from 25 to 26 years of age, who idled his life away. His courage was undoubted, and being as credulous as an old libertine, he was ready to draw his sword at any moment to defend the lady whose cause he had espoused, should any insolent slanderer dare to hint there was a smirch on her virtue. Being deaf to all reports, he seemed one of those men expressly framed by heaven to be the consolation of fallen women, such a man as in our times a retired opera dancer or a superannuated professional beauty would welcome with open arms. He had only one fault: he was married. It is true he neglected his wife, according to the custom of the time, and it is probably also true that his wife cared very little about his infidelities. But still, she was an insurmountable obstacle to the fulfillment of Mademoiselle de Guerchai's hopes, who, but for her, might have looked forward to one day becoming a duchess. For about 3 weeks, however, at the time we are speaking of, the Duke had neither crossed her threshold nor written. He had told her he was going for a few days to Normandy, where he had large estates, but had remained absent so long after the date he had fixed for his return that she began to feel uneasy. What could be keeping him? Some new flame, perhaps. The anxiety of the lady was all the more keen, that until now nothing had passed between them but looks of languor and words of love. The Duke had laid himself and all he possessed at the feet of Angelique, and Angelique had refused his offer. A too prompt surrender would have justified the reports so wickedly spread against her, and made wise by experience, she was resolved not to compromise her future as she had compromised her past. But while playing at virtue, she had also to play at disinterestedness, and her pecuniary resources were consequently almost exhausted. She had proportioned the length of her resistance to the length of her purse, and now the prolonged absence of her lover threatened to disturb the equilibrium which she had established between her virtue and her money. So it happened that the cause of the lovelorn Duc de Vitry was in great peril just at the moment when de Jars and Jeannin resolved to approach the fair one anew. She was sitting lost in thought, pondering in all good faith on the small profit it was to a woman to be virtuous, when she heard voices in the antechamber. Then her door opened, and the king's treasurer walked in. As this interview and those which followed took place in the presence of witnesses, we are obliged to ask the reader to accompany us for a time to another part of the same house. We have said there were several tenants. Now the person who occupied the rooms next to those in which Mademoiselle de Guerchai lived was a shopkeeper's widow called Rapelli, who was owner of one of the 32 houses which then occupied the bridge St. Michel. They had all been constructed at the owner's cost, in return for a lease forever. The widow Rapelli's avowed age was 40, but those who knew her longest added another 10 years to that. So, to avoid error, let us say she was 45. She was a solid little body, rather stouter than was necessary for beauty. Her hair was black, her complexion brown, her eyes prominent and always moving, lively, active, and if one once yielded to her whims, exacting beyond measure. But until then buxom and soft, and inclined to pet and spoil whoever, for the moment, had arrested her volatile fancy. Just as we make her acquaintance, this happy individual was a certain Maître Quennebert, a notary of St. Denis, and the comedy played between him and the widow was an exact counterpart of the one going on in the rooms of Mademoiselle de Guerchai, except that the roles were inverted. For while the lady was as much in love as the Duc de Vitry, the answering devotion professed by the notary was as insincere as the disinterested attachment to her lover displayed by the whilom maid of honor. Maître Quennebert was still young and of attractive appearance, but his business affairs were in a bad way. For long, he had been pretending not to understand the marked advances of the widow, and he treated her with a reserve and respect she would fain have dispensed with, and which sometimes made her doubt of his love. But it was impossible for her as a woman to complain, so she was forced to accept with resignation the persistent and unwelcome consideration with which he surrounded her. Maître Quennebert was a man of common sense and much experience, and had formed a scheme which he was prevented from carrying out by an obstacle which he had no power to remove. He wanted, therefore, to gain time, for he knew that the day he gave the susceptible widow a legal right over him, he would lose his independence. A lover to whose prayers the adored one remains deaf too long is apt to draw back in discouragement, but a woman whose part is restricted to awaiting those prayers and answering with a yes or no necessarily learns patience. Mater Quenibert would therefore have felt no anxiety as to the effect of his dilatoriness on the widow, were it not for the existence of a distant cousin of the late Monsieur Rapelli, who was also paying court to her, and that with a warmth much greater than had hitherto been displayed by himself. This fact, in view of the state of the notary's affairs, forced him at last to display more energy. To make up lost ground and to outdistance his rival once more, he now began to dazzle the widow with fine phrases and delight her with compliments. But to tell the truth, all this trouble was superfluous. He was beloved, and with one fond look he might have won pardon for far greater neglect. An hour before the treasurer's arrival, there had been a knock at the door of the old house, and Mater Quenibert, curled, pomaded, and prepared for conquest, had presented himself at the widow's. She received him with a more languishing air than usual, and shot such arrows at him from her eyes that to escape a fatal wound he pretended to give way by degrees to deep sadness. The widow, becoming alarmed, asked with tenderness, "What ails you this evening?" He rose, feeling he had nothing to fear from his rival, and being master of the field, might henceforth advance or recede as seemed best for his interests. "What ails me?" he repeated with a deep sigh. "I might deceive you, might give you a misleading answer, but to you I cannot lie. I am in great trouble, and how to get out of it I don't know." "But tell me what it is," said the widow, standing up in her turn. Mater Quenibert took 3 long strides, which brought him to the far end of the room, and asked, "Why do you want to know? You can't help me. My trouble is of a kind a man does not generally confide to women." "What is it? An affair of honor?" "Yes." "Good God, you are going to fight," she exclaimed, trying to seize him by the arm. "You are going to fight." "Ah, if it were nothing worse than that," said Quenibert, pacing up and down the room, "but you need not be alarmed. It is only a money trouble. I lent a large sum a few months ago to a friend, but the knave has run away and left me in the lurch. It was trust money and must be replaced within 3 days, but where am I to get 2,000 francs? Yes, that is a large sum, and not easy to raise at such short notice. I shall be obliged to have recourse to some Jew who will drain me dry, but I must save my good name at all costs." Madame Rapelli gazed at him in consternation. Mater Quenibert, divining her thought, hastened to add, "I have just 1/3 of what is needed." "Only 1/3. With great care, and by scraping together all I possess, I can make up 800 livres. But may I be damned in the next world, or punished as a swindler in this, and one's as bad as the other to me, if I can raise 1 farthing more. But suppose someone should lend you the 1,200 francs, what then?" "Pardieu, I should accept them," cried the notary, as if he had not the least suspicion whom she could mean. "Do you happen to know anyone, my dear Madame Rapelli?" The widow nodded affirmatively, at the same time giving him a passionate glance. "Tell me quick the name of this delightful person, and I shall go to him tomorrow morning. You don't know what a service you are rendering me, and I was so near not telling you of the fix I was in, lest you should torment yourself uselessly. Tell me his name." "Can you not guess it?" "How should I guess it?" "Think well, does no one occur to you?" "No, no one," said Quenibert, with the utmost innocence. "Have you no friends?" "1 or 2. "Would they not be glad to help you?" "They might, but I have mentioned the matter to no one." "To no one?" "Except you." "Well." "Well, Madame Rapelli, I hope I don't understand you. It's not possible you would not humiliate me. Come, come, it's a riddle, and I am too stupid to solve it. I give it up. Don't tantalize me any longer. Tell me the name." The widow, somewhat abashed by this exhibition of delicacy on the part of Mater Quenibert, blushed, cast down her eyes, and did not venture to speak. As the silence lasted some time, it occurred to the notary that he had been perhaps too hasty in his supposition, and he began to cast round for the best means of retrieving his blunder. "You do not speak," he said. "I see it was all a joke." "No," said the widow at last in a timid voice, "it was no joke. I was quite in earnest, but the way you take things is not very encouraging." "What do you mean?" "Pray, do you imagine that I can go on while you glare at me with that angry frown puckering your forehead, as if you had someone before you who had tried to insult you?" A sweet smile chased the frown from the notary's brow. Encouraged by the suspension of hostilities, Madame Rapally with sudden boldness approached him, and pressing one of his hands in both her own, whispered, "It is I who am going to lend you the money." He repulsed her gently, but with an air of great dignity, and said, "Madame, I thank you, but I cannot accept." "Why can't you?" At this he began to walk round and round the room, while the widow, who stood in the middle, turned as upon a pivot, keeping him always in view. This circus-ring performance lasted some minutes before Quennebert stood still and said, "I cannot be angry with you, Madame Rapally. I know your offer was made out of the kindness of your heart, but I must repeat that it is impossible for me to accept it." "There you go again. I don't understand you at all. Why can't you accept? What harm would it do?" "If there were no other reason, because people might suspect that I confided my difficulties to you in the hope of help." "And supposing you did, what then? People speak hoping to be understood. You wouldn't have minded asking anyone else." "So you really think I did come in that hope?" "Mon Dieu, I don't think anything at all that you don't want. It was I who dragged the confidence from you by my questions. I know that very well. But now that you have told me your secret, how can you hinder me from sympathizing with you, from desiring to aid you? When I learned your difficulty, ought I to have been amused and gone into fits of laughter? What? It's an insult to be in a position to render you a service. That's a strange kind of delicacy. Are you astonished that I should feel so strongly about it?" "Nonsense. Do you still think I meant to offend you? I look on you as the most honorable man in the world. If anyone were to tell me that he had seen you commit a base action, I should reply that it was a lie. Does that satisfy you? But suppose they got hold of it in the city. Suppose it were reported that Maître Quennebert had taken money from Madame de Rapally. Would it be the same as if they said Maître Quennebert had borrowed 1,200 livres from Monsieur Robert or some other businessman? I don't see what difference it could make." "But I do." "What then?" "It's not easy to express, but you exaggerate both the service and the gratitude you ought to feel. I think I know why you refuse. You're ashamed to take it as a gift, aren't you?" "Yes, I am." "Well, I'm not going to make you a gift. Borrow 1,200 livres from me. For how long do you want the money?" "I really don't know how soon I can repay you." "Let's say a year and reckon the interest. Sit down there, you baby, and write out a promissory note." Maître Quennebert made some further show of resistance, but at last yielded to the widow's importunity. It is needless to say that the whole thing was a comedy on his part, except that he really needed the money. But he did not need it to replace a sum of which a faithless friend had robbed him, but to satisfy his own creditors, who, out of all patience with him, were threatening to sue him, and his only reason for seeking out Madame de Rapally was to take advantage of her generous disposition towards himself. His feigned delicacy was intended to induce her to insist so urgently that in accepting he should not fall too much in her esteem, but should seem to yield to force. And his plan met with complete success, for at the end of the transaction he stood higher than ever in the opinion of his fair creditor, on account of the noble sentiments he had expressed. The note was written out in legal form, and the money counted down on the spot. "How glad I am," said she then, while Quennebert still kept up some pretense of delicate embarrassment, although he could not resist casting a stolen look at the bag of crowns lying on the table beside his cloak. "Do you intend to go back to St. Denis tonight?" Even had such been his intention, the notary would have taken very good care not to say so, for he foresaw the accusations of imprudence that would follow the enumeration of the dangers by the way, and it was quite on the cards even that, having thus aroused his fears, his fair hostess should in deference to them offer him hospitality for the night, and he did not feel inclined for an indefinitely prolonged tete-a-tete. "No," he said, "I am going to sleep at Maître Terrason's, Rue des Poitevins. I have sent him word to expect me, but although his house is only a few yards distant, I must leave you earlier than I could have wished, on account of this money. Will you think of me?" "How can you ask?" replied Quennebert with a sentimental expression. "You have compelled me to accept the money, but I shall not be happy till I have repaid you. Suppose this loan should make us fall out. You may be quite sure that if you don't pay when the bill falls due, I shall have recourse to the law." "Oh, I know that very well. I shall enforce all my rights as a creditor. I expect nothing else. I shall show no pity." And the widow gave a saucy laugh and shook her finger at him. "Madame Rapally," said the notary, who was most anxious to bring this conversation to an end, dreading every moment that it would take a languishing tone, "Madame Rapally, will you add to your goodness by granting me one more favor?" "What is it?" "The gratitude that is simulated is not difficult to bear, but genuine, sincere gratitude, such as I feel, is a heavy burden, as I can assure you. It is much easier to give than to receive. Promise me, then, that from now till the year is up, there shall be no more reference between us to this money, and that we shall go on being good friends as before. Leave it to me to make arrangements to acquit myself honorably of my obligations towards you. I need say no more. Till a year's up, mum's the word." "It shall be as you desire, Maître Quennebert," answered Madame Rapally, her eyes shining with delight. "It was never my intention to lay you under embarrassing obligations, and I leave it all to you. Do you know that I am beginning to believe in presentiments?" "You becoming superstitious? Why, may I ask?" "I refused to do a nice little piece of ready money business this morning." "Did you?" "Yes, because I had a sort of feeling that made me resist all temptation to leave myself without cash. Imagine, I received a visit today from a great lady who lives in this house, in the suite of apartments next to mine." "What is her name?" "Mademoiselle de Guerchy." "And what did she want with you?" "She called in order to ask me to buy, for 400 livres, some of her jewels which are well worth 600, for I understand such things, or should I prefer it to lend her that sum and keep the jewels as security? It appears that Mademoiselle is in great straits. De Guerchy, do you know the name?" "I think I have heard it." "They say she has had a stormy past and has been greatly talked of, but then half of what one hears is lies. Since she came to live here she has been very quiet. No visitors except one, a nobleman, a duke. Wait a moment. What's his name? The Duc de Vitry, and for over 3 weeks even he hasn't been near her. I imagine from this absence that they have fallen out, and that she is beginning to feel the want of money." "You seem to be intimately acquainted with this young woman's affairs." "Indeed I am, and yet I never spoke to her till this morning." "How did you get your information, then?" "By chance. The room adjoining this and one of those she occupies were formerly one large room, which is now divided into two by a partition wall covered with tapestry, but in the two corners the plaster has crumbled away with time, and one can see into the room through slits in the tapestry without being seen oneself. Are you inquisitive?" "Not more than you, Madame Rapally." "Come with me. Someone knocked at the street door a few moments ago. There's no one else in the house likely to have visitors at this hour. Perhaps her admirer has come back. If so, we are going to witness a scene of recrimination or reconciliation. How delightful." Although he was not leaving the widow's lodgings, Maître Quennebert took up his hat and cloak and the blessed bag of crown pieces, and followed Madame Rapally on tiptoe, who on her side moved as slowly as a tortoise and as lightly as she could. They succeeded in turning the handle of the door into the next room without making much noise. breathed the widow softly. Listen, they are speaking. She pointed to the place where he would find a peephole in one corner of the room and crept herself towards the corresponding corner. Quenebert, who was by no means anxious to have her at his side, motioned to her to blow out the light. This being done, he felt secure, for he knew that in the intense darkness which now enveloped them, she could not move from her place without knocking against the furniture between them, so he glued his face to the partition. An opening just large enough for one eye allowed him to see everything that was going on in the next room. Just as he began his observations, the treasurer at Mademoiselle de Guerchai's invitation was about to take a seat near her, but not too near for perfect respect. Both of them were silent and appeared to labor under great embarrassment at finding themselves together, and explanations did not readily begin. The lady had not an idea of the motive of the visit, and her quondam lover feigned the emotion necessary to the success of his undertaking. Thus Maître Quenebert had full time to examine both, and especially Angelique. The reader will doubtless desire to know what was the result of the notary's observation. Chapter 3. Angelique Louise de Guerchai was a woman of about 28 years of age, tall, dark, and well-made. The loose life she had led had, it is true, somewhat staled her beauty, marred the delicacy of her complexion, and coarsened the naturally elegant curves of her figure. But it is such women who from time immemorial have had the strongest attraction for profligate men. It seems as if dissipation destroyed the power to perceive true beauty, and the man of pleasure must be aroused to admiration by a bold glance and a meaning smile, and will only seek satisfaction along the trail left by vice. Louise Angelique was admirably adapted for her way of life, not that her features wore an expression of shameless effrontery, or that the words that passed her lips bore habitual testimony to the disorders of her existence, but that under a calm and sedate demeanor there lurked a secret and indefinable charm. Many other women possessed more regular features, but none of them had a greater power of seduction. We must add that she owed that power entirely to her physical perfections, for except in regard to the devices necessary to her calling, she showed no cleverness, being ignorant, dull, and without inner resources of any kind. As her temperament led her to share the desires she excited, she was really incapable of resisting an attack conducted with skill and ardor, and if the Duc de Vitry had not been so madly in love, which is the same as saying that he was hopelessly blind, silly, and dense to everything around him, he might have found a score of opportunities to overcome her resistance. We have already seen that she was so straitened in money matters that she had been driven to try to sell her jewels that very morning. Jeannin was the first to break silence. "You are astonished at my visit, I know, my charming Angelique, but you must excuse my thus appearing so unexpectedly before you. The truth is, I found it impossible to leave Paris without seeing you once more." "Thank you for your kind remembrance," said she, "but I did not at all expect it." Come, you are offended with me." She gave him a glance of mingled disdain and resentment, but he went on in a timid, wistful tone. "I know that my conduct must have seemed strange to you, and I acknowledge that nothing can justify a man for suddenly leaving the woman he loves. I do not dare to say the woman who loves him without a word of explanation. But dear Angelique, I was jealous." "Jealous," she repeated incredulously. "I tried my best to overcome the feeling, and I hid my suspicions from you. 20 times I came to see you bursting with anger and determined to overwhelm you with reproaches, but at the sight of your beauty I forgot everything but that I loved you. My suspicions dissolved before a smile. One word from your lips charmed me into happiness. But when I was again alone my terrors revived. I saw my rivals at your feet, and rage possessed me once more. Ah, you never knew how devotedly I loved you." She let him speak without interruption. Perhaps the same thought was in her mind as in Quenebert's, who, himself a past master in the art of lying, was thinking. "The man does not believe a word of what he is saying." But the treasurer went on. "I can see that even now you doubt my sincerity. Does my lord desire that his handmaiden should be blunt? Well, I know that there is no truth in what you say. Oh, I can see that you imagine that among the distractions of the world I have kept no memory of you, and have found consolation in the love of less obdurate fair ones. I have not broken in on your retirement. I have not shadowed your steps. I have not kept watch on your actions. I have not surrounded you with spies who would perhaps have brought me the assurance. If she quitted the world which outraged her, she was not driven forth by an impulse of wounded pride or noble indignation. She did not even seek to punish those who misunderstood her by her absence. She buried herself where she was unknown, that she might indulge in stolen loves. Such were the thoughts that came to me, and yet I respected your hiding place, and today I am ready to believe you true if you will merely say, I love no one else. Jeannin, who was as fat as a stage financier, paused here to gasp. For the utterance of this string of banalities, this rigmarole of commonplaces, had left him breathless. He was very much dissatisfied with his performance and ready to curse his barren imagination. He longed to hit upon swelling phrases and natural and touching gestures, but in vain. He could only look at Mademoiselle de Guerchy with a miserable, heartbroken air. She remained quietly seated, with the same expression of incredulity on her features. So there was nothing for it but to go on once more. But this one assurance that I ask you will not give. So what I have been told is true, you have given your love to him. She could not check a startled movement. You see, it is only when I speak of him that I can overcome in you the insensibility which is killing me. My suspicions were true after all. You deceived me for his sake. Oh, the instinctive feeling of jealousy was right which forced me to quarrel with that man, to reject the perfidious friendship which he tried to force upon me. He has returned to town, and we shall meet. But why do I say returned? Perhaps he only pretended to go away, and safe in this retreat has flouted with impunity my despair and braved my vengeance. Up to this the lady had played a waiting game, but now she grew quite confused, trying to discover the thread of the treasurer's thoughts. To whom did he refer? The Duc de Vitry, that had been her first impression. But the Duke had only been acquainted with her for a few months, since she had left court. He could not therefore have excited the jealousy of her whilom lover, and if it were not he, to whom did the words about rejecting perfidious friendship and return to town, and so on, apply? Jeannin divined her embarrassment, and was not a little proud of the tactics which would, he was almost sure, force her to expose herself. For there are certain women who can be thrown into cruel perplexity by speaking to them of their love passages without affixing a proper name label to each. They are placed as it were on the edge of an abyss and forced to feel their way in darkness. To say, you have loved, almost obliges them to ask whom. Nevertheless, this was not the word uttered by Mademoiselle de Guerchy while she ran through in her head a list of possibilities. Her answer was, Your language astonishes me. I don't understand what you mean. The ice was broken, and the treasurer made a plunge. Seizing one of Angelique's hands, he asked, Have you never seen Commander de Jars since then? Commander de Jars, exclaimed Angelique. Can you swear to me, Angelique, that you love him not? Mon Dieu, what put it into your head that I ever cared for him? It's over 4 months since I saw him last, and I hadn't an idea whether he was alive or dead. So he has been out of town, that's the first I heard of it. My fortune is yours, Angelique. Oh, assure me once again that you do not love him, that you never loved him. He pleaded in a faltering voice, fixing a look of painful anxiety upon her. He had no intention of putting her out of countenance by the course he took. He knew quite well that a woman like Angelique is never more at her ease than when she has a chance of telling an untruth of this nature. Besides, he had prefaced this appeal by the magic words, My fortune is yours, and the hope thus aroused was well worth a perjury. So she answered boldly and in a steady voice, while she looked straight into his eyes. Never. I believe you, exclaimed Jeannin, going down on his knees and covering with his kisses the hand he still held. I can taste happiness again. Listen, Angelique, I am leaving Paris. My mother is dead, and I am going back to Spain. Will you follow me thither? I follow you. I hesitated long before finding you out, so much did I fear a repulse. I set out tomorrow, quit Paris, leave the world which has slandered you, and come with me. In a fortnight we shall be man and wife. You are not in earnest. May I expire at your feet if I am not? Do you want me to sign the oath with my blood? Rise, she said in a broken voice. Have I at last found a man to love me and compensate me for all the abuse that has been showered on my head? 1,000 times I thank you, not for what you are doing for me, but for the balm you pour on my wounded spirit. Even if you were to say to me now, after all, I am obliged to give you up, the pleasure of knowing you esteem me would make up for all the rest. It would be another happy memory to treasure along with my memory of our love, which was ineffaceable, although you so ungratefully suspected me of having deceived you. The treasurer appeared fairly intoxicated with joy. He indulged in 1,000 ridiculous extravagances and exaggerations, and declared himself the happiest of men. Mademoiselle de Guerchy, who was desirous of being prepared for every peril, asked him in a coaxing tone, "Who can have put it into your head to be jealous of the commander? Has he been base enough to boast that I ever gave him my love?" "No, he never said anything about you, but some way I was afraid." She renewed her assurances. The conversation continued some time in a sentimental tone. 1,000 oaths, 1,000 protestations of love were exchanged. Jeannin feared that the suddenness of their journey would inconvenience his mistress, and offered to put it off for some days. But to this she would not consent, and it was arranged that the next day at noon a carriage should call at the house and take Angelique out of town to an appointed place at which the treasurer was to join her. Maître Quennebert, eye and ear on the alert, had not lost a word of this conversation, and the last proposition of the treasurer changed his ideas. "Pardieu," he said to himself, "it looks as if this good man were really going to let himself be taken in and done for. It is singular how very clear-sighted we can be about things that don't touch us. This poor fly is going to let himself be caught by a very clever spider, or I'm much mistaken. Very likely my widow is quite of my opinion, and yet in what concerns herself she will remain stone-blind. Well, such is life. We have only two parts to choose between. We must be either knave or fool. What's Madame Rapelli doing, I wonder?" At this moment he heard a stifled whisper from the opposite corner of the room, but protected by the distance and the darkness, he let the widow murmur on, and applied his eye once more to his peephole. What he saw confirmed his opinion. The damsel was springing up and down, laughing, gesticulating, and congratulating herself on her unexpected good fortune. "Just imagine, he loves me like that," she was saying to herself. "Poor Jeannin, when I remember how I used to hesitate, how fortunate that Commander de Jars, one of the most vain and indiscreet of men, never babbled about me. Yes, we must leave town tomorrow without fail. I must not give him time to be enlightened by a chance word. But the Duc de Vitry, I am really sorry for him. However, why did he go away and send no word? And then, he's a married man. Ah, if I could only get back again to court some day. Who would ever have expected such a thing? Good God, I must keep talking to myself to be sure I'm not dreaming. Yes, he was there just now at my feet saying to me, 'Angelique, you are going to become my wife.' One thing is sure, he may safely entrust his honor to my care. It would be infamous to betray a man who loves me as he does, who will give me his name. Never, no, never will I give him cause to reproach me. I would rather." A loud and confused noise on the stairs interrupted this soliloquy. At one moment bursts of laughter were heard, and the next angry voices. Then a loud exclamation, followed by a short silence. Being alarmed at this disturbance in a house which was usually so quiet, Mademoiselle de Guerchy approached the door of her room, intending either to call for protection or to lock herself in, when suddenly it was violently pushed open. She recoiled with fright, exclaiming, "Commander de Jars!" "On my word," said Quennebert behind the arras, "'tis as amusing as a play. Is the commander also going to offer to make an honest woman of her? But what do I see?" He had just caught sight of the young man on whom de Jars had bestowed the title and name of Chevalier de Moranges, and whose acquaintance the reader has already made at the tavern in the Rue Saint-André-des-Arts. His appearance had as great an effect on the notary as a thunderbolt. He stood motionless, trembling, breathless, his knees ready to give way beneath him, everything black before his eyes. However, he soon pulled himself together and succeeded in overcoming the effects of his surprise and terror. He looked once more through the hole in the partition and became so absorbed that no one in the whole world could have got a word from him just then. The devil himself might have shrieked into his ears unheeded, and a naked sword suspended over his head would not have induced him to change his place. Chapter 4. Before Mademoiselle de Guerchy had recovered from her fright, the commander spoke. "As I am a gentleman, my beauty, if you were the Abbess of Montmartre, you could not be more difficult of access. I met a blackguard on the stairs who tried to stop me, and whom I was obliged to thrash soundly. Is what they told me on my return true? Are you really doing penance, and do you intend to take the veil?" "Sir," answered Angelique with great dignity, "whatever may be my plans, I have a right to be surprised at your violence and at your intrusion at such an hour." "Before we go any farther," said de Jars, twirling round on his heels, "allow me to present to you my nephew, the Chevalier de Moranges." "Chevalier de Moranges," muttered Quennebert, on whose memory in that instant the name became indelibly engraven. "A young man," continued the commander, "who has come back with me from abroad. Good style, as you see, charming appearance. Now, you young innocent, lift up your great black eyes and kiss Madame's hand. I allow it." "Monsieur le Commandeur, leave my room. Begone, or I shall call." "Whom then? Your lackeys? But I have beaten the only one you keep, as I told you, and it will be some time before he'll be in a condition to light me downstairs. Begone, indeed. Is that the way you receive an old friend? Pray be seated, Chevalier." He approached Mademoiselle de Guerchy, and, despite her resistance, seized hold of one of her hands, and forcing her to sit down, seated himself beside her. "That's right, my girl," said he. "Now let us talk sense. I understand that before a stranger you consider yourself obliged to appear astonished at my ways of going on. But he knows all about us, and nothing he may see or hear will surprise him. So a truce to prudery. I came back yesterday, but I could not make out your hiding place till today. Now I'm not going to ask you to tell me how you have gone on in my absence. God and you alone know, and while he will tell me nothing, you would only tell me fibs, and I want to save you from that venial sin at least. But here I am, in as good spirits as ever, more in love than ever, and quite ready to resume my old habits." Meantime the lady, quite subdued by his noisy entrance and ruffianly conduct, and seeing that an assumption of dignity would only draw down on her some fresh impertinence, appeared to resign herself to her position. All this time, Quennebert never took his eyes from the Chevalier, who sat with his face towards the partition. His elegantly cut costume accentuated his personal advantages. His jet-black hair brought into relief the whiteness of his forehead. His large dark eyes with their veined lids and silky lashes had a penetrating and peculiar expression, a mixture of audacity and weakness. His thin and somewhat pale lips were apt to curl in an ironical smile. His hands were of perfect beauty, his feet of dainty smallness, and he showed with an affectation of complacence a well-turned leg above his ample boots, the turned-down tops of which, garnished with lace, fell in irregular folds over his ankles in the latest fashion. He did not appear to be more than 18 years of age, and nature had denied his charming face the distinctive sign of his sex, for not the slightest down was visible on his chin, though a little delicate penciling darkened his upper lip. His slightly effeminate style of beauty, the graceful curves of his figure, his expression, sometimes coaxing, sometimes saucy, reminding one of a page, gave him the appearance of a charming young scapegrace destined to inspire sudden passions and wayward fancies. While his pretended uncle was making himself at home most unceremoniously, Quennebert remarked that the Chevalier at once began to lay siege to his fair hostess, bestowing tender and love-laden glances on her behind that uncle's back. This redoubled his curiosity. "My dear girl," said the commander, "since I saw you last I have come into a fortune of 100,000 livres, neither more nor less. One of my dear aunts took it into her head to depart this life, and her temper being crotchety and spiteful, she made me her sole heir, in order to enrage those of her relatives who had nursed her in her illness. 100,000 livres, it's a round sum, enough to cut a great figure with for 2 years. If you like, we shall squander it together, capital and interest. Why do you not speak? Has anyone else robbed me by any chance of your heart? If that were so, I should be in despair, upon my word, for the sake of the fortunate individual who had won your favor, for I will brook no rivals, I give you fair warning." "Monsieur le Commandeur," answered Angelique, "you forget, In speaking to me in that manner, I have never given you any right to control my actions. Have we severed our connection?" At this singular question Angelique started, but de Jars continued. "When last we parted we were on the best of terms, were we not? I know that some months have elapsed since then, but I have explained to you the reason of my absence. Before filling up the blank left by the departed, we must give ourselves space to mourn. Well, was I right in my guess? Have you given me a successor?" Mademoiselle de Guerchy had hitherto succeeded in controlling her indignation, and had tried to force herself to drink the bitter cup of humiliation to the dregs. But now she could bear it no longer. Having thrown a look expressive of her suffering at the young chevalier, who continued to ogle her with great pertinacity, she decided on bursting into tears, and in a voice broken by sobs, she exclaimed that she was miserable at being treated in this manner, that she did not deserve it, and that Heaven was punishing her for her error in yielding to the entreaties of the commander. One would have sworn she was sincere, and that the words came from her heart. If Maître Quennebert had not witnessed the scene with Jeannin, if he had not known how frail was the virtue of the weeping damsel, he might have been affected by her touching plaint. The chevalier appeared to be deeply moved by Angelique's grief, and while his uncle was striding up and down the room and swearing like a trooper, he gradually approached her and expressed by signs the compassion he felt. Meantime the notary was in a strange state of mind. He had not yet made up his mind whether the whole thing was a joke arranged between de Jars and Jeannin or not. But of one thing he was quite convinced: the sympathy which Chevalier de Moranges was expressing by passionate sighs and glances was the merest hypocrisy. Had he been alone, nothing would have prevented his dashing head foremost into this imbroglio, in scorn of consequence, convinced that his appearance would be as terrible in its effect as the head of Medusa. But the presence of the widow restrained him. Why ruin his future and dry up the golden spring which had just begun to gush before his eyes, for the sake of taking part in a melodrama? Prudence and self-interest kept him in the side scenes. The tears of the fair one and the glances of the chevalier awoke no repentance in the breast of the commander. On the contrary, he began to vent his anger in terms still more energetic. He strode up and down the oaken floor till it shook under his spurred heels. He stuck his plumed hat on the side of his head and displayed the manners of a bully in a Spanish comedy. Suddenly he seemed to have come to a swift resolution. The expression of his face changed from rage to icy coldness, and walking up to Angelique, he said, with a composure more terrible than the wildest fury, "My rival's name. You shall never learn it from me. Madame, his name. Never. I have borne your insults too long. I am not responsible to you for my actions. Well, I shall learn it in spite of you, and I know to whom to apply. Do you think you can play fast and loose with me and my love? No, no. I used to believe in you. I turned a deaf ear to your traducers. My mad passion for you became known. I was the jest and the butt of the town. But you have opened my eyes, and at last I see clearly on whom my vengeance ought to fall. He was formerly my friend, and I would believe nothing against him. Although I was often warned, I took no notice. But now I will seek him out and say to him, 'You have stolen what was mine. You are a scoundrel. It must be your life or mine. And if there is justice in heaven, I shall kill him.' Well, madame, you don't ask me the name of this man. You well know whom I mean." This threat brought home to Mademoiselle de Guerchy how imminent was her danger. At first, she had thought the commander's visit might be a snare laid to test her, but the coarseness of his expressions, the cynicism of his overtures in the presence of a third person, had convinced her she was wrong. No man could have imagined that the revolting method of seduction employed could meet with success, and if the commander had desired to convict her of perfidy, he would have come alone and made use of more persuasive weapons. No, he believed he still had claims on her, but even if he had, by his manner of enforcing them, he had rendered them void. However, the moment he threatened to seek out a rival whose identity he designated quite clearly, and revealed to him the secret it was so necessary to her interests to keep hidden, the poor girl lost her head. She looked at de Jars with a frightened expression and said in a trembling voice, "I don't know whom you mean." "You don't know? Well, I shall commission the king's treasurer, Jeannin de Castille, to come here tomorrow and tell you. an hour before our duel." "Oh no, no, promise me you will not do that," cried she, clasping her hands. "Adieu, madame. Do not leave me thus. I cannot let you go till you give me your promise." She threw herself on her knees and clung with both her hands to de Jars' cloak, and appealing to Chevalier de Moranges, said, "You are young, monsieur. I have never done you any harm. Protect me, have pity on me, help me to soften him." "Uncle," said the Chevalier in a pleading tone, "be generous, and don't drive this woman to despair." "Prayers are useless," answered the commander. "What do you want me to do?" said Angelique. "Shall I go into a convent to atone? I am ready to go. Shall I promise never to see him again? For God's sake, give me a little time. Put off your vengeance for one single day. Tomorrow evening, I swear to you, you will have nothing more to fear from me. I thought myself forgotten by you and abandoned, and how should I think otherwise? You left me without a word of farewell. You stayed away and never sent me a line. And how do you know that I did not weep when you deserted me, leaving me to pass my days in monotonous solitude? How do you know that I did not make every effort to find out why you were so long absent from my side? You say you had left town, but how was I to know that? Oh, promise me, if you love me, to give up this duel. Promise me not to seek that man out tomorrow." The poor creature hoped to work wonders with her eloquence, her tears, her pleading glances. On hearing her prayer for a reprieve of 24 hours, swearing that after that she would never see Jeannin again, the commander and the Chevalier were obliged to bite their lips to keep from laughing outright. But the former soon regained his self-possession, and while Angelique, still on her knees before him, pressed his hands to her bosom, he forced her to raise her head, and looking straight into her eyes, said, "Tomorrow, madame, if not this evening, he shall know everything, and a meeting shall take place." Then pushing her away, he strode towards the door. "Oh, how unhappy I am!" exclaimed Angelique. She tried to rise and rush after him, but whether she was really overcome by her feelings, or whether she felt the one chance of prevailing left her was to faint, she uttered a heartrending cry, and the Chevalier had no choice but to support her sinking form. De Jars, on seeing his nephew staggering under this burden, gave a loud laugh and hurried away. 2 minutes later, he was once more at the tavern in the Rue Saint-André-des-Arts. "How's this, alone?" said Jeannin. "Alone? What have you done with the Chevalier?" "I left him with our charmer, who was unconscious, overcome with grief, exhausted. Ha, ha, ha," she fell fainting into his arms. "Ha, ha, ha. It's quite possible that the young rogue, being left with her in such a condition, may cut me out." "Do you think so? Ha, ha, ha." And de Jars laughed so heartily and so infectiously that his worthy friend was obliged to join in, and laughed till he choked. In the short silence which followed the departure of the commander, Maître Quennebert could hear the widow still murmuring something, but he was less disposed than ever to attend to her. "On my word," said he, "the scene now going on is more curious than all that went before. I don't think that a man has ever found himself in such a position as mine. Although my interests demand that I remain here and listen, yet my fingers are itching to box the ears of that Chevalier de Moranges. If there were only some way of getting at a proof of all this. Ah, now we shall hear something. The hussy is coming to herself." And indeed Angelique had opened her eyes and was casting wild looks around her. She put her hand to her brow several times, as if trying to recall clearly what had happened. "Is he gone?" she exclaimed at last. "Oh, why did you let him go? You should not have minded me, but kept him here." "Be calm," answered the Chevalier, "be calm, for heaven's sake. I shall speak to my uncle and prevent his ruining your prospects. Only don't weep any more, your tears break my heart. Ah, my God, how cruel it is to distress you so. I should never be able to withstand your tears. No matter what reason I had for anger, a look from you would make me forgive you everything." "Noble young man," said Angelique. "Idiot," muttered Maître Quennebert. "Swallow the honey of his words. Do, but how the deuce is it going to end? Not Satan himself ever invented such a situation. But then I could never believe you guilty without proof, irrefutable proof, and even then a word from you would fill my mind with doubt and uncertainty again. Yes, Were the whole world to accuse you and swear to your guilt, I should still believe your simple word. I am young, madam. I have never known love as yet. Until an instant ago, I had no idea that more quickly than an image can excite the admiration of the eye, a thought can enter the heart and stir it to its depths, and features that one may never again behold leave a lifelong memory behind. But even if a woman of whom I knew absolutely nothing were to appeal to me, exclaiming, "I implore your help, your protection," I should, without stopping to consider, place my sword and my arm at her disposal and devote myself to her service. How much more eagerly would I die for you, madam, whose beauty has ravished my heart. What do you demand of me? Tell me what you desire me to do. Prevent this duel. Don't allow an interview to take place between your uncle and the man whom he mentioned. Tell me you will do this, and I shall be safe, for you have never learned to lie, I know. Of course he hasn't. You may be sure of that, you simpleton, muttered Mater Quenebert in his corner. If you only knew what a mere novice you are at that game compared with the Chevalier, if you only knew whom you had before you. At your age, went on Angelique, one cannot feign, the heart is not yet hardened and is capable of compassion. But a dreadful idea occurs to me, a horrible suspicion. Is it all a devilish trick, a snare arranged in joke? Tell me that it is not all a pretense. A poor woman encounters so much perfidy. Men amuse themselves by troubling her heart and confusing her mind. They excite her vanity, they compass her round with homage, with flattery, with temptation, and when they grow tired of fooling her, they despise and insult her. Tell me, was this all a preconcerted plan? This love, this jealousy, were they only acted? Oh, madame, broke in the Chevalier, with an expression of the deepest indignation, how can you for an instant imagine that a human heart could be so perverted? I am not acquainted with the man whom the commander accused you of loving, but whoever he may be, I feel sure that he is worthy of your love, and that he would never have consented to such a dastardly joke. Neither would my uncle. His jealousy mastered him and drove him mad. But I am not dependent on him. I am my own master and can do as I please. I will hinder this duel. I will not allow the illusion and ignorance of him who loves you, and alas that I must say it, whom you love, to be dispelled, for it is in them he finds his happiness. Be happy with him. As for me, I shall never see you again, but the recollection of this meeting, the joy of having served you, will be my consolation. Angelique raised her beautiful eyes and gave the Chevalier a long look, which expressed her gratitude more eloquently than words. May I be hanged, thought Mater Quenebert, if the baggage isn't making eyes at him already, but one who is drowning clutches at a straw. Enough, madam, said the Chevalier. I understand all you would say. You thank me in his name and ask me to leave you. I obey. Yes, madame, I am going. At the risk of my life, I will prevent this meeting. I will stifle this fatal revelation. But grant me one last prayer. Permit me to look forward to seeing you once more before I leave this city, to which I wish I had never come. But I shall quit it in a day or two, tomorrow perhaps, as soon as I know that your happiness is assured. Oh, do not refuse my last request. Let the light of your eyes shine on me for the last time. After that, I shall depart. I shall fly far away forever. But if perchance, in spite of every effort, I fail, if the commander's jealousy should make him impervious to my entreaties, to my tears, if he whom you love should come and overwhelm you with reproaches and then abandon you, would you drive me from your presence if I should then say, I love you? Answer me, I beseech you. Go, said she, and prove worthy of my gratitude or my love. Seizing one of her hands, the Chevalier covered it with passionate kisses. Such barefaced impudence surpasses everything I could have imagined, murmured Quenebert. Fortunately, the play is over for tonight. If it had gone on any longer, I should have done something foolish. The lady hardly imagines what the end of the comedy will be. Neither did Quenebert. It was an evening of adventures. It was written that in the space of 2 hours Angelique was to run the gamut of all the emotions, experience all the vicissitudes to which a life such as she led is exposed. Hope, fear, happiness, mortification, falsehood, love that was no love, intrigue within intrigue, and to crown all, a totally unexpected conclusion. Chapter 5. The Chevalier was still holding Angelique's hand when a step resounded outside, and a voice was heard. Can it be that he has come back? exclaimed the damsel, hastily freeing herself from the passionate embrace of the chevalier. "It's not possible, mon Dieu, it's his voice." She grew pale to the lips and stood staring at the door with outstretched arms, unable to advance or recede. The chevalier listened, but felt sure the approaching voice belonged neither to the commander nor to the treasurer. His voice, thought Quennebert to himself, can this be yet another aspirant to her favor? The sound came nearer. "Hide yourself," said Angelique, pointing to a door opposite to the partition behind which the widow and the notary were ensconced. "Hide yourself there. There's a secret staircase. You can get out that way." "I hide myself," exclaimed Moranges with a swaggering air. "What are you thinking of? I remain." It would have been better for him to have followed her advice, as may very well have occurred to the youth 2 minutes later, as a tall, muscular young man entered in a state of intense excitement. Angelique rushed to meet him, crying, "Ah, Monsieur le Duc, is it you?" "What is this I hear, Angelique?" said the Duc de Vitry. "I was told below that 3 men had visited you this evening, but only 2 have gone out. Where is the third? Ha, I do not need long to find him," he added, as he caught sight of the chevalier, who stood his ground bravely enough. "In heaven's name," cried Angelique, "in heaven's name, listen to me." "No, not a word. Just now I am not questioning you. Who are you, sir?" The chevalier's teasing and bantering disposition made him even at that critical moment insensible to fear, so he retorted insolently, "Whoever I please to be, sir, and on my word I find the tone in which you put your question delightfully amusing." The Duke sprang forward in a rage, laying his hand on his sword. Angelique tried in vain to restrain him. "You want to screen him from my vengeance, you false one," said he, retreating a few steps so as to guard the door. "Defend your life, sir." "Do you defend yours?" Both drew at the same moment. 2 shrieks followed, one in the room, the other behind the tapestry, for neither Angelique nor the widow had been able to restrain her alarm as the 2 swords flashed in air. In fact, the latter had been so frightened that she fell heavily to the floor in a faint. This incident probably saved the young man's life. His blood had already begun to run cold at the sight of his adversary foaming with rage and standing between him and the door, when the noise of the fall distracted the Duke's attention. "What was that?" he cried. "Are there other enemies concealed here too?" And forgetting that he was leaving a way of escape free, he rushed in the direction from which the sound came and lunged at the tapestry-covered partition with his sword. Meantime, the chevalier, dropping all his airs of bravado, sprang from one end of the room to the other like a cat pursued by a dog. But rapid as were his movements, the Duke perceived his flight and dashed after him at the risk of breaking both his own neck and the chevalier's by a chase through unfamiliar rooms and down stairs which were plunged in darkness. All this took place in a few seconds, like a flash of lightning. Twice, with hardly any interval, the street door opened and shut noisily, and the 2 enemies were in the street, one pursued and the other pursuing. "My God, just to think of all that has happened is enough to make one die of fright," said Mademoiselle de Guerchy. "What will come next, I should like to know, and what shall I say to the Duke when he comes back?" Just at this instant, a loud cracking sound was heard in the room. Angelique stood still, once more struck with terror, and recollecting the cry she had heard. Her hair, which was already loosened, escaped entirely from its bonds, and she felt it rise on her head as the figures on the tapestry moved and bent towards her. Falling on her knees and closing her eyes, she began to invoke the aid of God and all the saints. But she soon felt herself raised by strong arms, and looking round, she found herself in the presence of an unknown man who seemed to have issued from the ground or the walls, and who, seizing the only light left unextinguished in the scuffle, dragged her more dead than alive into the next room. This man was, as the reader will have already guessed, Maître Quennebert. As soon as the chevalier and the Duke had disappeared, the notary had run towards the corner where the widow lay, and having made sure that she was really unconscious and unable to see or hear anything, so that it would be quite safe to tell her any story he pleased next day, he returned to his former position, and applying his shoulder to the partition, easily succeeded in freeing the ends of the rotten laths from the nails which held there, and pushing them before him, made an aperture large enough to allow of his passing through into the next apartment. He applied himself to this task with such vigor, and became so absorbed in its accomplishment, that he entirely forgot the bag of 1,200 livres which the widow had given him. "Who are you? What do you want with me?" cried Mademoiselle de Guerchy, struggling to free herself. "Silence," was Quennebert's answer. "Don't kill me, for pity's sake." "Who wants to kill you? But be silent. I don't want your shrieks to call people here. I must be alone with you for a few moments. Once more I tell you to be quiet, unless you want me to use violence. If you do what I tell you, no harm shall happen to you." "But who are you, monsieur?" "I am neither a burglar nor a murderer. That's all you need to know. The rest is no concern of yours. Have you writing materials at hand?" "Yes, monsieur, there they are on that table." "Very well, now sit down at the table." "Why?" "Sit down and answer my questions." "The first man who visited you this evening was M. Genin, was he not?" "Yes, M. Genin de Castel." "The king's treasurer?" "Yes." "All right. The second was Commander de Jars, and the young man he brought with him was his nephew, the Chevalier de Moranges. The last comer was a duke. Am I not right?" "The Duc de Vitry." "Now write from my dictation." He spoke very slowly, and Mademoiselle de Guerchy, obeying his commands, took up her pen. "Today," dictated Quennebert, "today, this 20th day of the month of November, in the year of the Lord, I. What is your full name?" "Angelique Louise de Guerchy." "Go on." "I, Angelique Louise de Guerchy, was visited, in the rooms which I occupy, in the mansion of the Duchesse d'Étampes, corner of the streets Gitlecoeur and du Hurepoix, about 7:30 in the evening, in the first place, by Messire Genin de Castel, King's treasurer; in the second place, by Commander de Jars, who was accompanied by a young man, his nephew, the Chevalier de Moranges; in the third place, after the departure of Commander de Jars, and while I was alone with the Chevalier de Moranges, by the Duc de Vitry, who drew his sword upon the said Chevalier and forced him to take flight. Now put in a line by itself, and use capitals, description of the Chevalier de Moranges." "But I only saw him for an instant," said Angelique, "and I can't recall." "Write and don't talk. I can recall everything, and that is all that is wanted." "Height about 5 feet. The Chevalier," said Quennebert, interrupting himself, "is 4 feet 11 inches 3 lines and a half, but I don't need absolute exactness." Angelique gazed at him in utter stupefaction. "Do you know him, then?" she asked. "I saw him this evening for the first time, but my eye is very accurate." "Height about 5 feet, hair black, eyes ditto, nose aquiline, mouth large, lips compressed, forehead high, face oval, complexion pale, no beard." Now another line, and in capitals, special marks. "A small mole on the neck, behind the right ear, a smaller mole on the left hand." "Have you written that? Now sign it with your full name." "What use are you going to make of this paper?" "I should have told you before, if I had desired you to know. Any questions are quite useless. I don't enjoin secrecy on you, however," added the notary, as he folded the paper and put it into his doublet pocket. "You are quite free to tell anyone you like that you have written the description of the Chevalier de Moranges at the dictation of an unknown man, who got into your room you don't know how, by the chimney or through the ceiling perhaps, but who was determined to leave it by a more convenient road. Is there not a secret staircase? Show me where it is. I don't want to meet anyone on my way out." Angelique pointed out a door to him hidden by a damask curtain, and Quennebert, saluting her, opened it and disappeared, leaving Angelique convinced that she had seen the devil in person. Not until the next day did the sight of the displaced partition explain the apparition, but even then so great was her fright, so deep was the terror which the recollection of the mysterious man inspired, that despite the permission to tell what had happened, she mentioned her adventure to no one, and did not even complain to her neighbor, Madame Rapelli, of the inquisitiveness which had led the widow to spy on her actions. Chapter 6. We left de Jars and Jeannin, roaring with laughter, in the tavern in the Rue Saint-André des Arts. "What," said the treasurer, "do you really think that Angelique thought I was in earnest in my offer, that she believes in all good faith I intend to marry her? You may take my word for it. If it were not so, do you imagine she would have been in such desperation? Would she have fainted at my threat to tell you that I had claims on her as well as you, to get married? Why, that is the goal of all such creatures, and there is not one of them who can understand why a man of honor should blush to give her his name. If you had only seen her terror, her tears, they would have either broken your heart or killed you with laughter." "Well," said Jeannin, "it is getting late. Are we going to wait for the Chevalier?" "Let us call for him." "Very well, perhaps he has made up his mind to stay. If so, we shall make a horrible scene, cry treachery and perjury, and trounce your nephew well. Let's settle our score and be off." They left the wine shop, both rather the worse for the wine they had so largely indulged in. They felt the need of the cool night air, so instead of going down the Rue Pavie, they resolved to follow the Rue Saint-André des Arts as far as the Pont Saint-Michel, so as to reach the mansion by a longer route. At the very moment the commander got up to leave the tavern, the Chevalier had run out of the mansion at the top of his speed. It was not that he had entirely lost his courage, for had he found it impossible to avoid his assailant, it is probable that he would have regained the audacity which had led him to draw his sword. But he was a novice in the use of arms, had not reached full physical development, and felt that the chances were so much against him that he would only have faced the encounter if there were no possible way of escape. On leaving the house he had turned quickly into the Rue Gitlecoeur, but on hearing the door close behind his pursuer, he disappeared down the narrow and crooked Rue de El Herndel, hoping to throw the Duc de Vitry off the scent. The Duke, however, though for a moment in doubt, was guided by the sound of the flying footsteps. The Chevalier, still trying to send him off on a false trail, turned to the right, and so regained the upper end of the Rue Saint-André, and ran along it as far as the church, the site of which is occupied by the square of the same name today. Here he thought he would be safe, for, as the church was being restored and enlarged, heaps of stones stood all round the old pile. He glided in among these, and twice heard Vitry searching quite close to him, and each time stood on guard expecting an onslaught. This marching and countermarching lasted for some minutes. The Chevalier began to hope he had escaped the danger, and eagerly waited for the moment when the moon which had broken through the clouds should again withdraw behind them, in order to steal into some of the adjacent streets under cover of the darkness. Suddenly a shadow rose before him, and a threatening voice cried, "Have I caught you at last, you coward?" The danger in which the Chevalier stood awoke in him a flickering energy, a feverish courage, and he crossed blades with his assailant. A strange combat ensued, of which the result was quite uncertain, depending entirely on chance, for no science was of any avail on a ground so rough that the combatants stumbled at every step or struck against immovable masses which were one moment clearly lit up and the next in shadow. Steel clashed on steel, the feet of the adversaries touched each other, several times the cloak of one was pierced by the sword of the other, more than once the words "Die then" rang out. But each time the seemingly vanquished combatants sprang up unwounded, as agile and as lithe and as quick as ever, while he in his turn pressed the enemy home. There was neither truce nor pause, no clever feints nor fencers' tricks could be employed on either side. It was a mortal combat, but chance, not skill, would deal the death blow. Sometimes a rapid pass encountered only empty air. Sometimes blade crossed blade above the wielders' heads. Sometimes the fencers lunged at each other's breast, and yet the blows glanced aside at the last moment, and the blades met in air once more. At last, however, one of the two, making a pass to the right which left his breast unguarded, received a deep wound. Uttering a loud cry, he recoiled a step or two, but exhausted by the effort, tripped and fell backward over a large stone, and lay there motionless, his arms extended in the form of a cross. The other turned and fled. "Hark, de Jars," said Jeannin, stopping. There's fighting going on hereabouts. I hear the clash of swords. Both listened intently. I hear nothing now. Hush, there it goes again. It's by the church. What a dreadful cry. They ran at full speed towards the place whence it seemed to come, but found only solitude, darkness, and silence. They looked in every direction. I can't see a living soul, said Jeannin, and I very much fear that the poor devil who gave that yell has mumbled his last prayer. I don't know why I tremble so, replied de Jars. That heartrending cry made me shiver from head to foot. Was it not something like the Chevalier's voice? The Chevalier is with La Guerchi, and even if he had left her, this would not have been his way to rejoin us. Let us go on and leave the dead in peace. Look, Jeannin, what is that in front of us? On that stone, a man who has fallen. Yes, and bathed in blood, exclaimed de Jars, who had darted to his side. Ah, it's he, it's he. Look, his eyes are closed, his hands cold. My child, he does not hear me. Oh, who has murdered him? He fell on his knees and threw himself on the body with every mark of the most violent despair. Come, come, said Jeannin, surprised at such an explosion of grief from a man accustomed to duels, and who on several similar occasions had been far from displaying much tenderness of heart. Collect yourself and don't give way like a woman. Perhaps the wound is not mortal. Let us try to stop the bleeding and call for help. No, no. Are you mad? Don't call, for heaven's sake. The wound is here near the heart. Your handkerchief, Jeannin, to arrest the flow of blood. There, now help me to lift him. What does that mean? Cried Jeannin, who had just laid his hand on the Chevalier. I don't know whether I'm awake or asleep. Why, it's a... Be silent, on your life. I shall explain everything, but now be silent. There is someone looking at us. There was indeed a man wrapped in a mantle, standing motionless some steps away. What are you doing here? Asked de Jars. May I ask what you are doing, gentlemen? Retorted Maître Quennebert in a calm and steady voice. Your curiosity may cost you dear, monsieur. We are not in the habit of allowing our actions to be spied on. And I am not in the habit of running useless risks, most noble cavaliers. You are, it is true, 2 against 1, but, he added, throwing back his cloak and grasping the hilts of a pair of pistols tucked in his belt, these will make us equal. You are mistaken as to my intentions. I had no thought of playing the spy. It was chance alone that led me here, and you must acknowledge that finding you in this lonely spot, engaged as you are at this hour of the night, was quite enough to awake the curiosity of a man as little disposed to provoke a quarrel as to submit to threats. It was chance also that brought us here. We were crossing the square, my friend and I, when we heard groans. We followed the sound and found this young gallant, who is a stranger to us, lying here with a wound in his breast. As the moon at that moment gleamed doubtfully forth, Maître Quennebert bent for an instant over the body of the wounded man and said, I know him more than you, but supposing someone were to come upon us here, we might easily be taken for 3 assassins holding a consultation over the corpse of our victim. What were you going to do? Take him to a doctor. It would be inhuman to leave him here, and while we are talking, precious time is being lost. Do you belong to this neighborhood? No, said the treasurer. Neither do I, said Quennebert, but I believe I have heard the name of a surgeon who lives close by in the Rue Hauteville. I also know of one, interposed de Jars, a very skillful man. You may command me. Gladly, monsieur, for he lives some distance from here. I am at your service. De Jars and Jeannin raised the Chevalier's shoulders, and the stranger supported his legs, and carrying their burden in this order, they set off. They walked slowly, looking about them carefully, a precaution rendered necessary by the fact that the moon now rode in a cloudless sky. They glided over the Pont Saint-Michel between the houses that lined both sides, and turning to the right, entered one of the narrow streets of the site, and after many turnings, during which they met no one, they stopped at the door of a house situated behind the Hôtel de Ville. "Many thanks, monsieur," said de Jars. "Many thanks, we need no further help." As the commander spoke, Maître Quennebert let the feet of the chevalier fall abruptly on the pavement, while de Jars and the treasurer still supported his body, and stepping back 2 paces, he drew his pistols from his belt, and placing a finger on each trigger, said, "Do not stir, messieurs, or you are dead men." Both, although encumbered by their burden, laid their hands upon their swords. "Not a movement, not a sound, or I shoot." There was no reply to this argument, it being a convincing one even for 2 duelists. The bravest man turns pale when he finds himself face to face with sudden inevitable death, and he who threatened seemed to be one who would, without hesitation, carry out his threats. There was nothing for it but obedience, or a ball through them as they stood. "What do you want with us, sir?" asked Jeannin. Quennebert, without changing his attitude, replied, "Commander de Jars, and you, Messer Jeannin de Castel, King's treasurer, you see, my gentles, that besides the advantage of arms which strike swiftly and surely, I have the further advantage of knowing who you are, whilst I am myself unknown. You will carry the wounded man into this house, into which I will not enter, for I have nothing to do within, but I shall remain here to await your return. After you have handed over the patient to the doctor, you will procure paper and write, now pay great attention, that on November 20th, 1658, about midnight, you, aided by an unknown man, carried to this house, the address of which you will give, a young man whom you call the Chevalier de Moranges, and pass off as your nephew." "As he really is." "Very well. But who told you?" "Let me go on. Who had been wounded in a fight with swords on the same night behind the church of Saint-André des Arts by the Duc de Vitry." "The Duc de Vitry, how do you know that?" "No matter how I know it for a fact. Having made this declaration, you will add that the said Chevalier de Moranges is no other than Josephine Charlotte Boullenois, whom you, commander, abducted 4 months ago from the convent of La Raquette, whom you have made your mistress, and whom you conceal disguised as a man. Then you will add your signature. Is my information correct?" De Jars and Jeannin were speechless with surprise for a few instants. Then the former stammered, "Will you tell us who you are?" "The devil in person, if you like." "Well, will you do as I order? Supposing that I am awkward enough not to kill you at 2 paces, do you want me to ask you in broad daylight, and aloud what I now ask at night, and in a whisper? And don't think to put me off with a false declaration, relying on my not being able to read it by the light of the moon. Don't think either that you can take me by surprise when you hand it me. You will bring it to me with your swords sheathed as now. If this condition is not observed, I shall fire, and the noise will bring a crowd about us. Tomorrow I shall speak differently from today. I shall proclaim the truth at all the street corners, in the squares, and under the windows of the Louvre. It is hard, I know, for men of spirit to yield to threats, but recollect that you are in my power, and that there is no disgrace in paying a ransom for a life that one cannot defend. What do you say?" In spite of his natural courage, Jeannin, who found himself involved in an affair from which he had nothing to gain, and who was not at all desirous of being suspected of having helped in an abduction, whispered to the commander, "Faith, I think our wisest course is to consent." De Jars, however, before replying, wished to try if he could by any chance throw his enemy off his guard for an instant, so as to take him unawares. His hand still rested on the hilt of his sword, motionless, but ready to draw. "There is someone coming over yonder," he cried. "Do you hear?" "You can't catch me in that way," said Quennebert. "Even were there anyone coming, I should not look round, and if you move your hand, all is over with you." "Well," said Jeannin, "I surrender at discretion, not on my own account, but out of regard for my friend and this woman. However, we are entitled to some pledge of your silence. This statement that you demand, once written, you can ruin us tomorrow by its means. I don't yet know what use I shall make of it. Gentlemen, make up your minds, or you will have nothing but a dead body to place in the doctor's hands. There is no escape for you." For the first time, the wounded man faintly groaned. "I must save her," cried de Jars. "I yield." And I swear upon my honor that I will never try to get this woman out of your hands, and that I will never interfere with your conquest. Knock, gentlemen, and remain as long as may be necessary. I am patient. Pray to God, if you will, that she may recover. My one desire is that she may die." They entered the house, and Quenebert, wrapping himself once more in his mantle, walked up and down before it, stopping to listen from time to time. In about 2 hours, the commander and the treasurer came out again and handed him a written paper in the manner agreed on. "I greatly fear that it will be a certificate of death," said de Jars. "Heaven grant it, commander. Adieu, messieurs." He then withdrew, walking backwards, keeping the two friends covered with his pistols until he had placed a sufficient distance between himself and them to be out of danger of an attack. The two gentlemen on their part walked rapidly away, looking round from time to time and keeping their ears open. They were very much mortified at having been forced to let a mere boor dictate to them, and anxious, especially de Jars, as to the result of the wound. Chapter 7. On the day following this extraordinary series of adventures, explanations between those who were mixed up in them, whether as actors or spectators, were the order of the day. It was not till Maître Quenebert reached the house of the friend who had offered to put him up for the night that it first dawned on him that the interest which the Chevalier de Moranges had awakened in his mind had made him utterly forget the bag containing the 1,200 livres which he owed to the generosity of the widow. This money being necessary to him, he went back to her early next morning. He found her hardly recovered from her terrible fright. Her swoon had lasted far beyond the time when the notary had left the house, and as Angelique, not daring to enter the bewitched room, had taken refuge in the most distant corner of her apartments, the feeble call of the widow was heard by no one. Receiving no answer, Madame rapidly groped her way into the next room, and finding that empty, buried herself beneath the bedclothes, and passed the rest of the night dreaming of drawn swords, duels, and murders. As soon as it was light, she ventured into the mysterious room once more, without calling her servants, and found the bag of crowns lying open on the floor, with the coins scattered all around, the partition broken, and the tapestry hanging from it in shreds. The widow was near fainting again. She imagined at first she saw stains of blood everywhere, but a closer inspection having somewhat reassured her, she began to pick up the coins that had rolled to right and left, and was agreeably surprised to find the tale complete. But how and why had Maître Quenebert abandoned them? What had become of him? She had got lost in the most absurd suppositions and conjectures when the notary appeared. Discovering from the first words she uttered that she was in complete ignorance of all that had taken place, he explained to her that when the interview between the Chevalier and Mademoiselle de Guerchai had just at the most interesting moment been so unceremoniously interrupted by the arrival of the Duke, he had become so absorbed in watching them that he had not noticed that the partition was bending before the pressure of his body, and that just as the Duke drew his sword, it suddenly gave way, and he, Quenebert, being thus left without support, tumbled head foremost into the next room among a perfect chaos of overturned furniture and lamps, that almost before he could rise he was forced to draw in self-defense and had to make his escape, defending himself against both the Duke and the Chevalier, that they had pursued him so hotly that when he found himself free he was too far from the house and the hour was too advanced to admit of his returning. Quenebert added innumerable protestations of friendship, devotion, and gratitude, and furnished with his 1,200 crowns, went away, leaving the widow reassured as to his safety, but still shaken from her fright. While the notary was thus soothing the widow, Angelique was exhausting all the expedients her trade had taught her in the attempt to remove the Duke's suspicions. She asserted she was the victim of an unforeseen attack which nothing in her conduct had ever authorized. The young Chevalier de Moranges had gained admittance, she declared, under the pretext that he brought her news from the Duke, the one man who occupied her thoughts, the sole object of her love. The Chevalier had seen her lover, he said, a few days before, and by cleverly appealing to things back, he had led her to fear that the Duke had grown tired of her, and that a new conquest was the cause of his absence. She had not believed these insinuations, although his long silence would have justified the most mortifying suppositions, the most cruel doubts. At length the Chevalier had grown bolder, and had declared his passion for her, whereupon she had risen and ordered him to leave her. Just at that moment, the Duke had entered, and had taken the natural agitation and confusion of the Chevalier as signs of her guilt. Some explanation was also necessary to account for the presence of the two other visitors of whom he had been told below stairs. As he knew nothing at all about them, the servant who admitted them never having seen either of them before, she acknowledged that two gentlemen had called earlier in the evening, that they had refused to send in their names, but as they had said they had come to inquire about the Duke, she suspected them of having been in league with the Chevalier in the attempt to ruin her reputation. Perhaps they had even promised to help him to carry her off, but she knew nothing positive about them or their plans. The Duke, contrary to his wont, did not allow himself to be easily convinced by these lame explanations, but unfortunately for him, the lady knew how to assume an attitude favorable to her purpose. She had been induced, she said, with the simple confidence born of love, to listen to people who had led her to suppose they could give her news of one so dear to her as the Duke. From this falsehood she proceeded to bitter reproaches. Instead of defending herself, she accused him of having left her a prey to anxiety. She went so far as to imply that there must be some foundation for the hints of the Chevalier, until at last the Duke, although he was not guilty of the slightest infidelity, and had excellent reasons to give in justification of his silence, was soon reduced to a penitent mood, and changed his threats into entreaties for forgiveness. As to the shriek he had heard, and which he was sure had been uttered by the stranger who had forced his way into her room after the departure of the others, she asserted that his ears must have deceived him. Feeling that therein lay her best chance of making things smooth, she exerted herself to convince him that there was no need for other information than she could give, and did all she could to blot the whole affair from his memory. And her success was such that at the end of the interview, the Duke was more enamored and more credulous than ever, and believing he had done her wrong, he delivered himself up to her, bound hand and foot. 2 days later, he installed his mistress in another dwelling. Madame rapidly also resolved to give up her rooms, and removed to a house that belonged to her on the Pont Saint-Michel. The commander took the condition of Charlotte Boullenois very much to heart. The physician under whose care he had placed her, after examining her wounds, had not given much hope of her recovery. It was not that de Jars was capable of a lasting love, but Charlotte was young and possessed great beauty, and the romance and mystery surrounding their connection gave it piquancy. Charlotte's disguise, too, which enabled de Jars to conceal his success, and yet flaunt it in the face, as it were, of public morality and curiosity, charmed him by its audacity, and above all, he was carried away by the bold and uncommon character of the girl, who, not content with a prosaic intrigue, had trampled underfoot all social prejudices and proprieties, and plunged at once into unmeasured and unrestrained dissipation. The singular mingling in her nature of the vices of both sexes, the unbridled licentiousness of the courtesan, coupled with the devotion of a man for horses, wine, and fencing. In short, her eccentric character, as it would now be called, kept a passion alive which would else have quickly died away in his blasé heart. Nothing would induce him to follow Jeannin's advice to leave Paris for at least a few weeks, although he shared Jeannin's fear that the statement they had been forced to give the stranger would bring them into trouble. The treasurer, who had no love affair on hand, went off, but the commander bravely held his ground, and at the end of 5 or 6 days, during which no one disturbed him, began to think the only result of the incident would be the anxiety it had caused him. Every evening, as soon as it was dark, he betook himself to the doctor's, wrapped in his cloak, armed to the teeth, and his hat pulled down over his eyes. For 2 days and nights, Charlotte, whom to avoid confusion we shall continue to call the Chevalier de Moranges, hovered between life and death. Her youth and the strength of her constitution enabled her at last to overcome the fever, in spite of the want of skill of the surgeon Perigord. Although de Jars was the only person who visited the Chevalier, he was not the only one who was anxious about the patient's health. Maître Quennebert, or men engaged by him to watch, for he did not want to attract attention, were always prowling about the neighborhood, so that he was kept well informed of everything that went on. The instructions he gave to these agents were that if a funeral should leave the house, they were to find out the name of the deceased, and then to let him know without delay. But all these precautions seemed quite useless. He always received the same answer to all his questions: "We know nothing." So at last, he determined to address himself directly to the man who could give him information on which he could rely. One night the commander left the surgeons feeling more cheerful than usual, for the Chevalier had passed a good day, and there was every hope that he was on the road to complete recovery. Hardly had de Jars gone 20 paces when someone laid a hand on his shoulder. He turned and saw a man whom, in the darkness, he did not recognize. "Excuse me for detaining you, Commander de Jars," said Quennebert, "but I have a word to say to you." "Ali, so it's you, sir," replied the commander. "Are you going at last to give me the opportunity I was so anxious for?" "I don't understand." "We are on more equal terms this time. Today you don't catch me unprepared, almost without weapons, and if you are a man of honor, you will measure swords with me." "Fight a duel with you? Why, may I ask? You have never insulted me." "A truce to pleasantry, sir. Don't make me regret that I have shown myself more generous than you. I might have killed you just now had I wished. I could have put my pistol to your breast and fired, or said to you, 'Surrender at discretion,' as you so lately said to me." "And what use would that have been?" "It would have made a secret safe that you ought never to have known. It would have been the most unfortunate thing for you that could have happened, for if you had killed me the paper would have spoken. So, you think that if you were to assassinate me, you would only have to stoop over my dead body and search my pockets, and having found the incriminating document, destroy it. You seem to have formed no very high opinion of my intelligence and common sense. You of the upper classes don't need these qualities. The law is on your side. But when a humble individual like myself, a mere nobody, undertakes to investigate a piece of business about which those in authority are not anxious to be enlightened, precautions are necessary. It's not enough for him to have right on his side. He must, in order to secure his own safety, make good use of his skill, courage, and knowledge. I have no desire to humiliate you a second time, so I will say no more. The paper is in the hands of my notary, and if a single day passes without his seeing me, he has orders to break the seal and make the contents public. So you see, chance is still on my side, but now that you are warned, there is no need for me to bluster. I am quite prepared to acknowledge your superior rank, and if you insist upon it, to speak to you uncovered. What do you desire to know, sir? How is the Chevalier de Moranges getting on? Very badly, very badly. Take care, Commander, don't deceive me. One is so easily tempted to believe what one hopes, and I hope so strongly that I dare not believe what you say. I saw you coming out of the house, not at all with the air of a man who had just heard bad news. Quite the contrary, you looked at the sky and rubbed your hands and walked with a light, quick step that did not speak of grief. You're a sharp observer, sir. I have already explained to you, sir, that when one of us belonging to a class hardly better than serfs succeeds, by chance or force of character, in getting out of the narrow bounds in which he was born, he must keep both eyes and ears open. If I had doubted your word as you have doubted mine on the merest suspicion, you would have said to your servants, "Chastise this rascal." But I am obliged to prove to you that you did not tell me the truth. Now I am sure that the Chevalier is out of danger. If you were so well informed, why did you ask me? I only knew it by your asserting the contrary. What do you mean? Cried de Jars, who was growing restive under this cold, satirical politeness. Do me justice, Commander, the bit chafes, but yet you must acknowledge that I have a light hand. For a full week you have been in my power. Have I disturbed your quiet? Have I betrayed your secret? You know I have not. And I shall continue to act in the same manner. I hope with all my heart, however great would be your grief, that the Chevalier may die of his wound. I have not the same reasons for loving him that you have, so much you can readily understand, even if I do not explain the cause of my interest in his fate. But in such a matter hopes count for nothing. They cannot make his temperature either rise or fall. I have told you I have no wish to force the Chevalier to resume his real name. I may make use of the document and I may not, but if I am obliged to use it, I shall give you warning. Will you, in return, swear to me upon your honor that you will keep me informed as to the fate of the Chevalier, whether you remain in Paris or whether you leave? But let this agreement be a secret between us, and do not mention it to the so-called Moranges. I have your oath, monsieur, that you will give me notice before you use the document I have given you against me, have I? But what guarantee have I that you will keep your word? My course of action till today, and the fact that I have pledged you my word of my own free will. I see you hope not to have long to wait for the end. I hope not, but meantime, a premature disclosure would do me as much harm as you. I have not the slightest rancor against you, Commander. You have robbed me of no treasure. I have therefore no compensation to demand. What you place such value on would be only a burden to me, as it will be to you later on. All I want is to know as soon as it is no longer in your possession, whether it has been removed by the will of God or by your own. I am right in thinking that today there is some hope of the Chevalier's recovery, am I not? Yes, sir. Do you give me your promise that if ever he leave this house safe and sound you will let me know? I give you my promise. And if the result should be different, you will also send me word. Certainly, but to whom shall I address my message? I should have thought that since our first meeting you would have found out all about me, and that to tell you my name would be superfluous. But I have no reason to hide it. Maître Quennebert, Notary, Saint-Denis. I will not detain you any longer now, Commander. Excuse a simple citizen for dictating conditions to a noble such as you. For once chance has been on my side, although a score of times it has gone against me. De Jars made no reply except a nod, and walked away quickly, muttering words of suppressed anger between his teeth at all the humiliations to which he had been obliged to submit so meekly. He's as insolent as a varlet who has no fear of a larruping before his eyes. How the rapscallion gloried in taking advantage of his position, taking off his hat while putting his foot on my neck. If ever I can be even with you, my worthy scrivener, you'll pass a very bad quarter of an hour, I can tell you. Everyone has his own idea of what constitutes perfect honor. De Jars, for instance, would have allowed himself to be cut up into little pieces rather than have broken the promise he had given Quennebert a week ago, because it was given in exchange for his life, and the slightest paltering with his word under those circumstances would have been dastardly. But the engagement into which he had just entered had in his eyes no such moral sanction. He had not been forced into it by threats, he had escaped by its means no serious danger, and therefore in regard to it, his conscience was much more accommodating. What he should best have liked to do would have been to have sought out the notary and provoked him by insults to send him a challenge. That a clown such as that could have any chance of leaving the ground alive never entered his head. But willingly as he would have encompassed his death in this manner, the knowledge that his secret would not die with Quennebert restrained him, for when everything came out, he felt that the notary's death would be regarded as an aggravation of his original offense, and in spite of his rank, he was not at all certain that if he were put on his trial even now he would escape scot-free, much less if a new offense were added to the indictment. So, however much he might chafe against the bit, he felt he must submit to the bridle. "By God," said he, "I know what the clodhopper is after, and even if I must suffer in consequence, I shall take good care that he cannot shake off his bonds. Wait a bit. I can play the detective too, and be down on him without letting him see the hand that deals the blows. It'll be a wonder if I can't find a naked sword to suspend above his head." However, while thus brooding over projects of vengeance, Commander de Jars kept his word, and about a month after the interview above related, he sent word to Quennebert that the Chevalier de Moranges had left Perigord's completely recovered from his wound. But the nearly fatal result of the Chevalier's last prank seemed to have subdued his adventurous spirit. He was no longer seen in public, and was soon forgotten by all his acquaintances with the exception of Mademoiselle de Guerchi. She faithfully treasured up the memory of his words of passion, his looks of love, the warmth of his caresses, although at first she struggled hard to chase his image from her heart. But as the Duc de Vitry assured her that he had killed him on the spot, she considered it no breach of faith to think lovingly of the dead, and while she took the goods so bounteously provided by her living lover, her gentlest thoughts, her most enduring regrets, were given to one whom she never hoped to see again. Chapter 8. With the reader's permission, we must now jump over an interval of rather more than a year, and bring upon the stage a person who, though only of secondary importance, can no longer be left behind the scenes. We have already said that the loves of Quenebert and Madame Rapelli were regarded with a jealous eye by a distant cousin of the lady's late husband. The love of this rejected suitor, whose name was Trumeau, was no more sincere than the notary's, nor were his motives more honorable. Although his personal appearance was not such as to lead him to expect that his path would be strewn with conquests, he considered that his charms at least equaled those of his defunct relative, and it may be said that in thus estimating them he did not lay himself open to the charge of overweening vanity. But however persistently he preened himself before the widow, she vouchsafed him not one glance. Her heart was filled with the love of his rival, and it is no easy thing to tear a rooted passion out of a widow's heart when that widow's age is 46, and she is silly enough to believe that the admiration she feels is equaled by the admiration she inspires, as the unfortunate Trumeau found to his cost. All his carefully prepared declarations of love, all his skillful insinuations against Quenebert, brought him nothing but scornful rebuffs. But Trumeau was nothing if not persevering, and he could not habituate himself to the idea of seeing the widow's fortune pass into other hands than his own, so that every baffled move only increased his determination to spoil his competitor's game. He was always on the watch for a chance to carry tales to the widow, and so absorbed did he become in this fruitless pursuit that he grew yellower and more dried up from day to day, and to his jaundiced eye the man who was at first simply his rival became his mortal enemy and the object of his implacable hate, so that at length merely to get the better of him, to outwit him, would, after so long continued and obstinate a struggle and so many defeats, have seemed to him too mild a vengeance, too incomplete a victory. Quenebert was well aware of the zeal with which the indefatigable Trumeau sought to injure him, but he regarded the maneuvers of his rival with supreme unconcern, for he knew that he could at any time sweep away the network of cunning machinations, underhand insinuations, and malicious hints, which was spread around him, by allowing the widow to confer on him the advantages she was so anxious to bestow. The goal, he knew, was within his reach, but the problem he had to solve was how to linger on the way thither, how to defer the triumphal moment, how to keep hope alive in the fair one's breast, and yet delay its fruition. His affairs were in a bad way. Day by day full possession of the fortune thus dangled before his eyes, and fragments of which came to him occasionally by way of loan, was becoming more and more indispensable, and tantalizing though it was, yet he dared not put out his hand to seize it. His creditors dunned him relentlessly. One final reprieve had been granted him, but that at an end, if he could not meet their demands, it was all up with his career and reputation. One morning in the beginning of February 1660, Trumeau called to see his cousin. He had not been there for nearly a month, and Quenebert and the widow had begun to think that, hopeless of success, he had retired from the contest. But far from that, his hatred had grown more intense than ever, and having come upon the traces of an event in the past life of his rival, which if proved would be the ruin of that rival's hopes, he set himself to gather evidence. He now made his appearance with beaming looks, which expressed a joy too great for words. He held in one hand a small scroll tied with a ribbon. He found the widow alone, sitting in a large easy chair before the fire. She was reading for the 20th time a letter which Quenebert had written her the evening before. To judge by the happy and contented expression of the widow's face, it must have been couched in glowing terms. Trumeau guessed at once from whom the missive came, but the sight of it, instead of irritating him, called forth a smile. "Ah, so it's you, cousin," said the widow, folding the precious paper and slipping it into the bosom of her dress. "How do you do? It's a long time since I saw you, more than a fortnight, I think. Have you been ill?" "So you remarked my absence. That is very flattering, my dear cousin. You do not often spoil me by such attentions. No, I have not been ill, thank God, but I thought it better not to intrude upon you so often. A friendly call now, and then such as today's is what you like, is it not? By the way, tell me about your handsome suitor, Maître Quenebert. How is he getting along?" "You look very knowing, Trumeau. Have you heard of anything happening to him?" "No, and I should be exceedingly sorry to hear that anything unpleasant had happened to him." "Now you are not saying what you think. You know you can't bear him." Well, to speak the truth, I have no great reason to like him. If it were not for him, I should perhaps have been happy today. My love might have moved your heart. However, I have become resigned to my loss, and since your choice has fallen on him, and here he sighed, well, all I can say is, I hope you may never regret it. Many thanks for your goodwill, cousin. I am delighted to find you in such a benevolent mood. You must not be vexed, because I could not give you the kind of love you wanted. The heart, you know, is not amenable to reason. There is only one thing I should like to ask. What is it? I mention it for your good more than for my own. If you want to be happy, don't let this handsome quill driver get you entirely into his hands. You are saying to yourself that because of my ill success with you, I am trying to injure him. But what if I could prove that he does not love you as much as he pretends? Come, control your naughty tongue. Are you going to begin backbiting again? You are playing a mean part, Trumeau. I have never hinted to Mater Quenebert all the nasty little ways in which you have tried to put a spoke in his wheel, for if he knew, he would ask you to prove your words, and then you would look very foolish. Not at all, I swear to you. On the contrary, if I were to tell all I know in his presence, it is not I who would be disconcerted. Oh, I am weary of meeting with nothing from you but snubs, scorn, and abuse. You think me a slanderer when I say, this gallant wooer of widows does not love you for yourself, but for your money bags. He fools you by fine promises, but as to marrying you, never, never. May I ask you to repeat that? Broke in Madame rapidly. Oh, I know what I am saying. You will never be Madame Quenebert. Really? Really? Jealousy has eaten away whatever brains you used to possess, Trumeau. Since I saw you last, cousin, important changes have taken place. I was just going to send you today an invitation to my wedding. To your wedding? Yes, I am to be married tomorrow. Tomorrow, to Quenebert, stammered Trumeau. To Quenebert, repeated the widow in a tone of triumph. It's not possible, exclaimed Trumeau. It is so possible that you will see us united tomorrow. And for the future, I must beg of you to regard Quenebert no longer as a rival, but as my husband, whom to offend will be to offend me. The tone in which these words were spoken no longer left room for doubt as to the truth of the news. Trumeau looked down for a few moments, as if reflecting deeply before definitely making up his mind. He twisted the little roll of papers between his fingers and seemed to be in doubt whether to open it and give it to Madame rapidly to read or not. In the end, however, he put it in his pocket, rose, and approaching his cousin, said, I beg your pardon, this news completely changes my opinion. From the moment Mater Quenebert becomes your husband, I shall not have a word to say against him. My suspicions were unjust, I confess it frankly, and I hope that in consideration of the motives which prompted me, you will forget the warmth of my attacks. I shall make no protestations, but shall let the future show how sincere is my devotion to your interests. Madame rapidly was too happy, too certain of being loved, not to pardon easily. With the self-complacency and factitious generosity of a woman who feels herself the object of two violent passions, she was so good as to feel pity for the lover who was left out in the cold, and offered him her hand. Trumeau kissed it with every outward mark of respect, while his lips curled unseen in a smile of mockery. The cousins parted, apparently the best of friends, and on the understanding that Trumeau would be present at the nuptial benediction, which was to be given in a church beyond the town hall, near the house in which the newly married couple were to live, the house on the Pont Saint-Michel having lately been sold to great advantage. On my word, said Trumeau, as he went off, it would have been a great mistake to have spoken. I have got that wretch of a Quenebert into my clutches at last, and there is nobody but himself to blame. He is taking the plunge of his own free will. There is no need for me to shove him off the precipice. The ceremony took place next day. Quenebert conducted his interesting bride to the altar. She hung with ornaments like the shrine of a saint, and beaming all over with smiles, looked so ridiculous that the handsome bridegroom reddened to the roots of his hair with shame. Just as they entered the church, a coffin, on which lay a sword, and which was followed by a single mourner, who from his manners and dress seemed to belong to the class of nobles, was carried in by the same door. The wedding guests drew back to let the funeral pass on, the living giving precedence to the dead. The solitary mourner glanced by chance at Quennebert and started as if the sight of him was painful. "What an unlucky mating," murmured Madame Rapally. "It is sure to be a bad omen." "It's sure to be the exact opposite," said Quennebert, smiling. The two ceremonies took place simultaneously in two adjoining chapels. The funeral dirges which fell on the widow's ear full of sinister prediction seemed to have quite another meaning for Quennebert, for his features lost their look of care, his wrinkles smoothed themselves out, till the guests, among whom was Trumeau, who did not suspect the secret of his relief from suspense, began to believe, despite their surprise, that he was really rejoiced at obtaining legal possession of the charming Madame Rapally. As for her, she fleeted the daylight hours by anticipating the joyful moment when she would have her husband all to herself. When night came, hardly had she entered the nuptial chamber than she uttered a piercing shriek. She had just found and read a paper left on the bed by Trumeau, who before leaving had contrived to glide into the room unseen. Its contents were of terrible import, so terrible that the new-made wife fell unconscious to the ground. Quennebert, who, without a smile, was absorbed in reflections on the happiness at last within his grasp, heard the noise from the next room, and rushing in, picked up his wife. Catching sight of the paper, he also uttered a cry of anger and astonishment, but in whatever circumstances he found himself, he was never long uncertain how to act. Placing Madame Quennebert, still unconscious, on the bed, he called her maid, and having impressed on her that she was to take every care of her mistress, and above all to tell her from him as soon as she came to herself that there was no cause for alarm, he left the house at once. An hour later, in spite of the efforts of the servants, he forced his way into the presence of Commander de Jars. Holding out the fateful document to him, he said, "Speak openly, Commander. Is it you who, in revenge for your long constraint, have done this? I can hardly think so, for after what has happened you know that I have nothing to fear any longer. Still, knowing my secret and unable to do it in any other way, have you perchance taken your revenge by an attempt to destroy my future happiness by sowing dissension and disunion between me and my wife?" The commander solemnly assured him that he had had no hand in bringing about the discovery. "Then if it's not you, it must be a worthless being called Trumeau, who, with the unerring instinct of jealousy, has run the truth to earth. But he knows only half. I have never been either so much in love or so stupid as to allow myself to be trapped. I have given you my promise to be discreet and not to misuse my power, and as long as was compatible with my own safety, I have kept my word. But now you must see that I am bound to defend myself, and to do that I shall be obliged to summon you as a witness. So leave Paris tonight and seek out some safe retreat where no one can find you, for tomorrow I shall speak. Of course, if I am quit for a woman's tears, if no more difficult task lies before me than to soothe a weeping wife, you can return immediately. But if, as is too probable, the blow has been struck by the hand of a rival furious at having been defeated, the matter will not so easily be cut short. The arm of the law will be invoked, and then I must get my head out of the noose, which some fingers I know of are itching to draw tight." "You are quite right, sir," answered the commander. "I fear that my influence at court is not strong enough to enable me to brave the matter out. Well, my success has cost me dear, but it has cured me forever of seeking out similar adventures. My preparations will not take long, and tomorrow's dawn will find me far from Paris." Quennebert bowed and withdrew, returning home to console his Ariadne. Chapter 9. The accusation hanging over the head of Maître Quennebert was a very serious one, threatening his life, if proved. But he was not uneasy. He knew himself in possession of facts which would enable him to refute it triumphantly. The platonic love of Angelique de Guerchy for the handsome Chevalier de Moranges had resulted, as we have seen, in no practical wrong to the Duc de Vitry. After her reconciliation with her lover, brought about by the eminently satisfactory explanations she was able to give of her conduct, which we have already laid before our readers, she did not consider it advisable to shut her heart to his pleadings much longer, and the consequence was that at the end of a year she found herself in a condition which it was necessary to conceal from everyone. To Angelique herself, it is true, The position was not new, and she felt neither grief nor shame, regarding the coming event as a means of making her future more secure by forging a new link in the chain which bound the Duke to her. But he's sure that, but for himself, Angelique would never have strayed from virtue's path, could not endure the thought of her losing her reputation and becoming an object for scandal to point her finger at. So that Angelique, who could not well seem less careful of her good name than he, was obliged to turn his song of woe into a duet, and consent to certain measures being taken. One evening, therefore, shortly before Maître Quennebert's marriage, the fair lady set out, ostensibly on a journey which was to last a fortnight or 3 weeks. In reality, she only made a circle in a postchaise round Paris, which she re-entered at one of the barriers, where the Duke awaited her with a sedan chair. In this she was carried to the very house to which de Jars had brought his pretended nephew after the duel. Angelique, who had to pay dearly for her errors, remained there only 24 hours, and then left in her coffin, which was hidden in a cellar under the palace of the Prince de Condé, the body being covered with quicklime. 2 days after this dreadful death, Commander de Jars presented himself at the fatal house and engaged a room in which he installed the Chevalier. This house, which we are about to ask the reader to enter with us, stood at the corner of the Rue de la Tixeranderie and the Rue du Ports. There was nothing in the exterior of it to distinguish it from any other, unless perhaps 2 brass plates, one of which bore the words Marie Leroux Constantin, widow, certified midwife, and the other Claude Perregord, surgeon. These plates were affixed to the blank wall in the Rue de la Tixeranderie, the windows of the rooms on that side looking into the courtyard. The house door, which opened directly on the first steps of a narrow winding stair, was on the other side, just beyond the low arcade, under whose vaulted roof access was gained to that end of the Rue des Deux-Ports. This house, though dirty, mean, and out of repair, received many wealthy visitors, whose brilliant equipages waited for them in the neighboring streets. Often in the night, great ladies crossed its threshold under assumed names and remained there for several days, during which La Constantin and Claude Perregord, by an infamous use of their professional knowledge, restored their clients to an outward appearance of honor and enabled them to maintain their reputation for virtue. The first and second floors contained a dozen rooms in which these abominable mysteries were practiced. The large apartment, which served as waiting and consultation room, was oddly furnished, being crowded with objects of strange and unfamiliar form. It resembled at once the operating room of a surgeon, the laboratory of a chemist and alchemist, and the den of a sorcerer. There, mixed up together in the greatest confusion, lay instruments of all sorts, cauldrons and retorts, as well as books containing the most absurd ravings of the human mind. There were the 20-folio volumes of Albertus Magnus, the works of his disciple, Thomas de Cantoper, of Alcindus, of Averroes, of Avicenna, of Alcibiades, of David de Plancampi, called 50 Edelf, surgeon to Louis Roman XIII, and author of the celebrated book The Morbific Hydra Exterminated by the Chemical Hercules. Beside a bronze head, such as the monk Roger Bacon possessed, which answered all the questions that were addressed to it and foretold the future by means of a magic mirror and the combination of the rules of perspective, lay an eggshell, the same which had been used by Carrot, as Daubin tells us, when making men out of germs, mandrakes, and crimson silk over a slow fire. In the presses, which had sliding doors fastening with secret springs, stood jars filled with noxious drugs, the power of which was but too efficacious. In prominent positions, facing each other, hung 2 portraits, one representing Hierophilos, a Greek physician, and the other Agnodis, his pupil, the first Athenian midwife. For several years, already La Constantin and Claude Perregord had carried on their criminal practices without interference. A number of persons were of course in the secret, but their interests kept them silent, and the 2 accomplices had at last persuaded themselves that they were perfectly safe. One evening, however, Perregord came home, his face distorted by terror and trembling in every limb. He had been warned while out that the suspicions of the authorities had been aroused in regard to him and La Constantin. It seemed that some little time ago, the Vicars General had sent a deputation to the President of the Chief Court of Justice, having heard from their priests that in 1 year alone 600 women had avowed in the confessional that they had taken drugs to prevent their having children. This had been sufficient to arouse the vigilance of the police, who had set a watch on Perigord's house, with the result that that very night a raid was to be made on it. The two criminals took hasty counsel together, but as usual under such circumstances, arrived at no practical conclusions. It was only when the danger was upon them that they recovered their presence of mind. In the dead of night, loud knocking at the street door was heard, followed by the command to open in the name of the king. "We can yet save ourselves," exclaimed Surgeon with a sudden flash of inspiration. Rushing into the room where the pretended chevalier was lying, he called out, "The police are coming up. If they discover your sex you are lost, and so am I. Do as I tell you." At a sign from him, La Constantine went down and opened the door. While the rooms on the first floor were being searched, Perigord made with a lancet a superficial incision in the chevalier's right arm, which gave very little pain and bore a close resemblance to a sword cut. Surgery and medicine were at that time so inextricably involved, required such apparatus, and bristled with such scientific absurdities, that no astonishment was excited by the extraordinary collection of instruments which loaded the tables and covered the floors below. Even the titles of certain treatises, which there had been no time to destroy, awoke no suspicion. Fortunately for the surgeon and his accomplice, they had only one patient, the chevalier, in their house when the descent was made. When the chevalier's room was reached, the first thing which the officers of the law remarked were the hat, spurred boots, and sword of the patient. Claude Perigord hardly looked up as the room was invaded. He only made a sign to those who came in to be quiet and went on dressing the wound. Completely taken in, the officer in command merely asked the name of the patient and the cause of the wound. La Constantine replied that it was the young Chevalier de Moranges, nephew of Commander de Jars, who had had an affair of honor that same night, and being slightly wounded, had been brought thither by his uncle hardly an hour before. These questions, and the apparently trustworthy replies elicited by them being duly taken down, the uninvited visitors retired, having discovered nothing to justify their visit. All might have been well had there been nothing the matter but the wound on the chevalier's sword arm. But at the moment when Perigord gave it to him, the poisonous nostrums employed by La Constantine were already working in his blood. Violent fever ensued, and in 3 days the chevalier was dead. It was his funeral which had met Quennebert's wedding party at the church door. Everything turned out as Quennebert had anticipated. Madame Quennebert, furious at the deceit which had been practiced on her, refused to listen to her husband's justification, and Trumeau, not letting the grass grow under his feet, hastened the next day to launch an accusation of bigamy against the notary. For the paper which had been found in the nuptial camber was nothing less than an attested copy of a contract of marriage concluded between Quennebert and Josephine Charlotte Boullenois. It was by the merest chance that Trumeau had come on the record of the marriage, and he now challenged his rival to produce a certificate of the death of his first wife. Charlotte Boullenois, after 2 years of marriage, had demanded a deed of separation, which demand Quennebert had opposed. While the case was going on, she had retired to the convent of La Raquette, where her intrigue with de Jars began. The commander easily induced her to let herself be carried off by force. He then concealed his conquest by causing her to adopt male attire, a mode of dress which accorded marvelously well with her peculiar tastes and rather masculine frame. At first, Quennebert had instituted an active but fruitless search for his missing wife, but soon became habituated to his state of enforced single-blessedness, enjoying to the full the liberty it brought with it. But his business had thereby suffered, and once having made the acquaintance of Madame Rapally, he cultivated it assiduously, knowing her fortune would be sufficient to set him straight again with the world, though he was obliged to exercise the utmost caution and reserve in his intercourse with her, as she on her side displayed none of these qualities. At last, however, matters came to such a pass that he must either go to prison or run the risk of a second marriage. So he reluctantly named a day for the ceremony, resolving to leave Paris with Madame Rapally as soon as he had settled with his creditors. In the short interval which ensued, and while Trumeau was hugging the knowledge of the discovery he had made, a stroke of luck had brought the pretended chevalier to La Constantine. As Quennebert had kept an eye on de Jars and was acquainted with all his movements, He was aware of everything that happened at Perigord's, and as Charlotte's death preceded his second marriage by one day, he knew that no serious consequences would ensue from the legal proceedings taken against him. He produced the declarations made by Mademoiselle de Guerchai and the commander, and had the body exhumed. Extraordinary and improbable as his defense appeared at first to be, the exhumation proved the truth of his assertions. These revelations, however, drew the eye of justice again on Perigord and his partner in crime, and this time their guilt was brought home to them. They were condemned by parliamentary decree to be hanged by the neck till they were dead, on a gallows erected for that purpose at the cross-roads of the Croix du Trahoir, their bodies to remain there for 24 hours, then to be cut down and brought back to Paris, where they were to be exposed on a gibbet, etc., etc. It was proved that they had amassed immense fortunes in the exercise of their infamous calling. The entries in the books seized at their house, though sparse, would have led, if made public, to scandals involving many in high places. It was therefore judged best to limit the accusation to the two deaths by blood poisoning of Angelique de Guerchai and Charlotte Boullenois. Joan of Naples, 1343-1382. Chapter 1. In the night of the 15th of January 1343, while the inhabitants of Naples lay wrapped in peaceful slumber, they were suddenly awakened by the bells of the 300 churches that this thrice blessed capital contains. In the midst of the disturbance caused by so rude a call, the first thought in the mind of all was that the town was on fire, or that the army of some enemy had mysteriously landed under cover of night, and could put the citizens to the edge of the sword. But the doleful, intermittent sounds of all these fills, which disturbed the silence at regular and distant intervals, were an invitation to the faithful to pray for a passing soul, and it was soon evident that no disaster threatened the town, but that the king alone was in danger. Indeed, it had been plain for several days past that the greatest uneasiness prevailed in Castelnuovo. The officers of the crown were assembled regularly twice a day, and persons of importance, whose right it was to make their way into the king's apartments, came out evidently bowed down with grief. But although the king's death was regarded as a misfortune that nothing could avert, yet the whole town, on learning for certain of the approach of his last hour, was affected with a sincere grief, easily understood when one learns that the man about to die, after a reign of 33 years, 8 months, and a few days, was Robert of Anjou, the most wise, just, and glorious king who had ever sat on the throne of Sicily. And so he carried with him to the tomb the eulogies and regrets of all his subjects. Soldiers would speak with enthusiasm of the long wars he had waged with Frederick and Peter of Aragon against Henry Roman VII and Louis of Bavaria, and felt their hearts beat high, remembering the glories of campaigns in Lombardy and Tuscany. Priests would gratefully extol his constant defense of the papacy against Ghibelline attacks, and the founding of convents, hospitals, and churches throughout his kingdom. In the world of letters, he was regarded as the most learned king in Christendom. Petrarch, indeed, would receive the poet's crown from no other hand, and had spent 3 consecutive days answering all the questions that Robert had deigned to ask him on every topic of human knowledge. The men of law, astonished by the wisdom of those laws which now enriched the Neapolitan code, had dubbed him the Solomon of their day. The nobles applauded him for protecting their ancient privileges, and the people were eloquent of his clemency, piety, and mildness. In a word, priests and soldiers, philosophers and poets, nobles and peasants, trembled when they thought that the government was to fall into the hands of a foreigner and of a young girl, recalling those words of Robert, who, as he followed in the funeral train of Charles, his only son, turned as he reached the threshold of the church and sobbingly exclaimed to his barons about him, "This day the crown has fallen from my head. Alas for me, alas for you." Now that the bells were ringing for the dying moments of the good king, every mind was full of these prophetic words. Women prayed fervently to God. Men from all parts of the town bent their steps towards the royal palace to get the earliest and most authentic news, and after waiting some moments passed in exchanging sad reflections, were obliged to return as they had come, since nothing that went on in the privacy of the family found its way outside. The castle was plunged in complete darkness, the drawbridge was raised as usual, and the guards were at their post. Yet if our readers care to be present at the death of the nephew of Saint Louis and the grandson of Charles of Anjou, we may conduct them into the chamber of the dying man. An alabaster lamp suspended from the ceiling serves to light the vast and somber room, with walls draped in black velvet sewn with golden fleur-de-lis. Near the wall which faces the two entrance doors that at this moment are both shut close, there stands beneath a brocaded canopy an ebony bed, supported on 4 twisted columns carved with symbolic figures. The king, after a struggle with a violent paroxysm, has fallen swooning in the arms of his confessor and his doctor, who each hold one of his dying hands, feeling his pulse anxiously and exchanging looks of intelligence. At the foot of the bed stands a woman about 50 years of age, her hands clasped, her eyes raised to heaven in an attitude of resigned grief. This woman is the queen, no tears dim her eyes. Her sunken cheek has that waxen yellow tinge that one sees on the bodies of saints preserved by miracle. In her look is that mingling of calm and suffering that points to a soul at once tried by sorrow and imbued with religion. After the lapse of an hour, while no movement had disturbed the profound silence which reigned about the bed of death, the king trembled slightly, opened his eyes, and endeavored feebly to raise his head. Then, thanking the physician and priest with a smile, who had both hastened to arrange his pillows, he begged the queen to come near, and told her in a low voice that he would speak with her a moment alone. The doctor and confessor retired, deeply bowing, and the king followed them with his eyes up to the moment when one of the doors closed behind them. He passed his hand across his brow, as though seeking to collect his thoughts, and rallying all his forces for the supreme effort, pronounced these words. "What I must say to you, Sancho, has no concern with those 2 good persons who were here a moment ago. Their task is ended. One has done all for my body that human science could teach him, and all that has come of it is that my death is yet a little deferred. The other has now absolved me of all my sins and assured me of God's forgiveness, yet cannot keep from me those dread apparitions which in this terrible hour arise before me. Twice have you seen me battling with a superhuman horror. My brow has been bathed in sweat, my limbs rigid, my cries have been stifled by a hand of iron. Has God permitted the evil spirit to tempt me? Is this remorse in phantom shape? These 2 conflicts I have suffered have so subdued my strength that I can never endure a third. Listen then, my Sancho, for I have instructions to give you on which perhaps the safety of my soul depends." "My lord and my master," said the queen in the most gentle accents of submission, "I am ready to listen to your orders, and should it be that God, in the hidden designs of his providence, has willed to call you to his glory while we are plunged in grief, your last wishes shall be fulfilled here on earth most scrupulously and exactly." But she added, with all the solicitude of a timid soul, "Pray suffer me to sprinkle drops of holy water and banish the accursed one from this chamber, and let me offer up some part of that service of prayer that you composed in honor of your sainted brother, to implore God's protection in this hour when we can ill afford to lose it." Then, opening a richly bound book, she read with fervent devotion certain verses of the office that Robert had written in a very pure Latin for his brother Louis, Bishop of Toulouse, which was in use in the church as late as the time of the Council of Trent. Soothed by the charm of the prayers he had himself composed, the king was near forgetting the object of the interview he had so solemnly and eagerly demanded, and letting himself lapse into a state of vague melancholy, he murmured in a subdued voice, "Yes, yes, you are right. Pray for me, for you too are a saint, and I am but a poor sinful man." "Say not so, my lord," interrupted Dona Sancha. "You are the greatest, wisest, and most just king who has ever sat upon the throne of Naples." "But the throne is usurped," replied Robert in a voice of gloom. "You know that the kingdom belonged to my elder brother, Charles Martel, and since Charles was on the throne of Hungary, which he inherited from his mother, the kingdom of Naples devolved by right upon his eldest son, Carobert, and not on me, who am the 3rd in rank of the family. And I have suffered myself to be crowned in my nephew's stead, though he was the only lawful king. I have put the younger branch in the place of the elder, and for 33 years I have stifled the reproaches of my conscience. True, I have won battles, made laws, founded churches, but a single word serves to give the lie to all the pompous titles showered upon me by the people's admiration, and this one word rings out clearer in my ears than all the flattery of courtiers, all the songs of poets, all the orations of the crowd. I am an usurper. Be not unjust towards yourself, my lord, and bear in mind that if you did not abdicate in favor of the rightful heir, it was because you wished to save the people from the worst misfortunes. Moreover, continued the queen, with that air of profound conviction that an unanswerable argument inspires, you have remained king by the consent and authority of our Holy Father, the Sovereign Pontiff, who disposes of the throne as a fief belonging to the Church. I have long quieted my scruples thus, replied the dying man, and the Pope's authority has kept me silent. But whatever security one may pretend to feel in one's lifetime, there yet comes a dreadful solemn hour when all illusions needs must vanish. This hour for me has come, and now I must appear before God, the one unfailing judge. If his justice cannot fail, is not his mercy infinite? Pursued the queen, with the glow of sacred inspiration. Even if there were good reason for the fear that has shaken your soul, what fault could not be effaced by a repentance so noble? Have you not repaired the wrong you may have done your nephew Carobert, by bringing his younger son André to your kingdom and marrying him to Joan, your poor Charles's elder daughter? Will not they inherit your crown? Alas, cried Robert, with a deep sigh, God is punishing me perhaps for thinking too late of this just reparation. O my good and noble Sandra, you touch a chord which vibrates sadly in my heart, and you anticipate the unhappy confidence I was about to make. I feel a gloomy presentiment, and in the hour of death presentiment is prophecy, that the two sons of my nephew, Louis, who has been king of Hungary since his father died, and André, whom I desired to make king of Naples, will prove the scourge of my family. Ever since André set foot in our castle, a strange fatality has pursued and overturned my projects. I had hoped that if André and Joan were brought up together, a tender intimacy would arise between the two children, and that the beauty of our skies, our civilization, and the attractions of our court would end by softening whatever rudeness there might be in the young Hungarian's character. But in spite of my efforts, all has tended to cause coldness, and even aversion, between the bridal pair. Joan, scarcely 15, is far ahead of her age. Gifted with a brilliant and mobile mind, a noble and lofty character, a lively and glowing fancy, now free and frolicsome as a child, now grave and proud as a queen, trustful and simple as a young girl, passionate and sensitive as a woman, she presents the most striking contrast to André, who, after a stay of 10 years at our court, is wilder, more gloomy, more intractable than ever. His cold, regular features, impassive countenance, and indifference to every pleasure that his wife appears to love, all this has raised between him and Joan a barrier of indifference, even of antipathy. To the tenderest effusion, his reply is no more than a scornful smile or a frown, and he never seems happier than when on a pretext of the chase he can escape from the court. These, then, are the two, man and wife, on whose heads my crown shall rest, who in a short space will find themselves exposed to every passion whose dull growl is now heard below a deceptive calm, but which only awaits the moment when I breathe my last, to burst forth upon them. "O my God, the queen kept repeating in her grief. Her arms fell by her side, like the arms of a statue weeping by a tomb. Listen, Dona Sandra, I know that your heart has never clung to earthly vanities, and that you only wait till God has called me to himself to withdraw to the convent of Santa Maria delta Croce, founded by yourself in the hope that you might there end your days. Far be it from me to dissuade you from your sacred vocation, when I am myself descending into the tomb and am conscious of the nothingness of all human greatness. Only grant me 1 year of widowhood before you pass on to your bridal with the Lord, 1 year in which you will watch over Joan and her husband, to keep from them all the dangers that threaten. Already the woman who was the seneschal's wife and her son have too much influence over our granddaughter. Be specially careful, and amid the many interests, intrigues, and temptations that will surround the young queen, distrust particularly the affection of Bertrand d'Artois, the beauty of Louis of Tarentum, and the ambition of Charles of Durazzo." The king paused, exhausted by the effort of speaking, then turning on his wife a supplicating glance and extending his thin-waisted hand, he added in a scarcely audible voice, "Once again I entreat you leave not the court before a year has passed. Do you promise me?" "I promise, my lord." "And now," said Robert, whose face at these words took on a new animation, "call my confessor and the physician, and summon the family, for the hour is at hand, and soon I shall not have the strength to speak my last words." A few moments later the priest and the doctor re-entered the room, their faces bathed in tears. The king thanked them warmly for their care of him in his last illness, and begged them help to dress him in the coarse garb of a Franciscan monk, that God, as he said, seeing him die in poverty, humility, and penitence, might the more easily grant him pardon. The confessor and doctor placed upon his naked feet the sandals worn by mendicant friars, robed him in a Franciscan frock, and tied the rope about his waist. Stretched thus upon his bed, his brow surmounted by his scanty locks, with his long white beard, and his hands crossed upon his breast, the King of Naples looked like one of those aged anchorites who spend their lives in mortifying the flesh, and whose souls, absorbed in heavenly contemplation, glide insensibly from out their last ecstasy into eternal bliss. Some time he lay thus with closed eyes, putting up a silent prayer to God. Then he bade them light the spacious room as for a great solemnity, and gave a sign to the two persons who stood, one at the head, the other at the foot of the bed. The two folding doors opened, and the whole of the royal family, with the queen at their head and the chief barons following, took their places in silence around the dying king to hear his last wishes. His eyes turned toward Joan, who stood next him on his right hand, with an indescribable look of tenderness and grief. She was of a beauty so unusual and so marvelous that her grandfather was fascinated by the dazzling sight, and mistook her for an angel that God had sent to console him on his deathbed. The pure lines of her fine profile, her great black liquid eyes, her noble brow uncovered, her hair shining like the raven's wing, her delicate mouth, the whole effect of this beautiful face on the mind of those who beheld her was that of a deep melancholy and sweetness, impressing itself once and forever. Tall and slender, but without the excessive thinness of some young girls, her movements had that careless, supple grace that recalled the waving of a flower stalk in the breeze. But in spite of all these smiling and innocent graces, one could yet discern in Robert's heiress a will firm and resolute to brave every obstacle, and the dark rings that circled her fine eyes plainly showed that her heart was already agitated by passions beyond her years. Beside Joan stood her younger sister, Marie, who was 12 or 13 years of age, the second daughter of Charles, Duke of Calabria, who had died before her birth, and whose mother, Marie of Valois, had unhappily been lost to her from her cradle. Exceedingly pretty and shy, she seemed distressed by such an assembly of great personages, and quietly drew near to the widow of the Grand Seneschal, Philippa, surnamed the Catanese, the princess's governess, whom they honored as a mother. Behind the princesses and beside this lady stood her son, Robert of Cabane, a handsome young man, proud and upright, who with his left hand played with his slight mustache while he secretly cast on Joan a glance of audacious boldness. The group was completed by Dona Cancha, the young chamberwoman to the princesses, and by the Count of Terlizzi, who exchanged with her many a furtive look and many an open smile. The second group was composed of André, Joan's husband, and Friar Robert, tutor to the young prince, who had come with him from Budapest and never left him for a minute. André was at this time perhaps 18 years old. At first sight one was struck by the extreme regularity of his features, his handsome, noble face, and abundant fair hair. But among all these Italian faces, with their vivid animation, his countenance lacked expression, his eyes seemed dull, and something hard and icy in his looks revealed his wild character and foreign extraction. His tutor's portrait Petrarch has drawn for us, crimson face, hair and beard red, figure short and crooked, proud in poverty, rich and miserly, like a second Diogenes, with hideous and deformed limbs barely concealed beneath his friar's frock. In the third group stood the widow of Philip, Prince of Tarentum, the king's brother, honored at the court of Naples with the title of Empress of Constantinople, a style inherited by her as the granddaughter of Baldwin Roman II. Anyone accustomed to sound the depths of the human heart would at one glance have perceived that this woman under her ghastly pallor concealed an implacable hatred, a venomous jealousy, and an all-devouring ambition. She had her 3 sons about her, Robert, Philip, and Louis, the youngest. Had the king chosen out from among his nephews the handsomest, bravest, and most generous, there can be no doubt that Louis of Tarentum would have obtained the crown. At the age of 23, he had already excelled the cavaliers of most renown in feats of arms. Honest, loyal, and brave, he no sooner conceived a project than he promptly carried it out. His brow shone in that clear light which seems to serve as a halo of success to natures so privileged as his. His fine eyes, of a soft and velvety black, subdued the hearts of men who could not resist their charm, and his caressing smile made conquest sweet. A child of destiny, he had but to use his will. Some power unknown, some beneficent fairy had watched over his birth, and undertaken to smooth away all obstacles, gratify all desires. Near to him, but in the fourth group, his cousin Charles of Duras stood and scowled. His mother, Agnes, the widow of the Duke of Durazzo and Albania, another of the king's brothers, looked upon him affrighted, clutching to her breast her two younger sons, Ludovico, Count of Gravina, and Robert, Prince of Mora. Charles, pale-faced, with short hair and thick beard, was glancing with suspicion first at his dying uncle, and then at Joan and the little Marie, then again at his cousins, apparently so excited by tumultuous thoughts that he could not stand still. His feverish uneasiness presented a marked contrast with the calm, dreamy face of Bertrand d'Artois, who, giving precedence to his father Charles, approached the queen at the foot of the bed, and so found himself face to face with Joan. The young man was so absorbed by the beauty of the princess that he seemed to see nothing else in the room. As soon as Joan and André, the princes of Tarentum and Durazzo, the counts of Artois and Queen Sancha had taken their places round the bed of death, forming a semicircle, as we have just described, the vice-chancellor passed through the rows of barons, who according to their rank were following closely after the princes of the blood, and bowing low before the king, unfolded a parchment sealed with the royal seal and read in a solemn voice amid a profound silence. Robert, by the grace of God, King of Sicily and Jerusalem, Count of Provence, Forcalquier, and Piedmont, Vicar of the Holy Roman Church, hereby nominates and declares his sole heiress in the kingdom of Sicily on this side and the other side of the strait, as also in the counties of Provence, Forcalquier, and Piedmont, and in all his other territories, Joan, Duchess of Calabria, elder daughter of the excellent Lord Charles, Duke of Calabria, of illustrious memory. Moreover, he nominates and declares the Honourable Lady Marie, younger daughter of the late Duke of Calabria, his heiress in the county of Alba, and in the jurisdiction of the valley of Grati and the territory of Giordano, with all their castles and dependencies, and orders that the lady thus named receive them in fief direct from the aforesaid Duchess and her heirs, on this condition, however, that if the Duchess give and grant to her illustrious sister, or to her assigns the sum of 10,000 ounces of gold by way of compensation, the county and jurisdiction aforesaid shall remain in the possession of the Duchess and her heirs. Moreover, he wills and commands, for private and secret reasons, that the aforesaid Lady Marie shall contract a marriage with the very illustrious Prince, Louis, reigning King of Hungary. And in case any impediment should appear to this marriage, by reason of the union, said to be already arranged and signed between the King of Hungary and the King of Bohemia and his daughter, our Lord the King commands that the illustrious Lady Marie shall contract a marriage with the elder son of the mighty Lord Don Juan, Duke of Normandy, himself the elder son of the reigning King of France. At this point Charles of Durazzo gave Marie a singularly meaning look, which escaped the notice of all present, their attention being absorbed by the reading of Robert's will. The young girl herself, from the moment when she first heard her own name, had stood confused and thunderstruck, with scarlet cheeks, not daring to raise her eyes. The Vice-Chancellor continued. Moreover, he has willed and commanded that the counties of Forcalquier and Provence shall in all perpetuity be united to his kingdom, and shall form one sole and inseparable dominion, whether or not there be several sons or daughters or any other reason of any kind for its partition, seeing that this union is of the utmost importance for the security and common prosperity of the kingdom and counties aforesaid. Moreover, he has decided and commanded that in case of the death of the Duchess Joan, which God avert, without lawful issue of her body, the most illustrious Lord André, Duke of Calabria, her husband, shall have the principality of Salerno, with the title, fruits, revenues, and all the rights thereof, together with the revenue of 2,000 ounces of gold for maintenance. Moreover, he has decided and ordered that the Queen above all, and also the venerable Father Don Philip of Cabasole, Bishop of Cavalon, Vice-Chancellor of the Kingdom of Sicily, and the magnificent Lords Philip of Sanguinto, Seneschal of Provence, Godfrey of Marsan, Count of Squillace, Admiral of the Kingdom, and Charles of Artois, Count of Aire, shall be governors, regents, and administrators of the aforesaid Lord André and the aforesaid Ladies Joan and Marie, until such time as the Duke, the Duchess, and the very illustrious Lady Marie shall have attained their 25th year, etc., etc. When the Vice-Chancellor had finished reading, the king sat up, and glancing round upon his fair and numerous family, thus spoke. My children, you have heard my last wishes. I have bidden you all to my deathbed, that you may see how the glory of the world passes away. Those whom men name the great ones of the earth have more duties to perform, and after death more accounts to render. It is in this that their greatness lies. I have reigned 33 years, and God before whom I am about to appear, God to whom my sighs have often arisen during my long and painful life, God alone knows the thoughts that rend my heart in the hour of death. Soon shall I be lying in the tomb, and all that remains of me in this world will live in the memory of those who pray for me. But before I leave you forever, you, oh, you who are twice my daughters, whom I have loved with a double love, and you my nephews who have had from me all the care and affection of a father, promise me to be ever united in heart and in wish, as indeed you are in my love. I have lived longer than your fathers, I the eldest of all, and thus no doubt God has wished to tighten the bonds of your affection, to accustom you to live in one family and to pay honor to one head. I have loved you all alike, as a father should, without exception or preference. I have disposed of my throne according to the law of nature and the inspiration of my conscience. Here are the heirs of the crown of Naples. You, Joan, and you, André, will never forget the love and respect that are due between husband and wife, and mutually sworn by you at the foot of the altar. And you, my nephews all, my barons, my officers, render homage to your lawful sovereigns. André, Hungary, Louis of Tarentum, Charles of Durazzo, remember that you are brothers. Woe to him who shall imitate the perfidy of Cain. May his blood fall upon his own head, and may he be accursed by heaven as he is by the mouth of a dying man. And may the blessing of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit descend upon that man whose heart is good, when the Lord of mercy shall call to my soul himself. The king remained motionless, his arms raised, his eyes fixed on heaven, his cheeks extraordinarily bright, while the princes, barons, and officers of the court proffered to Joan and her husband the oath of fidelity and allegiance. When it was the turn of the princes of Duras to advance, Charles disdainfully stalked past André and, bending his knee before the princess, said in a loud voice, as he kissed her hand, "To you, my queen, I pay my homage." All looks were turned fearfully towards the dying man, but the good king no longer heard. Seeing him fall back rigid and motionless, Dona Sancha burst into sobs and cried in a voice choked with tears, "The king is dead, let us pray for his soul." At the very same moment, all the princes hurried from the room, and every passion hitherto suppressed in the presence of the king now found its vent like a mighty torrent breaking through its banks. Long live Joan! Robert of Cabane, Louis of Tarentum, and Bertrand of Artois were the first to exclaim, while the prince's tutor, furiously breaking through the crowd and apostrophizing the various members of the Council of Regency, cried aloud in varying tones of passion, "Gentlemen, you have forgotten the king's wish already. You must cry, 'Long live André!'" 2. Then, wedding example to precept, and himself making more noise than all the barons together, he cried in a voice of thunder, "Long live the King of Naples!" But there was no echo to his cry, and Charles of Durazzo, measuring the Dominican with a terrible look, approached the queen, and taking her by the hand, slid back the curtains of the balcony, from which was seen the square and the town of Naples. So far as the eye could reach there stretched an immense crowd, illuminated by streams of light, and thousands of heads were turned upward towards Castel Nuovo to gather any news that might be announced. Charles, respectfully drawing back and indicating his fair cousin with his hand, cried out, People of Naples, the king is dead. Long live the queen. Long live Joan, Queen of Naples, replied the people with a single mighty cry that resounded through every quarter of the town. The events that on this night had followed each other with the rapidity of a dream had produced so deep an impression on Joan's mind that, agitated by 1,000 different feelings, she retired to her own rooms and, shutting herself up in her chamber, gave free vent to her grief. So long as the conflict of so many ambitions waged about the tomb, the young queen, refusing every consolation that was offered her, wept bitterly for the death of her grandfather, who had loved her to the point of weakness. The king was buried with all solemnity in the church of Santa Chiara, which he had himself founded and dedicated to the Holy Sacrament, enriching it with magnificent frescoes by Giotto and other precious relics, among which is shown still, behind the tribune of the high altar, 2 columns of white marble taken from Solomon's temple. There still lies Robert, represented on his tomb in the dress of a king and in a monk's frock, on the right of the monument to his son Charles, the Duke of Calabria. Chapter 2. As soon as the obsequies were over, André's tutor hastily assembled the chief Hungarian lords, and it was decided in a council held in the presence of the prince and with his consent to send letters to his mother, Elizabeth of Poland, and his brother, Louis of Hungary, to make known to them the purport of Robert's will, and at the same time to lodge a complaint at the court of Avignon against the conduct of the princes and people of Naples, in that they had proclaimed Joan alone Queen of Naples, thus overlooking the rights of her husband, and further to demand for him the Pope's order for André's coronation. Friar Robert, who had not only a profound knowledge of the court intrigues, but also the experience of a philosopher and all a monk's cunning, told his pupil that he ought to profit by the depression of spirit the king's death had produced in Joan, and ought not to suffer her favorites to use this time in influencing her by their seductive counsels. But Joan's ability to receive consolation was quite as ready as her grief had at first been impetuous. The sobs which seemed to be breaking her heart ceased all at once. New thoughts, more gentle, less lugubrious, took possession of the young queen's mind. The trace of tears vanished, and a smile lit up her liquid eyes like the sun's ray following on rain. This change, anxiously awaited, was soon observed by Joan's chamberwoman. She stole to the queen's room, and falling on her knees, in accents of flattery and affection, she offered her first congratulations to her lovely mistress. Joan opened her arms and held her in a long embrace, for Dona Cancha was far more to her than a lady-in-waiting. She was the companion of infancy, the depositary of all her secrets, the confidant of her most private thoughts. One had but to glance at this young girl to understand the fascination she could scarcely fail to exercise over the queen's mind. She had a frank and smiling countenance, such as inspires confidence and captivates the mind at first sight. Her face had an irresistible charm, with clear blue eyes, warm golden hair, mouth bewitchingly turned up at the corners, and delicate little chin. Wild, happy, light of heart, pleasure and love were the breath of her being. Her dainty refinement, her charming inconstancies, all made her at 16 as lovely as an angel, though at heart she was corrupt. The whole court was at her feet, and Joan felt more affection for her than for her own sister. "Well, my dear Cancha," she murmured with a sigh, "you find me very sad and very unhappy." "And you find me, fair queen," replied the confidant, fixing an admiring look on Joan, "you find me just the opposite, very happy that I can lay at your feet before anyone else the proof of the joy that the people of Naples are at this moment feeling. Others perhaps may envy you the crown that shines upon your brow, the throne which is one of the noblest in the world, the shouts of this entire town that sound rather like worship than homage. But madam, I envy you your lovely black hair, your dazzling eyes, your more than mortal grace, which make every man adore you. And yet you know, my Cancha, I am much to be pitied both as a queen and as a woman. When one is 15, a crown is heavy to wear, and I have not the liberty of the meanest of my subjects, I mean in my affections, for before I reached an age when I could think I was sacrificed to a man whom I can never love." "Yet, madam," replied Cancha in a more insinuating voice, "in this court there is a young cavalier who might by virtue of respect, love, and devotion have made you forget the claims of this foreigner, alike unworthy to be our king and to be your husband." The queen heaved a heavy sigh. "When did you lose your skill to read my heart?" she cried. "Must I actually tell you that this love is making me wretched? True, at the very first this unsanctioned love was a keen joy. A new life seemed to wake within my heart. I was drawn on, fascinated by the prayers, the tears, and the despair of this man, by the opportunities that his mother so easily granted, she whom I had always looked upon as my own mother. I have loved him. Oh my God, I am still so young, and my past is so unhappy. At times strange thoughts come into my mind. I fancy he no longer loves me, that he never did love me. I fancy he has been led on by ambition, by self-interest, by some ignoble motive, and has only feigned a feeling that he has never really felt. I feel myself a coldness I cannot account for. In his presence I am constrained, I am troubled by his look. His voice makes me tremble. I fear him. I would sacrifice a year of my life could I never have listened to him." These words seemed to touch the young confidante to the very depths of her soul. A shade of sadness crossed her brow, her eyelids dropped, and for some time she answered nothing, showing sorrow rather than surprise. Then, lifting her head gently, she said, with visible embarrassment, "I should never have dared to pass so severe a judgment upon a man whom my sovereign lady has raised above other men by casting upon him a look of kindness. But if Robert of Cabane has deserved the reproach of inconstancy and ingratitude, if he has perjured himself like a coward, he must indeed be the basest of all miserable beings, despising a happiness which other men might have entreated of God the whole time of their life, and paid for through eternity. One man I know, who weeps both night and day without hope or consolation, consumed by a slow and painful malady, when one word might yet avail to save him, did it come from the lips of my noble mistress." "I will not hear another word," cried Joan, suddenly rising. "There shall be no new cause for remorse in my life. Trouble has come upon me through my loves, both lawful and criminal. Alas, no longer will I try to control my awful fate. I will bow my head without a murmur. I am the queen, and I must yield myself up for the good of my subjects." "Will you forbid me, madam?" replied Dona Cancha in a kind, affectionate tone. "Will you forbid me to name Bertrand of Artois in your presence, that unhappy man, with the beauty of an angel and the modesty of a girl? Now that you are queen and have the life and death of your subjects in your own keeping, will you feel no kindness towards an unfortunate one whose only fault is to adore you, who strives with all his mind and strength to bear a chance look of yours without dying of his joy?" "I have struggled hard never to look on him," cried the queen, urged by an impulse she was not strong enough to conquer. Then, to efface the impression that might well have been made on her friend's mind, she added severely, "I forbid you to pronounce his name before me, and if he should ever venture to complain, I bid you tell him from me that the first time I even suspect the cause of his distress, he will be banished forever from my presence." "Ah, madam, dismiss me also, for I shall never be strong enough to do so hard a bidding. The unhappy man who cannot awake in your heart so much as a feeling of pity may now be struck down by yourself in your wrath, for here he stands. He has heard your sentence and come to die at your feet." The last words were spoken in a louder voice, so that they might be heard from outside, and Bertrand of Artois came hurriedly into the room and fell on his knees before the queen. For a long time past, the young lady-in-waiting had perceived that Robert of Cabane had, through his own fault, lost the love of Joan, for his tyranny had indeed become more unendurable to her than her husband's. Dona Cancha had been quick enough to perceive that the eyes of her young mistress were wont to rest, with a kind of melancholy gentleness, on Bertrand, a young man of handsome appearance, but with a sad and dreamy expression. So when she made up her mind to speak in his interests, she was persuaded that the queen already loved him. Still, a bright color overspread Joan's face, and her anger would have fallen on both culprits alike, when in the next room a sound of steps was heard, and the voice of the Grand Seneschal's widow in conversation with her son fell on the ears of the three young people like a clap of thunder. Dona Cancha, pale as death, stood trembling. Bertrand felt that he was lost, all the more because his presence compromised the queen. Joan only, with that wonderful presence of mind she was destined to preserve in the most difficult crises of her future life, thrust the young man against the carved back of her bed, and concealed him completely beneath the ample curtain. She then signed to Cancha to go forward and meet the governess and her son. "But before we conduct into the queen's room these two persons," whom our readers may remember in Joan's train about the bed of King Robert, we must relate the circumstances which had caused the family of the Catanese to rise with incredible rapidity from the lowest class of the people to the highest rank at court. When Dona Violante of Aragon, first wife of Robert of Anjou, became the mother of Charles, who was later on the Duke of Calabria, a nurse was sought for the infant among the most handsome women of the people. After inspecting many women of equal merit as regards beauty, youth, and health, the princess's choice lighted on Philippa, a young Catanese woman, the wife of a fisherman of Trapani, and by condition a laundress. This young woman, as she washed her linen on the bank of a stream, had dreamed strange dreams. She had fancied herself summoned to court, wedded to a great personage, and receiving the honors of a great lady. Thus, when she was called to Castel Nuovo, her joy was great, for she felt that her dreams now began to be realized. Philippa was installed at the court, and a few months after she began to nurse the child, the fisherman was dead, and she was a widow. Meanwhile, Raymond of Cabane, the majordomo of King Charles II's house, had bought a Negro from some corsairs, and having had him baptized by his own name, had given him his liberty. Afterwards, observing that he was able and intelligent, he had appointed him head cook in the king's kitchen, and then he had gone away to the war. During the absence of his patron, the Negro managed his own affairs at the court so cleverly that in a short time he was able to buy land, houses, farms, silver plate, and horses, and could vie in riches with the best in the kingdom. And as he constantly won higher favor in the royal family, he passed on from the kitchen to the wardrobe. The Catanese had also deserved very well of her employers, and as a reward for the care she had bestowed on the child, the princess married her to the Negro, and he, as a wedding gift, was granted the title of knight. From this day forward, Raymond of Cabane and Philippa, the laundress, rose in the world so rapidly that they had no equal in influence at court. After the death of Dona Violante, the Catanese became the intimate friend of Dona Sandra, Robert's second wife, whom we introduced to our readers at the beginning of this narrative. Charles, her foster son, loved her as a mother, and she was the confidant of his two wives in turn, especially of the second wife, Marie of Valois. And as the quondam laundress had in the end learned all the manners and customs of the court, she was chosen at the birth of Joan and her sister to be governess and mistress over the young girls, and at this juncture Raymond was created majordomo. Finally, Marie of Valois on her deathbed commended the two young princesses to her care, begging her to look on them as her own daughters. Thus Philippa the Catanese, honored in future as foster mother of the heiress to the throne of Naples, had power to nominate her husband Grand Seneschal, one of the 7 most important offices in the kingdom, and to obtain knighthood for her sons. Raymond of Cabane was buried like a king in a marble tomb in the Church of the Holy Sacrament, and there was speedily joined by 2 of his sons. The third, Robert, a youth of extraordinary strength and beauty, gave up an ecclesiastical career, and was himself made majordomo, his 2 sisters being married to the Count of Merlizzi and the Count of Morcone, respectively. This was now the state of affairs, and the influence of the Grand Seneschal's widow seemed forever established, when an unexpected event suddenly occurred, causing such injury as might well suffice to upset the edifice of her fortunes that had been raised stone by stone patiently and slowly. This edifice was now undermined and threatened to fall in a single day. It was the sudden apparition of Friar Robert, who followed to the court of Rome his young pupil, who from infancy had been Joan's destined husband, which thus shattered all the designs of the Catanese and seriously menaced her future. The monk had not been slow to understand that so long as she remained at the court, André would be no more than the slave, possibly even the victim, of his wife. Thus all Friar Robert's thoughts were obstinately concentrated on a single end, that of getting rid of the Catanese or neutralizing her influence. The prince's tutor and the governess of the heiress had but to exchange one glance, icy, penetrating, plain to read. Their looks met like lightning flashes of hatred and of vengeance. The Catanese, who felt she was detected, lacked courage to fight this man in the open, and so conceived the hope of strengthening her tottering empire by the arts of corruption and debauchery. She instilled by degrees into her pupil's mind the poison of vice, inflamed her youthful imagination with precocious desires, sowed in her heart the seeds of an unconquerable aversion for her husband, surrounded the poor child with abandoned women, and especially attached to her the beautiful and attractive Dona Cancha, who is branded by contemporary authors with the name of a courtesan, then summed up all these lessons in infamy by prostituting Joan to her own son. The poor girl, polluted by sin before she knew what life was, threw her whole self into this first passion with all the ardor of youth, and loved Robert of Cabin so violently, so madly, that the Catanese congratulated herself on the success of her infamy, believing that she held her prey so fast in her toils that her victim would never attempt to escape them. A year passed by before Joan, conquered by her infatuation, conceived the smallest suspicion of her lover's sincerity. He, more ambitious than affectionate, found it easy to conceal his coldness under the cloak of a brotherly intimacy, of blind submission, and of unswerving devotion. Perhaps he would have deceived his mistress for a longer time had not Bertrand of Artois fallen madly in love with Joan. Suddenly the bandage fell from the young girl's eyes, comparing the two with the natural instinct of a woman beloved which never goes astray. She perceived that Robert of Cabin loved her for his own sake, while Bertrand of Artois would give his life to make her happy. A light fell upon her past. She mentally recalled the circumstances that preceded and accompanied her earliest love, and a shudder went through her at the thought that she had been sacrificed to a cowardly seducer by the very woman she had loved most in the world, whom she had called by the name of mother. Joan drew back into herself and wept bitterly. Wounded by a single blow in all her affections, at first her grief absorbed her, then roused to sudden anger she proudly raised her head, for now her love was changed to scorn. Robert, amazed at her cold and haughty reception of him, following on so great a love, was stung by jealousy and wounded pride. He broke out into bitter reproach and violent recrimination, and letting fall the mask, once for all lost his place in Joan's heart. His mother at last saw that it was time to interfere. She rebuked her son, accusing him of upsetting all her plans by his clumsiness. "As you have failed to conquer her by love," she said, "you must now subdue her by fear. The secret of her honor is in our hands, and she will never dare to rebel. She plainly loves Bertrand of Artois, whose languishing eyes and humble sighs contrast in a striking manner with your haughty indifference and your masterful ways. The mother of the princes of Tarentum, the Empress of Constantinople, will easily seize an occasion of helping on the princess's love so as to alienate her more and more from her husband. Cancha will be the go-between, and sooner or later we shall find Bertrand at Joan's feet. Then she will be able to refuse us nothing." While all this was going on, the old king died, and the Catanese, who had unceasingly kept on the watch for the moment she had so plainly foreseen, loudly called to her son, when she saw Bertrand slip into Joan's apartment, saying as she drew him after her, "Follow me, the queen is ours." It was thus that she and her son came to be there. Joan, standing in the middle of the chamber, pallid, her eyes fixed on the curtains of the bed, concealed her agitation with a smile and took one step forward towards her governess, stooping to receive the kiss which the latter bestowed upon her every morning. The Catanese embraced her with affected cordiality, and turning to her son, who had knelt upon one knee, said, pointing to Robert, "My fair queen, allow the humblest of your subjects to offer his sincere congratulations and to lay his homage at your feet." "Rise, Robert," said Joan, extending her hand kindly and with no show of bitterness. "We were brought up together, and I shall never forget that in our childhood, I mean those happy days when we were both innocent, I called you my brother." "As you allow me, madam," said Robert, with an ironical smile, "I too shall always remember the names you formerly gave me." "And I," said the Catanese, "shall forget that I speak to the Queen of Naples in embracing once more my beloved daughter. Come, madam, away with care. You have wept long enough. We have long respected your grief. It is now time to show yourself to these good Neapolitans, who bless heaven continually for granting them a queen so beautiful and good. It is time that your favors fall upon the heads of your faithful subjects, and my son, who surpasses all in his fidelity, comes first to ask a favor of you, in order that he may serve you yet more zealously." Joan cast on Robert a withering look, and speaking to the Catanese, said with a scornful air, "You know, madam, I can refuse your son nothing. All he asks, continued the lady, is a title which is his due, and which he inherited from his father, the title of Grand Seneschal of the Two Sicilies. I trust, my daughter, you will have no difficulty in granting this. But I must consult the Council of Regency. The Council will hasten to ratify the Queen's wishes, replied Robert, handing her the parchment with an imperious gesture. You need only speak to the Count of Artois. And he cast a threatening glance at the curtain, which had slightly moved. You are right, said the Queen at once, and going up to a table she signed the parchment with a trembling hand. Now, my daughter, I have come in the name of all the care I bestowed on your infancy, of all the maternal love I have lavished on you, to implore a favor that my family will remember forevermore. The Queen recoiled one step, crimson with astonishment and rage. But before she could find words to reply, the lady continued in a voice that betrayed no feeling. I request you to make my son Count of Eboli. That has nothing to do with me, madam. The barons of this kingdom would revolt to a man if I were on my own authority to exalt to one of the first dignities the son of a laundress and a Negro, you would say, madam, said Robert with a sneer. Bertrand of Artois would be annoyed perhaps if I had a title like his. He advanced a step towards the bed, his hand upon the hilt of his sword. Have mercy, Robert, cried the Queen, checking him. I will do all you ask. And she signed the parchment, naming him Count of Eboli. And now, Robert went on impudently, to show that my new title is not illusory, while you are busy about signing documents, let me have the privilege of taking part in the councils of the Crown. Make a declaration that, subject to your good pleasure, my mother and I are to have a deliberative voice in the council whenever an important matter is under discussion. Never, cried Joan, turning pale. Philippa and Robert, you abuse my weakness and treat your queen shamefully. In the last few days I have wept and suffered continually, overcome by a terrible grief. I have no strength to turn to business now. Leave me, I beg. I feel my strength gives way. What, my daughter, cried the Catanese hypocritically, are you feeling unwell? Come and lie down at once. And hurrying to the bed, she took hold of the curtain that concealed the Count of Artois. The Queen uttered a piercing cry and threw herself before Philippa with the fury of a lioness. Stop, she cried in a choking voice. Take the privilege you ask, and now, if you value your own life, leave me. The Catanese and her son departed instantly, not even waiting to reply, for they had got all they wanted, while Joan, trembling, ran desperately up to Bertrand, who had angrily drawn his dagger and would have fallen upon the two favorites to take vengeance for the insults they had offered to the Queen. But he was very soon disarmed by the lovely shining eyes raised to him in supplication, the two arms cast about him, and the tears shed by Joan. He fell at her feet and kissed them rapturously, with no thought of seeking excuse for his presence, with no word of love, for it was as if they had loved always. He lavished the tenderest caresses on her, dried her tears, and pressed his trembling lips upon her lovely head. Joan began to forget her anger, her vows, and her repentance. Soothed by the music of her lover's speech, she returned uncomprehending monosyllables. Her heart beat till it felt like breaking, and once more she was falling beneath love's resistless spell, when a new interruption occurred, shaking her roughly out of her ecstasy. But this time, the young Count was able to pass quietly and calmly into a room adjoining, and Joan prepared to receive her importunate visitor with severe and frigid dignity. The individual who arrived at so inopportune a moment was little calculated to smooth Joan's ruffled brow, being Charles, the eldest son of the Durazzo family. After he had introduced his fair cousin to the people as their only legitimate sovereign, he had sought on various occasions to obtain an interview with her, which in all probability would be decisive. Charles was one of those men who to gain their end recoil at nothing, devoured by raging ambition and accustomed from his earliest years to conceal his most ardent desires beneath a mask of careless indifference. He marched ever onward, plot succeeding plot, towards the object he was bent upon securing, and never deviated one hair's breadth from the path he had marked out, but only acted with double prudence after each victory, and with double courage after each defeat. His cheek grew pale with joy. When he hated most, he smiled. In all the emotions of his life, however strong, he was inscrutable. He had sworn to sit on the throne of Naples, and long had believed himself the rightful heir, as being nearest of kin to Robert of all his nephews. To him the hand of Joan would have been given, had not the old king in his latter days conceived the plan of bringing André from Hungary and re-establishing the elder branch in his person, though that had long since been forgot. But his resolution had never for a moment been weakened by the arrival of André in the kingdom, or by the profound indifference wherewith Joan, preoccupied with other passion, had always received the advances of her cousin Charles of Durazzo. Neither the love of a woman nor the life of a man was of any account to him when a crown was weighed in the other scale of the balance. During the whole time that the Queen had remained invisible, Charles had hung about her apartments, and now came into her presence with respectful eagerness to inquire for his cousin's health. The young Duke had been at pains to set off his noble features and elegant figure by a magnificent dress covered with golden fleur-de-lis and glittering with precious stones. His doublet of scarlet velvet and cap of the same showed up, by their own splendor, the warm coloring of his skin, while his face seemed illumined by his black eyes that shone keen as an eagle's. Charles spoke long with his cousin of the people's enthusiasm on her accession and of the brilliant destiny before her. He drew a hasty but truthful sketch of the state of the kingdom, and while he lavished praises on the Queen's wisdom, he cleverly pointed out what reforms were most urgently needed by the country. He contrived to put so much warmth, yet so much reserve, into his speech that he destroyed the disagreeable impression his arrival had produced. In spite of the irregularities of her youth and the depravity brought about by her wretched education, Joan's nature impelled her to noble action. When the welfare of her subjects was concerned, she rose above the limitations of her age and sex, and forgetting her strange position, listened to the Duke of Durazzo with the liveliest interest and the kindliest attention. He then hazarded allusions to the dangers that beset a young queen, spoke vaguely of the difficulty in distinguishing between true devotion and cowardly complaisance or interested attachment. He spoke of the ingratitude of many who had been loaded with benefits and had been most completely trusted. Joan, who had just learned the truth of his words by sad experience, replied with a sigh, and after a moment's silence added, "May God, whom I call to witness for the loyalty and uprightness of my intentions, may God unmask all traitors and show me my true friends. I know that the burden laid upon me is heavy, and I presume not on my strength, but I trust that the tried experience of those counselors to whom my uncle entrusted me, the support of my family, and your warm and sincere friendship above all, my dear cousin, will help me to accomplish my duty. My sincerest prayer is that you may succeed, my fair cousin, and I will not darken with doubts and fears a time that ought to be given up to joy. I will not mingle with the shouts of gladness that rise on all sides to proclaim you queen, any vain regrets over that blind fortune which has placed beside the woman whom we all alike adore, whose single glance would make a man more blessed than the angels, a foreigner unworthy of your love and unworthy of your throne." "You forget, Charles," said the Queen, putting out her hand as though to check his words. "André is my husband, and it was my grandfather's will that he should reign with me." "Never," cried the Duke indignantly, "he King of Naples. Nay, dream that the town is shaken to its very foundations, that the people rise as one man, that our church bells sound a new Sicilian vespers, before the people of Naples will endure the rule of a handful of wild Hungarian drunkards, a deformed canting monk, a prince detested by them even as you are beloved." "But why is André blamed? What has he done?" "What has he done? Why is he blamed, madam? The people blame him as stupid, coarse, a savage. The nobles blame him for ignoring their privileges and openly supporting men of obscure birth. And I, madam," here he lowered his voice, "I blame him for making you unhappy." Joan shuddered as though a wound had been touched by an unkind hand, but hiding her emotion beneath an appearance of calm, she replied in a voice of perfect indifference, "You must be dreaming, Charles, who has given you leave to suppose I am unhappy." "Do not try to excuse him, my dear cousin," replied Charles eagerly. "You will injure yourself without saving him." The queen looked fixedly at her cousin, as though she would read him through and find out the meaning of his words. But as she could not give credence to the horrible thought that crossed her mind, she assumed a complete confidence in her cousin's friendship, with a view to discovering his plans, and said carelessly, "Well, Charles, suppose I am not happy, what remedy could you offer me that I might escape my lot?" "You ask me that, my dear cousin. Are not all remedies good when you suffer and when you wish for revenge? One must fly to those means that are possible. André will not readily give up his pretensions. He has a party of his own, and in case of open rupture his brother, the King of Hungary, may declare war upon us and bring ruin and desolation upon our kingdom." The Duke of Duras faintly smiled, and his countenance assumed a sinister expression. "You do not understand me," he said. "Then explain without circumlocution," said the queen, trying to conceal the convulsive shudder that ran through her limbs. "Listen, Joan," said Charles, taking his cousin's hand and laying it upon his heart. "Can you feel that dagger?" "I can," said Joan, and she turned pale. "One word from you, and—" "Yes. Tomorrow you will be free." "A murder," cried Joan, recoiling in horror. "Then I was not deceived. It is a murder that you have proposed." "It is a necessity," said the Duke calmly. "Today I advise, later on you will give your orders." "Enough, wretch. I cannot tell if you are more cowardly or more rash. Cowardly, because you reveal a criminal plot feeling sure that I shall never denounce you. Rash, because in revealing it to me, you cannot tell what witnesses are near to hear it all. In any case, madam, since I have put myself in your hands, you must perceive that I cannot leave you till I know if I must look upon myself as your friend or as your enemy." "Leave me," cried Joan with a disdainful gesture. "You insult your queen. You forget, my dear cousin, that some day I may very likely have a claim to your kingdom." "Do not force me to have you turned out of this room," said Joan, advancing towards the door. "Now do not get excited, my fair cousin. I am going, but at least remember that I offered you my hand and you refused it. Remember what I say at this solemn moment. Today I am the guilty man, some day perhaps I may be the judge." He went away slowly, twice turning his head, repeating in the language of signs his menacing prophecy. Joan hid her face in her hands, and for a long time remained plunged in dismal reflections. Then anger got the better of all her other feelings, and she summoned Dona Cancha, bidding her not to allow anybody to enter on any pretext whatsoever. This prohibition was not for the Count of Artois, for the reader will remember that he was in the adjoining room. Chapter 3. Night fell, and from the Molo to the Mergellina, from the Capuano castle to the hill of St. Elmo, deep silence had succeeded the myriad sounds that go up from the noisiest city in the world. Charles of Durazzo, quickly walking away from the square of the Corrigi, first casting one last look of vengeance at the Castel Nuovo, plunged into the labyrinth of dark streets that twist and turn, cross and recross one another in this ancient city, and after a quarter of an hour's walking, that was first slow, then very rapid, arrived at his ducal palace near the church of San Giovanni al Mare. He gave certain instructions in a harsh, peremptory tone to a page who took his sword and cloak. Then Charles shut himself into his room without going up to see his poor mother, who was weeping, sad and solitary over her son's ingratitude, and like every other mother taking her revenge by praying God to bless him. The Duke of Durazzo walked up and down his room several times like a lion in a cage, counting the minutes in a fever of impatience, and was on the point of summoning a servant and renewing his commands, when two dull raps on the door informed him that the person he was waiting for had arrived. He opened at once, and a man of about 50, dressed in black from head to foot, entered, humbly bowing, and carefully shut the door behind him. Charles threw himself into an easy chair, and gazing fixedly at the man who stood before him, his eyes on the ground and his arms crossed upon his breast, in an attitude of the deepest respect and blind obedience, he said slowly, as though weighing each word, "Master Nicholas of Melazzo, Have you any remembrance left of the services I once rendered you?" The man to whom these words were addressed trembled in every limb, as if he heard the voice of Satan come to claim his soul. Then, lifting a look of terror to his questioner's face, he asked in a voice of gloom, "What have I done, my lord, to deserve this reproach?" "It is not a reproach. I ask a simple question. Can my lord doubt for a moment of my eternal gratitude? Can I forget the favors your excellency showed me? Even if I could so lose my reason and my memory, are not my wife and son ever here to remind me that to you we owe all our life, our honor, and our fortune?" "I was guilty of an infamous act," said the notary, lowering his voice, "a crime that would not only have brought upon my head the penalty of death, but which meant the confiscation of my goods, the ruin of my family, poverty and shame for my only son, that very son, sire, for whom I, miserable wretch, had wished to ensure a brilliant future by means of my frightful crime. You had in your hands the proofs of this." "I have them still." "And you will not ruin me, my lord," resumed the notary, trembling. "I am at your feet, your excellency. Take my life, and I will die in torment without a murmur. But save my son, since you have been so merciful as to spare him till now. Have pity on his mother, my lord, have pity." "Be assured," said Charles, signing to him to rise, "it is nothing to do with your life. That will come later, perhaps. What I wish to ask of you now is a much simpler, easier matter." "My lord, I await your command." "First," said the Duke, in a voice of playful irony, "you must draw up a formal contract of my marriage." "At once, your excellency." "You are to write in the first article that my wife brings me as dowry the county of Alba, the jurisdiction of Grati and Giordano, with all castles, fiefs, and lands dependent thereto." "But my lord," replied the poor notary, greatly embarrassed. "Do you find any difficulty, Master Nicholas?" "God forbid, your excellency, but—" "Well, what is it?" "Because, if my lord will permit, because there is only one person in Naples who possesses that dowry your excellency mentions." "And so—" "And she," stammered the notary, embarrassed more and more, "she is the queen's sister. And in the contract you will write the name of Marie of Anjou." "But the young maiden," replied Nicholas timidly, "whom your excellency would marry is destined, I thought, under the will of our late king of blessed memory, to become the wife of the King of Hungary, or else of the grandson of the King of France." "Ah, I understand your surprise. You may learn from this that an uncle's intentions are not always the same as his nephew's." "In that case, sire, if I dared, if my lord would deign to give me leave, if I had an opinion I might give, I would humbly entreat your excellency to reflect that this would mean the abduction of a minor." "Since when did you learn to be scrupulous, Master Nicholas?" These words were uttered with a glance so terrible that the poor notary was crushed, and had hardly the strength to reply. "In an hour the contract will be ready." "Good, we agree as to the first point," continued Charles, resuming his natural tone of voice. "You now will hear my second charge. You have known the Duke of Calabria's valet for the last 2 years pretty intimately." "Tommaso Pace, why, he is my best friend." "Excellent, listen, and remember that on your discretion the safety or ruin of your family depends. A plot will soon be on foot against the Queen's husband. The conspirators no doubt will gain over André's valet, the man you call your best friend. Never leave him for an instant, try to be his shadow. Day by day and hour by hour come to me and report the progress of the plot, the names of the plotters." "Is this all your excellency's command?" "All." The notary respectfully bowed, and withdrew to put the orders at once into execution. Charles spent the rest of that night writing to his uncle the Cardinal de Perigord, one of the most influential prelates at the court of Avignon. He begged him before all things to use his authority so as to prevent Pope Clement from signing the bull that would sanction André's coronation, and he ended his letter by earnestly entreating his uncle to win the Pope's consent to his marriage with the Queen's sister. "We shall see, fair cousin," he said as he sealed his letter, "which of us is best at understanding where our interest lies. You would not have me as a friend, so you shall have me as an enemy. Sleep on in the arms of your lover. I will wake you when the time comes. I shall be Duke of Calabria perhaps some day, and that title, as you well know, belongs to the heir to the throne." The next day and on the following days, a remarkable change took place in the behavior of Charles towards André. He showed him signs of great friendliness, cleverly flattering his inclinations, and even persuading Friar Robert that, far from feeling any hostility in the matter of André's coronation, his most earnest desire was that his uncle's wishes should be respected, and that, though he might have given the impression of acting contrary to them, it had only been done with a view to appeasing the populace, who in their first excitement might have been stirred up to insurrection against the Hungarians. He declared with much warmth that he heartily detested the people about the Queen, whose counsels tended to lead her astray, and he promised to join Friar Robert in the endeavor to get rid of Joan's favorites by all such means as fortune might put at his disposal. Although the Dominican did not believe in the least in the sincerity of his allies' protestations, he yet gladly welcomed the aid which might prove so useful to the prince's cause, and attributed the sudden change of front to some recent rupture between Charles and his cousin, promising himself that he would make capital out of his resentment. Be that as it might, Charles wormed himself into André's heart, and after a few days, one of them could hardly be seen without the other. If André went out hunting, his greatest pleasure in life, Charles was eager to put his pack or his falcons at his disposal. If André rode through the town, Charles was always ambling by his side. He gave way to his whims, urged him to extravagances, and inflamed his angry passions. In a word, he was the good angel or the bad one, who inspired his every thought and guided his every action. Joan soon understood this business, and as a fact had expected it. She could have ruined Charles with a single word, but she scorned so base a revenge and treated him with utter contempt. Thus the court was split into two factions, the Hungarians with Friar Robert at their head and supported by Charles of Durazzo. On the other side, all the nobility of Naples, led by the princes of Tarentum. Joan, influenced by the Grand Seneschal's widow and her two daughters, the Countesses of Terlizzi and Morcone, and also by Dona Cancha and the Empress of Constantinople, took the side of the Neapolitan party against the pretensions of her husband. The partisans of the Queen made it their first care to have her name inscribed upon all public acts without adding André's. But Joan, led by an instinct of right and justice amid all the corruption of her court, had only consented to this last after she had taken counsel with André d'Isernia, a very learned lawyer of the day, respected as much for his lofty character as for his great learning. The prince, annoyed at being shut out in this way, began to act in a violent and despotic manner. On his own authority, he released prisoners. He showered favors upon Hungarians and gave especial honors and rich gifts to Giovanni Pipino, Count of Altanura, the enemy of all others most dreaded and detested by the Neapolitan barons. Then the counts of San Severino, Malto, Terlizzi and Balzo, Calanzaro and Sant Angelo, and most of the grandees, exasperated by the haughty insolence of André's favorite, which grew every day more outrageous, decided that he must perish and his master with him should he persist in attacking their privileges and defying their anger. Moreover, the women who were about Joan at the court egged her on, each one urged by a private interest, in the pursuit of her fresh passion. Poor Joan, neglected by her husband and betrayed by Robert of Cabin, gave way beneath the burden of duties beyond her strength to bear, and fled for refuge to the arms of Bertrand of Artois, whose love she did not even attempt to resist. For every feeling for religion and virtue had been destroyed in her own set purpose, and her young inclinations had been early bent towards vice, just as the bodies of wretched children are bent, and their bones broken by jugglers when they train them. Bertrand himself felt an adoration for her surpassing ordinary human passion. When he reached the summit of a happiness to which in his wildest dreams he had never dared to aspire, the young count nearly lost his reason. In vain had his father, Charles of Artois, who was Count of Aire, a direct descendant of Philip the Bold and one of the regents of the kingdom, attempted by severe admonitions to stop him while yet on the brink of the precipice. Bertrand would listen to nothing but his love for Joan and his implacable hatred for all the Queen's enemies. Many a time, at the close of day, as the breeze from Posillipo or Sorrento coming from far away was playing in his hair, might Bertrand be seen leaning from one of the casements of Castel Nuovo, pale and motionless, gazing fixedly from his side of the square to where the Duke of Calabria and the Duke of Durazzo came galloping home from their evening ride side by side in a cloud of dust. Then the brows of the young count were violently contracted, a savage, sinister look shone in his blue eyes once so innocent, like lightning a thought of death and vengeance flashed into his mind. He would all at once begin to tremble as a light hand was laid upon his shoulder. He would turn softly, fearing lest the divine apparition should vanish to the skies, but there beside him stood a young girl, with cheeks aflame and heaving breast, with brilliant liquid eyes. She had come to tell how her past day had been spent, and to offer her forehead for the kiss that should reward her labors and unwilling absence. This woman, dictator of laws and administrator of justice among grave magistrates and stern ministers, was but 15 years old. This man, who knew her griefs, and to avenge them was meditating regicide, was not yet 20, two children of earth, the playthings of an awful destiny. 2 months and a few days after the old king's death, on the morning of Friday, the 28th of March of the same year, 1343, the widow of the Grand Seneschal, Philippa, who had already contrived to get forgiven for the shameful trick she had used to secure all her son's wishes, entered the queen's apartments, excited by a genuine fear, pale and distracted, the bearer of news that spread terror and lamentation throughout the court. Marie, the queen's younger sister, had disappeared. The gardens and outside courts had been searched for any trace of her. Every corner of the castle had been examined. The guards had been threatened with torture so as to drag the truth from them. No one had seen anything of the princess, and nothing could be found that suggested either flight or abduction. Joan, struck down by this new blow in the midst of other troubles, was for a time utterly prostrated. Then, when she had recovered from her first surprise, she behaved as all people do if despair takes the place of reason. She gave orders for what was already done to be done again. She asked the same questions that could only bring the same answers, and poured forth vain regrets and unjust reproaches. The news spread through the town, causing the greatest astonishment. There arose a great commotion in the castle, and the members of the regency hastily assembled, while couriers were sent out in every direction, charged to promise 12,000 ducats to whomsoever should discover the place where the princess was concealed. Proceedings were at once taken against the soldiers who were on guard at the fortress at the time of the disappearance. Bertrand of Artois drew the queen apart, telling her his suspicions, which fell directly upon Charles of Durazzo, but Joan lost no time in persuading him of the improbability of his hypothesis. First of all, Charles had never once set his foot in Castel Nuovo since the day of his stormy interview with the queen, but had made a point of always leaving André by the bridge when he came to the town with him. Besides, it had never been noticed, even in the past, that the young duke had spoken to Marie or exchanged looks with her. The result of all attainable evidence was that no stranger had entered the castle the evening before except a notary named Master Nicholas of Melazzo, an old person, half silly, half fanatical, for whom Tommaso Pace, valet de chamber to the Duke of Calabria, was ready to answer with his life. Bertrand yielded to the queen's reasoning, and day by day advanced new suggestions, each less probable than the last, to draw his mistress on to feel a hope that he was far from feeling himself. But a month later, and precisely on the morning of Monday the 30th of April, a strange and unexpected scene took place, an exhibition of boldness transcending all calculations. The Neapolitan people were stupefied in astonishment, and the grief of Joan and her friends was changed to indignation. Just as the clock of San Giovanni struck 12, the gate of the magnificent palace of the Durazzo flung open its folding doors, and there came forth to the sound of trumpets a double file of cavaliers on richly caparisoned horses, with the duke's arms on their shields. They took up their station round the house to prevent the people outside from disturbing a ceremony which was to take place before the eyes of an immense crowd, assembled suddenly, as by a miracle, upon the square. At the back of the court stood an altar, and upon the steps lay 2 crimson velvet cushions embroidered with the fleur-de-lis of France and the ducal crown. Charles came forward, clad in a dazzling dress, and holding by the hand the queen's sister, the Princess Marie, at that time almost 13 years of age. She knelt down timidly on one of the cushions, and when Charles had done the same, the Grand Almoner of the Duras' house asked the young Duke solemnly what was his intention in appearing thus humbly before a minister of the church. At these words, Master Nicholas of Melazzo took his place on the left of the altar, and read in a firm, clear voice, first, the contract of marriage between Charles and Marie, and then the apostolic letters from His Holiness, the Sovereign Pontiff, Clement Roman VI, who, in his own name, removing all obstacles that might impede the union, such as the age of the young bride and the degrees of affinity between the two parties, authorized his dearly beloved son Charles, Duke of Durazzo and Albania, to take in marriage the most illustrious Marie of Anjou, sister of Joan, Queen of Naples and Jerusalem, and bestowed his benediction on the pair. The almoner then took the young girl's hand, and placing it in that of Charles, pronounced the prayers of the church. Charles, turning half round to the people, said in a loud voice, "Before God and man, this woman is my wife." "And this man is my husband," said Marie, trembling. "Long live the Duke and Duchess of Durazzo," cried the crowd, clapping their hands, and the young pair, at once mounting two beautiful horses and followed by their cavaliers and pages, solemnly paraded through the town and re-entered their palace to the sound of trumpets and cheering. When this incredible news was brought to the Queen, her first feeling was joy at the recovery of her sister, and when Bertrand of Artois was eager to head a band of barons and cavaliers, and bent on falling upon the cortege to punish the traitor, Joan put up her hand to stop him with a very mournful look. "Alas," she said sadly, "it is too late. They are legally married, for the head of the church, who is moreover by my grandfather's will the head of our family, has granted his permission. I only pity my poor sister. I pity her for becoming so young the prey of a wretched man who sacrifices her to his own ambition, hoping by this marriage to establish a claim to the throne. O God, what a strange fate oppresses the royal house of Anjou. My father's early death in the midst of his triumphs, my mother's so quickly after, my sister and I, the sole offspring of Charles I, both before we are women grown fallen into the hands of cowardly men who use us but as the stepping stones of their ambition." Joan fell back exhausted on her chair, a burning tear trembling on her eyelid. "This is the second time," said Bertrand reproachfully, "that I have drawn my sword to avenge an insult offered to you. The second time I return it by your orders to the scabbard. But remember, Joan, the third time will not find me so docile, and then it will not be Robert of Cabane or Charles of Durazzo that I shall strike, but him who is the cause of all your misfortunes." "Have mercy, Bertrand. Do not you also speak these words. Whenever this horrible thought takes hold of me, let me come to you. This threat of bloodshed that is drummed into my ears, this sinister vision that haunts my sight. Let me come to you, beloved, and weep upon your bosom. Beneath your breath cool my burning fancies, from your eyes draw some little courage to revive my perishing soul. Come, I am quite unhappy enough without needing to poison the future by an endless remorse. Tell me rather to forgive and to forget, speak not of hatred and revenge. Show me one ray of hope amid the darkness that surrounds me, hold up my wavering feet, and push me not into the abyss." Such altercations as this were repeated as often as any fresh wrong arose from the side of André or his party, and in proportion as the attacks made by Bertrand and his friends gained in vehemence, and we must add, in justice, so did Joan's objections weaken. The Hungarian rule, as it became more and more arbitrary and unbearable, irritated men's minds to such a point that the people murmured in secret, and the nobles proclaimed aloud their discontent. André's soldiers indulged in a libertinage which would have been intolerable in a conquered city. They were found everywhere brawling in the taverns or rolling about disgustingly drunk in the gutters, and the prince, far from rebuking such orgies, was accused of sharing them himself. His former tutor, who ought to have felt bound to drag him away from so ignoble a mode of life, rather strove to immerse him in degrading pleasures so as to keep him out of business matters. Without suspecting it, he was hurrying on the denouement of the terrible drama that was being acted behind the scenes at Castel Nuovo. Robert's widow, Dona Sancha of Aragon, the good and sainted lady whom our readers may possibly have forgotten, as her family had done, seeing that God's anger was hanging over her house, and that no counsels, no tears or prayers of hers could avail to arrest it, after wearing mourning for her husband 1 whole year, according to her promise, had taken the veil at the convent of Santa Maria delta Croce, and deserted the court and its follies and passions, just as the prophets of old, turning their back on some accursed city, would shake the dust from off their sandals and depart. Sandra's retreat was a sad omen, and soon the family dissensions, long with difficulty suppressed, sprang forth to open view. The storm that had been threatening from afar broke suddenly over the town, and the thunderbolt was shortly to follow. On the last day of August 1344, Joan rendered homage to Emeric, Cardinal of Saint Martin and Legate of Clement Roman VI, who looked upon the Kingdom of Naples as being a fief of the Church ever since the time when his predecessors had presented it to Charles of Anjou, and overthrown and excommunicated the House of Suabia. For this solemn ceremony, the Church of St. Clara was chosen, the burial place of Neapolitan kings, and but lately the tomb of the grandfather and father of the young queen, who reposed to right and left of the high altar. Joan, clad in the royal robe, with the crown upon her head, uttered her oath of fidelity between the hands of the apostolic legate in the presence of her husband, who stood behind her simply as a witness, just like the other princes of the blood. Among the prelates with their pontifical insignia who formed the brilliant following of the envoy, there stood the archbishops of Pisa, Bari, Capua, and Brindisi, and the Reverend Fathers Ugolino, Bishop of Casella, and Philip, Bishop of Cavalon, Chancellor to the Queen. All the nobility of Naples and Hungary were present at this ceremony, which debarred André from the throne in a fashion at once formal and striking. Thus, when they left the church, the excited feelings of both parties made a crisis imminent, and such hostile glances, such threatening words were exchanged, that the prince, finding himself too weak to contend against his enemies, wrote the same evening to his mother, telling her that he was about to leave a country where from his infancy upwards he had experienced nothing but deceit and disaster. Those who know a mother's heart will easily guess that Elizabeth of Poland was no sooner aware of the danger that threatened her son than she traveled to Naples, arriving there before her coming was suspected. Rumor spread abroad that the Queen of Hungary had come to take her son away with her, and the unexpected event gave rise to strange comments. The fever of excitement now blazed up in another direction. The Empress of Constantinople, the Catanese, her 2 daughters, and all the courtiers, whose calculations were upset by André's departure, hurried to honor the arrival of the Queen of Hungary by offering a very cordial and respectful reception, with a view to showing her that, in the midst of a court so attentive and devoted, any isolation or bitterness of feeling on the young prince's part must spring from his pride, from an unwarrantable mistrust, and his naturally savage and untrained character. Joan received her husband's mother with so much proper dignity in her behavior that, in spite of preconceived notions, Elizabeth could not help admiring the noble seriousness and earnest feeling she saw in her daughter-in-law. To make the visit more pleasant to an honored guest, fetes and tournaments were given, the barons vying with one another in display of wealth and luxury. The Empress of Constantinople, the Catanese, Charles of Duras, and his young wife, all paid the utmost attention to the mother of the prince. Marie, who by reason of her extreme youth and gentleness of character had no share in any intrigues, was guided quite as much by her natural feeling as by her husband's orders when she offered to the Queen of Hungary those marks of regard and affection that she might have felt for her own mother. In spite, however, of these protestations of respect and love, Elizabeth of Poland trembled for her son, and obeying a maternal instinct, chose to abide by her original intention, believing that she should never feel safe until André was far away from a court in appearance so friendly, but in reality so treacherous. The person who seemed most disturbed by the departure and tried to hinder it by every means in his power was Friar Robert. Immersed in his political schemes, bending over his mysterious plans with all the eagerness of a gambler who is on the point of gaining, the Dominican, who thought himself on the eve of a tremendous event, who by cunning, patience, and labor hoped to scatter his enemies and to reign as absolute autocrat, now falling suddenly from the edifice of his dream, stiffened himself by a mighty effort to stand and resist the mother of his pupil. But fear cried too loud in the heart of Elizabeth for all the reasonings of the monk to lull it to rest. To every argument he advanced, she simply said that while her son was not king and had not entire unlimited power, it was imprudent to leave him exposed to his enemies. The monk, seeing that all was indeed lost, and that he could not contend against the fears of this woman, asked only the boon of 3 days' grace, at the end of which time, should a reply he was expecting have not arrived, he said he would not only give up his opposition to André's departure, but would follow himself, renouncing forever a scheme to which he had sacrificed everything. Towards the end of the 3rd day, as Elizabeth was definitely making her preparations for departure, the monk entered radiant. Showing her a letter which he had just hastily broken open, he cried triumphantly, "God be praised, madam. I can at last give you incontestable proofs of my active zeal and accurate foresight." André's mother, after rapidly running through the document, turned her eyes on the monk with yet some traces of mistrust in her manner, not venturing to give way to her sudden joy. "Yes, madam," said the monk, raising his head, his plain features lighted up by his glance of intelligence. "Yes, madam, you will believe your eyes, perhaps, though you would never believe my words. This is not the dream of an active imagination, the hallucination of a credulous mind, the prejudice of a limited intellect. It is a plan slowly conceived, painfully worked out, my daily thought and my whole life's work. I have never ignored the fact that at the court of Avignon your son had powerful enemies, but I knew also that on the very day I undertook a certain solemn engagement in the prince's name, an engagement to withdraw those laws that had caused coldness between the Pope and Robert, who was in general so devoted to the church. I knew very well that my offer would never be rejected, and this argument of mine I kept back for the last. See, madam, my calculations are correct. Your enemies are put to shame, and your son is triumphant." Then turning to André, who was just corning in and stood dumbfounded at the threshold on hearing the last words, he added, "Come, my son, our prayers are at last fulfilled. You are king." "King," repeated André, transfixed with joy, doubt, and amazement. "King of Sicily and Jerusalem. Yes, my lord, there is no need for you to read this document that brings the joyful, unexpected news. You can see it in your mother's tears. She holds out her arms to press you to her bosom. You can see it in the happiness of your old teacher. He falls on his knees at your feet to salute you by this title, which he would have paid for with his own blood had it been denied to you much longer." "And yet," said Elizabeth, after a moment's mournful reflection, "if I obey my presentiments, your news will make no difference to our plans for departure." "Nay, mother," said André firmly, "you would not force me to quit the country to the detriment of my honor. If I have made you feel some of the bitterness and sorrow that have spoiled my own young days because of my cowardly enemies, it is not from a poor spirit, but because I was powerless and knew it, to take any sort of striking vengeance for their secret insults, their crafty injuries, their underhand intrigues. It was not because my arm wanted strength, but because my head wanted a crown. I might have put an end to some of these wretched beings, the least dangerous maybe, but it would have been striking in the dark. The ringleaders would have escaped, and I should never have really got to the bottom of their infernal plots. So I have silently eaten out my own heart in shame and indignation. Now that my sacred rights are recognized by the church, you will see, my mother, how these terrible barons, the queen's counselors, the governors of the kingdom, will lower their heads in the dust. For they are threatened with no sword and no struggle, no peer of their own is he who speaks, but the king. It is by him they are accused, by the law they shall be condemned, and shall suffer on the scaffold." "O my beloved son," cried the queen in tears, "I never doubted your noble feelings or the justice of your claims, but when your life is in danger, to what voice can I listen but the voice of fear? What can move my counsels but the promptings of love? Mother, believe me, if the hands and hearts alike of these cowards had not trembled, you would have lost your son long ago. It is not violence that I fear, my son, it is treachery. My life, like every man's, belongs to God, and the lowest of Esperi may take it as I turn the corner of the street, but a king owes something to his people." The poor mother long tried to bend the resolution of André by reason and entreaties, but when she had spoken her last word and shed her last tear, she summoned Bertram de Vaux, Chief Justice of the kingdom, and Marie, Duchess of Durazzo. Trusting in the old man's wisdom and the girl's innocence, she commended her son to them in the tenderest and most affecting words. Then, drawing from her own hand a ring richly wrought, and taking the prince aside, she slipped it upon his finger, saying in a voice that trembled with emotion as she pressed him to her heart, "My son, as you refuse to come with me, here is a wonderful talisman, which I would not use before the last extremity. So long as you wear this ring on your finger, neither sword nor poison will have power against you." "You see then, mother," said the prince, smiling, "with this protection there is no reason at all to fear for my life." "There are other dangers than sword or poison," sighed the queen. "Be calm, mother. The best of all talismans is your prayer to God for me. It is the tender thought of you that will keep me forever in the path of duty and justice. Your maternal love will watch over me from afar and cover me like the wings of a guardian angel." Elizabeth sobbed as she embraced her son, and when she left him she felt her heart was breaking. At last she made up her mind to go, and was escorted by the whole court, who had never changed towards her for a moment in their chivalrous and respectful devotion. The poor mother, pale, trembling, and faint, leaned heavily upon André's arm, lest she should fall. On the ship that was to take her forever from her son, she cast her arms for the last time about his neck, and there hung a long time, speechless, tearless, and motionless. When the signal for departure was given, her women took her in their arms, half swooning. André stood on the shore with the feeling of death at his heart. His eyes were fixed upon the sail that carried ever farther from him the only being he loved in the world. Suddenly, he fancied he beheld something white moving a long way off. His mother had recovered her senses by a great effort, and had dragged herself up to the bridge to give a last signal of farewell. The unhappy lady knew too well that she would never see her son again. At almost the same moment that André's mother left the kingdom, the former Queen of Naples, Robert's widow, Dona Sancha, breathed her last sigh. She was buried in the convent of Santa Maria delta Croce, under the name of Clara, which she had assumed on taking her vows as a nun, as her epitaph tells us, as follows: "Here lies an example of great humility, the body of the sainted sister Clara, of illustrious memory, otherwise Sancha, Queen of Sicily and Jerusalem, widow of the most serene Robert, King of Jerusalem and Sicily, who, after the death of the king her husband, when she had completed a year of widowhood, exchanged goods temporary for goods eternal. Adopting for the love of God a voluntary poverty, and distributing her goods to the poor, she took upon her the rule of obedience in this celebrated convent of Santa Croce, the work of her own hands, in the year 1344, on the gist of January of the 12th indiction, where, living a life of holiness under the rule of the blessed Francis, father of the poor, she ended her days religiously in the year of our Lord, on the 28th of July of the 13th indiction. On the day following, she was buried in this tomb. The death of Dona Sancha served to hasten on the catastrophe which was to stain the throne of Naples with blood. One might almost fancy that God wished to spare this angel of love and resignation the sight of so terrible a spectacle, that she offered herself as a propitiatory sacrifice to redeem the crimes of her family. Chapter 4. 8 days after the funeral of the old queen, Bertrand of Artois came to Joan, distraught, disheveled, in a state of agitation and confusion impossible to describe. Joan went quickly up to her lover, asking him, with a look of fear, to explain the cause of his distress. "I told you, madam," cried the young baron excitedly, "you will end by ruining us all, as you will never take any advice from me." "For God's sake, Bertrand, speak plainly. What has happened? What advice have I neglected?" "Madam, your noble husband, André of Hungary, has just been made King of Jerusalem and Sicily, and acknowledged by the court of Avignon, so henceforth you will be no better than his slave." "Count of Artois, you are dreaming." "No, madam, I am not dreaming. I have this fact to prove the truth of my words, that the Pope's ambassadors are arrived at Capua with the bull for his coronation, and if they do not enter Castel Nuovo this very evening, the delay is only to give the new king time to make his preparations." The queen bent her head, as if a thunderbolt had fallen at her feet. "When I told you before," said the Count, with growing fury, "that we ought to use force to make a stand against him, that we ought to break the yoke of this infamous tyranny and get rid of the man before he had the means of hurting you, you always drew back in childish fear, with a woman's cowardly hesitation." Joan turned a tearful look upon her lover. "God, my God," she cried, clasping her hands in desperation, "am I to hear forever this awful cry of death? You too, Bertrand, you too say the word like Robert of Cabin, like Charles of Duras. Wretched man, why would you raise this bloody spectre between us, to check with icy hand our adulterous kisses? Enough of such crimes. If his wretched ambition makes him long to reign, let him be king. What matters his power to me, if he leaves me with your love? It is not so sure that our love will last much longer. What is this, Bertrand? You rejoice in this merciless torture. I tell you, madam, that the King of Naples has a black flag ready, and on the day of his coronation it will be carried before him." "And you believe," said Joan, pale as a corpse in its shroud, "you believe that this flag is a threat?" "Aye, and the threat begins to be put in execution." The Queen staggered and leaned against a table to save herself from falling. "Tell me all," she cried in a choking voice. "Fear not to shock me. See, I am not trembling. O Bertrand, I entreat you. The traitors have begun with the man you most esteemed, the wisest counselor of the crown, the best of magistrates, the noblest hearted, most rigidly virtuous. Andrea of Isernia. Madam, he is no more." Joan uttered a cry as though the noble old man had been slain before her eyes. She respected him as a father, then, sinking back, she remained profoundly silent. "How did they kill him?" she asked at last, fixing her great eyes in terror on the Count. "Yesterday evening, as he left this castle, on the way to his own home, a man suddenly sprang out upon him before the Porta Petruccia. It was one of André's favorites, Conrad of Gotti's, chosen, no doubt, because he had a grievance against the incorruptible magistrate on account of some sentence passed against him, and the murder would therefore be put down to motives of private revenge. The cowardly wretch gave a sign to 2 or 3 companions, who surrounded the victim and robbed him of all means of escape. The poor old man looked fixedly at his assassin and asked him what he wanted. 'I want you to lose your life at my hands, as I lost my case at yours,' cried the murderer, and leaving him no time to answer, he ran him through with his sword. Then the rest fell upon the poor man, who did not even try to call for help, and his body was riddled with wounds and horribly mutilated, and then left bathed in its blood." "Terrible," murmured the Queen, covering her face. "It was only their first effort. The proscription lists are already full. André must needs have blood to celebrate his accession to the throne of Naples. And do you know, Joan, whose name stands first in the doomed list?" "Whose?" cried the Queen, shuddering from head to foot. "Mine," said the Count calmly. "Yours?" cried Joan, drawing herself up to her full height. "Are you to be killed next? Oh, be careful, André, you have pronounced your own death sentence. Long have I turned aside the dagger pointing to your breast, but you put an end to all my patience. Woe to you, Prince of Hungary, the blood which you have spilt shall fall on your own head." As she spoke, she had lost her pallor. Her lovely face was fired with revenge, her eyes flashed lightning. This child of 16 was terrible to behold. She pressed her lover's hand with convulsive tenderness and clung to him as if she would screen him with her own body. "Your anger is awakened too late," said he gently and sadly, for at this moment Joan seemed so lovely that he could reproach her with nothing. "You do not know that his mother has left him a talisman preserving him from sword and poison." "He will die," said Joan firmly. The smile that lighted up her face was so unnatural that the Count was dismayed and dropped his eyes. The next day the young Queen of Naples, lovelier, more smiling than ever, sitting carelessly in a graceful attitude beside a window which looked out on the magnificent view of the bay, was busy weaving a cord of silk and gold. The sun had run nearly 2/3 of his fiery course, and was gradually sinking his rays in the clear blue waters where Posilippo's head is reflected with its green and flowery crown. A warm, balmy breeze that had passed over the orange trees of Sorrento and Amalfi felt deliciously refreshing to the inhabitants of the capital, who had succumbed to torpor in the enervating softness of the day. The whole town was waking from a long siesta, breathing freely after a sleepy interval. The Molo was covered with a crowd of eager people dressed out in the brightest colors. The many cries of a festival, joyous songs, love ditties sounded from all quarters of the vast amphitheater, which is one of the chief marvels of creation. They came to the ears of Joan, and she listened as she bent over her work, absorbed in deep thought. Suddenly, when she seemed most busily occupied, the indefinable feeling of someone near at hand and the touch of something on her shoulder made her start. She turned, as though waked from a dream by contact with a serpent, and perceived her husband, magnificently dressed, carelessly leaning against the back of her chair. For a long time past, the prince had not come to his wife in this familiar fashion, and to the queen, the pretense of affection and careless behavior augured ill. André did not appear to notice the look of hatred and terror that had escaped Joan in spite of herself, and assuming the best expression of gentleness as that his straight, hard features could contrive to put on in such circumstances as these, he smilingly asked, "Why are you making this pretty cord, dear dutiful wife?" "To hang you with, my lord," replied the queen with a smile. André shrugged his shoulders, seeing in the threat so incredibly rash nothing more than a pleasantry in rather bad taste. But when he saw that Joan resumed her work, he tried to renew the conversation. "I admit," he said in a perfectly calm voice, "that my question is quite unnecessary. From your eagerness to finish this handsome piece of work, I ought to suspect that it is destined for some fine knight of yours whom you propose to send on a dangerous enterprise wearing your colors. If so, my fair queen, I claim to receive my orders from your lips. Appoint the time and place for the trial, and I am sure beforehand of carrying off a prize that I shall dispute with all your adorers." "That is not so certain," said Joan, "if you are as valiant in war as in love." And she cast on her husband a look at once seductive and scornful, beneath which the young man blushed up to his eyes. "I hope," said André, repressing his feelings, "I hope soon to give you such proofs of my affection that you will never doubt it again." "And what makes you fancy that, my lord?" "I would tell you, if you would listen seriously." "I am listening." "Well, it is a dream I had last night that gives me such confidence in the future." "A dream? You surely ought to explain that." "I dreamed that there was a grand fête in the town. An immense crowd filled the streets like an overflowing torrent, and the heavens were ringing with their shouts of joy. The gloomy granite facades were hidden by hangings of silk and festoons of flowers. The churches were decorated as though for some grand ceremony. I was riding side by side with you." Joan made a haughty movement. "Forgive me, madam, it was only a dream. I was on your right, riding a fine white horse, magnificently caparisoned, and the Chief Justice of the kingdom carried before me a flag unfolded in sign of honor. After riding in triumph through the main thoroughfares of the city, we arrived, to the sound of trumpets and clarions, at the royal church of St. Clara, where your grandfather and my uncle are buried. And there, before the high altar, the Pope's ambassador laid your hand in mine and pronounced a long discourse, and then on our two heads in turn placed the crown of Jerusalem and Sicily, after which the nobles and the people shouted in one voice, 'Long live the King and Queen of Naples.' And I, wishing to perpetuate the memory of so glorious a day, proceeded to create knights among the most zealous in our court." "And do you not remember the names of the chosen persons whom you judged worthy of your royal favors?" "Assuredly, madam, Bertrand, Count of Artois." "Enough, my lord. I excuse you from naming the rest. I always supposed you were loyal and generous, but you give me fresh proof of it by showing favor to men whom I most honor and trust. I cannot tell if your wishes are likely soon to be realized, but in any case feel sure of my perpetual gratitude." Joan's voice did not betray the slightest emotion. Her look had become kind, and the sweetest smile was on her lips. But in her heart, André's death was from that moment decided upon. The prince, too much preoccupied with his own projects of vengeance, and too confident in his all-powerful talisman and his personal valor, had no suspicion that his plans could be anticipated. He conversed a long time with his wife in a chatting, friendly way, trying to spy out her secret, and exposing his own by his interrupted phrases and mysterious reserves. When he fancied that every cloud of former resentment, even the lightest, had disappeared from Joan's brow, he begged her to go with her suite on a magnificent hunting expedition that he was organizing for the 20th of August, adding that such a kindness on her part would be for him a sure pledge of their reconciliation and complete forgetfulness of the past. Joan promised with a charming grace, and the prince retired fully satisfied with the interview, carrying with him the conviction that he had only to threaten to strike a blow at the queen's favorite to ensure her obedience, perhaps even her love. But on the eve of the 20th of August, a strange and terrible scene was being enacted in the basement story of one of the lateral towers of Castel Nuovo. Charles of Durazzo, who had never ceased to brood secretly over his infernal plans, had been informed by the notary whom he had charged to spy upon the conspirators, that on that particular evening they were about to hold a decisive meeting, and therefore, wrapped in a black cloak, he glided into the underground corridor and hid himself behind a pillar, there to await the issue of the conference. After 2 dreadful hours of suspense, every second marked out by the beating of his heart, Charles fancied he heard the sound of a door very carefully opened. The feeble ray of a lantern in the vault scarcely served to dispel the darkness, but a man coming away from the wall approached him walking like a living statue. Charles gave a slight cough, the sign agreed upon. The man put out his light and hid away the dagger he had drawn in case of a surprise. "Is it you, Master Nicholas?" asked the Duke in a low voice. "It is I, my lord." "What is it?" "They have just fixed the prince's death for tomorrow, on his way to the hunt." "Did you recognize every conspirator?" "Everyone, though their faces were masked. When they gave their vote for death, I knew them by their voices." "Could you point out to me who they are?" "Yes, this very minute. They are going to pass along at the end of this corridor. And see, here is Tommaso Pace walking in front of them to light their way." Indeed, a tall spectral figure, black from head to foot, his face carefully hidden under a velvet mask, walked at the end of the corridor, lamp in hand, and stopped at the first step of a staircase which led to the upper floors. The conspirators advanced slowly, 2 by 2, like a procession of ghosts, appeared for one moment in the circle of light made by the torch, and again disappeared into shadow. "There are Charles and Bertrand of Artois," said the notary. "There are the Counts of Terlizzi and Catanzaro, the Grand Admiral and Grand Seneschal, Godfrey of Marsan, Count of Squillace, and Robert of Cabin, Count of Eboli. The 2 women talking in a low voice with the eager gesticulations are Catherine of Tarentum, Empress of Constantinople, and Philippa the Catanese, the Queen's governess and chief lady. There is Dona Cancha, chamberwoman and confidant of Joan, and there is the Countess of Morcone." The notary stopped on beholding a shadow alone, its head bowed, with arms hanging loosely, choking back her sobs beneath a hood of black. "Who is the woman who seems to drag herself so painfully along in their train?" asked the Duke, pressing his companion's arm. "That woman," said the notary, "is the Queen." "Ah, now I see," thought Charles, breathing freely, with the same sort of satisfaction that Satan no doubt feels when a long-coveted soul falls at length into his power. "And now, my lord," continued Master Nicholas, when all had returned once more into silence and darkness, "if you have bidden me spy on these conspirators with a view to saving the young prince you are protecting with love and vigilance, you must hurry forward, for tomorrow maybe it will be too late." "Follow me," cried the Duke imperiously. "It is time you should know my real intention, and then carry out my orders with scrupulous exactness." With these words, he drew him aside to a place opposite to where the conspirators had just disappeared. The notary mechanically followed through a labyrinth of dark corridors and secret staircases, quite at a loss how to account for the sudden change that had come over his master. Crossing one of the antechambers in the castle, they came upon André, who joyfully accosted them. Grasping the hand of his cousin Duras in his affectionate manner, he asked him in a pressing way that would brook no refusal, "Will you be of our hunting party tomorrow, Duke?" "Excuse me, my lord," said Charles, bowing down to the ground. It will be impossible for me to go tomorrow, for my wife is very unwell, but I entreat you to accept the best falcon I have." And here he cast upon the notary a petrifying glance. The morning of the 20th of August was fine and calm, the irony of nature contrasting cruelly with the fate of mankind. From break of day, masters and valets, pages and knights, princes and courtiers, all were on foot. Cries of joy were heard on every side when the queen arrived on a snow-white horse, at the head of the young and brilliant throng. Joan was perhaps paler than usual, but that might be because she had been obliged to rise very early. André, mounted on one of the most fiery of all the steeds he had tamed, galloped beside his wife, noble and proud, happy in his own powers, his youth, and the thousand gilded hopes that a brilliant future seemed to offer. Never had the court of Naples shown so brave an aspect. Every feeling of distrust and hatred seemed entirely forgotten. Friar Robert himself, suspicious as he was by nature, when he saw the joyous cavalcade go by under his window, looked out with pride, and stroking his beard, laughed at his own seriousness. André's intention was to spend several days hunting between Capua and Aversa, and only to return to Naples when all was in readiness for his coronation. Thus, the first day they hunted round about Melido and went through 2 or 3 villages in the land of labor. Towards evening the court stopped at Aversa, with a view to passing the night there, and since at that period there was no castle in the place worthy of entertaining the queen with her husband and numerous court, the convent of St. Peter's at Magella was converted into a royal residence. This convent had been built by Charles Roman II in the year of our Lord. While the Grand Seneschal was giving orders for supper and the preparation of a room for André and his wife, the prince, who during the whole day had abandoned himself entirely to his favorite amusement, went up on the terrace to enjoy the evening air, accompanied by the good Isolde, his beloved nurse, who loved him more even than his mother, and would not leave his side for a moment. Never had the prince appeared so animated and happy. He was in ecstasies over the beauty of the country, the clear air, the scent of the trees around. He besieged his nurse with 1,000 queries, never waiting for an answer, and they were indeed long in coming, for poor Isolde was gazing upon him with that appearance of fascination which makes a mother absent-minded when her child is talking. André was eagerly telling her about a terrible boar he had chased that morning across the woods, how it had lain foaming at his feet, and Isolde interrupted him to say he had a grain of dust in his eye. Then André was full of his plans for the future, and Isolde stroked his fair hair, remarking that he must be feeling very tired. Then, heeding nothing but his own joy and excitement, the young prince hurled defiance at destiny, calling by all his gods on dangers to come forward, so that he might have the chance of quelling them, and the poor nurse exclaimed, in a flood of tears, "My child, you love me no longer." Out of all patience with these constant interruptions, André scolded her kindly enough and mocked at her childish fears. Then, paying no attention to a sort of melancholy that was coming over him, he bade her tell him old tales of his childhood, and had a long talk about his brother Louis, his absent mother, and tears were in his eyes when he recalled her last farewell. Isolde listened joyfully and answered all he asked, but no fell presentiment shook her heart. The poor woman loved André with all the strength of her soul. For him, she would have given up her life in this world and in the world to come, yet she was not his mother. When all was ready, Robert of Cabane came to tell the prince that the queen awaited him. André cast one last look at the smiling fields beneath the starry heavens, pressed his nurse's hand to his lips and to his heart, and followed the Grand Seneschal slowly, and it seemed, with some regret. But soon the brilliant lights of the room, the wine that circulated freely, the gay talk, the eager recitals of that day's exploits served to disperse the cloud of gloom that had for a moment overspread the countenance of the prince. The queen alone, leaning on the table with fixed eyes and lips that never moved, sat at this strange feast pale and cold as a baleful ghost summoned from the tomb to disturb the joy of the party. André, whose brain began to be affected by the draughts of wine from Capri and Syracuse, was annoyed at his wife's look, and attributing it to contempt, filled a goblet to the brim and presented it to the queen. Joan visibly trembled, her lips moved convulsively, but the conspirators drowned in their noisy talk the involuntary groan that escaped her. In the midst of a general uproar, Robert of Cabane proposed that they should serve generous supplies of the same wine drunk at the royal table to the Hungarian guards who were keeping watch at the approaches to the convent, and this liberality evoked frenzied applause. The shouting of the soldiers soon gave witness to their gratitude for the unexpected gift, and mingled with the hilarious toasts of the banqueters. To put the finishing touch to André's excitement, there were cries on every side of "Long live the Queen! Long live His Majesty, the King of Naples!" The orgy lasted far into the night. The pleasures of the next day were discussed with enthusiasm, and Bertrand of Artois protested in a loud voice that if they were so late now some would not rise early on the morrow. André declared that, for his part, an hour or two's rest would be enough to get over his fatigue, and he eagerly protested that it would be well for others to follow his example. The Count of Terlizzi seemed to express some doubt as to the prince's punctuality. André insisted, and challenging all the barons present to see who would be up first, he retired with the queen to the room that had been reserved for them, where he very soon fell into a deep and heavy sleep. About 2 o'clock in the morning, Tommaso Pace, the prince's valet and first usher of the royal apartments, knocked at his master's door to rouse him for the chase. At the first knock, all was silence. At the second, Joan, who had not closed her eyes all night, moved as if to rouse her husband and warn him of the threatened danger. But at the third knock, the unfortunate young man suddenly awoke, and hearing in the next room sounds of laughter and whispering, fancied that they were making a joke of his laziness, and jumped out of bed bareheaded, in nothing but his shirt, his shoes half on and half off. He opened the door, and at this point we translate literally the account of Domenico Gravina, a historian of much esteem. As soon as the prince appeared, the conspirators all at once fell upon him, to strangle him with their hands, believing he could not die by poison or sword, because of the charmed ring given him by his poor mother. But André was so strong and active that when he perceived the infamous treason, he defended himself with more than human strength, and with dreadful cries got free from his murderers, his face all bloody, his fair hair pulled out in handfuls. The unhappy young man tried to gain his own bedroom, so as to get some weapon and valiantly resist the assassins, but as he reached the door, Nicholas of Melazzo, putting his dagger like a bolt into the lock, stopped his entrance. The prince, calling aloud the whole time and imploring the protection of his friends, returned to the hall, but all the doors were shut, and no one held out a helping hand, for the queen was silent, showing no uneasiness about her husband's death. But the nurse Isolde, terrified by the shouting of her beloved son and lord, leapt from her bed and went to the window, filling the house with dreadful cries. The traitors, alarmed by the mighty uproar, although the place was lonely and so far from the center of the town that nobody could have come to see what the noise was, were on the point of letting their victim go, when Bertrand of Artois, who felt he was more guilty than the others, seized the prince with hellish fury round the waist, and after a desperate struggle got him down, then dragging him by the hair of his head to a balcony which gave upon the garden, and pressing one knee upon his chest, cried out to the others, "Come here, barons, I have what we want to strangle him with." And round his neck he passed a long cord of silk and gold, while the wretched man struggled all he could. Bertrand quickly drew up the knot, and the others threw the body over the parapet of the balcony, leaving it hanging between earth and sky until death ensued. When the Count of Terlizzi averted his eyes from the horrid spectacle, Robert of Cabane cried out imperiously, "What are you doing there? The cord is long enough for us all to hold. We want not witnesses, we want accomplices." As soon as the last convulsive movements of the dying man had ceased, they let the corpse drop the whole height of the 3 stories, and opening the doors of the hall, departed as though nothing had happened. Isolde, when at last she contrived to get a light, rapidly ran to the queen's chamber, and finding the door shut on the inside, began to call loudly on her André. There was no answer, though the queen was in the room. The poor nurse, distracted, trembling, desperate, ran down all the corridors, knocked at all the cells, and woke the monks one by one, begging them to help her look for the prince. The monks said that they had indeed heard a noise, but thinking it was a quarrel between soldiers, drunken perhaps, or mutinous, they had not thought it their business to interfere. Isolde eagerly entreated. The alarm spread through the convent. The monks followed the nurse, who went on before with a torch. She entered the garden, saw something white upon the grass, advanced trembling, gave one piercing cry, and fell backward. The wretched André was lying in his blood, a cord round his neck as though he were a thief, his head crushed in by the height from which he fell. Then 2 monks went upstairs to the queen's room, and respectfully knocking at the door, asked in sepulchral tones, "Madam, what would you have us do with your husband's corpse?" And when the queen made no answer, they went down again slowly to the garden, and kneeling one at the head, the other at the foot of the dead man, they began to recite penitential psalms in a low voice. When they had spent an hour in prayer, 2 other monks went up in the same way to Joan's chamber, repeating the same question and getting no answer, whereupon they relieved the first 2 and began themselves to pray. Next a third couple went to the door of this inexorable room, and coming away perturbed by their want of success, perceived that there was a disturbance of people outside the convent, while vengeful cries were heard amongst the indignant crowd. The groups became more and more thronged, threatening voices were raised. A torrent of invaders threatened the royal dwelling, when the queen's guard appeared, lance in readiness, and a litter closely shut, surrounded by the principal barons of the court, passed through the crowd, which stood stupidly gazing. Joan, wrapped in a black veil, went back to Castel Nuovo amid her escort, and nobody, say the historians, had the courage to say a word about this terrible deed. Chapter 5. The terrible part that Charles of Durazzo was to play began as soon as this crime was accomplished. The Duke left the corpse 2 whole days exposed to the wind and the rain, unburied and dishonored, the corpse of a man whom the Pope had made King of Sicily and Jerusalem, so that the indignation of the mob might be increased by the dreadful sight. On the 3rd, he ordered it to be conveyed with the utmost pomp to the Cathedral of Naples, and assembling all the Hungarians around the catafalque, he thus addressed them in a voice of thunder. "Nobles and commoners, behold our king hanged like a dog by infamous traitors. God will soon make known to us the names of all the guilty. Let those who desire that justice may be done hold up their hands and swear against murderers bloody persecution, implacable hatred, everlasting vengeance." It was this one man's cry that brought death and desolation to the murderers' hearts, and the people dispersed about the town, shrieking, "Vengeance, vengeance." Divine justice, which knows not of privilege and respects no crown, struck Joan first of all in her love. When the 2 lovers first met, both were seized alike with terror and disgust. They recoiled trembling, the queen seeing in Bertrand her husband's executioner, and he in her the cause of his crime, possibly of his speedy punishment. Bertrand's looks were disordered, his cheeks hollow, his eyes encircled with black rings, his mouth horribly distorted, his arm and forefinger extended towards his accomplice. He seemed to behold a frightful vision rising before him. The same cord he had used when he strangled André, he now saw round the queen's neck, so tight that it made its way into her flesh. An invisible force, a satanic impulse, urged him to strangle with his own hands the woman he had loved so dearly, had at one time adored on his knees. The Count rushed out of the room with gestures of desperation, muttering incoherent words, and as he showed plain signs of mental aberration, his father, Charles of Artois, took him away, and they went that same evening to their palace of St. Agatha, and there prepared a defense in case they should be attacked. But Joan's punishment, which was destined to be slow as well as dreadful, to last 37 years and end in a ghastly death, was now only beginning. All the wretched beings who were stained with André's death came in turn to her to demand the price of blood. The Catanese and her son, who held in their hands not only the queen's honor but her life, now became doubly greedy and exacting. Dona Cantia no longer put any bridle on her licentiousness, and the Empress of Constantinople ordered her niece to marry her eldest son, Robert, Prince of Tarentum. Joan, consumed by remorse, full of indignation and shame at the arrogant conduct of her subjects, dared scarcely lift her head, and stooped to entreaties, only stipulating for a few days' delay before giving her answer. The Empress consented, on condition that her son should come to reside at Castel Nuovo, with permission to see the Queen once a day. Joan bowed her head in silence, and Robert of Tarentum was installed at the castle. Charles of Durazzo, who by the death of André had practically become the head of the family, and would, by the terms of his grandfather's will, inherit the kingdom by right of his wife Marie in the case of Joan's dying without lawful issue, sent to the queen 2 commands. First, that she should not dream of contracting a new marriage without first consulting him in the choice of a husband. Secondly, that she should invest him at once with the title of Duke of Calabria. To compel his cousin to make these 2 concessions, he added that if she should be so ill-advised as to refuse either of them, he should hand over to justice the proofs of the crime and the names of the murderers. Joan, bending beneath the weight of this new difficulty, could think of no way to avoid it, but Catherine, who alone was stout enough to fight this nephew of hers, insisted that they must strike at the Duke of Durazzo in his ambition and hopes, and tell him, to begin with, what was the fact, that the queen was pregnant. If, in spite of this news, he persisted in his plans, she would find some means or other, she said, of causing trouble and discord in her nephew's family and wounding him in his most intimate affections or closest interests, by publicly dishonoring him through his wife or his mother. Charles smiled coldly when his aunt came to tell him from the queen that she was about to bring into the world an infant, André's posthumous child. What importance could a babe, yet unborn, possibly have? As a fact, it lived only a few months, in the eyes of a man who with such admirable coolness got rid of people who stood in his way, and that, moreover, by the hand of his own enemies. He told the Empress that the happy news she had condescended to bring him in person, far from diminishing his kindness towards his cousin, inspired him rather with more interest and goodwill, that consequently he reiterated his suggestion and renewed his promise not to seek vengeance for his dear André, since in a certain sense the crime was not complete should a child be destined to survive, but in case of a refusal he declared himself inexorable. He cleverly gave Catherine to understand that, as she had some interest herself in the prince's death, she ought for her own sake to persuade the queen to stop legal proceedings. The Empress seemed to be deeply impressed by her nephew's threatening attitude and promised to do her best to persuade the queen to grant all he asked, on condition, however, that Charles should allow the necessary time for carrying through so delicate a business. But Catherine profited by this delay to think out her own plan of revenge and ensure the means of certain success. After starting several projects eagerly and then regretfully abandoning them, she fixed upon an infernal and unheard-of scheme, which the mind would refuse to believe, but for the unanimous testimony of historians. Poor Agnes of Duras, Charles's mother, had for some few days been suffering with an inexplicable weariness, a slow, painful malady with which her son's restlessness and violence may have had not a little to do. The Empress resolved that the first effect of her hatred was to fall upon this unhappy mother. She summoned the Count of Terlizzi and Dona Cancha, his mistress, who by the Queen's orders had been attending Agnes since her illness began. Catherine suggested to the young chamberwoman, who was at that time with child, that she should deceive the doctor by representing that certain signs of her own condition really belonged to the sick woman, so that he, deceived by the false indications, should be compelled to admit to Charles of Durazzo that his mother was guilty and dishonored. The Count of Terlizzi, who ever since he had taken part in the regicide trembled in fear of discovery, had nothing to oppose to the Empress's desire, and Dona Cancha, whose head was as light as her heart was corrupt, seized with a foolish gaiety on any chance of taking her revenge on the prudery of the only princess of the blood who led a pure life, at a court that was renowned for its depravity. Once assured that her accomplices would be prudent and obedient, Catherine began to spread abroad certain vague and dubious but terribly serious rumors, only needing proof, and soon after the cruel accusation was started, it was repeated again and again in confidence, until it reached the ears of Charles. At this amazing revelation, the Duke was seized with a fit of trembling. He sent instantly for the doctor and asked imperiously what was the cause of his mother's malady. The doctor turned pale and stammered, but when Charles grew threatening, he admitted that he had certain grounds for suspecting that the Duchess was enceinte, but as he might easily have been deceived the first time, he would make a second investigation before pronouncing his opinion in so serious a matter. The next day, as the doctor came out of the bedroom, the Duke met him, and interrogating him with an agonized gesture, could only judge by the silence that his fears were too well confirmed. But the doctor, with excessive caution, declared that he would make a third trial. Condemned criminals can suffer no worse than Charles in the long hours that passed before that fatal moment when he learned that his mother was indeed guilty. On the third day, the doctor stated on his soul and conscience that Agnes of Durazzo was pregnant. "Very good," said Charles, dismissing the doctor with no sign of emotion. That evening the Duchess took a medicine ordered by the doctor, and when, half an hour later, she was assailed with violent pains, the Duke was warned that perhaps other physicians ought to be consulted, as the prescription of the ordinary doctor, instead of bringing about an improvement in her state, had only made her worse. Charles slowly went up to the Duchess's room, and sending away all the people who were standing round her bed, on the pretext that they were clumsy and made his mother worse, he shut the door, and they were alone. Then poor Agnes, forgetting her internal agony when she saw her son, pressed his hand tenderly and smiled through her tears. Charles, pale beneath his bronzed complexion, his forehead moist with a cold sweat, and his eyes horribly dilated, bent over the sick woman and asked her gloomily, "Are you a little better, mother?" "I am in pain, in frightful pain, my poor Charles. I feel as though I have molten lead in my veins. Oh, my son, call your brothers, so that I may give you all my blessing for the last time, for I cannot hold out long against this pain. I am burning. Mercy, call a doctor. I know I have been poisoned." Charles did not stir from the bedside. "Water," cried the dying woman in a broken voice. "Water, a doctor, a confessor. My children, I want my children." And as the Duke paid no heed, but stood moodily silent, the poor mother, prostrated by pain, fancied that grief had robbed her son of all power of speech or movement, and so, by a desperate effort, sat up, and seizing him by the arm, cried with all the strength she could muster, "Charles, my son, what is it? My poor boy, courage, it is nothing, I hope, but quick, call for help, call a doctor. Ah, you have no idea of what I suffer." "Your doctor," said Charles slowly and coldly, each word piercing his mother's heart like a dagger, "your doctor cannot come." "Oh, why?" asked Agnes, stupefied. "Because no one ought to live who knows the secret of our shame." "Unhappy man," she cried, overwhelmed with pain and terror, "you have murdered him. Perhaps you have poisoned your mother too. Charles, Charles, have mercy on your own soul." "It is your doing," said Charles, without show of emotion. "You have driven me into crime and despair. You have caused my dishonor in this world and my damnation in the next." "What are you saying? My own Charles, have mercy. Do not let me die in this horrible uncertainty. What fatal delusion is blinding you? Speak, my son, speak. I am not feeling the poison now. What have I done? Of what have I been accused?" She looked with haggard eyes at her son. Her maternal love still struggled against the awful thought of matricide. At last, seeing that Charles remained speechless in spite of her entreaties, she repeated with a piercing cry, "Speak, in God's name, speak before I die." "Mother, you are with child." "What?" cried Agnes, with a loud cry which broke her very heart. "Oh God, forgive him. Charles, your mother forgives and blesses you in death." Charles fell upon her neck, desperately crying for help. He would now have gladly saved her at the cost of his life, but it was too late. He uttered one cry that came from his heart, and was found stretched out upon his mother's corpse. Strange comments were made at the court on the death of the Duchess of Durazzo and her doctor's disappearance, but there was no doubt at all that grief and gloom were furrowing wrinkles on Charles's brow, which was already sad enough. Catherine alone knew the terrible cause of her nephew's depression, for to her it was very plain that the Duke at one blow had killed his mother and her physician, but she had never expected a reaction so sudden and violent in a man who shrank before no crime. She had thought Charles capable of everything except remorse. His gloomy, self-absorbed silence seemed a bad augury for her plans. She had desired to cause trouble for him in his own family, so that he might have no time to oppose the marriage of her son with the Queen. But she had shot beyond her mark, and Charles, started thus on the terrible path of crime, had now broken through the bonds of his holiest affections, and gave himself up to his bad passions with feverish ardor and a savage desire for revenge. Then Catherine had recourse to gentleness and submission. She gave her son to understand that there was only one way of obtaining the Queen's hand, and that was by flattering the ambition of Charles and in some sort submitting himself to his patronage. Robert of Tarentum understood this, and ceased making court to Joan, who received his devotion with cool kindness, and attached himself closely to Charles, paying him much the same sort of respect and deference that he himself had affected for André, when the thought was first in his mind of causing his ruin. But the Duke of Durazzo was by no means deceived as to the devoted friendship shown towards him by the heir of the House of Tarentum, and pretending to be deeply touched by the unexpected change of feeling, he all the time kept a strict guard on Robert's actions. An event outside all human foresight occurred to upset the calculations of the two cousins. One day while they were out together on horseback, as they often were since their pretended reconciliation, Louis of Tarentum, Robert's youngest brother, who had always felt for Joan a chivalrous, innocent love, a love which a young man of 20 is apt to lock up in his heart as a secret treasure. Louis, we say, who had held aloof from the infamous family conspiracy and had not soiled his hands with André's blood, drawn on by an irrepressible passion, all at once appeared at the gates of Castel Nuovo, and while his brother was wasting precious hours in asking for a promise of marriage, had the bridge raised and gave the soldiers strict orders to admit no one. Then, never troubling himself about Charles's anger or Robert's jealousy, he hurried to the Queen's room, and there, says Domenico Gravina, without any preamble, the union was consummated. On returning from his ride, Robert, astonished that the bridge was not at once lowered for him, at first loudly called upon the soldiers on guard at the fortress, threatening severe punishment for their unpardonable negligence. But as the gates did not open and the soldiers made no sign of fear or regret, he fell into a violent fit of rage and swore he would hang the wretches like dogs for hindering his return home. But the Empress of Constantinople, terrified at the bloody quarrel beginning between the two brothers, went alone and on foot to her son, and making use of her maternal authority to beg him to master his feelings. There, in the presence of the crowd that had come up hastily to witness the strange scene, she related in a low voice all that had passed in his absence. A roar as of a wounded tiger escaped from Robert's breast. All but blind with rage, he nearly trampled his mother under the feet of his horse, which seemed to feel his master's anger, and plunging violently, breathed blood from his nostrils. When the prince had poured every possible execration on his brother's head, he turned and galloped away from the accursed castle, flying to the Duke of Durazzo, whom he had only just left, to tell him of this outrage and stir him to revenge. Charles was talking carelessly with his young wife, who was but little used to such tranquil conversation and expansiveness, when the Prince of Tarentum, exhausted, out of breath, bathed in perspiration, came up with his incredible tale. Charles made him say it twice over, so impossible did Louis's audacious enterprise appear to him. Then quickly changing from doubt to fury, he struck his brow with his iron glove, saying that as the Queen defied him, he would make her tremble even in her castle and in her lover's arms. He threw one withering look on Marie, who interceded tearfully for her sister, and pressing Robert's hand with warmth, vowed that so long as he lived Louis should never be Joan's husband. That same evening, he shut himself up in his study and wrote letters whose effect soon appeared. A bull dated June 2, 1346, was addressed to Bertram de Box, Chief Justice of the Kingdom of Sicily and Count of Monte Scaglioso, with orders to make the most strict inquiries concerning André's murderers, whom the Pope likewise laid under his anathema, and to punish them with the utmost rigor of the law. But a secret note was appended to the bull, which was quite at variance with the designs of Charles. The sovereign pontiff expressly bade the Chief Justice not to implicate the Queen in the proceedings or the princes of the blood, so as to avoid worse disturbances, reserving, as supreme head of the Church and lord of the kingdom, the right of judging them later on, as his wisdom might dictate. For this imposing trial Bertram de Box made great preparations. A platform was erected in the great hall of tribunal, and all the officers of the crown and great state dignitaries and all the chief barons had a place behind the enclosure where the magistrates sat. 3 days after Clement VI's bull had been published in the capital, The Chief Justice was ready for a public examination of two accused persons. The two culprits who had first fallen into the hands of justice were, as one may easily suppose, those whose condition was least exalted, whose lives were least valuable, Tommaso Pace and Nicholas of Melazzo. They were led before the tribunal to be first of all tortured, as the custom was. As they approached the judges, the notary passing by Charles in the street had time to say in a low voice, "My lord, the time has come to give my life for you. I will do my duty. I commend my wife and children to you." Encouraged by a nod from his patron, he walked on firmly and deliberately. The Chief Justice, after establishing the identity of the accused, gave them over to the executioner and his men to be tortured in the public square, so that their sufferings might serve as a show and an example to the crowd. But no sooner was Tommaso Pace tied to the rope, when to the great disappointment of all, he declared that he would confess everything, and asked accordingly to be taken back before his judges. At these words, the Count of Terlizzi, who was following every movement of the two men with mortal anxiety, thought it was all over now with him and his accomplices. And so, when Tommaso Pace was turning his steps towards the great hall, led by two guards, his hands tied behind his back, and followed by the notary, he contrived to take him into a secluded house, and squeezing his throat with great force, made him thus put his tongue out, whereupon he cut it off with a sharp razor. The yells of the poor wretch so cruelly mutilated fell on the ears of the Duke of Durazzo. He found his way into the room where the barbarous act had been committed just as the Count of Terlizzi was coming out, and approached the notary, who had been present at the dreadful spectacle and had not given the least sign of fear or emotion. Master Nicholas, thinking the same fate was in store for him, turned calmly to the Duke, saying with a sad smile, "My lord, the precaution is useless. There is no need for you to cut out my tongue, as the noble Count has done to my poor companion. The last scrap of my flesh may be torn off without one word being dragged from my mouth. I have promised, my lord, and you have the life of my wife and the future of my children as guarantee for my word." "I do not ask for silence," said the Duke solemnly. "You can free me from all my enemies at once, and I order you to denounce them at the tribunal." The notary bowed his head with mournful resignation, then raising it in affright, made one step up to the Duke and murmured in a choking voice, "And the Queen? No one would believe you if you ventured to denounce her. But when the Catanese and her son, the Count of Terlizzi and his wife, and her most intimate friends, have been accused by you, when they fail to endure the torture, and when they denounce her unanimously. I see, my lord, you do not only want my life, you would have my soul too. Very well, once more I commend to you my children." With a deep sigh he walked up to the tribunal. The Chief Justice asked Tommaso Pace the usual questions, and a shudder of horror passed through the assembly when they saw the poor wretch in desperation opening his mouth, which streamed with blood. But surprise and terror reached their height when Nicholas of Melazzo slowly and firmly gave a list of Andre's murderers, all except the Queen and the princes of the blood, and went on to give all details of the assassination. Proceedings were at once taken for the arrest of the Grand Seneschal, Robert of Cabane, and the Counts of Terlizzi and Morcone, who were present and had not ventured to make any movement in self-defense. An hour later, Philippa, her two daughters, and Dona Cancha joined them in prison, after vainly imploring the Queen's protection. Charles and Bertrand of Artois, shut up in their fortress of St. Agatha, bade defiance to justice, and several others, among them the Counts of Melito and Catanzaro, escaped by flight. As soon as Master Nicholas said he had nothing further to confess, and that he had spoken the whole truth and nothing but the truth, the Chief Justice pronounced sentence amid a profound silence, and without delay Tommaso Pace and the notary were tied to the tails of two horses, dragged through the chief streets of the town, and hanged in the marketplace. The other prisoners were thrown into a subterranean vault, to be questioned and put to the torture on the following day. In the evening, finding themselves in the same dungeon, they reproached one another, each pretending he had been dragged into the crime by someone else. Then Dona Cancha, whose strange character knew no inconsistencies, even face to face with death and torture, drowned with a great burst of laughter the lamentations of her companions, and joyously exclaimed, Look here, friends, why these bitter recriminations, this ill-mannered raving? We have no excuses to make, and we are all equally guilty. I am the youngest of all and not the ugliest, by your leave, ladies, but if I am condemned, at least I will die cheerfully. For I have never denied myself any pleasure I could get in this world, and I can boast that much will be forgiven me, for I have loved much. Of that you, gentlemen, know something. You bad old man, she continued to the Count of Terlizzi, do you not remember lying by my side in the Queen's antechamber? Come, no blushes before your noble family. Confess, my lord, that I am with child by your excellency, and you know how we managed to make up the story of poor Agnes of Durazzo and her pregnancy. God rest her soul. For my part, I never supposed the joke would take such a serious turn all at once. You know all this and much more. Spare your lamentations, for by my word they are getting very tiresome. Let us prepare to die joyously as we have lived. With these words she yawned slightly, and lying down on the straw, fell into a deep sleep, and dreamed as happy dreams as she had ever dreamed in her life. On the morrow from break of day, there was an immense crowd on the sea front. During the night, an enormous palisade had been put up to keep the people away far enough for them to see the accused without hearing anything. Charles of Durazzo, at the head of a brilliant cortege of knights and pages, mounted on a magnificent horse, all in black, as a sign of mourning, waited near the enclosure. Ferocious joy shone in his eyes as the accused made their way through the crowd, 2 by 2, their wrists tied with ropes, for the Duke every minute expected to hear the Queen's name spoken. But the Chief Justice, a man of experience, had prevented indiscretion of any kind by fixing a hook in the tongue of each one. The poor creatures were tortured on a ship, so that nobody should hear the terrible confessions their sufferings dragged from them. But Joan, in spite of the wrongs that most of the conspirators had done her, felt a renewal of pity for the woman she had once respected as a mother, for her childish companions and her friends, and possibly also some remains of love for Robert of Cabane, and sent 2 messengers to beg Bertram de Box to show mercy to the culprits. But the Chief Justice seized these men and had them tortured, and on their confession that they also were implicated in André's murder, he condemned them to the same punishment as the others. Dona Cancha alone, by reason of her situation, escaped the torture, and her sentence was deferred till the day of her confinement. As this beautiful girl was returning to prison, with many a smile for all the handsomest cavaliers she could see in the crowd, she gave a sign to Charles of Durazzo as she neared him to come forward, and since her tongue had not been pierced, for the same reason, with an iron instrument, she said some words to him a while in a low voice. Charles turned fearfully pale, and putting his hand to his sword, cried, "Wretched woman! You forget, my lord, I am under the protection of the law." "My mother, oh, my poor mother," murmured Charles in a choked voice, and he fell backward. The next morning the people were beforehand with the executioner, loudly demanding their prey. All the national troops and mercenaries that the judicial authorities could command were echeloned in the streets, opposing a sort of dam to the torrent of the raging crowd. The sudden insatiable cruelty that too often degrades human nature had awaked in the populace. All heads were turned with hatred and frenzy, all imaginations inflamed with the passion for revenge. Groups of men and women, roaring like wild beasts, threatened to knock down the walls of the prison if the condemned were not handed over to them to take to the place of punishment. A great murmur arose, continuous, ever the same, like the growling of thunder. The Queen's heart was petrified with terror. But in spite of the desire of Bertram de Box to satisfy the popular wish, the preparations for the solemn execution were not completed till midday, when the sun's rays fell scorchingly upon the town. There went up a mighty cry from 10,000 palpitating breasts, when a report first ran through the crowd that the prisoners were about to appear. There was a moment of silence, and the prison doors rolled slowly back on their hinges with a rusty, grating noise. A triple row of horsemen, with lowered visor and lance in rest, started the procession, and amid yells and curses, the condemned prisoners came out one by one, each tied upon a cart, gagged and naked to the waist, in charge of 2 executioners, whose orders were to torture them the whole length of their way. On the first cart was the former laundress of Catana, afterwards wife of the Grand Seneschal and governess to the Queen, Philippa of Cabane. The two executioners at right and left of her scourged her with such fury that the blood spurting up from the wounds left a long track in all the streets passed by the cortege. Immediately following their mother on separate carts came the Countesses of Terlizzi and Morcone, the elder no more than 18 years of age. The two sisters were so marvelously beautiful that in the crowd a murmur of surprise was heard, and greedy eyes were fixed upon their naked, trembling shoulders. But the men charged to torture them gazed with ferocious smiles upon their forms of seductive beauty, and, armed with sharp knives, cut off pieces of their flesh with a deliberate enjoyment, and threw them out to the crowd, who eagerly struggled to get them, signing to the executioners to show which part of the victims' bodies they preferred. Robert of Cabane, the Grand Seneschal, the Counts of Terlizzi and Morcone, Raymond Pace, brother of the old valet who had been executed the day before, and many more were dragged on similar carts, and both scourged with ropes and slashed with knives. Their flesh was torn out with red-hot pincers and flung upon brazen chafing dishes. No cry of pain was heard from the Grand Seneschal. He never stirred once in his frightful agony, yet the torturers put such fury into their work that the poor wretch was dead before the goal was reached. In the center of the square of St. Eligius, an immense stake was set up. There the prisoners were taken, and what was left of their mutilated bodies was thrown into the flames. The Count of Terlizzi and the Grand Seneschal's widow were still alive, and 2 tears of blood ran down the cheeks of the miserable mother as she saw her son's corpse and the palpitating remains of her 2 daughters cast upon the fire. They, by their stifled cries, showed that they had not ceased to suffer. But suddenly a fearful noise overpowered the groans of the victims. The enclosure was broken and overturned by the mob. Like madmen, they rushed at the burning pile, armed with sabers, axes, and knives, and snatching the bodies dead or alive from the flames, tore them to pieces, carrying off the bones to make whistles or handles for their daggers as a souvenir of this horrible day. Chapter 6. The spectacle of this frightful punishment did not satisfy the revenge of Charles of Durazzo. Seconded by the Chief Justice, he daily brought about fresh executions, till André's death came to be no more than a pretext for the legal murder of all who opposed his projects. But Louis of Tarentum, who had won Joan's heart, and was eagerly trying to get the necessary dispensation for legalizing the marriage, from this time forward took as a personal insult every act of the High Court of Justice which was performed against his will and against the Queen's prerogative. He armed all his adherents, increasing their number by all the adventurers he could get together, and so put on foot a strong enough force to support his own party and resist his cousin. Naples was thus split up into hostile camps, ready to come to blows on the smallest pretext, whose daily skirmishes, moreover, were always followed by some scene of pillage or death. But Louis had need of money both to pay his mercenaries and to hold his own against the Duke of Durazzo and his own brother Robert, and one day he discovered that the Queen's coffers were empty. Joan was wretched and desperate, and her lover, though generous and brave and anxious to reassure her so far as he could, did not very clearly see how to extricate himself from such a difficult situation. But his mother, Catherine, whose ambition was satisfied in seeing one of her sons, no matter which, attain to the throne of Naples, came unexpectedly to their aid, promising solemnly that it would only take her a few days to be able to lay at her niece's feet a treasure richer than anything she had ever dreamed of, queen as she was. The Empress then took half her son's troops, made for St. Agatha, and besieged the fortress where Charles and Bertrand of Artois had taken refuge when they fled from justice. The old count, astonished at the sight of this woman, who had been the very soul of the conspiracy, and not in the least understanding her arrival as an enemy, sent out to ask the intention of this display of military force, to which Catherine replied in words which we translate literally. "My friends, tell Charles, our faithful friend, that we desire to speak with him privately and alone concerning a matter equally interesting to us both, and he is not to be alarmed at our arriving in the guise of an enemy. For this we have done designedly, as we shall explain in the course of our interview. We know he is confined to bed by the gout, and therefore feel no surprise at his not coming out to meet us. Have the goodness to salute him on our part and reassure him, telling him that we desire to come in, if such is his good pleasure, with our intimate counselor, Nicholas Acciajuoli, and 10 soldiers only, to speak with him concerning an important matter that cannot be entrusted to go-betweens. Entirely reassured by these frank, friendly explanations, Charles of Artois sent out his son Bertrand to the Empress to receive her with the respect due to her rank and high position at the court of Naples. Catherine went promptly to the castle with many signs of joy, and inquiring after the Count's health and expressing her affection, as soon as they were alone, she mysteriously lowered her voice and explained that the object of her visit was to consult a man of tried experience on the affairs of Naples, and to beg his active cooperation in the Queen's favor. As, however, she was not pressed for time, she could wait at St. Agatha for the Count's recovery to hear his views and tell him of the march of events since he left the court. She succeeded so well in gaining the old man's confidence and banishing his suspicions that he begged her to honor them with her presence as long as she was able, and little by little received all her men within the walls. This was what Catherine was waiting for. On the very day when her army was installed at St. Agatha, she suddenly entered the Count's room, followed by 4 soldiers, and seizing the old man by the throat, exclaimed wrathfully, "Miserable traitor, you will not escape from our hands before you have received the punishment you deserve. In the meanwhile, show me where your treasure is hidden, if you would not have me throw your body out to feed the crows that are swooping around these dungeons." The Count, half choking, the dagger at his breast, did not even attempt to call for help. He fell on his knees, begging the Empress to save at least the life of his son, who was not yet well from the terrible attack of melancholia that had shaken his reason ever since the catastrophe. Then he painfully dragged himself to the place where he had hidden his treasure, and pointing with his finger, cried, "Take all, take my life, but spare my son." Catherine could not contain herself for joy when she saw spread out at her feet exquisite and incredibly valuable cups, caskets of pearls, diamonds and rubies of marvelous value, coffers full of gold ingots, and all the wonders of Asia that surpassed the wildest imagination. But when the old man, trembling, begged for the liberty of his son as the price of his fortune and his own life, the Empress resumed her cold, pitiless manner and harshly replied, "I have already given orders for your son to be brought here, but prepare for an eternal farewell, for he is to be taken to the fortress of Melfi, and you in all probability will end your days beneath the castle of St. Agatha." The grief of the poor Count at this violent separation was so great that a few days later he was found dead in his dungeon, his lips covered with a bloody froth, his hands gnawed in despair. Bertrand did not long survive him. He actually lost his reason when he heard of his father's death and hanged himself on the prison grating. Thus did the murderers of André destroy one another, like venomous animals shut up in the same cage. Catherine of Tarentum, carrying off the treasure she had so gained, arrived at the court of Naples, proud of her triumph and contemplating vast schemes. But new troubles had come about in her absence. Charles of Durazzo, for the last time desiring the Queen to give him the Duchy of Calabria, a title which had always belonged to the heir presumptive, and angered by her refusal, had written to Louis of Hungary, inviting him to take possession of the kingdom and promising to help in the enterprise with all his own forces, and to give up the principal authors of his brother's death, who till now had escaped justice. The King of Hungary eagerly accepted these offers and got ready an army to avenge André's death and proceed to the conquest of Naples. The tears of his mother Elizabeth and the advice of Friar Robert, the old minister, who had fled to Buda, confirmed him in his projects of vengeance. He had already lodged a bitter complaint at the court of Avignon that, while the inferior assassins had been punished, she who was above all others guilty had been shamefully let off scot-free, and though still stained with her husband's blood, continued to live a life of debauchery and adultery. The Pope replied soothingly that, so far as it depended upon him, he would not be found slow to give satisfaction to a lawful grievance, but the accusation ought to be properly formulated and supported by proof, that no doubt Joan's conduct during and after her husband's death was blamable, but His Majesty must consider that the Church of Rome, which before all things seeks truth and justice, always proceeds with the utmost circumspection, and in so grave a matter more especially must not judge by appearances only. Joan, frightened by the preparations for war, sent ambassadors to the Florentine Republic to assert her innocence of the crime imputed to her by public opinion, and did not hesitate to send excuses even to the Hungarian court. But Andre's brother replied in a letter laconic and threatening. Your former disorderly life, the arrogation to yourself of exclusive power, your neglect to punish your husband's murderers, your marriage to another husband, moreover your own excuses, are all sufficient proofs that you were an accomplice in the murder. Catherine would not be put out of heart by the King of Hungary's threats, and looking at the position of the Queen and her son with a coolness that was never deceived, she was convinced that there was no other means of safety except a reconciliation with Charles, their mortal foe, which could only be brought about by giving him all he wanted. It was one of two things: either he would help them to repulse the King of Hungary, and later on they would pay the cost when the dangers were less pressing, or he would be beaten himself, and thus they would at least have the pleasure of drawing him down with them in their own destruction. The agreement was made in the gardens of Castelnuovo, whither Charles had repaired on the invitation of the Queen and her aunt. To her cousin of Durazzo, Joan accorded the title so much desired of Duke of Calabria, and Charles, feeling that he was hereby made heir to the kingdom, marched at once on Aquila, which town already was flying the Hungarian colors. The wretched man did not foresee that he was going straight to his destruction. When the Empress of Constantinople saw this man, whom she hated above all others, depart in joy, she looked contemptuously upon him, divining by a woman's instinct that mischief would befall him. Then, having no further mischief to do, no further treachery on earth, no further revenge to satisfy, she all at once succumbed to some unknown malady, and died suddenly, without uttering a cry or exciting a single regret. But the King of Hungary, who had crossed Italy with a formidable army, now entered the kingdom from the side of Aquila. On his way, he had everywhere received marks of interest and sympathy, and Alberto and Martino del Toscala, lords of Verona, had given him 300 horse to prove that all their goodwill was with him in his enterprise. The news of the arrival of the Hungarians threw the court into a state of confusion impossible to describe. They had hoped that the king would be stopped by the Pope's legate, who had come to Foligno to forbid him, in the name of the Holy Father, and on pain of excommunication, to proceed any further without his consent. But Louis of Hungary replied to the Pope's legate that once master of Naples, he should consider himself a feudatory of the Church, but till then he had no obligations except to God and his own conscience. Thus the avenging army fell like a thunderbolt upon the heart of the kingdom, before there was any thought of taking serious measures for defense. There was only one plan possible. The Queen assembled the barons who were most strongly attached to her, made them swear homage and fidelity to Louis of Tarentum, whom she presented to them as her husband, and then, leaving with many tears her most faithful subjects, she embarked secretly, in the middle of the night, on a ship of Provence, and made for Marseille. Louis of Tarentum, following the prompting of his adventure-loving character, left Naples at the head of 3,000 horse and a considerable number of foot, and took up his post on the banks of the Volturno, there to contest the enemy's passage. But the King of Hungary foresaw the stratagem, and while his adversary was waiting for him at Capua, he arrived at Beneventum by the mountains of Alife and Morcone, and on the same day received Neapolitan envoys. They, in a magnificent display of eloquence, congratulated him on his entrance, offered the keys of the town, and swore obedience to him as being the legitimate successor of Charles of Anjou. The news of the surrender of Naples soon reached the Queen's camp, and all the princes of the blood and the generals left Louis of Tarentum and took refuge in the capital. Resistance was impossible. Louis, accompanied by his counselor, Nicholas Acciajuoli, went to Naples on the same evening on which his relatives quitted the town to get away from the enemy. Every hope of safety was vanishing as the hours passed by. His brothers and cousins begged him to go at once, so as not to draw down upon the town the king's vengeance, but unluckily there was no ship in the harbor that was ready to set sail. The terror of the princes was at its height, but Louis, trusting in his luck, started with the brave Acciajuoli in an unseaworthy boat, and ordering 4 sailors to row with all their might, in a few minutes disappeared, leaving his family in a great state of anxiety till they learned that he had reached Pisa, whither he had gone to join the Queen in Provence. Charles of Durazzo and Robert of Tarentum, who were the eldest respectively of the 2 branches of the royal family, after hastily consulting, decided to soften the Hungarian monarch's wrath by a complete submission. Leaving their young brothers at Naples, they accordingly set off for Aversa, where the king was. Louis received them with every mark of friendship and asked with much interest why their brothers were not with them. The princes replied that their young brothers had stayed at Naples to prepare a worthy reception for His Majesty. Louis thanked them for their kind intentions, but begged them to invite the young princes now, saying that it would be infinitely more pleasant to enter Naples with all his family, and that he was most anxious to see his cousins. Charles and Robert, to please the king, sent equerries to bid their brothers come to Aversa. But Louis of Durazzo, the eldest of the boys, with many tears begged the others not to obey, and sent a message that he was prevented by a violent headache from leaving Naples. So puerile an excuse could not fail to annoy Charles, and the same day he compelled the unfortunate boys to appear before the king, sending a formal order which admitted of no delay. Louis of Hungary embraced them warmly one after the other, asked them several questions in an affectionate way, kept them to supper, and only let them go quite late at night. When the Duke of Durazzo reached his room, Lello of Aquila and the Count of Fondi slipped mysteriously to the side of his bed, and making sure that no one could hear, told him that the king in a council held that morning had decided to kill him and to imprison the other princes. Charles heard them out, but incredulously. Suspecting treachery, he dryly replied that he had too much confidence in his cousin's loyalty to believe such a black calumny. Lello insisted, begging him in the name of his dearest friends to listen, but the Duke was impatient and harshly ordered him to depart. The next day there was the same kindness on the king's part, the same affection shown to the children, the same invitation to supper. The banquet was magnificent, the room was brilliantly lighted, and the reflections were dazzling. Vessels of gold shone on the table, the intoxicating perfume of flowers filled the air, wine foamed in the goblets and flowed from the flagons in ruby streams. Conversation, excited and discursive, was heard on every side. All faces beamed with joy. Charles of Durazzo sat opposite the king at a separate table among his brothers. Little by little his look grew fixed, his brow pensive. He was fancying that André might have supped in this very hall on the eve of his tragic end, and he thought how all concerned in that death had either died in torment or were now languishing in prison. The queen, an exile and a fugitive, was begging pity from strangers. He alone was free. The thought made him tremble, but admiring his own cleverness in pursuing his infernal schemes and putting away his sad looks, he smiled again with an expression of indefinable pride. The madman at this moment was scoffing at the justice of God, but Lello of Aquila, who was waiting at the table, bent down, whispering gloomily, "Unhappy Duke, why did you refuse to believe me? Fly while there is yet time." Charles, angered by the man's obstinacy, threatened that if he were such a fool as to say any more, he would repeat every word aloud. "I have done my duty," murmured Lello, bowing his head. "Now it must happen as God wills." As he left off speaking, the king rose, and as the Duke went up to take his leave, his face suddenly changed, and he cried in an awful voice, "Traitor, at length you are in my hands, and you shall die as you deserve. But before you are handed over to the executioner, confess with your own lips your deeds of treachery towards our royal majesty. So shall we need no other witness to condemn you to a punishment proportioned to your crimes. Between our two selves, Duke of Durazzo, tell me first why by your infamous maneuvering you aided your uncle, the Cardinal of Perigord, to hinder the coronation of my brother, and so led him on, since he had no royal prerogative of his own, to his miserable end. Oh, make no attempt to deny it. Here is the letter sealed with your seal. In secret you wrote it, but it accuses you in public. Then why, after bringing us hither to avenge our brother's death, of which you beyond all doubt were the cause, why did you suddenly turn to the Queen's party and march against our town of Aquila, daring to raise an army against our faithful subjects. You hoped, traitor, to make use of us as a footstool to mount the throne withal, as soon as you were free from every other rival. Then you would but have awaited our departure to kill the viceroy we should have left in our place, and so seize the kingdom. But this time your foresight has been at fault. There is yet another crime worse than all the rest, a crime of high treason, which I shall remorselessly punish. You carried off the bride that our ancestor King Robert designed for me, as you knew, by his will. Answer, wretch, what excuse can you make for the rape of the Princess Marie? Anger had so changed Louis's voice that the last words sounded like the roar of a wild beast. His eyes glittered with a feverish light, his lips were pale and trembling. Charles and his brothers fell upon their knees, frozen by mortal terror, and the unhappy Duke twice tried to speak, but his teeth were chattering so violently that he could not articulate a single word. At last, casting his eyes about him and seeing his poor brothers, innocent and ruined by his fault, he regained some sort of courage and said, "My lord, you look upon me with a terrible countenance that makes me tremble, but on my knees I entreat you, have mercy on me if I have done wrong, for God is my witness that I did not call you to this kingdom with any criminal intention. I have always desired, and still desire, your supremacy in all the sincerity of my soul. Some treacherous counselors, I am certain, have contrived to draw down your hatred upon me. If it is true, as you say, that I went with an armed force to Aquila, I was compelled by Queen Joan, and I could not do otherwise. But as soon as I heard of your arrival at Fermo, I took my troops away again. I hope for the love of Christ I may obtain your mercy and pardon, by reason of my former services and constant loyalty. But as I see you are now angry with me, I say no more, waiting for your fury to pass over. Once again, my lord, have pity upon us, since we are in the hands of your majesty." The king turned away his head and retired slowly, confiding the prisoners to the care of Stephen Voivoda and the Count of Zornik, who guarded them during the night in a room adjoining the king's chamber. The next day Louis held another meeting of his council and ordered that Charles should have his throat cut on the very spot where poor André had been hanged. He then sent the other princes of the blood, loaded with chains, to Hungary, where they were long kept prisoners. Charles, quite thunderstruck by such an unexpected blow, overwhelmed by the thought of his past crimes, trembled like a coward face to face with death, and seemed completely crushed. Bowed upon his knees, his face half hidden in his hands, from time to time convulsive sobs escaped him, as he tried to fix the thoughts that chased each other through his mind like the shapes of a monstrous dream. Night was in his soul, but every now and then light flashed across the darkness, and over the gloomy background of his despair passed gilded figures fleeing from him with smiles of mockery. In his ears buzzed voices from the other world. He saw a long procession of ghosts, like the conspirators whom Nicholas of Melazzo had pointed out in the vaults of Castel Nuovo. But these phantoms each held his head in his hand, and shaking it by the hair, bespattered him with drops of blood. Some brandished whips, some knives, each threatened Charles with his instrument of torture. Pursued by the nocturnal train, the hapless man opened his mouth for one mighty cry, but his breath was gone, and it died upon his lips. Then he beheld his mother stretching out her arms from afar, and he fancied that if he could but reach her he would be safe. But at each step the path grew more and more narrow, pieces of his flesh were torn off by the approaching walls. At last, breathless, naked, and bleeding, he reached his goal, but his mother glided farther away, and it was all to begin over again. The phantoms pursued him, grinning and screaming in his ears. "Cursed be he who slayeth his mother." Charles was roused from these horrors by the cries of his brothers, who had come to embrace him for the last time before embarking. The Duke, in a low voice, asked their pardon, and then fell back into his state of despair. The children were dragged away, begging to be allowed to share their brother's fate, and crying for death as an alleviation of their woes. At length they were separated, but the sound of their lamentations sounded long in the heart of the condemned man. After a few moments, 2 soldiers and 2 equerries came to tell the Duke that his hour had come. Charles followed them, unresisting, to the fatal balcony where André had been hanged. He was there asked if he desired to confess, and when he said yes, they brought a monk from the same convent where the terrible scene had been enacted. He listened to the confession of all his sins and granted him absolution. The Duke at once rose and walked to the place where André had been thrown down for the cord to be put round his neck, and there, kneeling again, he asked his executioners, "Friends, in pity tell me, is there any hope for my life?" And when they answered no, Charles exclaimed, "Then carry out your instructions." At these words, one of the equerries plunged his sword into his breast, and the other cut his head off with a knife, and his corpse was thrown over the balcony into the garden where André's body had lain for 3 days unburied. Chapter 7. The King of Hungary, his black flag ever borne before him, started for Naples, refusing all offered honors and rejecting the canopy beneath which he was to make his entry, not even stopping to give audience to the chief citizens or to receive the acclamations of the crowd. Armed at all points, he made for Castel Nuovo, leaving behind him dismay and fear. His first act on entering the city was to order Dona Cantia to be burnt, her punishment having been deferred by reason of her pregnancy. Like the others, she was drawn on a cart to the square of St. Eligius and there consigned to the flames. The young creature, whose suffering had not impaired her beauty, was dressed as for a festival, and laughing like a mad thing up to the last moment, mocked at her executioners and threw kisses to the crowd. A few days later, Godfrey of Marsana, Count of Squillace and Grand Admiral of the kingdom, was arrested by the king's orders. His life was promised him on condition of his delivering up Conrad of Catanzaro, one of his relatives, accused of conspiring against André. The Grand Admiral committed this act of shameless treachery and did not shrink from sending his own son to persuade Conrad to come to the town. The poor wretch was given over to the king and tortured alive on a wheel made with sharp knives. The sight of these barbarities, far from calming the king's rage, seemed to inflame it the more. Every day there were new accusations and new sentences. The prisons were crowded. Louis's punishments were redoubled in severity. A fear arose that the town, and indeed the whole kingdom, were to be treated as having taken part in André's death. Murmurs arose against this barbarous rule, and all men's thoughts turned towards their fugitive queen. The Neapolitan barons had taken the oath of fidelity with no willing hearts, and when it came to the turn of the counts of San Severino, they feared a trick of some kind, and refused to appear altogether before the Hungarian, but took refuge in the town of Salerno, and sent Archbishop Roger, their brother. To make sure of the king's intentions beforehand, Louis received him magnificently and appointed him privy councillor and grand proto-notary. Then, and not till then, did Robert of San Severino and Roger, Count of Chiaramont, venture into the king's presence. After doing homage, they retired to their homes. The other barons followed their example of caution, and hiding their discontent under a show of respect, awaited a favorable moment for shaking off the foreign yoke. But the queen had encountered no obstacle in her flight, and arrived at Nice 5 days later. Her passage through Provence was like a triumph. Her beauty, youth, and misfortunes, even certain mysterious reports as to her adventures, all contributed to arouse the interest of the Provençal people. Games and fêtes were improvised to soften the hardship of exile for the proscribed princess, but amid the outbursts of joy from every town, castle, and city, Joan, always sad, lived ever in her silent grief and glowing memories. At the gates of Aix she found the clergy, the nobility, and the chief magistrates, who received her respectfully but with no signs of enthusiasm. As the queen advanced, her astonishment increased as she saw the coldness of the people and the solemn, constrained air of the great men who escorted her. Many anxious thoughts alarmed her, and she even went so far as to fear some intrigue of the King of Hungary. Scarcely had her cortege arrived at Castle Arnaud, when the nobles, dividing into 2 ranks, let the queen pass with her councillor Spinelli and 2 women. Then closing up, they cut her off from the rest of her suite. After this, each in turn took up his station as guardian of the fortress. There was no room for doubt. The queen was a prisoner, but the cause of the maneuver it was impossible to guess. She asked the high dignitaries, and they, protesting respectful devotion, refused to explain till they had news from Avignon. Meanwhile, all honors that a queen could receive were lavished on Joan, but she was kept in sight and forbidden to go out. This new trouble increased her depression. She did not know what had happened to Louis of Tarentum, and her imagination, always apt at creating disasters, instantly suggested that she would soon be weeping for his loss. But Louis, always with his faithful Acciajuoli, had after many fatiguing adventures been shipwrecked at the port of Pisa. Thence he had taken route for Florence to beg men and money, but the Florentines decided to keep an absolute neutrality and refused to receive him. The prince, losing his last hope, was pondering gloomy plans when Nicholas Acciajuoli thus resolutely addressed him. "My lord, it is not given to mankind to enjoy prosperity forever. There are misfortunes beyond all human foresight. You were once rich and powerful, and you are now a fugitive in disguise, begging the help of others. You must reserve your strength for better days. I still have a considerable fortune, and also have relations and friends whose wealth is at my disposal. Let us try to make our way to the Queen, and at once decide what we can do. I myself shall always defend you and obey you as my lord and master." The prince received these generous offers with the utmost gratitude, and told his counselor that he placed his person in his hands and all that remained of his future. Acciajuoli, not content with serving his master as a devoted servant, persuaded his brother Angelo, Archbishop of Florence, who was in great favor at Clement VI's court, to join with them in persuading the Pope to interest himself in the cause of Louis of Tarentum. So, without further delay, the prince, his counselor, and the good prelate made their way to the port of Marseille, but learning that the Queen was a prisoner at Aix, they embarked at Aiguemort and went straight to Avignon. It soon appeared that the Pope had a real affection and esteem for the character of the Archbishop of Florence, for Louis was received with paternal kindness at the court of Avignon, which was far more than he had expected. When he kneeled before the sovereign pontiff, His Holiness bent affectionately towards him and helped him to rise, saluting him by the title of king. 2 days later, another prelate, the Archbishop of Aix, came into the Queen's presence. "Most gracious and dearly beloved sovereign, permit the most humble and devoted of your servants to ask pardon, in the name of your subjects, for the painful but necessary measure they have thought fit to take concerning your majesty. When you arrived on our coast, your loyal town of Aix had learned from a trustworthy source that the King of France was proposing to give our country to one of his own sons, making good this loss to you by the cession of another domain. Also that the Duke of Normandy had come to Avignon to request this exchange in person. We were quite decided, madam, and had made a vow to God that we would give up everything rather than suffer the hateful tyranny of the French. But before spilling blood, we thought it best to secure your august person as a sacred hostage, a sacred ark which no man dared touch, but was smitten to the ground, which indeed must keep away from our walls the scourge of war. We have now read the formal annulment of this hateful plan in a brief sent by the sovereign pontiff from Avignon, and in this brief he himself guarantees your good faith. We give you your full and entire liberty, and henceforth we shall only endeavor to keep you among us by prayers and protestations. Go then, madam, if that is your pleasure, but before you leave these lands, which will be plunged into mourning by your withdrawal, leave with us some hope that you forgive the apparent violence to which we have subjected you, only in the fear that we might lose you. And remember that on the day when you cease to be our queen, you sign the death warrant of all your subjects." Joan reassured the archbishop and the deputation from her good town of Aix with a melancholy smile, and promised that she would always cherish the memory of their affection. For this time she could not be deceived as to the real sentiments of the nobles and people, and a fidelity so uncommon, revealed with sincere tears, touched her heart and made her reflect bitterly upon her past. But a league's distance from Avignon, a magnificent triumphal reception awaited her. Louis of Tarentum and all the cardinals present at the court had come out to meet her. Pages in dazzling dress carried above Joan's head a canopy of scarlet velvet, ornamented with fleur-de-lis in gold and plumes. Handsome youths and lovely girls, their heads crowned with flowers, went before her singing her praise. The streets were bordered with a living hedge of people. The houses were decked out. The bells rang a triple peal, as at the great church festivals. Clement Roman VI first received the Queen at the castle of Avignon with all the pomp he knew so well how to employ on solemn occasions. Then she was lodged in the palace of Cardinal Napoleon of the Orsini, who on his return from the conclave at Perugia had built this regal dwelling at Villeneuve, inhabited later by the popes. No words could give an idea of the strangely disturbed condition of Avignon at this period. Since Clement V had transported the seat of the papacy to Provence, there had sprung up, in this rival to Rome, squares, churches, cardinals' palaces of unparalleled splendor. All the business of nations and kings was transacted at the castle of Avignon. Ambassadors from every court, merchants of every nation, adventurers of all kinds, Italians, Spaniards, Hungarians, Arabs, Jews, soldiers, Bohemians, jesters, poets, monks, courtesans, swarmed and clustered here, and hustled one another in the streets. There was confusion of tongues, customs, and costumes, an inextricable mixture of splendor and rags, riches and misery, debasement and grandeur. The austere poets of the Middle Ages stigmatized the accursed city in their writings under the name of the New Babylon. There is one curious monument of Joan's sojourn at Avignon and the exercise of her authority as sovereign. She was indignant at the effrontery of the women of the town, who elbowed everybody shamelessly in the streets, and published a notable edict, the first of its kind, which has since served as a model in like cases, to compel all unfortunate women who trafficked in their honor to live shut up together in a house that was bound to be open every day in the year except the last 3 days of Holy Week, the entrance to be barred to Jews at all times. An abbess, chosen once a year, had the supreme control over this strange convent. Rules were established for the maintenance of order, and severe penalties inflicted for any infringement of discipline. The lawyers of the period gained a great reputation by this salutary institution. The fair ladies of Avignon were eager in their defense of the queen, in spite of the calumnious reports that strove to tarnish her reputation. With one voice, the wisdom of André's widow was extolled. The concert of praises was disturbed, however, by murmurs from the recluses themselves, who, in their own brutal language, declared that Joan of Naples was impeding their commerce so as to get a monopoly for herself. Meanwhile, Marie of Durazzo had joined her sister. After her husband's death, she had found means to take refuge in the convent of Santa Croce with her 2 little daughters, and while Louis of Hungary was busy burning his victims, the unhappy Marie had contrived to make her escape in the frock of an old monk, and as by a miracle to get on board a ship that was setting sail for Provence. She related to her sister the frightful details of the king's cruelty, and soon a new proof of his implacable hatred confirmed the tales of the poor princess. Louis's ambassadors appeared at the court of Avignon to demand formally the queen's condemnation. It was a great day when Joan of Naples pleaded her own cause before the Pope, in the presence of all the cardinals then at Avignon, all the ambassadors of foreign powers, and all the eminent persons come from every quarter of Europe to be present at this trial. Unique in the annals of history, we must imagine a vast enclosure in whose midst upon a raised throne, as president of the august tribunal, sat God's vicar on earth, absolute and supreme judge, emblem of temporal and spiritual power, of authority human and divine. To right and left of the sovereign pontiff, the cardinals in their red robes sat in chairs set round in a circle, and behind these princes of the sacred college stretched rows of bishops extending to the end of the hall, with vicars, canons, deacons, archdeacons, and the whole immense hierarchy of the church. Facing the pontifical throne was a platform reserved for the Queen of Naples and her suite. At the Pope's feet stood the ambassadors from the King of Hungary, who played the part of accusers without speaking a word, the circumstances of the crime and all the proofs having been discussed beforehand by a committee appointed for the purpose. The rest of the hall was filled by a brilliant crowd of high dignitaries, illustrious captains, and noble envoys, all vying with one another in proud display. Everyone ceased to breathe, all eyes were fixed on the dais, whence Joan was to speak her own defense. A movement of uneasy curiosity made this compact mass of humanity surge towards the center, the cardinals above raised like proud peacocks over a golden harvest field shaken in the breeze. The queen appeared, hand in hand with her uncle, the old Cardinal of Perigord, and her aunt, the Countess Agnes. Her gait was so modest and proud, her countenance so melancholy and pure, her look so open and confident, that even before she spoke every heart was hers. Joan was now 20 years of age. Her magnificent beauty was fully developed, but an extreme pallor concealed the brilliance of her transparent satin skin, and her hollow cheek told the tale of expiation and suffering. Among the spectators who looked on most eagerly, there was a certain young man with strongly marked features, glowing eyes, and brown hair, whom we shall meet again later on in our narrative. But we will not divert our readers' attention, but only tell them that his name was James of Aragon, that he was Prince of Majorca, and would have been ready to shed every drop of his blood only to check one single tear that hung on Joan's eyelids. The Queen spoke in an agitated, trembling voice, stopping from time to dry her moist and shining eyes, or to breathe one of those deep sighs that go straight to the heart. She told the tale of her husband's death painfully and vividly, painted truthfully the mad terror that had seized upon her and struck her down at that frightful time, raised her hands to her brow with the gesture of despair, as though she would wrest the madness from her brain, and a shudder of pity and awe passed through the assembled crowd. It is a fact that at this moment, if her words were false, her anguish was both sincere and terrible. An angel soiled by crime, she lied like Satan himself, but like him too, she suffered all the agony of remorse and pride. Thus, when at the end of her speech she burst into tears and implored help and protection against the usurper of her kingdom, a cry of general assent drowned her closing words. Several hands flew to their sword hilts, and the Hungarian ambassadors retired, covered with shame and confusion. That same evening, the sentence, to the great joy of all, was proclaimed, that Joan was innocent and acquitted of all concern in the assassination of her husband. But as her conduct after the event and the indifference she had shown about pursuing the authors of the crime admitted of no valid excuse, the Pope declared that there were plain traces of magic, and that the wrongdoing attributed to Joan was the result of some baneful charm cast upon her, which she could by no possible means resist. At the same time, His Holiness confirmed her marriage with Louis of Tarentum and bestowed on him the Order of the Rose of Gold and the title of King of Sicily and Jerusalem. Joan, it is true, had on the eve of her acquittal sold the town of Avignon to the Pope for the sum of 80,000 florins. While the Queen was pleading her cause at the court of Clement Roman VI, a dreadful epidemic, called the Black Plague, the same that Boccaccio has described so wonderfully, was ravaging the kingdom of Naples and indeed the whole of Italy. According to the calculation of Matteo Villani, Florence lost 3/5 of her population, Bologna 2/3, and nearly all Europe was reduced in some such frightful proportion. The Neapolitans were already weary of the cruelties and greed of the Hungarians. They were only awaiting some opportunity to revolt against the strangers' oppression and to recall their lawful sovereign, whom, for all her ill deeds, they had never ceased to love. The attraction of youth and beauty was deeply felt by this pleasure-loving people. Scarcely had the pestilence thrown confusion into the army and town, when loud cursing arose against the tyrant and his executioners. Louis of Hungary, suddenly threatened by the wrath of heaven and the people's vengeance, was terrified both by the plague and by the riots, and disappeared in the middle of the night. Leaving the government of Naples in the hands of Conrad Lupo, one of his captains, he embarked hastily at Burletta and left the kingdom in very much the same way as Louis of Tarentum, fleeing from him, had left it a few months before. This news arrived at Avignon just when the Pope was about to send the Queen his bull of absolution. It was at once decided to take away the kingdom from Louis's viceroy. Nicholas Acciajuoli left for Naples with the marvelous bull that was to prove to all men the innocence of the Queen, to banish all scruples and stir up a new enthusiasm. The councillor first went to the castle of Melzi, commanded by his son Lorenzo. This was the only fortress that had always held out. The father and son embraced with the honorable pride that near relatives may justly feel when they meet after they have united in the performance of a heroic duty. From the governor of Melzi, Louis of Tarentum's councillor learned that all men were wearied of the arrogance and vexatious conduct of the Queen's enemies, and that a conspiracy was in train, started in the University of Naples, but with vast ramifications all over the kingdom, and moreover that there was dissension in the enemy's army. The indefatigable councillor went from Apulia to Naples, traversing towns and villages, collecting men everywhere, proclaiming loudly the acquittal of the Queen and her marriage with Louis of Tarentum, also that the Pope was offering indulgences to such as would receive with joy their lawful sovereigns. Then, seeing that the people shouted as he went by, "Long live Joan, death to the Hungarians." He returned and told his sovereigns in what frame of mind he had left their subjects. Joan borrowed money wherever she could, armed galleys, and left Marseille with her husband, her sister, and two faithful advisers, Acciajuoli and Spinelli, on the 10th of September 1348. The king and queen, not being able to enter at the harbor, which was in the enemy's power, disembarked at Santa Maria del Carmine, near the river Sebedo, amid the frenzied applause of an immense crowd, and accompanied by all the Neapolitan nobles. They made their way to the palace of Messer Adjutorio, near Porta Capuana, the Hungarians having fortified themselves in all the castles. But Acciajuoli, at the head of the queen's partisans, blockaded the fortresses so ably that half of the enemy were obliged to surrender, and the other half took to flight and were scattered about the interior of the kingdom. We shall now follow Louis of Tarentum in his arduous adventures in Apulia, the Calabrias, and the Abruzzi, where he recovered one by one the fortresses that the Hungarians had taken. By dint of unexampled valor and patience, he at last mastered nearly all the more considerable places, when suddenly everything changed, and fortune turned her back upon him for the second time. A German captain called Warner, who had deserted the Hungarian army to sell himself to the queen, had again played the traitor and sold himself once more, allowed himself to be surprised at Corneto by Conrad Lupo, the King of Hungary's vicar-general, and openly joined him, taking along with him a great party of the adventurers who fought under his orders. This unexpected defection forced Louis of Tarentum to retire to Naples. The King of Hungary, soon learning that the troops had rallied round his banner, and only awaited his return to march upon the capital, disembarked with a strong reinforcement of cavalry at the port of Manfredonia, and taking Trani, Canossa, and Salerno, went forward to lay siege to Aversa. The news fell like a thunderclap on Joan and her husband. The Hungarian army consisted of 10,000 horse and more than 7,000 infantry, and Aversa had only 500 soldiers under Giacomo Pignatelli. In spite of the immense disproportion of the numbers, the Neapolitan general vigorously repelled the attack, and the King of Hungary, fighting in the front, was wounded in his foot by an arrow. Then Louis, seeing that it would be difficult to take the place by storm, determined to starve them out. For 3 months, the besieged performed prodigies of valor, and further assistance was impossible. Their capitulation was expected at any moment, unless indeed they decided to perish every man. Renaud des Baux, who was to come from Marseille with a squadron of 10 ships to defend the ports of the capital and secure the Queen's flight, should the Hungarian army get possession of Naples, had been delayed by adverse winds and obliged to stop on the way. All things seemed to conspire in favor of the enemy. Louis of Tarentum, whose generous soul refused to shed the blood of his brave men in an unequal and desperate struggle, nobly sacrificed himself and made an offer to the King of Hungary to settle their quarrel in single combat. We append the authentic letters that passed between Joan's husband and André's brother. Illustrious King of Hungary, who has come to invade our kingdom, we, by the grace of God, King of Jerusalem and Sicily, invite you to single combat. We know that you are in no wise disturbed by the death of your lancers or the other pagans in your suite, no more indeed than if they were dogs. But we, fearing harm to our own soldiers and men-at-arms, desire to fight with you personally, to put an end to the present war and restore peace to our kingdom. He who survives shall be king, and therefore, to ensure that this duel shall take place, we definitely propose as a site either Paris, in the presence of the King of France, or one of the towns of Perugia, Avignon, or Naples. Choose one of these 4 places and send us your reply. The King of Hungary first consulted with his council, and then replied, "Great King, we have read and considered your letter sent to us by the bearer of these presents, and by your invitation to a duel we are most supremely pleased, but we do not approve of any of the places you propose, since they are all suspect, and for several reasons. The King of France is your maternal grandfather, and although we are also connected by blood with him, the relationship is not so near. The town of Avignon, although nominally belonging to the sovereign pontiff, is the capital of Provence, and has always been subject to your rule. Neither have we any more confidence in Perugia, for that town is devoted to your cause. As to the city of Naples, there is no need to say that we refuse that rendezvous, since it is in revolt against us, and you are there as king. But if you wish to fight with us, let it be in the presence of the Emperor of Germany, who is Lord Supreme, or the King of England, who is our common friend, or the Patriarch of Aquileia, a good Catholic. If you do not approve of any of the places we propose, we shall soon be near you with our army, and so remove all difficulties and delays. Then you can come forth, and our duel can take place in the presence of both armies. After the interchange of these two letters, Louis of Tarentum proposed nothing further. The garrison at Aversa had capitulated after a heroic resistance, and it was known only too well that if the King of Hungary could get so far as the walls of Naples, he would not have to endanger his life in order to seize that city. Happily, the Provencal galleys had reached port at last. The king and the queen had only just time to embark and take refuge at Gaeta. The Hungarian army arrived at Naples. The town was on the point of yielding and had sent messengers to the king humbly demanding peace. But the speeches of the Hungarians showed such insolence that the people, irritated past endurance, took up arms and resolved to defend their household gods with all the energy of despair. Chapter 8. While the Neapolitans were holding out against their enemy at the Porta Capuana, a strange scene was being enacted at the other side of the town, a scene that shows us in lively colors the violence and treachery of this barbarous age. The widow of Charles of Durazzo was shut up in the castle of Ovo, and awaiting in feverish anxiety the arrival of the ship that was to take her to the queen. The poor Princess Marie, pressing her weeping children to her heart, pale, with disheveled locks, fixed eyes, and drawn lips, was listening for every sound, distracted between hope and fear. Suddenly steps resounded along the corridor. A friendly voice was heard. Marie fell upon her knees with a cry of joy. Her liberator had come. Renaud des Baux, admiral of the Provencal squadron, respectfully advanced, followed by his eldest son Robert and his chaplain. "God, I thank thee," exclaimed Marie, rising to her feet. "We are saved." "One moment, madam," said Renaud, stopping her. "You are indeed saved, but upon one condition." "A condition?" murmured the princess in surprise. "Listen, madam. The King of Hungary, the avenger of André's murderers, the slayer of your husband, is at the gates of Naples. The people and soldiers will succumb as soon as their last gallant effort is spent. The army of the conqueror is about to spread desolation and death throughout the city by fire and the sword. This time the Hungarian butcher will spare no victims. He will kill the mother before her children's eyes, the children in their mother's arms. The drawbridge of this castle is up, and there are none on guard. Every man who can wield a sword is now at the other end of the town. Woe to you, Marie of Durazzo, if the King of Hungary shall remember that you preferred his rival to him." "But have you not come here to save me?" cried Marie in a voice of anguish. "Joan, my sister, did she not command you to take me to her?" "Your sister is no longer in the position to give orders," replied Renaud with a disdainful smile. "She had nothing for me but thanks because I saved her life, and her husband's too, when he fled like a coward before the man whom he had dared to challenge to a duel." Marie looked fixedly at the admiral to assure herself that it was really he who thus arrogantly talked about his masters. But she was terrified at his imperturbable expression and said gently, "As I owe my life and my children's lives solely to your generosity, I am grateful to you beyond all measure. But we must hurry, my lord. Every moment I fancy I hear cries of vengeance, and you would not leave me now a prey to my brutal enemy." "God forbid, madam, I will save you at the risk of my life, but I have said already I impose a condition." "What is it?" said Marie with forced calm. "That you marry my son on the instant, in the presence of our reverend chaplain." "Rash man," cried Marie, recoiling, her face scarlet with indignation and shame. "You dare to speak thus to the sister of your legitimate sovereign? Give thanks to God that I will pardon an insult offered, as I know, in a moment of madness. Try by your devotion to make me forget what you have said." The count, without one word, signed to his son and a priest to follow, and prepared to depart. As he crossed the threshold, Marie ran to him and, clasping her hands, prayed him in God's name never to forsake her. Renaud stopped. "I might easily take my revenge," he said, "for your affront when you refuse my son in your pride. But that business I leave to Louis of Hungary, who will acquit himself, no doubt, with credit." "Have mercy on my poor daughters," cried the princess. "Mercy at least for my poor babes, if my own tears cannot move you." "If you loved your children," said the admiral, frowning, "you would have done your duty at once." "But I do not love your son," cried Marie, proud but trembling. "O God, must a wretched woman's heart be thus trampled? You, father, a minister of truth and justice, tell this man that God must not be called on to witness an oath dragged from the weak and helpless." She turned to the admiral's son and added, sobbing, "You are young, perhaps you have loved. One day no doubt you will love. I appeal to your loyalty as a young man, to your courtesy as a knight, to all your noblest impulses. Join me and turn your father away from his fatal project. You have never seen me before. You do not know but that in my secret heart I love another. Your pride should be revolted at the sight of an unhappy woman casting herself at your feet and imploring your favor and protection. One word from you, Robert, and I shall bless you every moment of my life. The memory of you will be graven in my heart like the memory of a guardian angel, and my children shall name you nightly in their prayers, asking God to grant your wishes. Oh, say, will you not save me? Who knows, later on I may love you with real love." "I must obey my father," Robert replied, never lifting his eyes to the lovely suppliant. The priest was silent. 2 minutes passed, and these four persons, each absorbed in his own thoughts, stood motionless as statues carved at the four corners of a tomb. Marie was thrice tempted to throw herself into the sea, but a confused, distant sound suddenly struck upon her ears. Little by little it drew nearer, voices were more distinctly heard, women in the street were uttering cries of distress. "Fly, fly, God has forsaken us, the Hungarians are in the town." The tears of Marie's children were the answer to these cries, and little Margaret, raising her hands to her mother, expressed her fear in speech that was far beyond her years. Renaud, without one look at this touching picture, drew his son towards the door. "Stay," said the princess, extending her hand with a solemn gesture. "As God sends no other aid to my children, it is His will that the sacrifice be accomplished." She fell on her knees before the priest, bending her head like a victim who offers her neck to the executioner. Robert des Baux took his place beside her, and the priest pronounced the formula that united them forever, consecrating the infamous deed by a sacrilegious blessing. "All is over," murmured Marie of Durazzo, looking tearfully on her little daughters. "No, all is not yet over," said the admiral harshly, pushing her towards another room. "Before we leave, the marriage must be consummated." "Oh, just God!" cried the princess, in a voice torn with anguish, and she fell swooning to the floor. Renaud des Baux directed his ships towards Marseille, where he hoped to get his son crowned Count of Provence, thanks to his strange marriage with Marie of Durazzo. But this cowardly act of treason was not to go unpunished. The wind rose with fury and drove him towards Gaeta, where the queen and her husband had just arrived. Renaud bade his sailors keep in the open, threatening to throw any man into the sea who dared to disobey him. The crew at first murmured, soon cries of mutiny rose on every side. The admiral, seeing he was lost, passed from threats to prayers. But the princess, who had recovered her senses at the first thunderclap, dragged herself up to the bridge and screamed for help. "Come to me, Louis, come, my barons, death to the cowardly wretches who have outraged my honor." Louis of Tarentum jumped into a boat, followed by some 10 of his bravest men, and rowing rapidly, reached the ship. Then Marie told him her story in a word, and he turned upon the admiral a lightning glance, as though defying him to make any defense. "Wretch," cried the king, transfixing the traitor with his sword. Then he had the son loaded with chains, and also the unworthy priest who had served as accomplice to the admiral, who now expiated his odious crime by death. He took the princess and her children in his boat and re-entered the harbor. The Hungarians, however, forcing one of the gates of Naples, marched triumphant to Castel Nuovo. But as they were crossing the Piazza del Correggi, the Neapolitans perceived that the horses were so weak, and the men so reduced by all they had undergone during the siege of Aversa, that a mere puff of wind would dispense this phantom-like army. Changing from a state of panic to real daring, the people rushed upon their conquerors and drove them outside the walls by which they had just entered. The sudden violent reaction broke the pride of the King of Hungary and made him more tractable when Clement Roman VI decided that he ought at last to interfere. A truce was concluded first from the month of February 1350 to the beginning of April, and the next year this was converted into a real peace, Joan paying to the King of Hungary the sum of 300,000 florins for the expenses of the war. After the Hungarians had gone, the Pope sent a legate to crown Joan and Louis of Tarentum, and the 25th of May, the day of Pentecost, was chosen for the ceremony. All contemporary historians speak enthusiastically of this magnificent fete. Its details have been immortalized by Giotto in the frescoes of the church, which from this day bore the name of 50 Incoronata. A general amnesty was declared for all who had taken part in the late wars on either side, and the king and queen were greeted with shouts of joy as they solemnly paraded beneath the canopy, with all the barons of the kingdom in their train. But the day's joy was impaired by an accident which, to a superstitious people, seemed of evil augury. Louis of Tarentum, riding a richly caparisoned horse, had just passed the Porta Petruccia, when some ladies looking out from a high window threw such a quantity of flowers at the king that his frightened steed reared and broke his rein. Louis could not hold him, so jumped lightly to the ground, but the crown fell at his feet and was broken into 3 pieces. On that very day, the only daughter of Joan and Louis died. But the king, not wishing to sadden the brilliant ceremony with show of mourning, kept up the jousts and tournaments for 3 days, and in memory of his coronation instituted the order of Chevaliers du Noaud. But from that day begun with an omen so sad, his life was nothing but a series of disillusions. After sustaining wars in Sicily and Apulia, and quelling the insurrection of Louis of Durazzo, who ended his days in the castle of Ovo, Louis of Tarentum, worn out by a life of pleasure, his health undermined by slow disease, overwhelmed with domestic trouble, succumbed to an acute fever on the 5th of June 1362, at the age of 42. His body had not been laid in its royal tomb at St. Domenico before several aspirants appeared to the hand of the queen. One was the Prince of Majorca, the handsome youth we have already spoken of. He bore her off triumphant over all rivals, including the son of the King of France. James of Aragon had one of those faces of melancholy sweetness which no woman can resist. Great troubles nobly borne had thrown, as it were, a funereal veil over his youthful days. More than 13 years he had spent shut in an iron cage. When by the aid of a false key he had escaped from his dreadful prison, he wandered from one court to another seeking aid. It is even said that he was reduced to the lowest degree of poverty and forced to beg his bread. The young stranger's beauty and his adventures combined had impressed both Joan and Marie at the court of Avignon. Marie especially had conceived a violent passion for him, all the more so for the efforts she made to conceal it in her own bosom. Ever since James of Aragon came to Naples, the unhappy princess, married with a dagger at her throat, had desired to purchase her liberty at the expense of crime. Followed by 4 armed men, she entered the prison where Robert des Baux was still suffering for a fault more his father's than his own. Marie stood before the prisoner, her arms crossed, her cheeks livid, her lips trembling. It was a terrible interview. This time it was she who threatened, the man who entreated pardon. Marie was deaf to his prayers, and the head of the luckless man fell bleeding at her feet, and her men threw the body into the sea. But God never allows a murder to go unpunished. James preferred the queen to her sister, and the widow of Charles of Durazzo gained nothing by her crime but the contempt of the man she loved, and a bitter remorse which brought her, while yet young, to the tomb. Joan was married in turn to James of Aragon, son of the King of Majorca, and to Otho of Brunswick, of the imperial family of Saxony. We will pass rapidly over these years and come to the denouement of this history of crime and expiation. James, parted from his wife, continued his stormy career after a long contest in Spain with Peter the Cruel, who had usurped his kingdom. About the end of the year 1375, he he died near Navarre. Otho also could not escape the divine vengeance which hung over the court of Naples, but to the end he valiantly shared the queen's fortunes. Joan, since she had no lawful heir, adopted her nephew, Charles de la Paix, so called after the Peace of Trevisa. He was the son of Louis Duras, who after rebelling against Louis of Tarentum had died miserably in the castle of Ovo. The child would have shared his father's fate had not Joan interceded to spare his life, loaded him with kindness, and married him to Margaret, the daughter of her sister Marie and her cousin Charles, who was put to death by the King of Hungary. Serious differences arose between the queen and one of her former subjects, Bartolomeo Prigiani, who had become pope under the name of Urban Roman VI. Annoyed by the queen's opposition, the pope one day angrily said he would shut her up in a convent. Joan, to avenge the insult, openly favored Clement Roman VII, the anti-pope, and offered him a home in her own castle. When pursued by Pope Urban's army, he had taken refuge at Fondi. But the people rebelled against Clement and killed the Archbishop of Naples, who had helped to elect him. They broke the cross that was carried in procession before the anti-pope and hardly allowed him time to make his escape on shipboard to Provence. Urban declared that Joan was now dethroned and released her subjects from their oath of fidelity to her, bestowing the crown of Sicily and Jerusalem upon Charles de la Paix, who marched on Naples with 8,000 Hungarians. Joan, who could not believe in such base ingratitude, sent out his wife Margaret to meet her adopted son, though she might have kept her as a hostage, and his two children, Ladislaus and Joan, who became later the second queen of that name. But the victorious army soon arrived at the gates of Naples, and Charles blockaded the queen in her castle, forgetting in his ingratitude that she had saved his life and loved him like a mother. Joan, during the siege, endured all the worst fatigues of war that any soldier has to bear. She saw her faithful friends fall around her wasted by hunger or decimated by sickness. When all food was exhausted, dead and decomposed bodies were thrown into the castle that they might pollute the air she breathed. Otho with his troops was kept at Aversa. Louis of Anjou, the brother of the King of France whom she had named as her successor when she disinherited her nephew, never appeared to help her, and the provincial ships from Clement Roman VII were not due to arrive until all hope must be over. Joan asked for a truce of 5 days, promising that, if Otho had not come to relieve her in that time, she would surrender the fortress. On the 5th day, Otho's army appeared on the side of Piedigrotta. The fight was sharp on both sides, and Joan from the top of a tower could follow with her eyes the cloud of dust raised by her husband's horse in the thickest of the battle. The victory was long uncertain. At length the prince made so bold an onset upon the royal standard, in his eagerness to meet his enemy hand to hand, that he plunged into the very middle of the army and found himself pressed on every side. Covered with blood and sweat, his sword broken in his hand, he was forced to surrender. An hour later Charles was writing to his uncle, the King of Hungary, that Joan had fallen into his power, and he only awaited His Majesty's orders to decide her fate. It was a fine May morning. The Queen was under guard in the castle of Aversa. Otho had obtained his liberty on condition of his quitting Naples, and Louis of Anjou had at last got together an army of 50,000 men and was marching in hot haste to the conquest of the kingdom. None of this news had reached the ears of Joan, who for some days had lived in complete isolation. The spring lavished all her glory on these enchanted plains, which have earned the name of the blessed and happy country, Campagna Felite. The orange trees were covered with sweet white blossoms, the cherries laden with ruby fruit, the olives with young emerald leaves, the pomegranate feathery with red bells, the wild mulberry, the evergreen laurel, all the strong budding vegetation, needing no help from man to flourish in this spot privileged by nature, made one great garden, here and there interrupted by little hidden runlets. It was a forgotten Eden in this corner of the world. Joan at her window was breathing in the perfumes of spring, and her eyes misty with tears rested on a bed of flowery verdure. A light breeze, keen and balmy, blew upon her burning brow and offered a grateful coolness to her damp and fevered cheeks. Distant melodious voices, refrains of well-known songs, were all that disturbed the silence of the poor little room, the solitary nest where a life was passing away in tears and repentance, a life the most brilliant and eventful of a century of splendor and unrest. The queen was slowly reviewing in her mind all her life since she ceased to be a child, 50 years of disillusionment and suffering. She thought first of her happy, peaceful childhood, her grandfather's blind affection, the pure joys of her days of innocence, the exciting games with her little sister and tall cousins. Then she shuddered at the earliest thought of marriage, the constraint, the loss of liberty, the bitter regrets. She remembered with horror the deceitful words murmured in her ear, designed to sow the seeds of corruption and vice that were to poison her whole life. Then came the burning memories of her first love, the treachery and desertion of Robert of Cabin, the moments of madness passed like a dream in the arms of Bertrand of Artois. The whole drama up to its tragic denouement showed as in letters of fire on the dark background of her somber thoughts. Then arose cries of anguish in her soul, even as on that terrible fatal night she heard the voice of André asking mercy from his murderers. A long deadly silence followed his awful struggle, and the queen saw before her eyes the carts of infamy and the torture of her accomplices. All the rest of this vision was persecution, flight, exile, remorse, punishments from God and curses from the world. Around her was a frightful solitude. Husbands, lovers, kindred, friends, all were dead. All she had loved or hated in the world were now no more. Her joy, pain, desire, and hope had vanished forever. The poor queen, unable to free herself from these visions of woe, violently tore herself away from the awful reverie and, kneeling at a prie-dieu, prayed with fervor. She was still beautiful, in spite of her extreme pallor. The noble lines of her face kept their pure oval. The fire of repentance in her great black eyes lit them up with superhuman brilliance, and the hope of pardon played in a heavenly smile upon her lips. Suddenly the door of the room where Joan was so earnestly praying opened with a dull sound. 2 Hungarian barons in armor entered and signed to the queen to follow them. Joan arose silently and obeyed, but a cry of pain went up from her heart when she recognized the place where both André and Charles of Durazzo had died a violent death. But she collected her forces and asked calmly why she was brought hither. For all answer, one of the men showed her a cord of silk and gold. "May the will of a just God be done," cried Joan, and fell upon her knees. Some minutes later she had ceased to suffer. This was the 3rd corpse that was thrown over the balcony at Aversa. The Man in the Iron Mask. This is the essay entitled The Man in the Iron Mask, not the novel. The Man in the Iron Mask, Dumas, 280-2759. For nearly 100 years, this curious problem has exercised the imagination of writers of fiction and of drama and the patience of the learned in history. No subject is more obscure and elusive, and none more attractive to the general mind. It is a legend to the meaning of which none can find the key, and yet in which everyone believes. Involuntarily, we feel pity at the thought of that long captivity surrounded by so many extraordinary precautions, and when we dwell on the mystery which enveloped the captive, that pity is not only deepened, but a kind of terror takes possession of us. It is very likely that if the name of the hero of this gloomy tale had been known at the time, he would now be forgotten. To give him a name would be to relegate him at once to the ranks of those commonplace offenders who quickly exhaust our interest and our tears. But this being, cut off from the world without leaving any discoverable trace, and whose disappearance apparently caused no void, this captive, distinguished among captives by the unexampled nature of his punishment, a prison within a prison, as if the walls of a mere cell were not narrow enough, has come to typify for us the sum of all the human misery and suffering ever inflicted by unjust tyranny. Who was the man in the mask? Was he wrapped away into this silent seclusion from the luxury of a court, from the intrigues of diplomacy, from the scaffold of a traitor, from the clash of battle? What did he leave behind? Love, glory, or a throne? What did he regret when hope had fled? Did he pour forth imprecations and curses on his tortures and blaspheme against high heaven, or did he with a sigh possess his soul in patience? The blows of fortune are differently received according to the different characters of those on whom they fall, and each one of us who in imagination threads the subterranean passages leading to the cells of Pignerol and Exils, and incarcerates himself in the Isles Sainte Marguerite and in the Bastille, the successive scenes of that long-protracted agony will give the prisoner a form shaped by his own fancy, and a grief proportioned to his own power of suffering. How we long to pierce the thoughts and feel the heartbeats and watch the trickling tears behind that machine-like exterior, that impossible mask. Our imagination is powerfully excited by the dumbness of that fate borne by one whose words never reached the outward air, whose thoughts could never be read on the hidden features, by the isolation of 40 years secured by twofold barriers of stone and iron, and she clothes the object of her contemplation in majestic splendor, connects the mystery which enveloped his existence with mighty interests, and persists in regarding the prisoner as sacrificed for the preservation of some dynastic secret involving the peace of the world and the stability of a throne. And when we calmly reflect on the whole case, do we feel that our first impulsively adopted opinion was wrong? Do we regard our belief as a poetical illusion? I do not think so. On the contrary, it seems to me that our good sense approves our fancy's flight. For what can be more natural than the conviction that the secret of the name, age, and features of the captive, which was so perseveringly kept through long years at the cost of so much care, was of vital importance to the government? No ordinary human passion, such as anger, hate, or vengeance, has so dogged and enduring a character. We feel that the measures taken were not the expression of a love of cruelty, for even supposing that Louis Roman XIV were the most cruel of princes, would he not have chosen one of the 1,000 methods of torture ready to his hand before inventing a new and strange one? Moreover, why did he voluntarily burden himself with the obligation of surrounding a prisoner with such numberless precautions and such sleepless vigilance? Must he not have feared that in spite of it all the walls behind which he concealed the dread mystery would one day let in the light? Was it not through his entire reign a source of unceasing anxiety? And yet he respected the life of the captive whom it was so difficult to hide, and the discovery of whose identity would have been so dangerous. It would have been so easy to bury the secret in an obscure grave, and yet the order was never given. Was this an expression of hate, anger, or any other passion? Certainly not. The conclusion we must come to in regard to the conduct of the king is that all the measures he took against the prisoner were dictated by purely political motives, that his conscience, while allowing him to do everything necessary to guard the secret, did not permit him to take the further step of putting an end to the days of an unfortunate man, who in all probability was guilty of no crime. Courtiers are seldom obsequious to the enemies of their master, so that we may regard the respect and consideration shown to the man in the mask by the governor Saint-Mars and the minister Louvois as a testimony not only to his high rank, but also to his innocence. For my part, I make no pretensions to the erudition of the bookworm, and I cannot read the history of the man in the iron mask without feeling my blood boil at the abominable abuse of power, the heinous crime of which he was the victim. A few years ago, M. Fournier and I, thinking the subject suitable for representation on the stage, undertook to read, before dramatizing it, all the different versions of the affair which had been published up to that time. Since our piece was successfully performed at the Odeon, 2 other versions have appeared. One was in the form of a letter addressed to the Historical Institute by M. Billiard, who upheld the conclusions arrived at by Solavy, on whose narrative our play was founded. The other was a work by the bibliophile Jacob, who followed a new system of inquiry and whose book displayed the results of deep research and extensive reading. It did not, however, cause me to change my opinion. Even had it been published before I had written my drama, I should still have adhered to the idea as to the most probable solution of the problem which I had arrived at in 1831, not only because it was incontestably the most dramatic, but also because it is supported by those moral presumptions which have such weight with us when considering a dark and doubtful question like the one before us. It will be objected, perhaps, that dramatic writers, in their love of the marvelous and the pathetic, neglect logic and strain after effect, their aim being to obtain the applause of the gallery rather than the approbation of the learned. But to this it may be replied that the learned on their part sacrifice a great deal to their love of dates, more or less exact, to their desire to elucidate some point which had hitherto been considered obscure, and which their explanations do not always clear up, to the temptation to display their proficiency in the ingenious art of manipulating facts and figures culled from a dozen musty volumes into one consistent whole. Our interest in this strange case of imprisonment arises, not alone from its completeness and duration, but also from our uncertainty as to the motives from which it was inflicted. Where erudition alone cannot suffice, where bookworm after bookworm, disdaining the conjectures of his predecessors, comes forward with a new theory founded on some forgotten document he has hunted out, only to find himself in his turn pushed into oblivion by some follower in his track, we must turn for guidance to some other light than that of scholarship, especially if, on strict investigation, we find that not one learned solution rests on a sound basis of fact. In the question before us, which, as we said before, is a double one, asking not only who was the man in the iron mask, but why he was relentlessly subjected to this torture till the moment of his death, what we need in order to restrain our fancy is mathematical demonstration, and not philosophical induction. While I do not go so far as to assert positively that absoluti has once for all lifted the veil which hid the truth, I am yet persuaded that no other system of research is superior to his, and that no other suggested solution has so many presumptions in its favor. I have not reached this firm conviction on account of the great and prolonged success of our drama, but because of the ease with which all the opinions adverse to those of the Abb may be annihilated by pitting them one against the other. The qualities that make for success being quite different in a novel and in a drama, I could easily have founded a romance on the fictitious loves of Buckingham and the Queen, or on a supposed secret marriage between her and Cardinal Mazarin, calling to my aid a work by San Miguel which the bibliophile declares he has never read, although it is assuredly neither rare nor difficult of access. I might also have merely expanded my drama, restoring to the personages therein their true names and relative positions, both of which the exigencies of the stage had sometimes obliged me to alter, and while allowing them to fill the same parts, making them act more in accordance with historical fact. No fable, however far-fetched, no grouping of characters, however improbable, can, however, destroy the interest which the innumerable writings about the Iron Mask excite, although no two agree in details, and although each author and each witness declares himself in possession of complete knowledge. No work, however mediocre, however worthless even, which has appeared on this subject has ever failed of success, not even, for example, the strange jumble of Chevalier de Mauhy, a kind of literary braggart, who was in the pay of Voltaire, and whose work was published anonymously in 1746 by Pierre de Hont of The Hague. It is divided into 6 short parts, and bears the title, Le Masque de Fer, ou les Aventures Admirables du Pierrari et du Fils, an absurd romance by Rignault Warin, and one, at least equally absurd, by Madame Guénard, met with a like favorable reception. In writing for the theatre, an author must choose one view of a dramatic situation to the exclusion of all others, and in following out this central idea is obliged by the inexorable laws of logic to push aside everything that interferes with its development. A book, on the contrary, is written to be discussed. It brings under the notice of the reader all the evidence produced at a trial which has as yet not reached a definite conclusion, and which in the case before us will never reach it, unless, which is most improbable, some lucky chance should lead to some new discovery. The first mention of the prisoner is to be found in the Memoirs Secrets pour servir à l'histoire de Perse, in one 12mo volume, by an anonymous author, published by the Compagnie des Libraires Associés d'Amsterdam in 1745. Not having any other purpose, says the author, page 20, second edit, than to relate facts which are not known, or about which no one has written, or about which it is impossible to be silent, we refer at once to a fact which has hitherto almost escaped notice concerning Prince Giafer, Louis de Bourbon, Comte de Vermandois, son of Louis Roman XIV, and Mademoiselle de la Vallière, who was visited by Ali Marmaduke, the Duc d'Orléans, the regent, in the fortress of Ispahan, the Bastille, in which he had been imprisoned for several years. This visit had probably no other motive than to make sure that this prince was really alive, he having been reputed dead of the plague for over 30 years, and his obsequies having been celebrated in presence of an entire army. Charbaz Louis Roman XIV had a legitimate son, Sefe Mirza Louis, Dauphin of France, and a natural son, Giafer. These two princes, as dissimilar in character as in birth, were always rivals and always at enmity with each other. One day Giafer so far forgot himself as to strike Sefe Mirza. Charbaz, having heard of the insult offered to the heir to the throne, assembled his most trusted counselors and laid the conduct of the culprit before them, conduct which, according to the law of the country, was punishable with death, an opinion in which they all agreed. One of the counselors, however, sympathizing more than the others with the distress of Charbaz, suggested that Giafer should be sent to the army, which was then on the frontiers of Flandre, Flanders, and that his death from plague should be given out a few days after his arrival. Then, while the whole army was celebrating his obsequies, he should be carried off by night, in the greatest secrecy, to the stronghold on the Isle of Ormus Sainte Marguerite, and there imprisoned for life. This course was adopted and carried out by faithful and discreet agents. The prince, whose premature death was mourned by the army, being carried by unfrequented roads to the Isle of Ormus, was placed in the custody of the commandant of the island, who had received orders beforehand not to allow any person whatever to see the prisoner. A single servant who was in possession of the secret was killed by the escort on the journey, and his face so disfigured by dagger thrusts that he could not be recognized. The commandant treated his prisoner with the most profound respect. He waited on him at meals himself, taking the dishes from the cooks at the door of the apartment, none of whom ever looked on the face of Giafer. One day it occurred to the prince to scratch his name on the back of a plate with his knife. One of the servants into whose hands the plate fell ran with it at once to the commandant, hoping he would be pleased and reward the bearer. But the unfortunate man was greatly mistaken, for he was at once made away with, that his knowledge of such an important secret might be buried with himself. Giafer remained several years in the castle Ormus, and was then transported to the fortress of Ispahan, the commandant of Ormus having received the governorship of Ispahan as a reward for faithful service. At Ispahan, as at Ormus, whenever it was necessary on account of illness or any other cause to allow anyone to approach the prince, he was always masked, and several trustworthy persons have asserted that they had seen the masked prisoner often, and had noticed that he used the familiar too when addressing the governor, while the latter showed his charge the greatest respect. As Giafer survived Charbaz and Sefe Mirza by many years, it may be asked why he was never set at liberty. But it must be remembered, it would have been impossible to restore a prince to his rank and dignities whose tomb actually existed, and of whose burial there were not only living witnesses, but documentary proofs, the authenticity of which it would have been useless to deny, so firm was the belief, which has lasted down to the present day, that Giafer died of the plague in camp when with the army on the frontiers of Flanders. Ali Hamid died shortly after the visit he paid to Giafer. This version of the story, which is the original source of all the controversy on the subject, was at first generally received as true. On a critical examination, it fitted in very well with certain events which took place in the reign of Louis Roman XIV. The Comte de Vermandois had in fact left the court for the camp very soon after his reappearance there, for he had been banished by the king from his presence some time before for having, in company with several young nobles, indulged in the most reprehensible excesses. The king, says Mademoiselle de Montpensier, Memoirs de Mademoiselle de Montpensier, Vol. Roman 43, p. 474, of Memoirs Relatifs de Histoire de France, second series, published by Petitot, had not been satisfied with his conduct and refused to see him. The young prince had caused his mother much sorrow, but had been so well lectured that it was believed that he had at last turned over a new leaf. He only remained 4 days at court, reached the camp before Courtrai early in November 1683, was taken ill on the evening of the 12th, and died on the 19th of the same month of a malignant fever. Mademoiselle de Montpensier says that the Comte de Vermandois fell ill from drink. There are, of course, objections of all kinds to this theory. For if, during the 4 days the Comte was at court, he had struck the Dauphin, everyone would have heard of the monstrous crime, and yet it is nowhere spoken of, except in the Memoirs de Perse. What renders the story of the blow still more improbable is the difference in age between the two princes. The Dauphin, who already had a son, the Duc de Bourgogne, more than a year old, was born the 1st November 1661, and was therefore 6 years older than the Comte de Vermandois. But the most complete answer to the tale is to be found in a letter written by Barbezieux to Saint Mars, dated the 13th August 1691. When you have any information to send me relative to the prisoner who has been in your charge for 20 years, I most earnestly enjoin on you to take the same precautions as when you write to M. de Louvois. The Comte de Vermandois, the official registration of whose death bears the date 1685, cannot have been 20 years a prisoner in 1691. 6 years after the man in the mask had been thus delivered over to the curiosity of the public, the Siècle de Louis Roman XIV, 2 vols. Octavo, Berlin, 1751, was published by Voltaire under the pseudonym of M. de Francheville. Everyone turned to this work, which had been long expected, for details relating to the mysterious prisoner about whom everyone was talking. Voltaire ventured at length to speak more openly of the prisoner than anyone had hitherto done, and to treat as a matter of history an event long ignored by all historians. Vol. Roman II, p. 11, first edition, chap. Roman 25. He assigned an approximate date to the beginning of this captivity, some months after the death of Cardinal Mazarin, 1661. He gave a description of the prisoner, who according to him was young and dark-complexioned. His figure was above the middle height and well-proportioned. His features were exceedingly handsome, and his bearing was noble. When he spoke, his voice inspired interest. He never complained of his lot, and gave no hint as to his rank. Nor was the mask forgotten. The part which covered the chin was furnished with steel springs, which allowed the prisoner to eat without uncovering his face. And lastly, he fixed the date of the death of the nameless captive, who was buried, he says, in 1704, by night, in the parish church of St. Paul. Voltaire's narrative coincided with the account given in the Memoirs de Perse, save for the omission of the incident which, according to the memoirs, led in the first instance to the imprisonment of Giafer. The prisoner, says Voltaire, was sent to the Isles Sainte Marguerite, and afterwards to the Bastille, in charge of a trusty official. He wore his mask on the journey, and his escort had orders to shoot him if he took it off. The Marquis de Louvois visited him while he was on the islands, and when speaking to him stood all the time in a respectful attitude. The prisoner was removed to the Bastille in 1690, where he was lodged as comfortably as could be managed in that building. He was supplied with everything he asked for, especially with the finest linen and the costliest lace, in both of which his taste was perfect. He had a guitar to play on, his table was excellent, and the governor rarely sat in his presence. Voltaire added a few further details which had been given him by M. de Bernaville, the successor of M. de Saint Mars, and by an old physician of the Bastille who had attended the prisoner whenever his health required a doctor, but who had never seen his face, although he had often seen his tongue and his body. He also asserted that M. de Chamillart was the last minister who was in the secret, and that when his son-in-law, Marshal de la Feuillade, besought him on his knees, de Chamillart being on his deathbed, to tell him the name of the man in the iron mask, the minister replied that he was under a solemn oath never to reveal the secret, it being an affair of state. To all these details, which the Marshal acknowledges to be correct, Voltaire adds a remarkable note. What increases our wonder is that when the unknown captive was sent to the Isles Sainte Marguerite, no personage of note disappeared from the European stage. The story of the Comte de Vermandois and the blow was treated as an absurd and romantic invention, which does not even attempt to keep within the bounds of the possible, by Baron C., according to P. Marchand Baron Cruningen, in a letter inserted in the Bibliothèque Racine des Ouvrages des Savants d'Europe, June 1745. The discussion was revived somewhat later, however, and a few Dutch scholars were supposed to be responsible for a new theory founded on history, the foundations proving somewhat shaky, however, a quality which it shares, we must say, with all the other theories which have ever been advanced. According to this new theory, the masked prisoner was a young foreign nobleman, groom of the chambers to Anne of Austria, and the real father of Louis Roman XIV. This anecdote appears first in a 12º volume printed by Pierre Marteau at Cologne in 1692, and which bears the title, The Loves of Anne of Austria, consort of Louis Roman XIII, with M. le Cdr, the real father of Louis Roman XIV, King of France, being a minute account of the measures taken to give an heir to the throne of France, the influences at work to bring this to pass, and the denouement of the comedy. This libel ran through 5 editions, bearing date successively 1692, 1693, 1696, 1722, and in the title of the edition of 1696, the words Cardinal de Richelieu are inserted in place of the initials CDR. But that this is only a printer's error, everyone who reads the work will perceive. Some have thought the 3 letters stood for Comte de Rivière, others for Comte de Rochefort, whose memoirs compiled by Sandras de Courtils supply these initials. The author of the book was an Orange writer in the pay of William Roman III, and its object was, he says, to unveil the great mystery of iniquity which hid the true origin of Louis Roman XIV. He goes on to remark that the knowledge of this fraud, although comparatively rare outside France, was widely spread within her borders. The well-known coldness of Louis Roman XIII, the extraordinary birth of Louis d'Eudon, so called because he was born in the 23rd year of a childless marriage, and several other remarkable circumstances connected with the birth, all point clearly to a father other than the prince, who with great effrontery is passed off by his adherents as such. The famous barricades of Paris and the organized revolt led by distinguished men against Louis Roman XIV on his accession to the throne proclaimed aloud the king's illegitimacy so that it rang through the country, and as the accusation had reason on its side, hardly anyone doubted its truth. We give below a short abstract of the narrative, the plot of which is rather skillfully constructed. Cardinal Richelieu, looking with satisfied pride at the love of Gaston, Duc d'Orléans, brother of the king, for his niece Parisiates, Madame de Combalet, formed the plan of uniting the young couple in marriage. Gaston, taking the suggestion as an insult, struck the cardinal. Pierre Joseph then tried to gain the cardinal's consent and that of his niece to an attempt to deprive Gaston of the throne, which the childless marriage of Louis Roman XIII seemed to assure him. A young man, the CDR of the book, was introduced into Anne of Austria's room, who though a wife in name had long been a widow in reality. She defended herself but feebly, and on seeing the cardinal next day said to him, "Well, you have had your wicked will, but take good care, Sir Cardinal, that I may find above the mercy and goodness which you have tried by many pious sophistries to convince me is awaiting me. Watch over my soul, I charge you, for I have yielded." The queen having given herself up to love for some time, the joyful news that she would soon become a mother began to spread over the kingdom. In this manner was born Louis Roman XIV, the putative son of Louis Roman XIII. If this installment of the tale be favorably received, says the pamphleteer, the sequel will soon follow, in which the sad fate of CDR will be related, who is made to pay dearly for his short-lived pleasure. Although the first part was a great success, the promised sequel never appeared. It must be admitted that such a story, though it never convinced a single person of the illegitimacy of Louis Roman XIV, was an excellent prologue to the tale of the unfortunate lot of the man in the iron mask, and increased the interest and curiosity with which that singular historical mystery was regarded. But the views of the Dutch scholars thus set forth met with little credence, and were soon forgotten in a new solution. The third historian to write about the prisoner of the Isles Sainte Marguerite was Lagrange Chancel. He was just 29 years of age when, excited by Fréron's hatred of Voltaire, he addressed a letter from his country place, Antoniette, in Périgord, to the Année littéraire, Vol. Roman III, p. 188, demolishing the theory advanced in the Siècle de Louis Roman XIV, and giving facts which he had collected whilst himself imprisoned in the same place as the unknown prisoner 20 years later. "My detention in the Isles Sainte Marguerite," says Lagrange Chancel, "brought many things to my knowledge which a more painstaking historian than M. de Voltaire would have taken the trouble to find out. For at the time when I was taken to the islands, the imprisonment of the man in the iron mask was no longer regarded as a state secret. This extraordinary event, which M. de Voltaire places in 1662, a few months after the death of Cardinal Mazarin, did not take place 8 years after the death of His Eminence. M. de la Motte-Guerin, commandant of the islands in my time, assured me that the prisoner was the Duc de Beaufort, who was reported killed at the siege of Candia, but whose body had never been recovered, as all the narratives of that event agree in stating. He also told me that M. de Saint-Mars, who succeeded Pignerol as governor of the islands, showed great consideration for the prisoner, that he waited on him at table, that the service was of silver, and that the clothes supplied to the prisoner were as costly as he desired, that when he was ill and in need of a physician or surgeon, he was obliged under pain of death to wear his mask in their presence, but that when he was alone, he was permitted to pull out the hairs of his beard with steel tweezers, which were kept bright and polished. I saw a pair of these which had been actually used for this purpose in the possession of M. de Formanoir, nephew of Saint-Mars and lieutenant of a free company raised for the purpose of guarding the prisoners. Several persons told me that when Saint-Mars, who had been placed over the Bastille, conducted his charge thither, the latter was heard to say behind his iron mask, "Has the king designs on my life?" To which Saint-Mars replied, "No, my prince, your life is safe. You must only let yourself be guided." I also learned from a man called Dubuisson, cashier to the well-known Samuel Bernard, who, having been imprisoned for some years in the Bastille, was removed to the Isles Sainte Marguerite, where he was confined along with some others in a room exactly over the one occupied by the unknown prisoner. He told me that they were able to communicate with him by means of the flue of the chimney, but on asking him why he persisted in not revealing his name and the cause of his imprisonment, he replied that such an avowal would be fatal not only to him, but to those to whom he made it. Whether it was so or not, today the name and rank of this political victim are secrets the preservation of which is no longer necessary to the state, and I have thought that to tell the public what I know would cut short the long chain of circumstances which everyone was forging according to his fancy, instigated thereto by an author whose gift of relating the most impossible events in such a manner as to make them seem true has won for all his writings such success, even for his Vie de Charles Roman 12. This theory, according to Jacob, is more probable than any of the others. Beginning with the year 1664, he says, the Duc de Beaufort had by his insubordination and levity endangered the success of several maritime expeditions. In October 1666, Louis Roman XIV remonstrated with him with much tact, begging him to try to make himself more and more capable in the service of his king by cultivating the talents with which he was endowed, and ridding himself of the faults which spoilt his conduct. I do not doubt, he concludes, that you will be all the more grateful to me for this mark of my benevolence towards you, when you reflect how few kings have ever shown their goodwill in a similar manner. Ouvres de Louis Roman XIV, Vol. VP 388. Several calamities in the Royal Navy are known to have been brought about by the Duc de Beaufort. M. Eugene Sue, in his Histoire de la Marine, which is full of new and curious information, has drawn a very good picture of the position of the Roi des Halles, the king of the markets, in regard to Colbert and Louis Roman XIV. Colbert wished to direct all the maneuvers of the fleet from his study, while it was commanded by the naval grandmaster in the capricious manner which might be expected from his factious character and love of bluster. Eugene Sue, Vol. I. Pieces Justificatives. In 1699, Louis Roman XIV sent the Duc de Beaufort to the relief of Candia, which the Turks were besieging. 7 hours after his arrival, Beaufort was killed in a sortie. The Duc de Nevers, who shared with him the command of the French squadron, simply reported his death as follows. He met a body of Turks who were pressing our troops hard. Placing himself at the head of the latter, he fought valiantly, but at length his soldiers abandoned him, and we have not been able to learn his fate. Memoirs du Duc de Nevers, Book Roman 4, p. 243. The report of his death spread rapidly through France and Italy. Magnificent funeral services were held in Paris, Rome, and Venice, and funeral orations delivered. Nevertheless, many believed that he would one day reappear, as his body had never been recovered. Guy Patin mentions this belief, which he did not share, in 2 of his letters. Several wagers have been laid that M. de Beaufort is not dead. O utinam, Guy Patin, September 26, 1669. It is said that M. de Vivonne has been granted by commission the post of Vice-Admiral of France for 20 years, but there are many who believe that the Duc de Beaufort is not dead, but imprisoned in some Turkish island. Believe this who may, I don't. He is really dead, and the last thing I should desire would be to be as dead as he. Ibid. January 14, 1670. The following are the objections to this theory. In several narratives written by eyewitnesses of the siege of Candia, says Jacob, it is related that the Turks, according to their custom, despoiled the body and cut off the head of the Duc de Beaufort on the field of battle, and that the latter was afterwards exhibited at Constantinople. And this may account for some of the details given by Sandras de Courtils in his Memoirs du Marquis de Montbrun and his Memoirs d'Artagnan, for one can easily imagine that the naked, headless body might escape recognition. M. Eugene Sue, in his Histoire de la Marine, Vol. Roman II, Chap. 6, had adopted this view, which coincides with the accounts left by Philibert de Jarry and the Marquis de Ville, the MSS, of whose letters and memoirs are to be found in the Bibliothèque du Roi. In the first volume of the Histoire de la Détention des Philosophes et des gens de lettres à la Bastille, etc., we find the following passage. Without dwelling on the difficulty and danger of an abduction, which an Ottoman scimitar might any day during this memorable siege render unnecessary, we shall restrict ourselves to declaring positively that the correspondence of St. Mars Fro to 1680 gives us no ground for supposing that the governor of Pignerol had any great prisoner of state in his charge during that period of time, except Fouquet and Lauzun. While we profess no blind faith in the conclusions arrived at by the learned critic, we would yet add to the considerations on which he relies another, viz., that it is most improbable that Louis Roman XIV should ever have considered it necessary to take such rigorous measures against the Duc de Beaufort. Truculent and self-confident as he was, he never acted against the royal authority in such a manner as to oblige the king to strike him down in secret, and it is difficult to believe that Louis Roman XIV, peaceably seated on his throne, with all the enemies of his minority under his feet, should have revenged himself on the Duke as an old frondeur. The critic calls our attention to another fact also adverse to the theory under consideration. The man in the iron mask loved fine linen and rich lace. He was reserved in character and possessed of extreme refinement, and none of this suits the portraits of the Roi des Halles which contemporary historians have drawn. Regarding the anagram of the name Marchiali, the name under which the death of the prisoner was registered, hic amiral, as a proof, we cannot think that the jailers of Pignerol amused themselves in propounding conundrums to exercise the keen intellect of their contemporaries, and moreover the same anagram would apply equally well to the Count of Vermandois, who was made admiral when only 22 months old. Abbe Papin, in his roamings through Provence, paid a visit to the prison in which the Iron Mask was confined, and thus speaks. It was to the Isles Sainte Marguerite that the famous prisoner with the Iron Mask, whose name has never been discovered, was transported at the end of the last century. Very few of those attached to his service were allowed to speak to him. One day, as M. de Saint Mars was conversing with him, standing outside his door in a kind of corridor, so as to be able to see from a distance everyone who approached, the son of one of the governor's friends, hearing the voices, came up. Saint Mars quickly closed the door of the room, and rushing to meet the young man, asked him with an air of great anxiety if he had overheard anything that was said. Having convinced himself that he had heard nothing, the governor sent the young man away the same day, and wrote to the father that the adventure was like to have cost the son dear, and that he had sent him back to his home to prevent any further imprudence. I was curious enough to visit the room in which the unfortunate man was imprisoned on the 2nd of February 1778. It is lighted by one window to the north, overlooking the sea, about 15 feet above the terrace where the sentries paced to and fro. This window was pierced through a very thick wall, and the embrasure barricaded by 3 iron bars, thus separating the prisoner from the sentries by a distance of over 2 fathoms. I found an officer of the Free Company in the fortress who was nigh on 80 years old. He told me that his father, who had belonged to the same company, had often related to him how Friar had seen something white floating on the water under the prisoner's window. On being fished out and carried to M. de Saint Mars, it proved to be a shirt of very fine material, loosely folded together and covered with writing from end to end. M. de Saint Mars spread it out and read a few words. Then turning to the friar who had brought it, he asked him in an embarrassed manner if he had been led by curiosity to read any of the writing. The friar protested repeatedly that he had not read a line, but nevertheless, he was found dead in bed 2 days later. This incident was told so often to my informant by his father and by the chaplain of the fort of that time that he regarded it as incontestably true. The following fact also appears to me to be equally well established by the testimony of many witnesses. I collected all the evidence I could on the spot, and also in the Lérins monastery, where the tradition is preserved. A female attendant being wanted for the prisoner, a woman of the village of Mongen offered herself for the place, being under the impression that she would thus be able to make her children's fortune. But on being told that she would not only never be allowed to see her children again, but would be cut off from the rest of the world as well, she refused to be shut up with a prisoner whom it cost so much to serve. I may mention here that at the 2 outer angles of the wall of the fort, which faced the sea, 2 sentries were placed, with orders to fire on any boat which approached within a certain distance. The prisoner's personal attendant died in the Isles Sainte Marguerite. The brother of the officer whom I mentioned above was partly in the confidence of M. de Saint Mars, and he often told how he was summoned to the prison once at midnight and ordered to remove a corpse, and that he carried it on his shoulders to the burial place, feeling certain it was the prisoner who was dead. But it was only his servant, and it was then that an effort was made to supply his place by a female attendant. Abbe Papon gives some curious details, hitherto unknown to the public, but as he mentions no names, his narrative cannot be considered as evidence. Voltaire never replied to Lagrange Chancel, who died the same year in which his letter was published. Fréron, desiring to revenge himself for the scathing portrait which Voltaire had drawn of him in the Écossaise, called to his assistance a more redoubtable adversary than Lagrange Chancel. Sainte-Foy had brought to the front a brand new theory, founded on a passage by Hume in an article in the Année littéraire, 1768, Vol. Roman 4, in which he maintained that the man in the iron mask was the Duke of Monmouth, a natural son of Charles Roman II, who was found guilty of high treason and beheaded in London on the 15th July 1685. This is what the English historian says. It was commonly reported in London that the Duke of Monmouth's life had been saved, one of his adherents, who bore a striking resemblance to the Duke, having consented to die in his stead, while the real culprit was secretly carried off to France, there to undergo a lifelong imprisonment. The great affection which the English felt for the Duke of Monmouth, and his own conviction that the people only needed a leader to induce them to shake off the yoke of James Roman II, led him to undertake an enterprise which might possibly have succeeded had it been carried out with prudence. He landed at Lyme in Dorset with only 120 men. 6,000 soon gathered round his standard. A few towns declared in his favor. He caused himself to be proclaimed king, affirming that he was born in wedlock and that he possessed the proofs of the secret marriage of Charles Roman II and Lucy Waiters, his mother. He met the royalists on the battlefield, and victory seemed to be on his side, when just at the decisive moment his ammunition ran short. Lord Grey, who commanded the cavalry, beat a cowardly retreat. The unfortunate Monmouth was taken prisoner, brought to London, and beheaded. The details published in the Siècle de Louis Roman XIV as to the personal appearance of the masked prisoner might have been taken as a description of Monmouth, who possessed great physical beauty. Sainte-Foy had collected every scrap of evidence in favor of his solution of the mystery, making use even of the following passage from an anonymous romance called The Loves of Charles Roman II and James Roman II, Kings of England. The night of the pretended execution of the Duke of Monmouth, the king, attended by 3 men, came to the Tower and summoned the Duke to his presence. A kind of loose cowl was thrown over his head, and he was put into a carriage, into which the king and his attendants also got, and was driven away. Saint Foix also referred to the alleged visit of Saunders, confessor to James Roman II, paid to the Duchess of Portsmouth after the death of that monarch, when the Duchess took occasion to say that she could never forgive King James for consenting to Monmouth's execution, in spite of the oath he had taken on the sacred elements at the deathbed of Charles Roman II that he would never take his natural brother's life, even in case of rebellion. To this the priest replied quickly, "The king kept his oath." Hume also records this solemn oath, but we cannot say that all the historians agree on this point. The Universal History by Guthrie and Gray and the Histoire d'Angleterre by Rapin, Thoyres and de Barrow do not mention it. Further, wrote Saint Foix, an English surgeon called Nellaton, who frequented the Café Procope, much affected by men of letters, often related that during the time he was senior apprentice to a surgeon who lived near the Porte Saint-Antoine, he was once taken to the Bastille to bleed a prisoner. He was conducted to this prisoner's room by the governor himself and found the patient suffering from violent headache. He spoke with an English accent, wore a gold-flowered dressing gown of black and orange, and had his face covered by a napkin knotted behind his head. This story does not hold water. It would be difficult to form a mask out of a napkin. The Bastille had a resident surgeon of its own, as well as a physician and apothecary. No one could gain access to a prisoner without a written order from a minister. Even the viaticum could only be introduced by the express permission of the lieutenant of police. This theory met at first with no objections and seemed to be going to oust all the others, thanks, perhaps, to the combative and restive character of its promulgator, who bore criticism badly and whom no one cared to incense, his sword being even more redoubtable than his pen. It was known that when Saint Mars journeyed with his prisoner to the Bastille, they had put up on the way at Polto, in Champagne, a property belonging to the governor. Freron therefore addressed himself to a grandnephew of Saint Mars, who had inherited this estate, asking if he could give him any information about this visit. The following reply appeared in the Année littéraire, June 1768. As it appears from the letter of M. de Saint Foix, from which you quote that the man in the iron mask still exercises the fancy of your journalists, I am willing to tell you all I know about the prisoner. He was known in the islands of Sainte Marguerite and at the Bastille as La Tour. The governor and all the other officials showed him great respect and supplied him with everything he asked for that could be granted to a prisoner. He often took exercise in the yard of the prison, but never without his mask on. It was not till the Siècle of M. de Voltaire appeared that I learned that the mask was of iron and furnished with springs. It may be that the circumstance was overlooked, but he never wore it except when taking the air or when he had to appear before a stranger. M. de Blainvilliers, an infantry officer who was acquainted with M. de Saint Mars both at Pignerol and Sainte Marguerite, has often told me that the lot of La Tour greatly excited his curiosity, and that he had once borrowed the clothes and arms of a soldier whose turn it was to be sentry on the terrace under the prisoner's window at Sainte Marguerite, and undertaken the duty himself, that he had seen the prisoner distinctly without his mask, that his face was white, that he was tall and well-proportioned, except that his ankles were too thick, and that his hair was white, although he appeared to be still in the prime of life. He passed the whole of the night in question, pacing to and fro in his room. Blainvilliers added that he was always dressed in brown, that he had plenty of fine linen and books, that the governor and the other officers always stood uncovered in his presence till he gave them leave to cover and sit down, and that they often bore him company at table. In 1698, M. de Saint Mars was promoted from the governorship of the Isles Sainte Marguerite to that of the Bastille. In moving thither, accompanied by his prisoner, he made his estate of Polto a halting place. The masked man arrived in a litter which preceded that of M. de Saint Mars, and several mounted men rode beside it. The peasants were assembled to greet their liege lord. M. de Saint Mars dined with his prisoner, who sat with his back to the dining-room windows, which looked out on the court. None of the peasants whom I have questioned were able to see whether the man kept his mask on while eating, but they all noticed that M. de Saint Mars, who sat opposite to his charge, laid 2 pistols beside his plate, that only one footman waited at table, who went into the antechamber to change the plates and dishes, always carefully closing the dining room door behind him. When the prisoner crossed the courtyard, his face was covered with a black mask, but the peasants could see his lips and teeth and remarked that he was tall and had white hair. M. de Saint-Mars slept in a bed placed beside the prisoner's. M. de Blainvilliers told me also that, as soon as he was dead, which happened in 1704, he was buried at St. Paul's, and that the coffin was filled with substances which would rapidly consume the body. He added, "I never heard that the masked man spoke with an English accent." Sainte-Foy proved the story related by M. de Blainvilliers to be little worthy of belief, showing by a circumstance mentioned in the letter that the imprisoned man could not be the Duc de Beaufort. Witness the epigram of Madame de Choisy, M. de Beaufort longs to bite and can't, whereas the peasants had seen the prisoner's teeth through his mask. It appeared as if the theory of Sainte-Foy were going to stand, when a Jesuit father named Griffith, who was confessor at the Bastille, devoted chapter Roman 13 of his Traité des différentes sortes de preuves qui servent à établir la vérité dans l'histoire, 12 Mo, Liege, 1769, to the consideration of the Iron Mask. He was the first to quote an authentic document which certifies that the man in the Iron Mask, about whom there was so much disputing, really existed. This was the written journal of M. du Jonca, King's lieutenant in the Bastille in 1698, from which Pierre Griffith took the following passage. On Thursday, September the 8th, 1698, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, M. de Saint-Mars, the new governor of the Bastille, entered upon his duties. He arrived from the islands of Sainte Marguerite, bringing with him in a litter a prisoner whose name is a secret, and whom he had had under his charge there and at Pignerol. This prisoner, who was always masked, was at first placed in the Bassiniere Tower, where he remained until the evening. At 9 o'clock p.m., I took him to the third room of the Bertaudiere Tower, which I had already furnished before his arrival with all needful articles, having received orders to do so from M. de Saint-Mars. While I was showing him the way to his room, I was accompanied by M. Rossages, who had also arrived along with M. de Saint-Mars, and whose office it was to wait on the said prisoner, whose table is to be supplied by the governor. Du Jonca's diary records the death of the prisoner in the following terms. Monday, 19th November 1703. The unknown prisoner, who always wore a black velvet mask, and whom M. de Saint-Mars brought with him from the Isles Sainte Marguerite, and whom he had so long in charge, felt slightly unwell yesterday on coming back from Mass. He died today at 10 p.m. without having a serious illness. Indeed, it could not have been slighter. M. Guraut, our chaplain, confessed him yesterday, but as his death was quite unexpected, he did not receive the last sacraments, although the chaplain was able to exhort him up to the moment of his death. He was buried on Tuesday, the 20th November, at 4 p.m. in the burial ground of St. Paul's, our parish church. The funeral expenses amounted to 40 livres. His name and age were withheld from the priests of the parish. The entry made in the parish register, which Pierre Griffith also gives, is in the following words. On the 19th November 1703, Marquis, aged about 45, died in the Bastille, whose body was buried in the graveyard of St. Paul's, his parish, on the 20th instant, in the presence of M. Rossages and of M. Ryle, Surgeon Major of the Bastille. Signed, Rossages. Ryles. As soon as he was dead, everything belonging to him, without exception, was burned, such as his linen, clothes, bed and bedding, rugs, chairs, and even the doors of the room he occupied. His service of plate was melted down, the walls of his room were scoured and whitewashed, the very floor was renewed, from fear of his having hidden a note under it, or left some mark by which he could be recognized. Pierre Griffith did not agree with the opinions of either Lagrange Chancel or Sainte-Foy, but seemed to incline towards the theory set forth in the Memoirs de Perse, against which no irrefutable objections had been advanced. He concluded by saying that, before arriving at any decision as to who the prisoner really was, it would be necessary to ascertain the exact date of his arrival at Pignerol. Sainte-Foy hastened to reply, upholding the soundness of the views he had advanced. He procured from Arras a copy of an entry in the registers of the cathedral chapter, stating that Louis Roman XIV had written with his own hand to the said chapter that they were to admit to burial the body of the Comte de Vermandois, who had died in the city of Courtrai, that he desired that the deceased should be interred in the center of the choir, in the vault in which lay the remains of Elizabeth, Comtesse de Vermandois, wife of Philip of Alsace, Count de Flanders, who had died in 1182. It is not to be supposed that Louis Roman XIV would have chosen a family vault in which to bury a log of wood. Saint Foix was, however, not acquainted with the letter of Barbezieux, dated the 13th August 1691, to which we have already referred, as a proof that the prisoner was not the Comte de Vermandois. It is equally a proof that he was not the Duke of Monmouth, as Saint Foix maintained, for sentence was passed on the Duke of Monmouth in 1685, so that it could not be of him either that Barbezieux wrote in 1691, the prisoner whom you have had in charge for 20 years. In the very year in which Saint Foix began to flatter himself that his theory was successfully established, Baron Heiss brought a new one forward, in a letter dated Phalsbourg, 28 June 1770, and addressed to the Journal Encyclopédique. It was accompanied by a letter translated from the Italian, which appeared in the Histoire abrégée de l'Europe by Jacques Bernard, published by Claude Jordan, Leyden, 1685-87, in detached sheets. This letter stated, August 1687, article Mantow, that the Duke of Mantua, being desirous to sell his capital, Casil, to the King of France, had been dissuaded therefrom by his secretary, and induced to join the other princes of Italy in their endeavors to thwart the ambitious schemes of Louis Roman XVI. The Marquis d'Arcy, French ambassador to the court of Savoy, having been informed of the secretary's influence, distinguished him by all kinds of civilities, asked him frequently to table, and at last invited him to join a large hunting party 2 or 3 leagues outside Turin. They set out together, but at a short distance from the city were surrounded by a dozen horsemen, who carried off the secretary, disguised him, put a mask on him, and took him to Pignerol. He was not kept long in this fortress, as it was too near the Italian frontier, and although he was carefully guarded, it was feared that the walls would speak. So he was transferred to the Isles Sainte Marguerite, where he is at present in the custody of M. de Saint-Mars. This theory, of which much was heard later, did not at first excite much attention. What is certain is that the Duke of Mantua's secretary, by name Mattioli, was arrested in 1679 through the agency of Abbe d'Estrade and M. de Catinat, and taken with the utmost secrecy to Pignerol, where he was imprisoned and placed in charge of M. de Saint-Mars. He must not, however, be confounded with the man in the iron mask. Catinat says of Mattioli in a letter to Louvois, no one knows the name of this knave. Louvois writes to Saint-Mars, I admire your patience in waiting for an order to treat such a rogue as he deserves, when he treats you with disrespect. Saint-Mars replies to the minister, I have charged Blainvilliers to show him a cudgel and tell him that with its aid we can make the froward meek. Again, Louvois writes, the clothes of such people must be made to last 3 or 4 years. This cannot have been the nameless prisoner who was treated with such consideration, before whom Louvois stood bareheaded, who was supplied with fine linen and lace, and so on. Altogether, we gather from the correspondence of Saint-Mars that the unhappy man alluded to above was confined along with a mad Jacobin, and at last became mad himself, and succumbed to his misery in 1686. Voltaire, who was probably the first to supply such inexhaustible food for controversy, kept silence and took no part in the discussions, but when all the theories had been presented to the public, he set about refuting them. He made himself very merry. In the 7th edition of Questions sur l'Encyclopédie Distibuées en forme de dictionnaire, Geneva, 1791, over the complacence attributed to Louis Roman XIV in acting as police sergeant and jailer for James Roman II, William Roman III, and Anne, with all of whom he was at war, persisting still in taking 1661 or 1662 as the date when the incarceration of the masked prisoner began. He attacks the opinions advanced by Lagrange Chancel and Pierre Griffith, which they had drawn from the anonymous Memoirs Secrets pour servir à l'histoire de Perse. Having thus dissipated all these illusions, he says, let us now consider who the masked prisoner was and how old he was when he died. It is evident that if he was never allowed to walk in the courtyard of the Bastille or to see a physician without his mask, it must have been lest his too striking resemblance to someone should be remarked. He could show his tongue, but not his face. As regards his age, he himself told the apothecary at the Bastille, a few days before his death, that he thought he was about 60. This I have often heard from a son-in-law to this apothecary, M. Marsabin, surgeon to Marshal Richelieu, and afterwards to the regent, the Duc d'Orléans. The writer of this article knows perhaps more on this subject than Pierre Griffith, but he has said his say. This article in the Questions on the Encyclopedia was followed by some remarks from the pen of the publisher, which are also, however, attributed by the publishers of Quelle to Voltaire himself. The publisher, who sometimes calls himself the author, puts aside without refutation all the theories advanced, including that of Baron Heiss, and says he has come to the conclusion that the Iron Mask was, without doubt, a brother and an elder brother of Louis Roman XIV. By lover of the Queen, Anne of Austria had come to persuade herself that hers alone was the fault which had deprived Louis Roman XIII. The publisher of this edition overlooked the obvious typographical error of Roman XIV here when he meant, and it only makes sense, that it was Roman XIII. D.W. of an heir, but the birth of the Iron Mask undeceived her. The cardinal, to whom she confided her secret, cleverly arranged to bring the king and queen, who had long lived apart, together again. A second son was the result of this reconciliation, and the first child being removed in secret, Louis Roman XIV remained in ignorance of the existence of his half-brother till after his majority. It was the policy of Louis Roman XIV to affect a great respect for the royal house, so he avoided much embarrassment to himself and a scandal affecting the memory of Anne of Austria by adopting the wise and just measure of burying alive the pledge of an adulterous love. He was thus enabled to avoid committing an act of cruelty, which a sovereign less conscientious and less magnanimous would have considered a necessity. After this declaration, Voltaire made no further reference to the Iron Mask. This last version of the story upset that of Saint Foy. Voltaire having been initiated into the state secret by the Marquis de Richelieu, we may be permitted to suspect that, being naturally indiscreet, he published the truth from behind the shelter of a pseudonym, or at least gave a version which approached the truth, but later, on realizing the dangerous significance of his words, he preserved for the future complete silence. We now approach the question whether the prince who thus became the Iron Mask was an illegitimate brother or a twin brother of Louis Roman XIV. The first was maintained by M. Quentin Crawford, the second by Abbe Soulavie in his Memoirs du Marechal Duc de Richelieu, London, 1790. In 1783, the Marquis de Leuchit, in the Journal des Gens du Monde, Vol. Roman 4, number 23, p. 282, et seq., awarded to Buckingham the honor of the paternity in dispute. In support of this, he quoted the testimony of a lady of the house of Saint Quentin, who had been a mistress of the minister Barbezieux, and who died at Chartres about the middle of the 18th century. She had declared publicly that Louis Roman XIV had consigned his elder brother to perpetual imprisonment, and that the mask was necessitated by the close resemblance of the two brothers to each other. The Duke of Buckingham, who came to France in 1625 in order to escort Henrietta Maria, sister of Louis Roman XIII, to England, where she was to marry the Prince of Wales, made no secret of his ardent love for the Queen, and it is almost certain that she was not insensible to his passion. An anonymous pamphlet, La Conférence du Cardinal Mazarin avec le Gazetier, Brussels, 1649, says that she was infatuated about him and allowed him to visit her in her room. She even permitted him to take off and keep one of her gloves, and his vanity leading him to show his spoil, the king heard of it and was vastly offended. An anecdote, the truth of which no one has ever denied, relates that one day Buckingham spoke to the Queen with such passion in the presence of her lady-in-waiting, the Marquise de Senecey, that the latter exclaimed, "Be silent, sir, you cannot speak thus to the Queen of France." According to this version, the man in the Iron Mask must have been born at latest in 1637, but the mention of any such date would destroy the possibility of Buckingham's paternity, for he was assassinated at Portsmouth on September 2nd, 1628. After the taking of the Bastille, the masked prisoner became the fashionable topic of discussion, and one heard of nothing else. On the 13th of August 1789, it was announced in an article in a journal called Loisirs d'un Patriote Francais, which was afterwards published anonymously as a pamphlet, that the publisher had seen, among other documents found in the Bastille, a card bearing the unintelligible number 64,389,000, and the following note: Fouquet, arriving from Les Isles Sainte Marguerite in an iron mask. To this there was, it was said, a double signature, viz. XXX, superimposed on the name Cesadian. The journalist was of opinion that Fouquet had succeeded in making his escape, but had been retaken and condemned to pass for dead, and to wear a mask henceforward as a punishment for his attempted evasion. This tale made some impression, for it was remembered that in the supplement to the Siècle de Louis Roman XIV, it was stated that Chamillart had said that the Iron Mask was a man who knew all the secrets of M. Fouquet. But the existence of this card was never proved, and we cannot accept the story on the unsupported word of an anonymous writer. From the time that restrictions on the press were removed, hardly a day passed without the appearance of some new pamphlet on the Iron Mask. Louis Dutens, in Correspondence Intercepti, 12 Mo, 1789, revived the theory of Baron Heiss, supporting it by new and curious facts. He proved that Louis Roman XIV had really ordered one of the Duke of Mantua's ministers to be carried off and imprisoned in Pignerol. Dutens gave the name of the victim as Girolamo Magni. He also quoted from a memorandum which, by the wish of the Marquis de Sade, was drawn up by a certain Sauchon, probably the man whom Papon questioned in 1778. This Sauchon was the son of a man who had belonged to the free company maintained in the islands in the time of Saint Mars, and was 79 years old. This memorandum gives a detailed account of the abduction of a minister in 1679, who is styled a minister of the empire, and his arrival as a masked prisoner at the islands, and states that he died there in captivity 9 years after he was carried off. Dutens thus divests the episode of the element of the marvelous with which Voltaire had surrounded it. He called to his aid the testimony of the Duc de Choiseul, who, having in vain attempted to worm the secret of the Iron Mask out of Louis Roman XV, begged Madame de Pompadour to try her hand, and was told by her that the prisoner was the minister of an Italian prince. At the same time that Dutens wrote, "There is no fact in history better established than the fact that the man in the Iron Mask was a minister of the Duke of Mantua who was carried off from Turin." Quentin Crawford was maintaining that the prisoner was a son of Anne of Austria, while a few years earlier Bouch, a lawyer, in his essay sur l'histoire de Provence, 2 vols, 4 to 1785, had regarded this story as a fable invented by Voltaire and had convinced himself that the prisoner was a woman. As we see, discussion threw no light on the subject, and instead of being dissipated, the confusion became ever worse confounded. In 1790, the Memoirs du Marechal de Richelieu appeared. He had left his notebooks, his library, and his correspondence to Solavy. The memoirs are undoubtedly authentic, and have, if not certainty, at least a strong moral presumption in their favor, and gain the belief of men holding diverse opinions. But before placing under the eyes of our readers extracts from them relating to the Iron Mask, let us refresh our memory by recalling 2 theories which had not stood the test of thorough investigation. According to some notes left by M. de Bonnac, French ambassador at Constantinople in 1724, the Armenian patriarch Arwedix, a mortal enemy of our Church, and the instigator of the terrible persecutions to which the Roman Catholics were subjected, was carried off into exile at the request of the Jesuits by a French vessel and confined in a prison whence there was no escape. This prison was the fortress of Sainte Marguerite, and from there he was taken to the Bastille, where he died. The Turkish government continually clamored for his release, but the French government persistently denied having taken any part in the abduction. Even if it were not a matter of history that Arwedix went over to the Roman Catholic Church and died a free man in Paris, as may be seen by an inspection of the certificate of his death preserved among the archives in the Foreign Office, one sentence from the notebook of M. de Bonnac would be sufficient to annihilate this theory. M. de Bonnac says that the patriarch was carried off, while M. de Feriol who succeeded M. de Chateauneuf in 1699, was ambassador at Constantinople. Now it was in 1698 that Saint Mars arrived at the Bastille with his masked prisoner. Several English scholars have sided with Gibbon in thinking that the man in the iron mask might possibly have been Henry, the second son of Oliver Cromwell, who was held as a hostage by Louis Roman XIV. By an odd coincidence, the second son of the Lord Protector does entirely disappear from the page of history in 1659. We know nothing of where he afterwards lived nor when he died. But why should he be a prisoner of state in France, while his elder brother Richard was permitted to live there quite openly? In the absence of all proof, we cannot attach the least importance to this explanation of the mystery. We now come to the promised extracts from the Memoirs du Marechal de Richelieu. Under the late king, there was a time when every class of society was asking who the famous personage really was who went by the name of the Iron Mask. But I noticed that this curiosity abated somewhat after his arrival at the Bastille with Saint Mars, when it began to be reported that orders had been given to kill him should he let his name be known. Saint Mars also let it be understood that whoever found out the secret would share the same fate. His threat to murder both the prisoner and those who showed too much curiosity about him made such an impression that during the lifetime of the late king people only spoke of the mystery below their breath. The anonymous author of Les Memoirs de Perse, which were published in Holland 15 years after the death of Louis Roman XIV, was the first who dared to speak publicly of the prisoner and relate some anecdotes about him. Since the publication of that work, liberty of speech and the freedom of the press have made great strides, and the shade of Louis Roman XIV having lost its terrors, the case of the Iron Mask is freely discussed, and yet even now, at the end of my life, and 70 years after the death of the king, people are still asking who the man in the Iron Mask really was. This question was one I put to the adorable princess, beloved of the regent, who inspired in return only aversion and respect, all her love being given to me. As everyone was persuaded that the regent knew the name, the course of life, and the cause of the imprisonment of the masked prisoner, I, being more venturesome in my curiosity than others, tried through my princess to fathom the secret. She had hitherto constantly repulsed the advances of the Duc d'Orléans, but as the ardor of his passion was thereby in no wise abated, the least glimpse of hope would be sufficient to induce him to grant her everything she asked. I persuaded her, therefore, to let him understand that if he would allow her to read the Memoirs du Masque, which were in his possession, his dearest desires would be fulfilled. The Duc d'Orléans had never been known to reveal any secret of state, being unspeakably circumspect, and having been trained to keep every confidence inviolable by his preceptor Dubois, so I felt quite certain that even the princess would fail in her efforts to get a sight of the memoranda in his possession relative to the birth and rank of the masked prisoner. But what cannot love, and such an ardent love, induce a man to do? To reward her goodness, the regent gave the documents into her hands, and she forwarded them to me next day, enclosed in a note written in cipher, which, according to the laws of historical writing, I reproduce in its entirety, vouching for its authenticity. For the princess always employed a cipher when she used the language of gallantry, and this note told me what treaty she had had to sign in order that she might obtain the documents, and the Duke the desire of his heart. The details are not admissible in serious history, but borrowing the modest language of the patriarchal time, I may say that if Jacob, before he obtained possession of the best beloved of Laban's daughters, was obliged to pay the price twice over, the regent drove a better bargain than the patriarch. The note and the memorandum were as follows: 2-1-17-12, 9-2-22-17-14-20, 10-3-21, 1-11, 14, 1-15-16, 12, 17-14, 2-1-21, 11-20, 17-12, 9-14, 9-2-8-20, 5-22-2-17, 8-1-2-20, 9-21, 21, 1-5-12, 17-15-0, 14, 1-15, 14, 12, 9-21, 5-12, 9-21, 16, 20, 14, 8-3. Narrative of the birth and education of the unfortunate prince, who was separated from the world by Cardinals Richelieu and Mazarin, and imprisoned by order of Louis Roman XIV. Drawn up by the governor of this prince on his deathbed. The unfortunate prince whom I brought up and had in charge till almost the end of my life was born on the 5th September 1638 at 8:30 o'clock in the evening, while the king was at supper. His brother, who is now on the throne, was born at noon while the king was at dinner, but whereas his birth was splendid and public, that of his brother was sad and secret. For the king, being informed by the midwife that the queen was about to give birth to a second child, ordered the chancellor, the midwife, the chief almoner, the queen's confessor, and myself to stay in her room to be witnesses of whatever happened, and of his course of action should a second child be born. For a long time already it had been foretold to the king that his wife would give birth to 2 sons, and some days before, certain shepherds had arrived in Paris, saying they were divinely inspired, so that it was said in Paris that if 2 dauphins were born, it would be the greatest misfortune which could happen to the state. The Archbishop of Paris summoned these soothsayers before him and ordered them to be imprisoned in Saint Lazare, because the populace was becoming excited about them, a circumstance which filled the king with care, as he foresaw much trouble to his kingdom. What had been predicted by the soothsayers happened, whether they had really been warned by the constellations, or whether Providence, by whom His Majesty had been warned of the calamities which might happen to France, interposed. The king had sent a messenger to the cardinal to tell him of this prophecy, and the cardinal had replied that the matter must be considered, that the birth of 2 dauphins was not impossible, and should such a case arrive, the second must be carefully hidden away, lest in the future, desiring to be king, he should fight against his brother in support of a new branch of the royal house, and come at last to reign. The king in his suspense felt very uncomfortable, and as the queen began to utter cries, we feared a second confinement. We sent to inform the king, who was almost overcome by the thought that he was about to become the father of 2 dauphins. He said to the Bishop of Meaux, whom he had sent for to minister to the queen, "Do not quit my wife till she is safe. I am in mortal terror." Immediately after he summoned us all, the Bishop of Meaux, the Chancellor M. Honorat, Dame Peronite the midwife, and myself, and said to us in presence of the queen, so that she could hear, that we would answer to him with our heads if we made known the birth of a second dauphin, that it was his will that the fact should remain a state secret, to prevent the misfortunes which would else happen, the Salic law not having declared to whom the inheritance of the kingdom should come in case 2 eldest sons were born to any of the kings. What had been foretold happened. The queen, while the king was at supper, gave birth to a second dauphin, more dainty and more beautiful than the first, but who wept and wailed unceasingly, as if he regretted to take up that life in which he was afterwards to endure such suffering. The chancellor drew up the report of this wonderful birth, without parallel in our history, but His Majesty, not being pleased with its form, burned it in our presence, and the chancellor had to write and rewrite till His Majesty was satisfied. The almoner remonstrated, saying it would be impossible to hide the birth of a prince, but the king returned that he had reasons of state for all he did. Afterwards the king made us register our oath, the chancellor signing it first, then the queen's confessor, and I last. The oath was also signed by the surgeon and midwife who attended on the queen, and the king attached this document to the report, taking both away with him, and I never heard any more of either. I remember that His Majesty consulted with the chancellor as to the form of the oath, and that he spoke for a long time in an undertone to the cardinal, after which the last-born child was given into the charge of the midwife, and as they were always afraid she would babble about his birth, she has told me that they often threatened her with death should she ever mention it. We were also forbidden to speak, even to each other, of the child whose birth we had witnessed. Not one of us has as yet violated his oath, for His Majesty dreaded nothing so much as a civil war brought about by the 2 children born together, and the cardinal, who afterwards got the care of the second child into his hands, kept that fear alive. The king also commanded us to examine the unfortunate prince minutely. He had a wart above the left elbow, a mole on the right side of his neck, and a tiny wart on his right thigh. For His Majesty was determined, and rightly so, that in case of the decease of the firstborn, the royal infant whom he was entrusting to our care should take his place. wherefore he required our sign manual to the report of the birth, to which a small royal seal was attached in our presence, and we all signed it after his majesty, according as he commanded. As to the shepherds who had foretold the double birth, never did I hear another word of them, but neither did I inquire. The cardinal who took the mysterious infant in charge probably got them out of the country. All through the infancy of the second prince, Dame Peronite treated him as if he were her own child, giving out that his father was a great nobleman, for everyone saw by the care she lavished on him and the expense she went to, that although unacknowledged, he was the cherished son of rich parents and well cared for. When the prince began to grow up, Cardinal Mazarin, who succeeded Cardinal Richelieu in the charge of the prince's education, gave him into my hands to bring up in a manner worthy of a king's son, but in secret. Dame Peronite continued in his service till her death, and was very much attached to him, and he still more to her. The prince was instructed in my house in Burgundy, with all the care due to the son and brother of a king. I had several conversations with the Queen Mother during the troubles in France, and Her Majesty always seemed to fear that if the existence of the prince should be discovered during the lifetime of his brother, the young king, malcontents, would make it a pretext for rebellion, because many medical men hold that the last born of twins is in reality the elder, and if so, he was king by right, while many others have a different opinion. In spite of this dread, the queen could never bring herself to destroy the written evidence of his birth, because, in case of the death of the young king, she intended to have his twin brother proclaimed. She told me often that the written proofs were in her strong box. I gave the ill-starred prince such an education as I should have liked to receive myself, and no acknowledged son of a king ever had a better. The only thing for which I have to reproach myself is that, without intending it, I caused him great unhappiness, for when he was 19 years old, he had a burning desire to know who he was, and as he saw that I was determined to be silent, growing more firm the more he tormented me with questions, he made up his mind henceforward to disguise his curiosity, and to make me think that he believed himself a love child of my own. He began to call me father, although when we were alone, I often assured him that he was mistaken, but at length I gave up combating this belief, which he perhaps only feigned to make me speak, and allowed him to think he was my son, contradicting him no more. But while he continued to dwell on this subject, he was meantime making every effort to find out who he really was. 2 years passed thus, when through an unfortunate piece of forgetfulness on my part, for which I greatly blame myself, he became acquainted with the truth. He knew that the king had lately sent me several messengers, and once having carelessly forgotten to lock up a casket containing letters from the queen and the cardinals, he read part and divined the rest through his natural intelligence, and later confessed to me that he had carried off the letter which told most explicitly of his birth. I can recall that from this time on, his manner to me showed no longer that respect for me in which I had brought him up, but became hectoring and rude, and that I could not imagine the reason of the change, for I never found out that he had searched my papers, and he never revealed to me how he got at the casket, whether he was aided by some workmen whom he did not wish to betray, or had employed other means. One day, however, he unguardedly asked me to show him the portraits of the late and the present king. I answered that those that existed were so poor that I was waiting till better ones were taken before having them in my house. This answer, which did not satisfy him, called forth the request to be allowed to go to Dijon. I found out afterwards that he wanted to see a portrait of the king which was there, and to get to the court, which was just then at Saint-Jean-de-Luz, because of the approaching marriage with the Infanta, so that he might compare himself with his brother and see if there were any resemblance between them. Having knowledge of his plan, I never let him out of my sight. The young prince was at this time as beautiful as Cupid, and through the intervention of Cupid himself, he succeeded in getting hold of a portrait of his brother. One of the upper servants of the house, a young girl, had taken his fancy, and he lavished such caresses on her and inspired her with so much love, that although the whole household was strictly forbidden to give him anything without my permission, she procured him a portrait of the king. The unhappy prince saw the likeness at once. Indeed, no one could help seeing it, for the one portrait would serve equally well for either brother, and the sight produced such a fit of fury that he came to me crying out, There is my brother, and this tells me who I am," holding out a letter from Cardinal Mazarin which he had stolen from me, and making a great commotion in my house. The dread lest the prince should escape and succeed in appearing at the marriage of his brother made me so uneasy that I sent off a messenger to the king to tell him that my casket had been opened and asking for instructions. The king sent back word through the cardinal that we were both to be shut up till further orders, and that the prince was to be made to understand that the cause of our common misfortune was his absurd claim. I have since shared his prison, but I believe that a decree of release has arrived from my heavenly judge, and for my soul's health, and for my ward's sake I make this declaration, that he may know what measures to take in order to put an end to his ignominious estate should the king die without children. Can any oath imposed under threats oblige one to be silent about such incredible events, which it is nevertheless necessary that posterity should know? Such were the contents of the historical document given by the regent to the princess, and it suggests a crowd of questions. Who was the prince's governor? Was he a Burgundian? Was he simply a landed proprietor with some property and a country house in Burgundy? How far was his estate from Dijon? He must have been a man of note, for he enjoyed the most intimate confidence at the court of Louis Roman XIII, either by virtue of his office or because he was a favorite of the king, the queen, and Cardinal Richelieu. Can we learn from the list of the nobles of Burgundy what member of their body disappeared from public life, along with a young ward whom he had brought up in his own house just after the marriage of Louis Roman XIV? Why did he not attach his signature to the declaration, which appears to be 100 years old? Did he dictate it when so near death that he had not strength to sign it? How did it find its way out of prison? And so forth. There is no answer to all these questions, and I, for my part, cannot undertake to affirm that the document is genuine. Absolvi relates that he one day pressed the marshal for an answer to some questions on the matter, asking, amongst other things, if it were not true that the prisoner was an elder brother of Louis Roman XIV born without the knowledge of Louis Roman XIII. The marshal appeared very much embarrassed, and although he did not entirely refuse to answer, what he said was not very explanatory. He averred that this important personage was neither the illegitimate brother of Louis Roman XIV, nor the Duke of Monmouth, nor the Comte de Vermandois, nor the Duc de Beaufort, and so on, as so many writers had asserted. He called all their writings mere inventions, but added that almost every one of them had got hold of some true incidents, as for instance, the order to kill the prisoner should he make himself known. Finally, he acknowledged that he knew the state secret and used the following words: "All that I can tell you, Ab, is that when the prisoner died at the beginning of the century at a very advanced age, he had ceased to be of such importance as when, at the beginning of his reign, Louis Roman XIV shut him up for weighty reasons of state." The above was written down under the eyes of the marshal, and when Absolvi entreated him to say something further which, while not actually revealing the secret, would yet satisfy his questioner's curiosity, the marshal answered, "Read M. de Voltaire's latest writings on the subject, especially his concluding words, and reflect on them." With the exception of Doulora, all the critics have treated Solevi's narrative with the most profound contempt, and we must confess that if it was an invention, it was a monstrous one, and that the concoction of the famous note in cipher was abominable. Such was the great secret. In order to find it out, I had to allow myself 5, 12, 17, 15, 14, 1, 3 times by 8, 3. But unfortunately for those who would defend the morals of Mademoiselle de Valois, it would be difficult to traduce the character of herself, her lover, and her father, for what one knows of the trio justifies one in believing that the more infamous the conduct imputed to them, the more likely it is to be true. We cannot see the force of the objection that Louvois would not have written in the following terms to Saint Mars in 1687 about a bastard son of Anne of Austria: "I see no objection to your removing Chevalier de Thezat from the prison in which he is confined, and putting your prisoner there till the one you are preparing for him is ready to receive him." And we cannot understand those who ask if Saint Mars, following the example of the minister, would have said of a prince, "Until he is installed in the prison which is being prepared for him here, which has a chapel adjoining." Why should he have expressed himself otherwise? Does it evidence an abatement of consideration to call a prisoner, and his prison a prison. A certain M. de Saint Mihiel published an 8vo volume in 1791 at Strasbourg in Paris, entitled Le Veritable Harm, ditto Masque de Feu, ouvrage dans l'équelle en fait connaître, sur preuves incontestables, qui le célèbre infortune dut le jour, quand et où il naquit. The wording of the title will give an idea of the bizarre and barbarous jargon in which the whole book is written. It would be difficult to imagine the vanity and self-satisfaction which inspire this new reader of riddles. If he had found the philosopher's stone or made a discovery which would transform the world, he could not exhibit more pride and pleasure. All things considered, the incontestable proofs of his theory do not decide the question definitely or place it above all attempts at refutation, any more than does the evidence on which the other theories which preceded and followed his rest. But what he lacks before all other things is the talent for arranging and using his materials. With the most ordinary skill, he might have evolved a theory which would have defied criticism at least as successfully as the others, and he might have supported it by proofs, which, if not incontestable, for no one has produced such, had at least moral presumption in their favor, which has great weight in such a mysterious and obscure affair, in trying to explain, which one can never leave on one side, the respect shown by Louvois to the prisoner, to whom he always spoke standing and with uncovered head. According to M. de Saint Mihiel, the man in the iron mask was a legitimate son of Anne of Austria and Mazarin. He avers that Mazarin was only a deacon, and not a priest, when he became cardinal, having never taken priest's orders, according to the testimony of the Princess Palatine, consort of Philip I, Duc d'Orléans, and that it was therefore possible for him to marry, and that he did marry Anne of Austria in secret. Old Madame Bovise, principal woman of the bedchamber to the Queen Mother, knew of this ridiculous marriage, and as the price of her secrecy, obliged the Queen to comply with all her whims. To this circumstance, the principal bedchamber women owe the extensive privileges accorded them ever since in this country. Letter of the Duchesse d'Orléans, 13th September 1713. The Queen Mother, consort of Louis Roman XIII, had done worse than simply to fall in love with Mazarin. She had married him, for he had never been an ordained priest, he had only taken deacon's orders. If he had been a priest, his marriage would have been impossible. He grew terribly tired of the good Queen Mother and did not live happily with her, which was only what he deserved for making such a marriage. Letter of the Duchesse d'Orléans, 2nd November 1717. She, the Queen Mother, was quite easy in her conscience about Cardinal Mazarin. He was not in priest's orders, and so could marry. The secret passage by which he reached the Queen's rooms every evening still exists in the Palais Royal. Letter of the Duchesse d'Orléans, 2nd July 1719. The Queen's manner of conducting affairs is influenced by the passion which dominates her. When she and the Cardinal converse together, their ardent love for each other is betrayed by their looks and gestures. It is plain to see that when obliged to part for a time they do it with great reluctance. If what people say is true, that they are properly married, and that their union has been blessed by Pierre Vincent the Missioner, there is no harm in all that goes on between them, either in public or in private. Recueil civil contre la conclusion de la Paix, 1649. The man in the iron mask told the apothecary in the Bastille that he thought he was about 60 years of age, questions sur d'encyclopédie. Thus, he must have been born in 1644, just at the time when Anne of Austria was invested with the royal power, though it was really exercised by Mazarin. Can we find any incident recorded in history which lends support to the supposition that Anne of Austria had a son whose birth was kept as secret as her marriage to Mazarin? In 1644, Anne of Austria, being dissatisfied with her apartments in the Louvre, moved to the Palais Royal, which had been left to the king by Richelieu. Shortly after taking up residence there, she was very ill with a severe attack of jaundice, which was caused, in the opinion of the doctors, by worry, anxiety, and overwork, and which pulled her down greatly. Memoire de Madame de Motteville, 4 vols. 12 mo, vol. IP 194. This anxiety, caused by the pressure of public business, was most probably only dwelt on as a pretext for a pretended attack of illness. Anne of Austria had no cause for worry and anxiety. She did not begin to complain of the despotism of Mazarin till towards the end of 1645. Ibid. Vile. IPP. 272-273. She went frequently to the theatre during her first year of widowhood, but took care to hide herself from view in her box. Ibid. Vol. IP 342. Absolvi in Vol. Roman 6. Of the Memoirs de Richelieu, published in 1793, controverted the opinions of M. de Saint-Mihiel and again advanced those which he had published some time before, supporting them by a new array of reasons. The fruitlessness of research in the archives of the Bastille and the importance of the political events which were happening diverted the attention of the public for some years from this subject. In the year 1800, however, the Magazine Encyclopédique published Vol. Roman 6, p. 472, an article entitled Mémoires sur les problèmes historiques et la méthode de les résoudre appliquée à celui qui concerne l'homme au masque de feu, signed C.D.O., in which the author maintained that the prisoner was the first minister of the Duke of Mantua and says his name was Girolamo Magni. In the same year, an octavo volume of 142 pages was produced by M. Roufazillac. It bore the title Recherches historiques et critiques sur l'homme au masque de feu, du resultant des notions certaines sur ces prisonniers. These researches brought to light a secret correspondence relative to certain negotiations and intrigues, and to the abduction of a secretary of the Duke of Mantua whose name was Mattioli and not Girolamo Magni. In 1802, an octavo pamphlet containing 11 pages, of which the author was perhaps Baron Lerviere, but which was signed Reth, was published. It took the form of a letter to General Jourdan, and was dated from Turin, and gave many details about Mattioli and his family. It was entitled Veritable Clef de l'Histoire de l'homme au masque de feu. It proved that the secretary of the Duke of Mantua was carried off, masked, and imprisoned by order of Louis Roman XIV in 1679, but it did not succeed in establishing as an undoubted fact that the secretary and the man in the iron mask were one and the same person. It may be remembered that M. Crawford, writing in 1798, had said in his Histoire de la Bastille, 8 vo. 474 pages, I cannot doubt that the man in the iron mask was the son of Anne of Austria, but am unable to decide whether he was a twin brother of Louis Roman XIV, or was born while the king and queen lived apart, or during her widowhood. M. Crawford, in his Mélanges de Histoire et de Littérature Tires d'un Portefeuille, Quarto 1809, Octavo 1817, demolished the theory advanced by Roufazillac. In 1825, M. Delort discovered in the archives several letters relating to Mattioli and published his Histoire de l'homme au masque de feu 8 vo. This work was translated into English by George A. Garellis and retranslated into French in 1830 under the title Histoire authentique du prisonnier d'état, connaissance le nom de masque de feu. It is in this work that the suggestion is made that the captive was the second son of Oliver Cromwell. In 1826, M. de Tolles wrote that, in his opinion, the masked prisoner was none other than the Armenian patriarch. But 6 years later, the great success of my drama at the Odeon converted nearly everyone to the version of which Solovey was the chief exponent. The bibliophile Jacob is mistaken in asserting that I followed a tradition preserved in the family of the Duc de Choiseul. M. Le Duc de Bassano sent me a copy made under his personal supervision of a document drawn up for Napoleon, containing the results of some researches made by his orders on the subject of the man in the iron mask. The original MS, as well as that of the Memoirs du Duc de Richelieu, were, the Duke told me, kept at the Foreign Office. In 1834, the Journal of the Institut Historique published a letter from M. Auguste Billiard, who stated that he had also made a copy of this document for the late Comte de Montalivet, Home Secretary under the Empire. 1000 Dufy de Elion gave his Histoire de la Bastille to the world in the same year, and was inclined to believe that the prisoner was a son of Buckingham. Besides the many important personages on whom the famous mask had been placed, there was one whom everyone had forgotten, although his name had been put forward by the minister Chamillart. This was the celebrated superintendent of finance, Nicolas Fouquet. In 1837, Jacob, armed with documents and extracts, once more occupied himself with this Chinese puzzle on which so much ingenuity had been lavished, but of which no one had as yet got all the pieces into their places. Let us see if he succeeded better than his forerunners. The first feeling he awakes is one of surprise. It seems odd that he should again bring up the case of Fouquet, who was condemned to imprisonment for life in 1664, confined in Pignerol under the care of Saint Mars, and whose death was announced, falsely according to Jacob, on March 23, 1680. The first thing to look for in trying to get at the true history of the mask is a sufficient reason of state to account for the persistent concealment of the prisoner's features till his death, and next, an explanation of the respect shown him by Louvois, whose attitude towards him would have been extraordinary in any age, but was doubly so during the reign of Louis Roman XIV, whose courtiers would have been the last persons in the world to render homage to the misfortunes of a man in disgrace with their master. Whatever the real motive of the king's anger against Fouquet may have been, whether Louis thought he arrogated to himself too much power, or aspired to rival his master in the hearts of some of the king's mistresses, or even presumed to raise his eyes higher still, was not the utter ruin, the lifelong captivity of his enemy enough to satiate the vengeance of the king? What could he desire more? Why should his anger, which seemed slaked in 1664, burst forth into hotter flames 17 years later and lead him to inflict a new punishment? According to the bibliophile, the king, being wearied by the continual petitions for pardon addressed to him by the superintendent's family, ordered them to be told that he was dead, to rid himself of their supplications. Colbert's hatred, says he, was the immediate cause of Fouquet's fall, but even if this hatred hastened the catastrophe, are we to suppose that it pursued the delinquent beyond the sentence, through the long years of captivity, and renewing its energy, infected the minds of the king and his counselors? If that were so, how shall we explain the respect shown by Louvois? Colbert would not have stood uncovered before Fouquet in prison. Why should Colbert's colleague have done so? It must, however, be confessed that of all existing theories, this one, thanks to the unlimited learning and research of the bibliophile, has the greatest number of documents with the various interpretations thereof, the greatest profusion of dates on its side. For it is certain, first, that the precautions taken when Fouquet was sent to Pignerol resembled in every respect those employed later by the custodians of the Iron Mask, both at the Isles Sainte Marguerite and at the Bastille. Second, that the majority of the traditions relative to the masked prisoner might apply to Fouquet. Third, that the Iron Mask was first heard of immediately after the announcement of the death of Fouquet in 1680. Fourth, that there exists no irrefragable proof that Fouquet's death really occurred in the above year. The decree of the Court of Justice, dateth December 1664, banished Fouquet from the kingdom for life, but the king was of the opinion that it would be dangerous to let the said Fouquet leave the country in consideration of his intimate knowledge of the most important matters of state. Consequently, the sentence of perpetual banishment was commuted into that of perpetual imprisonment. Reçu des défenses de M. Fouquet. The instructions signed by the king and remitted to Saint Mars forbid him to permit Fouquet to hold any spoken or written communication with anyone whatsoever, or to leave his apartments for any cause, not even for exercise. The great mistrust felt by Louvois pervades all his letters to Saint Mars. The precautions which he ordered to be kept up were quite as stringent as in the case of the Iron Mask. The report of the discovery of a shirt covered with writing by a friar, which Abbe Papon mentions, may perhaps be traced to the following extracts from 2 letters written by Louvois to Saint Mars. Your letter has come to hand with the new handkerchief on which M. Fouquet has written, 18th de, you can tell him that if he continues to employ his table linen as note paper, he must not be surprised if you refuse to supply him with any more. 21st no. Pierre Papon asserts that a valet who served the masked prisoner died in his master's room. Now the man who waited on Fouquet, and who like him was sentenced to lifelong imprisonment, died in February 1680. See Letter of Louvois to Saint Mars, 12th March 1680. Echoes of incidents which took place at Pignerol might have reached the Isles Sainte Marguerite when Saint Mars transferred his former prisoner from one fortress to the other. The fine clothes and linen, the books, all those luxuries in fact that were lavished on the masked prisoner were not withheld from Fouquet. The furniture of a second room at Pignerol cost over 1,200 livres. See Letters of Louvois, 12th de Feb. 1666. It is also known that until the year 1680 Saint Mars had only two important prisoners at Pignerol, Fouquet and Lauzun. However, his former prisoner of Pignerol, according to Du Junca's diary, must have reached the latter fortress before the end of August 1681, when Saint Mars went to Exilles as governor. So that it was in the interval between the 23rd March 1680, the alleged date of Fouquet's death, and the 1st September 1681, that the Iron Mask appeared at Pignerol, and yet Saint Mars took only two prisoners to Exilles. One of these was probably the man in the Iron Mask. The other, who must have been Matthioli, died before the year 1687, for when Saint Mars took over the governorship in the month of January of that year of the Isles Sainte Marguerite, he brought only one prisoner thither with him. I have taken such good measures to guard my prisoner that I can answer to you for his safety. Letters de Saint Mars à Louvois, 20th January 1687. In the correspondence of Louvois with Saint Mars we find, it is true, mention of the death of Fouquet on March 23, 1680, but in his later correspondence, Louvois never says the late M. Fouquet, but speaks of him, as usual, as M. Fouquet simply. Most historians have given as a fact that Fouquet was interred in the same vault as his father in the chapel of Saint Francois de Sales, in the convent church belonging to the Sisters of the Order of the Visitation Sainte Marie, founded in the beginning of the 17th century by Madame de Chantal. But proof to the contrary exists, for the subterranean portion of St. Francis's chapel was closed in 1786, the last person interred there being Adelaide Félicite Brulard, with whom ended the House of Sillery. The convent was shut up in 1790, and the church given over to the Protestants in 1802, who continued to respect the tombs. In 1836, the cathedral chapter of Bourges claimed the remains of one of their archbishops buried there in the time of the Sisters of Sainte Marie. On this occasion, all the coffins were examined and all the inscriptions carefully copied, but the name of Nicolas Fouquet is absent. Voltaire says in his Dictionnaire philosophique, article Ana, it is most remarkable that no one knows where the celebrated Fouquet was buried. But in spite of all these coincidences, this carefully constructed theory was wrecked on the same point on which the theory that the prisoner was either the Duke of Monmouth or the Comte de Vermandois came to grief, viz. A letter from Barbezieux, dateth August 1691, in which occur the words, "The prisoner whom you have had in charge for 20 years." According to this testimony, which Jacob had successfully used against his predecessors, the prisoner referred to could not have been Fouquet, who completed his 27th year of captivity in 1691, if still alive. We have now impartially set before our readers all the opinions which have been held in regard to the solution of this formidable enigma. For ourselves, we hold the belief that the man in the iron mask stood on the steps of the throne. Although the mystery cannot be said to be definitely cleared up, one thing stands out firmly established among the mass of conjecture we have collected together, and that is that wherever the prisoner appeared, he was ordered to wear a mask on pain of death. His features, therefore, might during half a century have brought about his recognition from one end of France to the other. Consequently, during the same space of time, there existed in France a face resembling the prisoner's known through all her provinces, even to her most secluded isle. Whose face could this be, if not that of Louis Roman XVI, twin brother of the man in the iron mask? To nullify this simple and natural conclusion, strong evidence will be required. Our task has been limited to that of an examining judge at a trial, and we feel sure that our readers will not be sorry that we have left them to choose amid all the conflicting explanations of the puzzle. No consistent narrative that we might have concocted would, it seems to us, have been half as interesting to them as to allow them to follow the devious paths opened up by those who entered on the search for the heart of the mystery. Everything connected with the masked prisoner arouses the most vivid curiosity. And what end had we in view? Was it not to denounce a crime and to brand the perpetrator thereof? The facts as they stand are sufficient for our object, and speak more eloquently than if used to adorn a tale or to prove an ingenious theory. Martin Guerre. We are sometimes astonished at the striking resemblance existing between two persons who are absolute strangers to each other, but in fact, it is the opposite which ought to surprise us. Indeed, why should we not rather admire a creative power so infinite in its variety that it never ceases to produce entirely different combinations with precisely the same elements? The more one considers this prodigious versatility of form, the more overwhelming it appears. To begin with, each nation has its own distinct and characteristic type, separating it from other races of men. Thus there are the English, Spanish, German, or Slavonic types. Again, in each nation we find families distinguished from each other by less general but still well-pronounced features. And lastly, the individuals of each family, differing again in more or less marked gradations. What a multitude of physiognomies, what variety of impression from the innumerable stamps of the human countenance, what millions of models and no copies. Considering this ever-changing spectacle, which ought to inspire us with most astonishment, the perpetual difference of faces or the accidental resemblance of a few individuals, is it impossible that in the whole wide world there should be found by chance two people whose features are cast in one and the same mold? Certainly not. Therefore, that which ought to surprise us is not that these duplicates exist here and there upon the earth, but that they are to be met with in the same place and appear together before our eyes, little accustomed to see such resemblances. From Amphitryon down to our own days, many fables have owed their origin to this fact, and history also has provided a few examples, such as the false Demetrius in Russia, the English Perkin Warbeck, and several other celebrated impostors, whilst the story we now present to our readers is no less curious and strange. On the 10th of August 1557, an inauspicious day in the history of France, the roar of cannon was still heard at 6 in the evening in the plains of St. Quentin, where the French army had just been destroyed by the united troops of England and Spain, commanded by the famous Captain Emmanuel Philibert, Duke of Savoy. An utterly beaten infantry, the Constable Montmorency and several generals taken prisoner, the Duc d'Enghien mortally wounded, the flower of the nobility cut down like grass. Such were the terrible results of a battle which plunged France into mourning, and which would have been a blot on the reign of Henry Roman II had not the Duke of Guise obtained a brilliant revenge the following year. In a little village, less than a mile from the field of battle, were to be heard the groans of the wounded and dying, who had been carried thither from the field of battle. The inhabitants had given up their houses to be used as hospitals, and 2 or 3 barber surgeons went hither and thither, hastily ordering operations which they left to their assistants, and driving out fugitives who had contrived to accompany the wounded under pretense of assisting friends or near relations. They had already expelled a good number of these poor fellows, when, opening the door of a small room, they found a soldier soaked in blood lying on a rough mat, and another soldier apparently attending on him with the utmost care. "Who are you?" said one of the surgeons to the sufferer. "I don't think you belong to our French troops." "Help," cried the soldier, "only help me, and may God bless you for it." "From the color of that tunic," remarked the other surgeon, "I should wager the rascal belongs to some Spanish gentleman. By what blunder was he brought here?" "For pity's sake," murmured the poor fellow, "I am in such pain." "Die, wretch," responded the last speaker, pushing him with his foot. "Die like the dog you are." But this brutality, answered as it was by an agonized groan, disgusted the other surgeon. "After all, he is a man, and a wounded man who implores help. Leave him to me, René." René went out grumbling, and the one who remained proceeded to examine the wound. A terrible arquebus shot had passed through the leg, shattering the bone. Amputation was absolutely necessary. Before proceeding to the operation, the surgeon turned to the other soldier, who had retired into the darkest corner of the room. "And you, who may you be?" he asked. The man replied by coming forward into the light. No other answer was needed. He resembled his companion so closely that no one could doubt they were twin brothers, probably. Both were above middle height. Both had olive-brown complexions, black eyes, hooked noses, pointed chins, a slightly projecting lower lip. Both were round-shouldered, though this defect did not amount to disfigurement. The whole personality suggested strength and was not destitute of masculine beauty. So strong a likeness is hardly ever seen. Even their ages appeared to agree, for one would not have supposed either to be more than 32, and the only difference noticeable, besides the pale countenance of the wounded man, was that he was thin as compared with the moderate fleshiness of the other, also that he had a large scar over the right eyebrow. "Look well after your brother's soul," said the surgeon to the soldier, who remained standing. "If it is in no better case than his body, it is much to be pitied." "Is there no hope?" inquired the soldier of the wounded man. "The wound is too large and too deep," replied the man of science, "to be cauterized with boiling oil, according to the ancient method. Delenda est causa mali, the source of evil must be destroyed, as says the learned Ambrose Pare. I ought therefore secer ferro, that is to say, take off the leg. May God grant that he survive the operation." While seeking his instruments, he looked the supposed brother full in the face, and added, "But how is it that you are carrying muskets in opposing armies? For I see that you belong to us, while this poor fellow wears Spanish uniform." "Oh, that would be a long story to tell," replied the soldier, shaking his head. "As for me, I followed the career which was open to me, and took service of my own free will under the banner of our Lord King, Henry Roman II. This man, whom you rightly suppose to be my brother, was born in Biscay, and became attached to the household of the Cardinal of Burgos, and afterwards to the Cardinal's brother, whom he was obliged to follow to the war. I recognized him on the battlefield just as he fell. I dragged him out of a heap of dead and brought him here." During his recital, this individual's features betrayed considerable agitation, but the surgeon did not heed it. Not finding some necessary instruments, "My colleague," he exclaimed, "must have carried them off. He constantly does this, out of jealousy of my reputation, but I will be even with him yet. Such splendid instruments! They will almost work of themselves, and are capable of imparting some skill even to him, dunce as he is. I shall be back in an hour or two. He must rest, sleep, have nothing to excite him, nothing to inflame the wound, and when the operation is well over, we shall see. May the Lord be gracious to him." Then he went to the door, leaving the poor wretch to the care of his supposed brother. "My God," he added, shaking his head, "if he survive, it will be by the help of a miracle." Scarcely had he left the room, when the unwounded soldier carefully examined the features of the wounded one. "Yes," he murmured between his teeth, "they were right in saying that my exact double was to be found in the hostile army. Truly one would not know us apart. I might be surveying myself in a mirror. I did well to look for him in the rear of the Spanish army, and thanks to the fellow who rolled him over so conveniently with that arquebus shot, I was able to escape the dangers of the melee by carrying him out of it. But that's not all," he thought, still carefully studying the tortured face of the unhappy sufferer. "It is not enough to have got out of that. I have absolutely nothing in the world, no home, no resources. Beggar by birth, adventurer by fortune, I have enlisted and have consumed my pay. I hoped for plunder, and here we are in full flight. What am I to do? Go and drown myself? No, certainly a cannonball would be as good as that. But can't I profit by this chance and obtain a decent position by turning to my own advantage this curious resemblance, and making some use of this man whom fate has thrown in my way and who has but a short time to live?" Arguing thus, he bent over the prostrate man with a cynical laugh. One might have thought he was Satan watching the departure of a soul too utterly lost to escape him. "Alas, alas!" cried the sufferer, "may God have mercy on me, I feel my end is near." "Bah, comrade, drive away these dismal thoughts. Your leg pains you, well, they will cut it off. Think only of the other one and trust in Providence." Water, a drop of water, for heaven's sake. The sufferer was in a high fever. The would-be nurse looked round and saw a jug of water, towards which the dying man extended a trembling hand. A truly infernal idea entered his mind. He poured some water into a gourd which hung from his belt, held it to the lips of the wounded man, and then withdrew it. "Oh, I thirst, that water, for pity's sake give me some." "Yes, but on one condition, you must tell me your whole history." "Yes, but give me water." His tormentor allowed him to swallow a mouthful, then overwhelmed him with questions as to his family, his friends, and fortune, and compelled him to answer by keeping before his eyes the water which alone could relieve the fever which devoured him. After this often interrupted interrogation, the sufferer sank back exhausted and almost insensible. But not yet satisfied, his companion conceived the idea of reviving him with a few drops of brandy, which quickly brought back the fever and excited his brain sufficiently to enable him to answer fresh questions. The doses of spirit were doubled several times, at the risk of ending the unhappy man's days then and there. Almost delirious, his head feeling as if on fire, his sufferings gave way to a feverish excitement, which took him back to other places and other times. He began to recall the days of his youth and the country where he lived, but his tongue was still fettered by a kind of reserve. His secret thoughts, the private details of his past life, were not yet told, and it seemed as though he might die at any moment. Time was passing, night already coming on, and it occurred to the merciless questioner to profit by the gathering darkness. By a few solemn words, he aroused the religious feelings of the sufferer, terrified him by speaking of the punishments of another life and the flames of hell, until to the delirious fancy of the sick man he took the form of a judge who could either deliver him to eternal damnation or open the gates of heaven to him. At length, overwhelmed by a voice which resounded in his ear like that of a minister of God, the dying man laid bare his inmost soul before his tormentor and made his last confession to him. Yet a few moments, and the executioner, he deserves no other name, hangs over his victim, opens his tunic, seizes some papers and a few coins, half draws his dagger, but thinks better of it. Then, contemptuously spurning the victim, as the other surgeon had done. "I might kill you," he says, "but it would be a useless murder. It would only be hastening your last sigh by an hour or two and advancing my claims to your inheritance by the same space of time." And he adds, mockingly, "Farewell, my brother." The wounded soldier utters a feeble groan. The adventurer leaves the room. 4 months later, a woman sat at the door of a house at one end of the village of Artigues, near Ria, and played with a child about 9 or 10 years of age. Still young, she had the brown complexion of southern women, and her beautiful black hair fell in curls about her face. Her flashing eyes occasionally betrayed hidden passions, concealed, however, beneath an apparent indifference and lassitude, and her wasted form seemed to acknowledge the existence of some secret grief. An observer would have divined a shattered life, a withered happiness, a soul grievously wounded. Her dress was that of a wealthy peasant, and she wore one of the long gowns with hanging sleeves which were in fashion in the 16th century. The house in front of which she sat belonged to her, so also the immense field which adjoined the garden. Her attention was divided between the play of her son and the orders she was giving to an old servant, when an exclamation from the child startled her. "Mother," he cried, "mother, there he is." She looked where the child pointed and saw a young boy turning the corner of the street. "Yes," continued the child, "that is the lad who, when I was playing with the other boys yesterday, called me all sorts of bad names." "What sort of names, my child?" "There was one I did not understand, but it must have been a very bad one, for the other boys all pointed at me and left me alone. He called me, and he said it was only what his mother had told him. He called me a wicked bastard." His mother's face became purple with indignation. "What?" she cried. "They dared. What an insult!" "What does this bad word mean, mother?" asked the child, half frightened by her anger. "Is that what they call poor children who have no father?" His mother folded him in her arms. "Oh, she continued, "it is an infamous slander. These people never saw your father. They have only been here 6 years, and this is the 8th since he went away, but this is abominable. We were married in that church. We came at once to live in this house, which was my marriage portion, and my poor Martin has relations and friends here who will not allow his wife to be insulted." "Say rather, his widow," interrupted a solemn voice. "Ah, uncle," exclaimed the woman, turning towards an old man who had just emerged from the house. "Yes, Bertrand," continued the newcomer, "you must get reconciled to the idea that my nephew has ceased to exist. I am sure he was not such a fool as to have remained all this time without letting us hear from him. He was not the fellow to go off at a tangent, on account of a domestic quarrel which you have never vouchsafed to explain to me, and to retain his anger during all these 8 years. Where did he go? What did he do? We none of us know, neither you nor I, nor anybody else. He is assuredly dead, and lies in some graveyard far enough from here. May God have mercy on his soul." Bertrand, weeping, made the sign of the cross, and bowed her head upon her hands. "Goodbye, Sanxi," said the uncle, tapping the child's cheek. Sanxi turned sulkily away. There was certainly nothing specially attractive about the uncle. He belonged to a type which children instinctively dislike, false, crafty, with squinting eyes, which continually appeared to contradict his honeyed tongue. "Bertrand," he said, "your boy is like his father before him, and only answers my kindness with rudeness." "Forgive him," answered the mother. "He is very young, and does not understand the respect due to his father's uncle. I will teach him better things. He will soon learn that he ought to be grateful for the care you have taken of his little property." No doubt," said the uncle, trying hard to smile. "I will give you a good account of it, for I shall only have to reckon with you two in future. Come, my dear, believe me, your husband is really dead, and you have sorrowed quite enough for a good-for-nothing fellow. Think no more of him." So saying, he departed, leaving the poor young woman a prey to the saddest thoughts. Bertrand de Rolls, naturally gifted with extreme sensibility, on which a careful education had imposed due restraint, had barely completed her 12th year when she was married to Martin Guerra, a boy of about the same age, such precocious unions being then not uncommon, especially in the southern provinces. They were generally settled by considerations of family interest, assisted by the extremely early development habitual to the climate. The young couple lived for a long time as brother and sister, and Bertrand, thus early familiar with the idea of domestic happiness, bestowed her whole affection on the youth, whom she had been taught to regard as her life's companion. He was the alpha and omega of her existence. All her love, all her thoughts were given to him, and when their marriage was at length completed, the birth of a son seemed only another link in the already long existing bond of union. But, as many wise men have remarked, a uniform happiness, which only attaches women more and more, has often upon men a precisely contrary effect, and so it was with Martin Guerra. Of a lively and excitable temperament, he wearied of a yoke which had been imposed so early, and anxious to see the world and enjoy some freedom, he one day took advantage of a domestic difference, in which Bertrand owned herself to have been wrong, and left his house and family. He was sought and awaited in vain. Bertrand spent the first month in vainly expecting his return, then she betook herself to prayer, but heaven appeared deaf to her supplications, the truant returned not. She wished to go in search of him, but the world is wide, and no single trace remained to guide her. What torture for a tender heart, what suffering for a soul thirsting for love, what sleepless nights, what restless vigils. Years passed thus. Her son was growing up, yet not a word reached her from the man she loved so much. She spoke often of him to the uncomprehending child. She sought to discover his features in those of her boy, but though she endeavored to concentrate her whole affection on her son, she realized that there is suffering which maternal love cannot console, and tears which it cannot dry. Consumed by the strength of the sorrow which ever dwelt in her heart, the poor woman was slowly wasting, worn out by the regrets of the past, the vain desires of the present, and the dreary prospect of the future. And now she had been openly insulted, her feelings as a mother wounded to the quick, and her husband's uncle, instead of defending and consoling her, could give only cold counsel and unsympathetic words. Pierre Guerra, indeed, was simply a thorough egotist. In his youth, he had been charged with usury. No one knew by what means he had become rich, for the little drapery trade, which he called his profession, did not appear to be very profitable. After his nephew's departure, it seemed only natural that he should pose as the family guardian, and he applied himself to the task of increasing the little income, but without considering himself bound to give any account to Bertrand. So, once persuaded that Martin was no more, he was apparently not unwilling to prolong a situation so much to his own advantage. Night was fast coming on. In the dim twilight, distant objects became confused and indistinct. It was the end of autumn, that melancholy season which suggests so many gloomy thoughts and recalls so many blighted hopes. The child had gone into the house. Bertrand, still sitting at the door, resting her forehead on her hand, thought sadly of her uncle's words. Recalling in imagination the past scenes which they suggested, the time of their childhood, when married so young, they were as yet only playmates, prefacing the graver duties of life by innocent pleasures, then of the love which grew with their increasing age, then of how this love became altered, changing on her side into passion, on his into indifference. She tried to recollect him, as he had been on the eve of his departure, young and handsome, carrying his head high, coming home from a fatiguing hunt, and sitting by his son's cradle. And then also she remembered bitterly the jealous suspicions she had conceived, the anger with which she had allowed them to escape her, the consequent quarrel, followed by the disappearance of her offended husband, and the 8 succeeding years of solitude and mourning. She wept over his desertion, over the desolation of her life, seeing around her only indifferent or selfish people, and caring only to live for her child's sake, who gave her at least a shadowy reflection of the husband she had lost. Lost, yes, lost forever, she said to herself, sighing and looking again at the fields whence she had so often seen him coming at this same twilight hour, returning to his home for the evening meal. She cast a wandering eye on the distant hills, which showed a black outline against a yet fiery western sky, then let it fall on a little grove of olive trees planted on the farther side of the brook, which skirted her dwelling. Everything was calm. Approaching night brought silence along with darkness. It was exactly what she saw every evening, but to leave which required always an effort. She rose to re-enter the house, when her attention was caught by a movement amongst the trees. For a moment she thought she was mistaken, but the branches again rustled, then parted asunder, and the form of a man appeared on the other side of the brook. Terrified, Bertrand tried to scream, but not a sound escaped her lips. Her voice seemed paralyzed by terror, as in an evil dream. And she almost thought it was a dream, for notwithstanding the dark shadows cast around this indistinct semblance, she seemed to recognize features once dear to her. Had her bitter reveries ended by making her the victim of a hallucination? She thought her brain was giving way, and sank on her knees to pray for help. But the figure remained. It stood motionless, with folded arms, silently gazing at her. Then she thought of witchcraft, of evil demons, and superstitious as everyone was in those days, she kissed a crucifix which hung from her neck, and fell fainting on the ground. With one spring, the phantom crossed the brook and stood beside her. "Bertrand," it said in a voice of emotion. She raised her head, uttered a piercing cry, and was clasped in her husband's arms. The whole village became aware of this event that same evening. The neighbors crowded round Bertrand's door, Martin's friends and relations naturally wishing to see him after this miraculous reappearance, while those who had never known him desired no less to gratify their curiosity, so that the hero of the little drama, instead of remaining quietly at home with his wife, was obliged to exhibit himself publicly in a neighboring barn. His 4 sisters burst through the crowd and fell on his neck weeping. His uncle examined him doubtfully at first, then extended his arms. Everybody recognized him, beginning with the old servant Marguerite, who had been with the young couple ever since their wedding day. People observed only that a riper age had strengthened his features and given more character to his countenance and more development to his powerful figure, also that he had a scar over the right eyebrow and that he limped slightly. These were the marks of wounds he had received, he said, which now no longer troubled him. He appeared anxious to return to his wife and child, but the crowd insisted on hearing the story of his adventures during his voluntary absence, and he was obliged to satisfy them. 8 years ago, he said, the desire to see more of the world had gained an irresistible mastery over him. He yielded to it and departed secretly. A natural longing took him to his birthplace in Biscay, where he had seen his surviving relatives. There he met the Cardinal of Burgos, who took him into his service, promising him profit, hard knocks to give and take, and plenty of adventure. Some time after, he left the cardinal's household for that of his brother, who, much against his will, compelled him to follow him to the war and bear arms against the French. Thus he found himself on the Spanish side on the day of St. Quentin and received a terrible gunshot wound in the leg. Being carried into a house in an adjoining village, he fell into the hands of a surgeon, who insisted that the leg must be amputated immediately, but who left him for a moment and never returned. Then he encountered a good old woman, who dressed his wound and nursed him night and day, so that in a few weeks he recovered and was able to set out for Artigues, too thankful to return to his house and land, still more to his wife and child, and fully resolved never to leave them again. Having ended his story, he shook hands with his still wondering neighbors, addressing by name some who had been very young when he left, and who, hearing their names, came forward now as grown men, hardly recognizable, but much pleased at being remembered. He returned his sister's caresses, begged his uncle's forgiveness for the trouble he had given in his boyhood, recalling with mirth the various corrections received. He mentioned also an Augustinian monk who had taught him to read, and another reverend father, a Capuchin, whose irregular conduct had caused much scandal in the neighborhood. In short, notwithstanding his prolonged absence, he seemed to have a perfect recollection of places, persons, and things. The good people overwhelmed him with congratulations, vying with one another in praising him for having the good sense to come home, and in describing the grief and the perfect virtue of his Bertrand. Emotion was excited, many wept, and several bottles from Martin Guerra's cellar were emptied. At length the assembly dispersed, uttering many exclamations about the extraordinary chances of fate, and retired to their own homes, excited, astonished, and gratified, with the one exception of old Pierre Guerra, who had been struck by an unsatisfactory remark made by his nephew, and who dreamed all night about the chances of pecuniary loss augured by the latter's return. It was midnight before the husband and wife were alone and able to give vent to their feelings. Bertrand still felt half stupefied. She could not believe her own eyes and ears, nor realize that she saw again in her marriage chamber her husband of 8 years ago, him for whom she had wept, whose death she had deplored only a few hours previously. In the sudden shock caused by so much joy succeeding so much grief, she had not been able to express what she felt. Her confused ideas were difficult to explain, and she seemed deprived of the powers of speech and reflection. When she became calmer and more capable of analyzing her feelings, she was astonished not to feel towards her husband the same affection which had moved her so strongly a few hours before. It was certainly himself. Those were the same features. That was the man to whom she had willingly given her hand, her heart, herself, and yet now that she saw him again, a cold barrier of shyness, of modesty, seemed to have risen between them. His first kiss, even, had not made her happy. She blushed and felt saddened, a curious result of the long absence. She could not define the changes wrought by years in his appearance. His countenance seemed harsher, yet the lines of his face, his outer man, his whole personality, did not seem altered, but his soul had changed its nature. A different mind looked forth. From those eyes, Bertrand knew him for her husband, and yet she hesitated. Even so, Penelope, on the return of Ulysses, required a certain proof to confirm the evidence of her eyes, and her long-absent husband had to remind her of secrets known only to herself. Martin, however, as if he understood Bertrand's feeling and divined some secret mistrust, used the most tender and affectionate phrases, and even the very pet names which close intimacy had formerly endeared to them. "My queen," he said, "my beautiful dove, can you not lay aside your resentment? Is it still so strong that no submission can soften it? Cannot my repentance find grace in your eyes? My Bertrand, my Bertha, my Bertranilla, as I used to call you." She tried to smile, but stopped short, puzzled. The names were the very same, but the inflection of voice quite different. Martin took her hands in his. "What pretty hands! Do you still wear my ring? Yes, here it is, and with it the sapphire ring I gave you the day Sanxi was born. Bertrand did not answer, but she took the child and placed him in his father's arms. Martin showered caresses on his son and spoke of the time when he carried him as a baby in the garden, lifting him up to the fruit trees so that he could reach and try to bite the fruit. He recollected one day when the poor child got his leg terribly torn by thorns and convinced himself, not without emotion, that the scar could still be seen. Bertrand was touched by this display of affectionate recollections and felt vexed at her own coldness. She came up to Martin and laid her hand in his. He said gently, "My departure caused you great grief. I now repent what I did. But I was young, I was proud, and your reproaches were unjust." "Ah," said she, "you have not forgotten the cause of our quarrel. It was little Rose, our neighbor, whom you said I was making love to, because you found us together at the spring in the little wood. I explained that we met only by chance. Besides, she was only a child, but you would not listen, and in your anger—" "Ah, forgive me, Martin, forgive me," she interrupted in confusion. "In your blind anger you took up, I know not what, something which lay handy and flung it at me. And here is the mark," he continued, smiling, "this scar which is still to be seen." "Oh, Martin," Bertrand exclaimed, "can you ever forgive me?" "As you see," Martin replied, kissing her tenderly. Much moved, Bertrand swept aside his hair and looked at the scar visible on his forehead. "But," she said, with surprise not free from alarm, "this scar seems to me like a fresh one." "Ah," Martin explained, with a little embarrassment, "it reopened lately, but I had thought no more about it. Let us forget it, Bertrand. I should not like a recollection which might make you think yourself less dear to me than you once were." And he drew her upon his knee. She repelled him gently. "Send the child to bed," said Martin. "Tomorrow shall be for him. Tonight you have the first place, Bertrand, you only." The boy kissed his father and went. Bertrand came and knelt beside her husband, regarding him attentively with an uneasy smile, which did not appear to please him by any means. "What is the matter?" said he. "Why do you examine me thus?" "I do not know, forgive me, oh, forgive me, but the happiness of seeing you was so great and unexpected, it is all like a dream. I must try to become accustomed to it. Give me some time to collect myself. Let me spend this night in prayer. I ought to offer my joy and my thanksgiving to Almighty God." "Not so," interrupted her husband, passing his arms round her neck and stroking her beautiful hair. "No, 'tis to me that your first thoughts are due. After so much weariness, my rest is in again beholding you, and my happiness after so many trials will be found in your love. That hope has supported me throughout, and I long to be assured that it is no illusion." So saying, he endeavored to raise her. "Oh," she murmured, "I pray you leave me." "What?" he exclaimed angrily. "Bertrand, is this your love? Is it thus you keep faith with me? You will make me doubt the evidence of your friends. You will make me think that indifference, or even another love." "You insult me," said Bertrand, rising to her feet. He caught her in his arms. "No, no, I think nothing which could wound you, my queen, and I believe your fidelity, even as before, on that first journey, when you wrote me these loving letters which I have treasured ever since. Here they are." And he drew forth some papers, on which Bertrand recognized her own handwriting. "Yes," he continued, "I have read and reread them. See, you spoke then of your love and the sorrows of absence. But why all this trouble and terror? You tremble just as you did when I first received you from your father's hands. It was here in this very room. You begged me then to leave you, to let you spend the night in prayer. But I insisted, do you remember, and pressed you to my heart, as I do now." "Oh," she murmured weakly, "have pity." But the words were intercepted by a kiss, and the remembrance of the past, the happiness of the present, resumed their sway. The imaginary terrors were forgotten, and the curtains closed around the marriage bed. The next day was a festival in the village of Artigues. Martin returned the visits of all who had come to welcome him the previous night, and there were endless recognitions and embracings. The young men remembered that he had played with them when they were little, the old men that they had been at his wedding when he was only 12. The women remembered having envied Bertrand, especially the pretty Rose, daughter of Marcel, the apothecary, she who had roused the demon of jealousy in the poor wife's heart. And Rose knew quite well that the jealousy was not without some cause, for Martin had indeed shown her attention, and she was unable to see him again without emotion. She was now the wife of a rich peasant, ugly, old, and jealous, and she compared, sighing, her unhappy lot with that of her more fortunate neighbor. Martin's sisters detained him amongst them, and spoke of their childish games and of their parents, both dead in Biscay. Martin dried the tears which flowed at these recollections of the past, and turned their thoughts to rejoicing. Banquets were given and received. Martin invited all his relations and former friends, and easy gaiety prevailed. It was remarked that the hero of the feast refrained from wine. He was thereupon reproached, but answered that on account of the wounds he had received, he was obliged to avoid excess. The excuse was admitted, the result of Martin's precautions being that he kept a clear head on his shoulders, while all the rest had their tongues loosed by drunkenness. "Ah," exclaimed one of the guests, who had studied a little medicine, "Martin is quite right to be afraid of drink. Wounds which have thoroughly healed may be reopened and inflamed by intemperance, and wine in the case of recent wounds is deadly poison. Men have died on the field of battle in an hour or two merely because they had swallowed a little brandy." Martin Guerra grew pale and began a conversation with the pretty Rose, his neighbor. Bertrand observed this, but without uneasiness. She had suffered too much from her former suspicions. Besides, her husband showed her so much affection that she was now quite happy. When the first few days were over, Martin began to look into his affairs. His property had suffered by his long absence, and he was obliged to go to Biscay to claim his little estate there, the law having already laid hands upon it. It was several months before, by dint of making judicious sacrifices, he could regain possession of the house and fields which had belonged to his father. This at last accomplished, he returned to Artigues in order to resume the management of his wife's property, and with this end in view, about 11 months after his return, he paid a visit to his uncle Pierre. Pierre was expecting him. He was extremely polite, desired Martin to sit down, overwhelmed him with compliments, knitting his brows as he discovered that his nephew decidedly meant business. Martin broke silence. "Uncle," he said, "I come to thank you for the care you have taken of my wife's property. She could never have managed it alone. You have received the income in the family interest. As a good guardian, I expected no less from your affection. But now that I have returned and am free from other cares, we will go over the accounts, if you please." His uncle coughed and cleared his voice before replying, then said slowly, as if counting his words, "It is all accounted for, my dear nephew. Heaven be praised. I don't owe you anything." "What?" exclaimed the astonished Martin, "but the whole income was well and properly employed in the maintenance of your wife and child." "What, 1,000 livres for that? And Bertrand lived alone, so quietly and simply? Nonsense, it is impossible." "Any surplus," resumed the old man, quite unmoved, "any surplus went to pay the expenses of seed time and harvest." "What, at a time when labor costs next to nothing?" "Here is the account," said Pierre. "Then the account is a false one," returned his nephew. Pierre thought it advisable to appear extremely offended and angry, and Martin, exasperated at his evident dishonesty, took still higher ground and threatened to bring an action against him. Pierre ordered him to leave the house, and suiting actions to words, took hold of his arm to enforce his departure. Martin, furious, turned and raised his fist to strike. "What, strike your uncle, wretched boy?" exclaimed the old man. Martin's hand dropped, but he left the house uttering reproaches and insults, among which Pierre distinguished. "Cheat that you are." "That is a word I shall remember," cried the angry old man, slamming his door violently. Martin brought an action before the judge at Ria, and in course of time obtained a decree, which, reviewing the accounts presented by Pierre, disallowed them, and condemned the dishonest guardian to pay his nephew 400 livres for each year of his administration. The day on which this sum had to be disbursed from his strong box, the old usurer vowed vengeance, but until he could gratify his hatred, he was forced to conceal it, and to receive attempts at reconciliation with a friendly smile. It was not until 6 months later, on the occasion of a joyous festivity, that Martin again set foot in his uncle's house. The bells were ringing for the birth of a child. There was great gaiety at Bertrand's house, where all the guests were waiting on the threshold for the godfather in order to take the infant to church. And when Martin appeared, escorting his uncle, who was adorned with a huge bouquet for the occasion, and who now came forward and took the hand of Rose, the pretty godmother, there were cries of joy on all sides. Bertrand was delighted at this reconciliation, and dreamed only of happiness. She was so happy now, her long sorrow was atoned for, her regret was at an end, her prayers seemed to have been heard. The long interval between the former delights and the present seemed wiped out, as if the bond of union had never been broken. And if she remembered her grief at all, it was only to intensify the new joys by comparison. She loved her husband more than ever. He was full of affection for her, and she was grateful for his love. The past had now no shadow, the future no cloud, and the birth of a daughter, drawing still closer the links which united them, seemed a new pledge of felicity. Alas, the horizon which appeared so bright and clear to the poor woman was doomed soon again to be overcast. The very evening of the christening party, a band of musicians and jugglers happened to pass through the village, and the inhabitants showed themselves liberal. Pierre asked questions and found that the leader of the band was a Spaniard. He invited the man to his own house and remained closeted with him for nearly an hour, dismissing him at length with a refilled purse. 2 days later, the old man announced to the family that he was going to Picardy to see a former partner on a matter of business, and he departed accordingly, saying he should return before long. The day on which Bertrand again saw her uncle was, indeed, a terrible one. She was sitting by the cradle of the lately born infant, watching for its awakening, when the door opened, and Pierre Guerra strode in. Bertrand drew back with an instinct of terror as soon as she saw him, for his expression was at once wicked and joyful, an expression of gratified hate, of mingled rage and triumph, and his smile was terrible to behold. She did not venture to speak, but motioned him to a seat. He came straight up to her, and raising his head, said loudly, "Kneel down at once, madame, kneel down, and ask pardon from Almighty God." "Are you mad, Pierre?" she replied, gazing at him in astonishment. "You, at least, ought to know that I am not. Pray for forgiveness, and what for in heaven's name? For the crime in which you are an accomplice. Please explain yourself." "Oh," said Pierre with bitter irony, "a woman always thinks herself innocent as long as her sin is hidden. She thinks the truth will never be known, and her conscience goes quietly to sleep, forgetting her faults. Here is a woman who thought her sins nicely concealed. Chance favored her. An absent husband, probably no more. Another man so exactly like him in height, face, and manner that everyone else is deceived. Is it strange that a weak, sensitive woman, wearied of widowhood, should willingly allow herself to be imposed on?" Bertrand listened without understanding. She tried to interrupt, but Pierre went on. It was easy to accept this stranger without having to blush for it, easy to give him the name and the rights of a husband. She could even appear faithful while really guilty. She could seem constant, though really fickle. And she could, under a veil of mystery, at once reconcile her honor, her duty, perhaps even her love. "What on earth do you mean?" cried Bertrand, wringing her hands in terror. "That you are countenancing an impostor who is not your husband." Feeling as if the ground were passing from beneath her, Bertrand staggered and caught at the nearest piece of furniture to save herself from falling. Then, collecting all her strength to meet this extraordinary attack, she faced the old man. "What, my husband, your nephew, an impostor? Don't you know it, This cry, which came from her heart, convinced Pierre that she did not know, and that she had sustained a terrible shock. He continued more quietly. "What, Bertrand, is it possible you were really deceived? Pierre, you are killing me. Your words are torture. No more mystery, I entreat. What do you know? What do you suspect? Tell me plainly at once. Have you courage to hear it? I must, said the trembling woman. God is my witness that I would willingly have kept it from you, but you must know, if only for the safety of your soul entangled in so deadly a snare, there is yet time if you follow my advice. Listen, the man with whom you are living, who dares to call himself Martin Guerra, is a cheat, an impostor. How dare you say so? Because I have discovered it. Yes, I had always a vague suspicion, an uneasy feeling, and in spite of the marvelous resemblance, I could never feel as if he were really my sister's child. The day he raised his hand to strike me, yes, that day I condemned him utterly. Chance has justified me. A wandering Spaniard, an old soldier who spent a night in the village here, was also present at the Battle of St. Quentin and saw Martin Guerra receive a terrible gunshot wound in the leg. After the battle, being wounded, he betook himself to the neighboring village and distinctly heard a surgeon in the next room say that a wounded man must have his leg amputated and would very likely not survive the operation. The door opened, he saw the sufferer and knew him for Martin Guerra. So much the Spaniard told me. Acting on this information, I went on pretense of business to the village he named. I questioned the inhabitants, and this is what I learned. Well, said Bertrand, pale and gasping with emotion. I learned that the wounded man had his leg taken off, and, as the surgeon predicted, he must have died in a few hours, for he was never seen again. Bertrand remained a few moments as if annihilated by this appalling revelation. Then, endeavoring to repel the horrible thought. No, she cried, no, it is impossible. It is a lie intended to ruin him, to ruin us all. What, you do not believe me? No, never, never. Say rather you pretend to disbelieve me. The truth has pierced your heart, but you wish to deny it. Think, however, of the danger to your immortal soul. Silence, wretched man. No, God would not send me so terrible a trial. What proof can you show of the truth of your words? The witnesses I have mentioned. Nothing more. No, not as yet. Fine proofs indeed. The story of a vagabond who flattered your hatred in hope of a reward, the gossip of a distant village, the recollections of 10 years back, and finally, your own word, the word of a man who seeks only revenge, the word of a man who swore to make Martin pay dearly for the results of his own avarice, a man of furious passions such as yours. No, Pierre, no, I do not believe you, and I never will. Other people may perhaps be less incredulous, and if I accuse him publicly, then I shall contradict you publicly, and coming quickly forward, her eyes shining with virtuous anger. Leave this house, go, she said. It is you yourself who are the impostor, go. I shall yet know how to convince everyone, and will make you acknowledge it, cried the furious old man. He went out, and Bertrand sank exhausted into a chair. All the strength which had supported her against Pierre vanished as soon as she was alone, and in spite of her resistance to suspicion, the terrible light of doubt penetrated her heart, and extinguished the pure torch of trustfulness which had guided her hitherto, a doubt, alas, which attacked at once her honor and her love, for she loved with all a woman's tender affection. Just as actual poison gradually penetrates and circulates through the whole system, corrupting the blood and affecting the very sources of life, until it causes the destruction of the whole body, so does that mental poison, suspicion, extend its ravages in the soul which has received it. Bertrand remembered with terror her first feelings at the sight of the returned Martin Guerra, her involuntary repugnance, her astonishment at not feeling more in touch with the husband whom she had so sincerely regretted. She remembered also, as if she saw it for the first time, that Martin, formerly quick, lively, and hasty-tempered, now seemed thoughtful and fully master of himself. This change of character she had supposed due to the natural development of age. She now trembled at the idea of another possible cause. Some other little details began to occur to her mind, the forgetfulness or abstraction of her husband as to a few insignificant things. Thus it sometimes happened that he did not answer to his name of Martin, also that he mistook the road to a hermitage formerly well known to them both, and again that he could not answer. When addressed in Basque, although he himself had taught her the little she knew of this language. Besides, since his return, he would never write in her presence. Did he fear that she would notice some difference? She had paid little or no attention to these trifles. Now, pieced together, they assumed an alarming importance. An appalling terror seized Bertrand. Was she to remain in this uncertainty, or should she seek an explanation which might prove her destruction? And how discover the truth? By questioning the guilty man, by noting his confusion, his change of color, by forcing a confession from him. But she had lived with him for 2 years. He was the father of her child. She could not ruin him without ruining herself, and an explanation once sought, she could neither punish him and escape disgrace, nor pardon him without sharing his guilt. To reproach him with his conduct and then keep silence would destroy her peace forever. To cause a scandal by denouncing him would bring dishonor upon herself and her child. Night found her involved in these hideous perplexities, too weak to surmount them. An icy chill came over her. She went to bed and awoke in a high fever. For several days she hovered between life and death, and Martin Guerra bestowed the most tender care upon her. She was greatly moved thereby, having one of those impressionable minds which recognize kindness fully as much as injury. When she was a little recovered and her mental power began to return, she had only a vague recollection of what had occurred and thought she had had a frightful dream. She asked if Pierre Guerra had been to see her and found he had not been near the house. This could only be explained by the scene which had taken place, and she then recollected all the accusation Pierre had made, her own observations which had confirmed it, all her grief and trouble. She inquired about the village news. Pierre evidently had kept silence. Why? Had he seen that his suspicions were unjust, or was he only seeking further evidence? She sank back into her cruel uncertainty and resolved to watch Martin closely before deciding as to his guilt or innocence. How was she to suppose that God had created two faces so exactly alike, two beings precisely similar, and then sent them together into the world, and on the same track, merely to compass the ruin of an unhappy woman? A terrible idea took possession of her mind, an idea not uncommon in an age of superstition, namely, that the enemy himself could assume human form, and could borrow the semblance of a dead man in order to capture another soul for his infernal kingdom. Acting on this idea, she hastened to the church, paid for masses to be said, and prayed fervently. She expected every day to see the demon forsake the body he had animated, but her vows, offerings, and prayers had no result. But heaven sent her an idea which she wondered had not occurred to her sooner. If the tempter, she said to herself, has taken the form of my beloved husband, his power being supreme for evil, the resemblance would be exact, and no difference, however slight, would exist. If, however, it is only another man who resembles him, God must have made them with some slight distinguishing marks. She then remembered what she had not thought of before, having been quite unsuspicious before her uncle's accusation, and nearly out of her mind between mental and bodily suffering since. She remembered that on her husband's left shoulder, almost on the neck, there used to be one of those small, almost imperceptible, but ineffaceable birthmarks. Martin wore his hair very long. It was difficult to see if the mark were there or not. One night, while he slept, Bertrand cut away a lock of hair from the place where this sign ought to be. It was not there. Convinced at length of the deception, Bertrand suffered inexpressible anguish. This man whom she had loved and respected for 2 whole years, whom she had taken to her heart as a husband, bitterly mourned, for this man was a cheat, an infamous impostor, and she, all unknowing, was yet a guilty woman. Her child was illegitimate, and the curse of heaven was due to this sacrilegious union. To complete the misfortune, she was already expecting another infant. She would have killed herself, but her religion and the love of her children forbade it. Kneeling before her child's cradle, she entreated pardon from the father of the one for the father of the other. She would not bring herself to proclaim aloud their infamy. "Oh," she said, "thou whom I loved, thou who art no more, thou knowest no guilty thought ever entered my mind. When I saw this man, I thought I beheld thee. When I was happy, I thought I owed it to thee. It was thee whom I loved in him. Surely thou dost not desire that by a public avowal I should bring shame and disgrace on these children and on myself." She rose calm and strengthened. It seemed as if a heavenly inspiration had marked out her duty. To suffer in silence, Such was the course she adopted, a life of sacrifice and self-denial, which she offered to God as an expiation for her involuntary sin. But who can understand the workings of the human heart? This man whom she ought to have loathed, this man who had made her an innocent partner in his crime, this unmasked impostor whom she should have beheld only with disgust, she loved him. The force of habit, the ascendancy he had obtained over her, the love he had shown her, 1,000 sympathies felt in her inmost heart, all these had so much influence, that instead of accusing and cursing him, she sought to excuse him on the plea of a passion to which, doubtless, he had yielded when usurping the name and place of another. She feared punishment for him, yet more than disgrace for herself, and though resolved to no longer allow him the rights purchased by crime, she yet trembled at the idea of losing his love. It was this, above all, which decided her to keep eternal silence about her discovery. One single word, which proved that his imposture was known, would raise an insurmountable barrier between them. To conceal her trouble entirely was, however, beyond her power. Her eyes frequently showed traces of her secret tears. Martin several times asked the cause of her sorrow. She tried to smile and excuse herself, only immediately sinking back into her gloomy thoughts. Martin thought it mere caprice. He observed her loss of color, her hollow cheeks, and concluded that age was impairing her beauty, and became less attentive to her. His absences became longer and more frequent, and he did not conceal his impatience and annoyance at being watched, for her looks hung upon his, and she observed his coldness and change with much grief. Having sacrificed all in order to retain his love, she now saw it slowly slipping away from her. Another person also observed attentively. Pierre Guerra, since his explanation with Bertrand, had apparently discovered no more evidence, and did not dare to bring an accusation without some positive proofs. Consequently, he lost no chance of watching the proceedings of his supposed nephew, silently hoping that chance might put him on the track of a discovery. He also concluded from Bertrand's state of melancholy that she had convinced herself of the fraud, but had resolved to conceal it. Martin was then endeavoring to sell a part of his property, and this necessitated frequent interviews with the lawyers of the neighboring town. Twice in the week he went to Ria, and to make the journey easier, used to start horseback about 7 in the evening, sleep at Ria, and return the following afternoon. This arrangement did not escape his enemy's notice, who was not long in convincing himself that part of the time ostensibly spent on this journey was otherwise employed. Towards 10 o'clock on the evening of a dark night, the door of a small house, lying about half a gunshot from the village, opened gently for the exit of a man wrapped in a large cloak, followed by a young woman who accompanied him some distance. Arrived at the parting point, they separated with a tender kiss and a few murmured words of adieu. The lover took his horse, which was fastened to a tree, mounted, and rode off towards Ria. When the sounds died away, the woman turned slowly and sadly towards her home, but as she approached the door, a man suddenly turned the corner of the house and barred her away. Terrified, she was on the point of crying for help, when he seized her arm and ordered her to be silent. "Rose," he whispered, "I know everything. That man is your lover. In order to receive him safely, you send your old husband to sleep by means of a drug stolen from your father's shop. This intrigue has been going on for a month. Twice a week, at 7 o'clock, your door is open to this man, who does not proceed on his way to the town until 10. I know your lover. He is my nephew." Petrified with terror, Rose fell on her knees and implored mercy. "Yes," replied Pierre, "you may well be frightened. I have your secret. I have only to publish it, and you are ruined forever." "You will not do it," entreated the guilty woman, clasping her hands. "I have only to tell your husband," continued Pierre, "that his wife has dishonored him, and to explain the reason of his unnaturally heavy sleep. He will kill me. No doubt he is jealous. He is an Italian. He will know how to avenge himself, even as I do." "But I never did you any harm," Rose cried in despair. "Oh, have pity, have mercy, and spare me." "On one condition." "What is it?" "Come with me." Terrified almost out of her mind, Rose allowed him to lead her away. Bertrand had just finished her evening prayer and was preparing for bed when she was startled by several knocks at her door. Thinking that perhaps some neighbor was in need of help, she opened it immediately and to her astonishment beheld a disheveled woman whom Pierre grasped by the arm. He exclaimed vehemently, "Here is thy judge, now confess all to Bertrand." Bertrand did not at once recognize the woman, who fell at her feet, overcome by Pierre's threats. "Tell the truth here," he continued, "or I go and tell it to your husband at your own home." "Ah, madame, kill me," said the unhappy creature, hiding her face. "Let me rather die by your hand than his." Bertrand, bewildered, did not understand the position in the least, but she recognized Rose. "But what is the matter, madame? Why are you here at this hour, pale and weeping? Why has my uncle dragged you hither? I am to judge you, does he say? Of what crime are you guilty?" "Martin might answer that, if he were here," remarked Pierre. A lightning flash of jealousy shot through Bertrand's soul at these words. All her former suspicions revived. "What?" she said. "My husband, what do you mean?" "That he left this woman's house only a little while ago, that for a month they have been meeting secretly. You are betrayed. I have seen them, and she does not dare to deny it." "Have mercy," cried Rose, still kneeling. The cry was a confession. Bertrand became pale as death. "Oh God," she murmured, "deceived, betrayed, and by him." "For a month past," repeated the old man. "Oh, the wretch," she continued, with increasing passion. "Then his whole life is a lie. He has abused my credulity. He now abuses my love. He does not know me. He thinks he can trample on me, in whose power are his fortune, his honor, his very life itself." Then, turning to Rose, "And you, miserable woman, by what unworthy artifice did you gain his love? Was it by witchcraft, or some poisonous philtre learned from your worthy father?" "Alas, no, madame. My weakness is my only crime, and also my only excuse. I loved him long ago, when I was only a young girl, and these memories have been my ruin." "Memories, what? Did you also think you were loving the same man? Are you also his dupe? Or are you only pretending, in order to find a rag of excuse to cover your wickedness?" It was now Rose who failed to understand. Bertrand continued, with growing excitement. "Yes, it was not enough to usurp the rights of a husband and father. He thought to play his part still better by deceiving the mistress also. Ah, it is amusing, is it not? You also, Rose, you thought he was your old lover. Well, I at least am excusable, I the wife, who only thought she was faithful to her husband." "What does it all mean?" asked the terrified Rose. "It means that this man is an impostor, and that I will unmask him. Revenge, revenge." Pierre came forward. "Bertrand," he said, "so long as I thought you were happy, when I feared to disturb your peace, I was silent, I repressed my just indignation, and I spared the usurper of the name and rights of my nephew. Do you now give me leave to speak?" "Yes," she replied in a hollow voice. "You will not contradict me." By way of answer, she sat down by the table and wrote a few hasty lines with a trembling hand, then gave them to Pierre, whose eyes sparkled with joy. "Yes," he said, "vengeance for him, but for her pity. Let this humiliation be her only punishment. I promise silence in return for confession. Will you grant it?" Bertrand assented, with a contemptuous gesture. "Go, fear not," said the old man, and Rose went out. Pierre also left the house. Left to herself, Bertrand felt utterly worn out by so much emotion. Indignation gave way to depression. She began to realize what she had done, and the scandal which would fall on her own head. Just then her baby awoke, and held out its arms, smiling and calling for its father. Its father, was he not a criminal? Yes, but was it for her to ruin him, to invoke the law, to send him to death, after having taken him to her heart, to deliver him to infamy which would recoil on her own head and her child's, and on the infant which was yet unborn? If he had sinned before God, was it not for God to punish him? If against herself, ought she not rather to overwhelm him with contempt, but to invoke the help of strangers to expiate this offense, to lay bare the troubles of her life, to unveil the sanctuary of the nuptial couch, in short, to summon the whole world to behold this fatal scandal? Was not that what in her imprudent anger she had really done? She repented bitterly of her haste. She sought to avert the consequences, and notwithstanding the night and the bad weather, she hurried at once to Pierre's dwelling, hoping at all costs to withdraw her denunciation. He was not there. He had at once taken a horse and started for Ria. Her accusation was already on its way to the magistrates. At break of day, the house where Martin Guerra lodged when at Ria was surrounded by soldiers. He came forward with confidence and inquired what was wanted. On hearing the accusation, he changed color slightly, then collected himself and made no resistance. When he came before the judge, Bertrand's petition was read to him, declaring him to be an impostor, who falsely, audaciously, and treacherously had deceived her by taking the name and assuming the person of Martin Guerra, and demanding that he should be required to entreat pardon from God, the king, and herself. The prisoner listened calmly to the charge, and met it courageously, only evincing profound surprise at such a step being taken by a wife who had lived with him for 2 years since his return, and who only now thought of disputing the rights he had so long enjoyed. As he was ignorant both of Bertrand's suspicions and their confirmation, and also of the jealousy which had inspired her accusation, his astonishment was perfectly natural and did not at all appear to be assumed. He attributed the whole charge to the machinations of his uncle, Pierre Guerra, an old man, he said, who, being governed entirely by avarice and the desire of revenge, now disputed his name and rights, in order the better to deprive him of his property, which might be worth from 16 to 1800 livres. In order to attain his end, this wicked man had not hesitated to pervert his wife's mind, and at the risk of her own dishonor had instigated this calumnious charge, a horrible and unheard-of thing in the mouth of a lawful wife. "Ah, I do not blame her," he cried. "She must suffer more than I do if she really entertains doubts such as these, but I deplore her readiness to listen to these extraordinary calumnies originated by my enemy." The judge was a good deal impressed by so much assurance. The accused was relegated to prison, whence he was brought 2 days later to encounter a formal examination. He began by explaining the cause of his long absence, originating, he said, in a domestic quarrel, as his wife well remembered. He there related his life during these 8 years. At first he wandered over the country, wherever his curiosity and the love of travel led him. He then had crossed the frontier, revisited Biscay, where he was born, and having entered the service of the Cardinal of Burgos, he passed thence into the army of the King of Spain. He was wounded at the Battle of St. Quentin, conveyed to a neighboring village where he recovered, although threatened with amputation. Anxious to again behold his wife and child, his other relations and the land of his adoption, he returned to Artigues, where he was immediately recognized by everyone, including the identical Pierre Guerra, his uncle, who now had the cruelty to disavow him. In fact, the latter had shown him special affection up to the day when Martin required an account of his stewardship. Had he only had the cowardice to sacrifice his money and thereby defraud his children, he would not today be charged as an impostor. But, continued Martin, I resisted, and a violent quarrel ensued, in which anger perhaps carried me too far. Pierre Guerra, cunning and revengeful, has waited in silence. He has taken his time and his measures to organize this plot, hoping thereby to obtain his ends, to bring justice to the help of his avarice, and to acquire the spoils he coveted, and revenge for his defeat, by means of a sentence obtained from the scruples of the judges. Besides these explanations, which did not appear wanting in probability, Martin vehemently protested his innocence, demanding that his wife should be confronted with him, and declaring that in his presence she would not sustain the charge of personation brought against him, and that her mind not being animated by the blind hatred which dominated his persecutor, the truth would undoubtedly prevail. He now, in his turn, demanded that the judge should acknowledge his innocence, and prove it by condemning his calumniators to the punishment invoked against himself, that his wife, Bertrand de Rolls, should be secluded in some house where her mind could no longer be perverted, and finally, that his innocence should be declared, and expenses and compensations awarded him. After this speech, delivered with warmth, and with every token of sincerity, he answered without difficulty all the interrogations of the judge. The following are some of the questions and answers, just as they have come down to us. In what part of Biscay were you born? In the village of Imes, province of Guipuscoa. What were the names of your parents? Antonio Guerra and Marie Torita. Are they still living? My father died June 15th, 1530. My mother survived him 3 years and 12 days. Have you any brothers and sisters? I had one brother who only lived 3 months. My 4 sisters, Inez, Dorothea, Marietta, and Pedrina, all came to live at Artigues when I did. They are there still, and they all recognized me. What is the date of your marriage? January 10, 1539. Who were present at the ceremony? My father-in-law, my mother-in-law, my uncle, my 2 sisters, Maître Marcel and his daughter Rose, a neighbor called Claude Perrin, who got drunk at the wedding feast, also Gerard, the poet, who composed verses in our honor. Who was the priest who married you? The old cure, Pascal Guérin, whom I did not find alive when I returned. What special circumstances occurred on the wedding day? At midnight exactly, our neighbor, Catherine Boa, brought us the repast which is known as Medianoche. This woman has recognized me, as also our old Marguerite, who has remained with us ever since the wedding. What is the date of your son's birth? February 10, 1548, 9 years after our marriage. I was only 12 when the ceremony took place and did not arrive at manhood till several years later. Give the date of your leaving Artigues. It was in August 1549. As I left the village, I met Claude Perrin and the cure Pascal and took leave of them. I went towards Beauvais, and I passed through Orleans, Bourges, Limoges, Bordeaux, and Toulouse. If you want the names of people whom I saw and to whom I spoke, you can have them. What more can I say? Never, indeed, was there a more apparently veracious statement. All the doings of Martin Guerra seem to be most faithfully described, and surely only himself could thus narrate his own actions. As the historian remarks, alluding to the story of Amphitryon, Mercury himself could not better reproduce all Soja's actions, gestures, and words than did the false Martin Guerra those of the real one. In accordance with the demand of the accused, Bertrand de Rolls was detained in seclusion in order to remove her from the influence of Pierre Guerra. The latter, however, did not waste time, and during the months spent in examining the witnesses cited by Martin, his diligent enemy, guided by some vague traces, departed on a journey from which he did not return alone. All the witnesses bore out the statement of the accused. The latter heard this in prison and rejoiced, hoping for a speedy release. Before long, he was again brought before the judge, who told him that his deposition had been confirmed by all the witnesses examined. Do you know of no others? Continued the magistrate. Have you no relatives except those you have mentioned? I have no others, answered the prisoner. Then what do you say to this man? Said the judge, opening a door. An old man issued forth, who fell on the prisoner's neck, exclaiming, My nephew. Martin trembled in every limb, but only for a moment. Promptly recovering himself and gazing calmly at the newcomer, he asked coolly, And who may you be? What, said the old man, do you not know me? Dare you deny me? Me, your mother's brother, Carbon Barrow, the old soldier. Me, who dandled you on my knee in your infancy. Me, who taught you later to carry a musket. Me, who met you during the war at an inn in Picardy when you fled secretly. Since then I have sought you everywhere. I have spoken of you and described your face and person, until a worthy inhabitant of this country offered to bring me hither, where indeed I did not expect to find my sister's son imprisoned and fettered as a malefactor. What is his crime, may it please your honor?